#C1 Start as Emperor. If you were given a chance to choose a new start, what would you choose? Choose 1, a world of apocalypse, happy dead fat house, happy every day, only a piece of paper is true love. Choose 2, cultivating a mortal world, asking for longevity, peerless sword immortal. Choose 3, the world of Taoism, the establishment of a sect, the invincible suzerain. Choice 4, mysterious continent, the strong will be reborn, the Lord of Heaven will come to the peak again. Choose 5, demon world continent, demon Tao headmaster. Choose 6, fantasy world, king over the world, supreme divine dynasty, I want to be emperor. Xuanhuan was stunned, his consciousness plunged into darkness, a chaotic world, and 6 choices appeared in front of him, turning into 6 rows of huge characters. 6 options? Let yourself choose? Are you dreaming? But the dream was too real. Xuanhuan looked at these 6 choices, and although his face was full of doubts, he still chose seriously with a skeptical attitude. In this case, I want to be the emperor. Xuanhuan chose the 6th option. Anyway, you won't suffer if you choose. What if you really become an emperor? Wouldn't this be soaring? Only children don't make choices. Ding. The host makes a choice 6, the fantasy world, the king of the world, the supreme god, I want to be the emperor. The host opens the system, and the god-level destiny selection system is starting. Host binding. Rewards are being generated, please be patient. The reward was released successfully, and the host got a new identity, the second emperor of Dao, Xuanhuan. Ding. A systemic sound rang out. A huge light curtain panel appeared in front of Xuanhuan. Name, Xuanhuan. Status, Emperor Dao. Am I transmigrating to become the emperor? Xuanhuan was excited and studied the history of 5,000 years. It is every man's dream to be an emperor. He leads an omnipotent army, expands territory, conquers the world, and spreads his prestige all over the world. At this moment, the dark world shrouded in front of him suddenly disappeared. Before he could look at the world and understand which country he was the emperor of, he heard the sound of fighting and roaring. Kill, kill, kill. The battle to destroy the country, destroy Dao, and establish great achievements. Break the Imperial city and capture the second Emperor Chu of Dao. The person who captures the second Emperor of Dao, the second Emperor of Chu, will be rewarded with tens of thousands of taels of gold. What the hell is this? Xuanhuan looked confused, he just became the emperor, and someone came to destroy the country. Immediately afterwards, he saw a dilapidated imperial city in his eyes. He was standing on top of the imperial city. The 4 palace gates had been breached, the beacon smoke was everywhere, and countless armies poured in like locusts. And his consciousness at this moment gradually dissipated. Depend on. It turned out that in his chest, where his heart was, a pitch-black long sword was inserted into it at this time, and the hand holding the long sword was himself. What kind of choice is this? I've been the emperor for less than a minute, and I haven't even seen the world, so I'm done? Xuanhuan's face was tragic. God-level destiny selection is starting, time goes back to 3 years ago. Time restarts, please wait. Xuanhuan's consciousness fell into darkness again. At this time, countless memories poured into his brain, as if his soul had passed through. It turned out that he was the emperor of the Dao dynasty, the second emperor. 3 years ago, the late emperor suddenly collapsed and died strangely in Hundang Mountain. Along with the late emperor, there were 300,000 of the most elite legions of the empire. Divine army. The late emperor passed away suddenly and lost his most elite army. The former Xuanhuan can be said to have taken over the throne when the empire was at its most dangerous. There were generals and prime ministers in the country who committed rebellion and rebelled. The various princes and kings who were in theft were also rebelling. Outside, there are more great potentials, great laws, great prosperity, and great governance. The 4 countries are eyeing them. The 4 countries attacked Dao at the same time, and the general and the prime minister were betraying the country again. Although Xuanhuan tried his best to want the foundation of Dao, but he was unable to return to the sky, it was already a crashing start, and he encountered a nightmarish blow. After 3 years of hard work, the army of the 4 countries and the domestic rebels simultaneously entered the Dao imperial city. In order not to be insulted, Xuanhuan would rather commit suicide than fall into the hands of others, and preserve his body as the last dignity of the emperor. The Son of Heaven guards the country's gates, and the king dies. There is nothing more than this. If this great martial artist, Xuanhuan, does not commit suicide, I will not be able to travel to this world. Xuanhuan sighed lightly, but the current Emperor Dao is me. A flood of memories came flooding in. From the previous Xuanhuan was just born, until he ascended the throne, after being the emperor for 3 years. This memory is 18 years old. He felt as if he had experienced all the memories in his own life. It felt extremely long, and it really felt as if 18 years had passed. The experience of each day is vividly remembered. A cold air rose up, and his eyes were gradually shrouded in blood and murder. The system started successfully. God-level destiny selection system is activated. Back in time 3 years ago. The origin of the host is confirmed, Emperor Chu of the Second World of Great Wu. With the sound of a series of systems, Xuanhuan found himself sitting in an antique palace. This is in the Shenyang Palace, and there is a round basin on the top of the head, like the pearl of the sun. Choose one, ascend the throne and become Emperor Wu Tu, Emperor of Chu, destroy the country and the Chong dynasty, allied armies, destroy the General Shangguan Qingyun, and the Prime Minister Li Yun, reward? Option 2, refuse to ascend the throne, give up everything, secretly leave the palace, become a commoner, reward a long life and a safe life. Choose 3, still go its own way, do not make any choice, reward? 3 God-level selection triggers. Before Xuanhuan made a choice, the system prompted again. Notice. If you choose one, you will not be able to destroy the country within 3 years, the alliance of the nations, kill the General Shangguan Qingyun, and the Prime Minister Li Yun. When the time is up, they will be wiped out immediately. If you choose 2, you will have a safe life. Please choose the host carefully. Remarks, the God-level fate selection system, each choice will affect the host's future. There is also the option of sneaking out of the palace. Xuanhuan looked at 3 options. Yes, the system will use various mysterious powers to protect the host for a safe life, marry a wife and have children, and die naturally at the age of 100. The system said. Of course I want to be an emperor, otherwise what would I do in this world? Could it be that I will eat and wait to die? How can I allow others to do this in my world? The owner of the previous life was very unwilling that Dao perished in his hands. After receiving the memory of this world's master, Xuanhuan has completely brought himself into this identity, and there is also a strong unwillingness in his heart. He has just become the emperor, how can he be the king of this subjugated country? Since the system has allowed him to cross into this world and become the new emperor of Dao, he will naturally not let Dao go to the destruction of his previous life, but to exist forever. He is now the Emperor Dao, not the earth. This empire is mine now. I choose one. The host makes a choice, rewarding a human emperor sword, a big thunderbolt technique, 3,000 fate points, and a random lottery chance. Human sovereign sword, the quality is unsurpassed. In ancient times, the 3 emperors taught the world. The human sovereign sword is the supreme divine sword condensed by the supreme human emperor with countless human beliefs. It contains the majesty of humanity and the strongest power of humanity. Great thunder and lightning technique, one of the 3,000 avenues, the power of thousands of thunder and lightning, the power of the thunder god to destroy the world. Great Thunderbolt Technique. Crackling. A warm current poured into Xuanhuan's body with a tingling feeling of numbness. His hands clenched his fists tightly, and there was even a fine cobweb-like thunder light that spread out, as if wearing Thor's gloves. This is the Great Lightning Technique. Xuanhuan punched out, full of power. This system is really powerful. If others want to learn the 3000 Dao, they need extremely high comprehension and long-term cultivation, but he actually only got a reward, and he learned it in an instant. Human Emperor Sword. Xuanhuan held the Human Emperor Sword in his hand at this time, and he seemed to have become the supreme human being in ancient times, inheriting the will of hundreds of millions of sentient beings, as if he could command the world. The Supreme Goddess. Heaven and Earth Xuanhuan, even if it is the most powerful magic weapon of the Great Wu Dynasty, is the heaven-level magic weapon. No one has heard of it. However, after all, Xuanhuan received all the memories and knew that this world was not a simple dynasty, but a world where there were extremely strong practitioners, flying in the sky, immortal, and omnipotent. Although I don't know how terrifying the superiors are, I always know that the superiors are very terrifying anyway. Human Sovereign Sword, the Human Sovereign Sword of the Three Sovereigns, the Supreme of Humanity. Automatic Matching Exercises, Human Emperor Sutra. Attribute 1, wearing the Emperor Sword, the realm increases by 1. Attribute 2? Attribute 3? Attribute 9? Realm plus 1? What abilities do those with attributes from 2 to 9 have? Xuanhuan wondered. Adding 1 realm means adding 1 to the host's combat power. That is to say, the host is now in the vein-penetrating realm, but wearing the Human Emperor Sword will have the strength of the soul-forging realm, and there is no level cap, and the realm will always be plus 1. The system boost tone is mechanical and icy, as if it exists to interpret and release choices. Unbelievable. Absolutely against the sky. Xuanhuan's face was surprised. Self-cultivation, channeling, soul-strengthening, primordial spirit, supernatural powers, and peeping spirit, these are the 6 realms of cultivation known to Xuanhuan. The strength of the first emperor of Great Wu is at the limit of supernatural powers, the 10th peak, half-step peeping at the gods, and only a little bit can step into the legendary realm of peeping the gods. This is a peerless power that several dynasties do not possess, otherwise many dynasties can truly be unified. He is now in the Tongmai realm, and holding the Human Emperor Sword can kill the existence of the soul-forging realm. If he cultivates to the realm of supernatural powers, holds the Emperor's Sword, and possesses the power to peep into the realm of the gods, no one from the surrounding dynasties will be his opponent, and it is just around the corner to complete the system tasks. The Human Sovereign Sword is worthy of being the Human Sovereign's treasure, an unparalleled magic weapon, and its power is indeed against the sky. There are 8 seals on the Human Sovereign Sword, and by gradually unlocking the seals, all the abilities of the Human Sovereign Sword can be unlocked, the system prompted. Attribute 2 Seal, collect the wishing power of 1 billion sentient beings to unlock the next ability. Current progress, 700 million/billion. Note, 1 billion sentient beings need the belief of the human race, and pigs, dogs, chickens, and sheep are not included in the wishing power of sentient beings. #C2 God-level fate selection system. Current progress, 700 million/billion. Seeing that he was more than halfway away from unsealing the Human Sovereign Sword, Xuanhuan's eyes twinkled. Does this so-called wish of all beings represent the people of my Dao dynasty? Each person represents a point. The host is very smart, and one person represents a little bit of the will of all beings. The system said. My Dao dynasty has been founded for 30 years, and the weather is good. The domestic people living and working in peace and contentment have already exceeded 1 billion. It should not have exceeded 1 billion long ago. The second seal of the Emperor Sword can be unlocked. Xuanhuan was slightly puzzled. Some of the subjects do not belong to the Great Wu dynasty, so the host cannot get the will of all beings. System said. I understand. Xuanhuan suddenly realized, on the bright side, there are billions of people in my Dao dynasty, but only 700 million are Dao, and the rest belong to various princes and noble families. The princes became rebellious, afraid that they would have long since established themselves as kings, and all living beings do not belong to the great martial arts. If they want to unseal the second seal of the human emperor sword, they will destroy those princes. He also sneered, 3 years of experience vividly in his mind. When the previous emperor was alive, he gave them fiefs and resources. As soon as the first emperor died, they did not protect the Dao dynasty, but instead stabbed the sword fiercely, under internal and external troubles, otherwise Dao would never be like this. 18 years of memory, he has been integrated into the laws of this world. Then destroy all these princes, and bring back all the population. Xuanhuan sneered. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning the title of Thunder Dao Controller, increasing the power of thunder magic powers by 10%. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning the title of Supreme Humanity. In front of the human race, the Emperor's aura has increased by 100%, and the shock bonus has been increased by 100%. At this time, 2 extremely pleasant ding-ding sounds came into Xuanhuan's ears, causing his complexion to change slightly. He didn't expect that he would be able to obtain the title after obtaining the Thunderbolt technique and the Human Emperor sword. This system is a god-level destiny. The choice is indeed scary. Fate Point can buy treasures in the mall. The host has 3,000 fate points, and the system mall is opened. Shoo. With the sound of the system, the word mall appeared on the panel in front of Xuanhuan, and then immediately opened him. Primary healing pill. Primary experience potion. Step in all directions. Shocking palm. One-time invisibility charm. Soul forging pill. There are hundreds of treasures in the mall, and Xuanhuan has a flower in front of him. You can buy any treasure if you have enough fate points, and the chance to get rich is now. The system reminded, the purchased items can be stored in the system space. This soul forging pill? Xuanhuan touched his mind and got all the information. Soul refinement pill, 500 fate points. A soul refinement pill can be directly upgraded from the 9th level of Tongmai to the soul refinement realm, which can save all pain and refine the soul to the extreme. The 10th level of the host's realm is detected, and it is recommended to exchange for the soul refinement pill. The system voice reminded. Is it really possible to instantly upgrade to the soul forging realm, and the soul can be exercised to the extreme? Without a second thought, Xuanhuan immediately spent 500 fate points in exchange for a soul refining pill, and suddenly a pitch-black pill appeared in his hand, emitting a cold air, like a poison pill. Host, please take medicine. Thinking of the inconceivable aspects of the system, Xuanhuan opened his mouth and took the medicine. After the medicinal pill entered his stomach, Xuanhuan didn't feel any discomfort. He only felt that a cold current enveloped him, and his soul seemed to have soared. He was immersed in this feeling. After just a few breaths, the feeling went away. Forging Soul Realm. Xuanhuan's mouth twitched slightly. When I think of others breaking through the soul forging, it seems like countless knives are slicing on the soul. The feeling is simply unbearable. This time, it is so simple to break through after taking a pill, which is really different. The pills in this system mall cannot be found in the entire empire. With my current state of soul refinement, even primordial spirit realm is no match for me. Xuanhuan felt his soul, and it really was tempered to the extreme. In comparison, the soul of a martial artist who has just broken through the soul refinement realm is as soft as cotton, and his soul is as hard as steel. In addition to exchanging treasures in the system mall, the host can also use fate points to improve his realm, forge the soul realm, and raise one realm every 500 fate points. In addition, the host can get fate points every time he makes a choice. System Road. Fate points can also improve the realm? There was a smile on the corner of Xuanhuan's mouth. Spend 1005 fate points to exchange for the triple realm. Then, he pointed to the consumption page a little. Double soul forging. Soul forging triple layer. Fourth layer of forging soul. A series of system beeps entered the ear. Originally, Xuanhuan had just broken through the soul forging realm, and it still took a while to consolidate, but Xuanhuan directly exchanged the fate point for the triple realm. It's just that the fate point in his hand only has 1,000 points left. Cultivation is like riding a rocket. It's really refreshing. Xuanhuan sighed. The host can open the personal panel to view his own attributes, the system reminded. When the personal panel was opened, Xuanhuan's information appeared. Name, Xuanhuan. Status, Emperor Dao. Realm, Forging Soul Quadruple Layer. Gongfa, Human Emperor Sutra. Equipment, Emperor Sword, No Superior. Magical Powers, Great Lightning Technique. Title, Supreme Humanity, Lightning Controller. Fatal Point, 1000. The current main line, destroy the Great Qing Dynasty within 3 years, the Alliance of the Nations, if completed, the reward? The failure was ashes. My start is perfect compared to the last life, not only have 3 years of memory, but also a system. Xuanhuan looked at the panel and was very satisfied. Your Majesty, it's time to go to court. At this moment, a sharp voice resembling a male duck's voice came in. Today is the first time for His Majesty to go to court. The general, the prime minister, the 6 ministers, the important ministers, and the civil and military officials have all been waiting for His Majesty in the Xuanhu Hall. The current timeline is just 3 months after the death of the previous emperor. Although Xuanhuan had ascended the throne 3 months ago, the handling of the late emperor's entry into the mausoleum and the various compensation and aftermath of the 300,000-strong army of gods and martial arts made all the ministries of the Dao dynasty devastated. Normally, he only received ministers from various ministries in his imperial study, and he had not conducted a real court. Option 1, Ascension to the throne in the previous dynasty, intimidating the important officials of various ministries with the power of Emperor Wu, and obtaining 100 fate points. Option 2, refuse to go to court, let all the ministers and workers have a closed door, close the research system by yourself, and get 100 fate points. The fate points for both selection bonuses look the same. I ascended the throne in the last dynasty. Today is the first time for me to go to the dynasty. I will meet those ministers. Xuanhuan made a choice. Although he came to this fantasy world, he had never seen the meeting in the fantasy world. I know. Xuanhuan's majestic voice said, Eunuch Wei, prepare close for me, and I will immediately go to the Xuanhu Temple to start my first court meeting after March of the Great Wu Dynasty. #C3 Court Meeting. The Dao dynasty established the country with Wu. The first emperor fought against the surrounding countries for more than 10 years, and destroyed countless forces, before finally establishing the country. Therefore, the totem of Dao was never a dragon and a phoenix, but a word for Wu. Xuanhuan's imperial robe is black, as dark as blood, with sword-like embroidery on it, representing the color of slaughter. There is also an extremely fierce and domineering martial character on the imperial robe. His Majesty. Behind Xuanhuan, there was a father-in-law with white hair but pink skin like a baby. This is Eunuch Wei. When he first established the country, he followed the previous emperor and served 2 generations of emperors. He was very loyal. At this time, Eunuch Wei suddenly found that Xuanhuan was different from before. He was extremely majestic. His eyes looked like electricity, and any conspiracy and tricks could not hide from him. Let's drive. Xuanhuan nodded. Place the divine martial hall. Eunuch Wei said in a sharp voice, and then Xuanhuan sat on the cart pulled by 9 dragons. The Temple of Divine Martial Arts, from the hands of the late Emperor. From a distance, it looks like a word for martial arts, suppressing everything, like a sharp sword rising into the sky, containing the martial arts will of the late Emperor, and it is the place where the great Wu dynasty ascended the throne. At this time, the inside of the Xuanhu temple is extremely wide, decorated with bright pearls, like a starry sky, and there are already hundreds of ministers waiting here. The leader on the left is a half-old man with slightly gray hair, but a strong aura. His eyes are like falcons. He is the general of the Dao dynasty, who holds the power of troops and horses, Xuanhuan Qingyun. Xuanhuan Qingyun, the leader of the generals, has reached the 10th level of supernatural powers. The leader on the right is a pale-haired, dressed in a fancy dress, but a gloomy old man. He is the leader of the 6 divisions, Li Yun, the representative of the civil servants, who has the 10th level of supernatural powers. Xuanhuan Qingyun and Li Yun were also the pillars of the Dao dynasty. Originally, Dao was in the 5 surrounding countries, and its national strength can be said to be the first of the 5 countries. It is prosperous and prosperous. The first emperor is about to break through the gods, and the unification of the 5 countries is just around the corner. Yeah, who would have known that the late emperor was in a sudden calamity and died in an unclear manner, and if that's the case, that's all. The empire's most elite army of 300,000 gods and martial arts also collapsed with the late emperor, and the country's power plummeted by more than half. And what's even more terrifying is that there are rumors that the death of the first emperor was a curse. God wants to destroy my great martial arts, and my great martial arts have to die. People's words are terrifying, and people's hearts are even more turbulent. Now it can be said that the storm is about to come. Now the 4 countries are staring at each other, and Dao, are in the place of 4 wars. Now that Emperor Dao too has succeeded to the throne, I don't know whether the situation can be stabilized. With my Dao national strength, as long as I survive this crisis, even if I can't become the leader of the 5 kingdoms, I will keep the foundation and not be swallowed. Although the second emperor also has the appearance of an emperor, but after all, he is only 15, too young, and the previous emperor died too suddenly, leaving this mess. I am afraid that he will not be able to return to the sky, and his energy is exhausted. It seems that we have to make plans early and make preparations. I wonder what the general and the prime minister think. They are the leaders of the civil and military officials. We must also observe our words and act with them, so as to protect ourselves and the family. Shu. Your Majesty is down. In the Xuanhu Hall, various ministers and workers whispered and expressed concern about the future of Dao. The political situation is turbulent, and there is nothing more unstable than this. This is a sign before the country is destroyed, and even the officials are beginning to think about the way forward, not to mention the people of Dawn. However, Xuanhuan Qingyun and Li Yun were very calm, and they exchanged their eyes. His Majesty is here. Eunuch Wei's sharp and piercing voice resounded through the Xuanhu temple. 9 flood dragons pulling carts, all of them are big monsters in the primordial spirit realm, and their breaths are like thunder. The Emperor's chariot comes. Xuanhuan wore the human sovereign sword on his waist, very steady step by step, slowly got out of the car and came over, his eyes opened and closed, and the lightning radiated in all directions. On both sides of him, there is a team of golden-armored generals guarding him. He slowly sat on a golden throne in the Xuanhu temple, and in the next moment, a humane supreme, the temperament of the emperor's dominance rolled in. It's like an emperor among people. How can this Emperor Wu too become different from before? Seeing him, I see an omnipotent God's mansion, sitting in a cloud of divine light. What kind of magic is this? Today is His Majesty's first real court meeting. With the title of Supreme Humanity, Xuanhuan's majesty in front of the human race is increased by 100%. When these officials saw his power, they couldn't help being shocked. Even Shangguan Qingyun and Li Yun's expressions changed. Ding. The host makes a choice and gets 100 fate points. System Road. You have worked hard. When the officials were stunned, Chu Yuan assembled the human sovereign sword and invoked the title of Supreme Humanity. His Majesty was unimaginable, and he said indifferently, "The first emperor died 3 months ago. This is a disaster for me, Dao. Dealing with various matters, I must be exhausted, and today is the first time that this new emperor of Wu has held a court meeting." He looked at these 100 officials. Although they were officials of the great martial arts, they were also extremely high-level cultivators. This is a world where cultivation and dynasty coexist. Flying to the ground, Chongqing asked, omnipotent. "Your Majesty is coming. Long live my emperor. Long live." At this time, these confused officials realized that the current Chu Yuan's imposing manner was too arrogant, and immediately shouted "Long live the emperor," and knelt down. "Be flat." Chu Yuan said, "If you have something to report, all the ministers can speak freely. The death of the first emperor, we are also very sad, no less than the collapse of the sky and the earth, when the first emperor swept the 4 countries and founded the foundation of great martial arts. How wise and miraculous, with his own power to shock the 4 countries, coming to the dynasty every year, and paying tribute every year, what a glory, how powerful, especially the 300,000 elites of the gods and martial arts, and no one can match them." A middle-aged man walked out, bowed his hands to the sky, and paid homage to the heroic spirit of the late emperor. "This is Lu Yong, the minister of the Ministry of Industry," and said sadly, "If the late emperor did not die, now Dao." "Oh? Does the Minister of Industry think that Dao is now the dusk of the setting sun, and is about to usher in darkness, the end of the day?" Chu Yuan was condescending, his eyes suddenly fell on Lu Yong. Lu Yong is also not a good person, but a person of the Prime Minister. When the Prime Minister rebelled, he took all the resources of the Ministry of Industry and joined the Daqian dynasty. He has already recorded this account. This minister never said that. His meaning is that if the first emperor is here, the 4 countries headed by Daqian will never dare to have 2 hearts. Although your Majesty is very talented, but you are still young, and at this critical time, your minister is afraid. After being scolded by Chu Yuan, Lu Yong was shocked by the title of Supreme Humane, and he quickly explained, but obviously the more the explanation, the worse it was. "What you mean is that if the previous emperor was here, you would have no second thoughts, and swear to be loyal to the emperor to the death, but now that I have ascended the throne, the government and the opposition are in turmoil, and people's minds have changed. Without absolute control, you also think that Dao will be destroyed, and the final end will be to destroy the country, so you, Minister of Industry, are also thinking about a way out?" Chu Yuan's words were sharp, and every sentence was difficult. With these 3 years of memory, he already knew who was the loyal minister and who was the traitor. I. Lu Yong was also frightened. He never expected that Chu Yuan would express his inner thoughts in every word, sweating profusely, and he quickly knelt down. "This minister has absolutely no, that's what you mean, your Majesty, Saint Cha. Although he is also a supernatural powerhouse, Chu Yuan is the emperor. The emperor is dignified, not angry but powerful, and also holds a force that is absolutely loyal to the royal family. Now that Dao has not been destroyed, the thin and dead camel is bigger than a horse. If he dares to reveal his treasonous heart at this time, the Prime Minister will not be able to save him." "You mean I'm not good enough to be the emperor, so I don't deserve to be the emperor?" Chu Yuan pressed his words. "Your Majesty, Lu Yonghe has absolutely no intention of this. He is absolutely loyal to Dao and to your Majesty." When Li Yun saw that Chu Yuan went to court, he gave them a slap in the face and said, "The 6 departments belong to the Prime Minister, and Lu Yong's loyal minister is the Prime Minister's loyal monarch. There was also a specious expression on Xuanhuan's face. The old minister followed the previous emperor to found the country. He has been the prime minister for 30 years, and he is naturally loyal to the emperor. Li Yunhe and the others naturally heard the meaning behind it, and his face sank. He also did not expect that today's Xuanhuan would be so difficult to deal with. He originally thought he was just a small emperor, and he would be panicked if he took over this big mess. With a little intimidation, it should be easy to control the little emperor. I didn't expect that the little emperor's words were so sharp. If it wasn't for his scheming, he really thought that he had leaked the rumors and leaks. And today's Xuanhuan is completely different from the past. Although Xuanhuan was very assertive in the past, there was still a sense of immaturity, but today he felt a palpitation, and the second emperor seemed to be a different person. But unfortunately, the emperor in front of them had crossed over. And it was reborn from 3 years later. The transmigrators are reborn. Pack. Continue to dress me up. Xuanhuan's heart is cold. Since he has had these 18 years of experience, he has not been so kind. Option 1, the court will continue, listen to what the ministers and workers have to say, and reward 100 fate points. Option 2, just pretend to be compulsive and leave the court immediately, leave a handsome back, and reward 100 fate points. #C4 indemnity for ceding land. Continue to stay in the courtroom. Without a second thought, Xuanhuan continued to stay in the court and sat firmly on the throne. He naturally wanted to listen to what these loyal ministers had to say to him, watch them perform well, and just left, leaving them with a back. Wouldn't he want to disappoint them? This forced him to keep pretending. Ding. The host makes a choice and gets 100 fate points. The prime minister can be said to be the founding elder of the country. He and the generals followed the late emperor to fight in the north and south, and made great achievements. Now that the late emperor has collapsed, my great martial arts are in turmoil. It is when the situation of the court is unstable. Today is the first time I, the new emperor of Great Wu, have met with all the monarchs and courtiers, and I want to hear the voices of all the ministers. Xuanhuan sat high on the throne, and the expression in his eyes was extremely profound. Suddenly, a smile appeared on his face. It was a familiar scene, which completely matched his memory. He was blinded everywhere, and he sold the Dao dynasty step by step. But how could his empire be sold? Report to the Holy One. A middle-aged man walked out and cupped his hands high, and it was the minister of the ministry who said, I am a great warrior, and I am a divine warrior army, and my defeat is also a divine warrior army. The 300,000 elites were suddenly destroyed, like a scourge. Just the aftermath of appeasement cost the treasury. There is a large amount of gold and silver in the middle, and now the Ministry of Household has been in short supply, and it is more critical that there are frequent natural disasters in various places today, and there are too many places to spend. Xuanhuan nodded slightly. The 300,000 elites of the divine martial arts swept everything, but Dao's army of several million, half of the financial revenue and expenditure every year to support this army, the cost is extremely large. Not only that, the late emperor and 300,000 elites died on Hundang Mountain in an extremely bizarre way. There are all kinds of rumors among the people, saying that my great martial arts offended the gods and encountered the condemnation of the gods. There are also various nursery rhymes, through the mouth of children. Spreading the word, let alone seeing the confusion, is an ominous sign. Not only is the situation turbulent, but people's hearts are even more scattered, they all think. The minister who spoke this time was the Minister of Rights. What do you think? Since you don't dare to say it, then I will tell you for you. They all think that I have exhausted my martial spirit, the building will collapse, and the country will soon be wiped out. Xuanhuan said coldly, nursery rhymes? Rumors, these are just deliberately spread by someone with a heart, wanting to disturb the people's hearts and commit treason behind the scenes. I think some of the ministers have a clearer mind than me. Spreading rumors should be treated as rebellion, and the old minister is willing to lead troops and horses to investigate. Xuanhuan Qingyun said lightly. Are you going to investigate? I really thought I didn't know that this rumor was spread behind the scenes by you and the Prime Minister, asking you to go, not meet buns beating dogs, and never coming back. No need, as long as the situation in Dao is stable, the rumors will be self-defeating. Xuanhuan waved his hand. Prime Minister, you should have something to tell me. The old minister does have something to say. Li Yun walked out. The domestic unrest can take some time to be suppressed, but the external crisis is not so easy to solve. The millions of troops of the Dacian dynasty have already sent troops to the border of Nanjun, the border of Dao, and are always ready to attack the city and break through the border. If the southern border is broken, millions of troops will drive straight in, and they will be under the imperial city within a few months. In 3 years of memory, the general and the prime minister colluded with De Qian, making De Wuxiangwen a fake. Xuanhuan has been defending in the imperial city for several years, fighting to the death. Otherwise, Shikoku can't easily break into Dao. The Dacian dynasty has already moved its troops, but the 3 kingdoms of Dalu, Dasheng, and Daji are also actively dispatching troops. In the opinion of an old minister, once the southern border passes, these 3 kingdoms will also be like wolves and tigers. The national strength cannot be resisted. Xuanhuan Qingyun also said. Dao, Dacian, Dalu, Dasheng, Daji 5 kingdoms. Originally, Dao was the most powerful, but now it should be the strongest, but the camel was bigger than a horse, and Dao's national strength was by no means a country could swallow. They moved troops at this time, because Xuanhuan was young and Dao had an unstable foundation, and they wanted to completely eat this huge empire. What are the best strategies for the general and the prime minister? Xuanhuan said slowly, the light in his eyes getting colder. So now there is only one way. Li Yun cleared his throat, looked at Xuanhuan Qingyun and said, a few days ago, the embassy of Dacian came to the capital, and they formally negotiated, asking Dao to cede the 3 counties of Qingyang, Heiyang, Quanyang and Shuahua, Anping and the 15th government, and compensation of 300 million army salaries. This is their letter of credentials. If your majesty refuses to cede, it will be a letter of war. And they have already promised that if his majesty is willing to cede, he promises that he will never launch troops against the southern border within a year. After Li Yun finished speaking, Xuanhuan Qingyun also immediately said, if you can get a year to rest and recuperate, even if you cede the 3 counties and 15 houses, it will be fine to take it back in the future. Option 1. Accept the credentials of the Great Chong dynasty, agree to cede the 3 counties and 15 houses, pay 300 million in indemnity, obtain 100 fate points, and complete the achievement of the land requisition compensation. Remarks, equipment land reparation indemnity. Each time the land ceded land indemnity can be reduced 10% compensation. Option 2. Do not cede land, do not pay indemnity, refuse to cede the 3 counties and 15 mansions, pay 300 million in indemnity, obtain 100 fate points, and complete the achievement Hard Chi Indomitable. Remarks, equip Hard Chi Indomitable, obtain Hard Chi Gong, and directly enhance defense power. 2 choices appeared in front of Xuanhuan again. This is your best strategy? Cease land and pay indemnity? Where is your backbone? It is impossible for me to cede land and pay indemnity, and sign any agreement to lose power and humiliate the country in exchange for a mere year's peace. Relying on the breath of others, my Dao has never ceded land and paid compensation since the first emperor established the country, and there will be no such thing in the future. Precedent. Xuanhuan suddenly stood up, his whole body emitting thunder, and the title of Supreme Humanity made His Majesty at the moment impossible to look directly at. There is no such thing as ceding land and indemnity, and if he is killed, he will not sign this agreement. The host makes a choice, completes the second choice, does not cede land and does not pay indemnity, completes the achievement and is unyielding. At this point, the sound of the system prompt sounds. Xuanhuan used this hard qigong to build an invisible circular, protective shield with his own mana. He stood and let the third-level soul-forging person beat him, but he couldn't break his defense at all. It was as hard as iron. At this time, Xuanhuan's stern voice also caused Xuanhuan Qingyun and Li Yun to lose their minds. They didn't expect that Xuanhuan would be so tough, not even thinking about it. If Xuanhuan dared to show even the slightest hesitation, they would press it step by step, using various means to make Xuanhuan sign an agreement to cede land and pay indemnity. Li Yun immediately said, "Your Majesty, if the Dacian dynasty moves its troops to the south, then we will not only face one country, but 4 countries. Only by ceding the 3 counties and 15 mansions in exchange for temporary peace is the wisest choice." "Then let's fight," Xuanhuan said. "If I lose the Xuanwu Legion, I'm afraid that my Dao dynasty is not an opponent of the Dacian dynasty. At that time, life will be ruined." Xuanhuan Qingyun frowned. "General, are you afraid and have no confidence? Or you have already joined the Great Qian dynasty and want to sell my Great Wu dynasty for your own best interests?" Xuanhuan burst out with supreme imperial power, and the human emperor's sword clattered loudly. At this moment, it was like a human emperor descending, staring at Xuanhuan Qingyun and activating his title, "Answer me, Xuanhuan Qingyun." This. Even Xuanhuan Qingyun faced this imperial power. His spirit was turbulent at this time, his face was gloomy, and he snorted coldly, "Old minister dare not, if your majesty wants to fight, the minister will dare to fight." "That's good," Xuanhuan said. "There is one more thing, the envoys of the Dacian dynasty are already outside the Xuanwu Hall, waiting for his majesty to receive them." Li Yun obviously did not give up, such a traitorous minister, his heart can be punished. Option 1, immediately meet the envoys and get 100 fate points. Choose 2 and 3 days later to meet with the envoys, show the majesty of the Son of Heaven and the Holy One, and obtain 100 fate points. Choose 3, expel them directly from the Dao imperial capital and gain 100 fate points. #C5 The Majesty of the Emperor. I already know that I will meet the envoys of the Dacian dynasty in this Xuanwu temple 3 days later. Xuanhuan made a choice. Ding. The host makes the second choice and gets 100 fate points. Fate point surplus, 1400 points. I'm meeting in 3 days, I'm afraid it's inappropriate, right? Li Yun frowned, still a little unwilling, and said, "Dacian's envoys have been waiting outside the hall for a long time, delaying them for 3 days, I am afraid it will cause their dissatisfaction. After all, the situation is turbulent now, and the southern border will be open at any time. Swordsman, I suggest meeting him immediately." The minister also feels inappropriate. The general and the prime minister, the 2 powerful ministers, immediately made their voices heard. If he were an ordinary emperor, he would have been unable to withstand the pressure and immediately received the envoys. "There's nothing wrong with that, the envoys came here just to ask me to cede the land and pay indemnity, and I know their intentions, but I can tell you that this is absolutely impossible. If the general and the prime minister are still dissatisfied, after the 2 of you have retired, you can discuss with them yourself, and I will not care." Xuanhuan sneered, how could he be controlled by these 2 people? He had known for a long time that the 2 had rebelled, and now they just wanted to nibble on his interests step by step. The emperor took turns to do it. Even if Dao collapsed, not only would their family not collapse, but they would eat their brains full of fat. He had already experienced this kind of trick. Xuanhuan waved his hand, and Eunuch Wei hurriedly said, "Retreat. Today our second majesty is different from before." Above the court, when they saw Xuanhuan, who turned and left, Li Yun's old face was gloomy. In today's confrontation, they did not take advantage of it at all, but were suppressed everywhere. There are hints in every sentence of his words. Do you know that we have colluded with the Dacian dynasty? Humph. He is just a 16-year-old little emperor. Even if he knows some rumors, there is no conclusive evidence. Xuanhuan Qingyun snorted coldly and said, what if he knows? Without 300,000 elites of divine and martial arts, what can we use to fight against us? Now we are afraid of him, because we are afraid of Tiao and a group of people who are loyal to the emperor. He took down the throne and allowed this little doll to be arrogant and presumptuous in front of us? It's not that we don't want to be loyal to the monarch, but that we have exhausted our great martial qi and suffered divine scourge. When it's time to destroy, the four-nation coalition can't stand it, and if we resist to the end, it will only leave you and me dead without a place to die. Li Yun said lightly, if he is honest and follows our design, he can still be an emperor for a few years, and have a good life for a few years. If he does everything right, don't blame us for destroying this great Wu dynasty and supporting him. A dynasty. How many dynasties have changed in this land over the past few hundred years, but the family of you and me can always stand. The chaotic flowers are becoming more and more attractive to the eyes. Although the flowers are beautiful, they are always short-lived, and they will wither after all the fires of war. After Xuanhuan retreated from the dynasty, he did not pull a cart from 9 dragons, but returned on foot and came to the imperial garden of the royal family. In the building that covers an area of 100 acres, all kinds of exotic flowers and plants are planted. The exotic flowers are blooming, the fragrance is full of fragrance, and it is extremely beautiful. But 3 years later, Xuanhuan saw with his own eyes that the imperial garden was reduced to ruins. Your Majesty is very elegant. A voice came to Xuanhuan's ears, with a playful meaning. Xuanhuan frowned slightly, he turned around, it was a young man in golden armor, his face was mocking, and there was no respect for Jun at all. Shang Guanyun. Xuanhuan's face was expressionless. Yuan garden, you can set foot on it without my will? Wei Chen is the captain of the Forbidden Army, and at the command of the general, he personally protects His Majesty from being persecuted by traitors. Shang Guanyun was unmoved. Where is your Majesty? The minister will be there. I want to go back to Shenyang Palace to rest. You want to follow too? Xuanhuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Protecting your Majesty is the responsibility of Wei Chen. Shang Guanyun said. Option 1, as if he didn't see it, let Shang Guanyun continue to follow him and reward him with 100 fate points. Choose 2, the next imperial decree, let Shang Guanyun retire, and reward 100 fate points. Get out. Xuanhuan said sharply. Ding. The host made the second choice, got 100 fate points, and the remaining 1,500 points. Your Majesty has a decree, and General Shangguan should not step down quickly, so as not to catch sight of His Majesty's long way and make His Majesty displeased. Eunuch Wei was able to serve the 2 emperors by observing words and expressions, knowing that Xuanhuan was already very unhappy at this time. This is the military order of the general. The military order is as heavy as a mountain and cannot be violated. Unless Wei Chen dies, please forgive me. Shang Guanyun is the nephew of Shangguan Qingyun. This time, he was ordered to monitor the second emperor's every move. How could he obey the order to retire obediently to this Majesty, who has no dignity? Option 1, educate Shang Guanyun with great principles. The Son of Heavens will is above everything else, the Emperor is loyal to the Emperor, not the general. Educate Shang Guanyun, reward 100 fate points, complete achievements, be eloquent, remark, and equipped with good words. Debate enhances eloquence and overwhelms everything with the mouth. Choice 2, since he is going to die, then send him to death. The majesty of the Emperor cannot be violated. Those who violate it will surely die. If the king wants his ministers to die, he will have to die. Reward 100 fate points, and complete the achievement of the majesty of the Emperor. 10%. But Chu Yuan shook his head. It was useless to educate him with great truth, he could only let him die. Xuanhuan, you are very good, it seems that you no longer have this majesty in your eyes. Chu Yuan looked at Xuanhuan indifferently. The military order must not be violated, and you will not listen to my will. Since this is the case, I can only give you one death. What? Your Majesty wants to kill me. Xuanhuan's face changed slightly. I am the captain of the Imperial Army, and even His Majesty can't just kill me. He no longer took the second emperor in his eyes very much. With the mere cultivation base of the Tongmei realm, the most loyal Shenwu Legion was completely destroyed, and the rest of the legion was mostly controlled by the general. I am your Majesty Dao, your god, if you want to die, you have to die. Chu Yuanqiu was at the 4th level of Forging Soul, wearing the human emperor sword, and his strength reached the 4th level of Yuanshan. This Xuanhuan Kai was only the 1st level of Yuanshan cultivation. The sword of the emperor was suddenly pulled out, triggering a big thunderbolt technique, and the sudden burst of powerful supreme majesty rolled towards Xuanhuan and pressed him. Pfft! Suffering this kind of pressure, even Xuanhuan couldn't bear it. He knelt down suddenly, with a look of horror in his eyes, and said in fear, your cultivation base. I give you to die. Chu Yuanren Huangjian waved, and Xuanhuan's head flew out with a swipe, and the blood column sprayed and splashed on the flowers and plants, making it even more bewitching. And the head he rolled out was full of fear, unwillingness, and doubts. His dignified Yuanshan 1st level Imperial Guard colonel would be beheaded with a single sword. Seeing the dead Xuanhuan, Chu Yuan's expression did not change. Although he had come from across the world, he had integrated the memories of this world for 18 years. Instead, he had a kind of excitement, a bloodthirsty excitement. Strength is respected, and the strong is king. Without strength, even if you are the emperor, others will not look down on you. He became the emperor, how could Xuanhuan be presumptuous in front of him? The general's men should all die. When the emperor must have the temperament to kill everything. Ding! The host makes a choice, kills Xuanhuan, obtains 100 fate points, and completes the achievement of the emperor's prestige. The remaining fate points, 1,600 points. The wonderful sound of the system rang out. However, this Xuanhuan cloud is still very good. Bringing the head up not only allowed Chu Yuan to get 200 fate points, but also allowed him to complete the achievement of the Emperor's Majesty. Eunuch Wei, take care of this, return Xuanhuan's head to the general, and tell him that Xuanhuan was given death by me. Chu Yuan raised his brows, didn't take a look at Xuanhuan's corpse, and walked towards Shenyang Palace. He remembered that when he turned on the fate selection system, there was a chance to draw a random lottery that was not used up. #C6 Great Phagocytosis. Shenyang Palace is the place where the emperor rests and cultivates. It is quiet and tight. Start random lottery. Chu Yuan just expressed his willingness to draw a lottery, and suddenly a huge roulette light screen appeared in front of his eyes, with a pointer, constantly spinning on various rewards. Has the host decided to draw a lottery? The system asked. Lottery. Chu Yuan didn't hesitate. The lottery starts, please wait patiently. The lottery is uncertain. You may draw a treasure of the highest level, a supernatural power, or you may draw a treasure of ordinary quality, useless garbage. As the sound of the system prompt sounded, Chu Yuan's eyes were fixed on the rapidly rotating pointer. After about 10 seconds, the speed began to slow down. Big gold bricks. Great sword. Holy flame armor. Steps in 10 directions. Delicious jelly beans. Big Adan. The pointers turned from the rewards one by one. Chu Yuan was nervous and looking forward to it. If he drew the garbage mentioned by the system, it would not be a wasted opportunity. Is it a brick? Xuanhuan's expression changed when he saw that the pointer was about to stop on a slab, but fortunately, it turned again at the moment when it finally stopped. Ding! After completing the lottery, the host has obtained the Great Devouring Technique. Remarks: the Great Devouring Technique is the 3000 avenues. All things in the world have their origins. If you practice the Great Devouring Technique and devour the source of all things, you can be the Great Devouring Body. Host gets the title, Son of Devouring, upgradable. The Son of Swallowing, the swallowing speed is accelerated. Xuanhuan had just done the phagocytosis, and suddenly a majestic force was injected into the phagocytosis, and a strong suction force emerged. Forging Soul 5 layers. As soon as he learned the Great Devouring Technique, Xuanhuan's cultivation increased to the 5th level of soul refinement. I still have 1,600 fate points, and I can use them to enhance my cultivation. Ding! Fate point was immediately deducted 1,500 points. Forging Soul 6th layer. Forging Soul 7th layer. Eightfold soul refinement. The 3rd level realm has risen again. Xuanhuan clenched his palm tightly, and the explosive power surged around in the body. Although he spent only 100 points of fate this time, he knew that cultivation was the most important thing. Now my strength is comparable to that of the US god Ye. Xuanhuan enjoyed the growth of this power. He must now allow himself to break through to the primordial spirit realm as soon as possible. As long as you reach the primordial spirit realm, with the human emperor sword, you can have the powerful combat power of the divine ability realm. The system store opens. His eyes fell on the primary healing potion. Primary healing potion. Under the spirit peeping realm, any injury, including soul wounds, can be healed, and it takes 100 fate points to exchange. Unbelievable. Absolutely against the sky. Under the peeping god realm, any injury can be cured. This kind of magic medicine cannot be found in the 5 kingdoms. It is equivalent to having a second life, and more importantly, only 100 fate points are needed, and there is nothing cheaper than this. It takes 500 for him to raise a realm. Change it, you must change it. Swish. A bottle of green potion suddenly appeared in his hand. However, he is not injured but does not need to take medicine, so he keeps it in his hands and uses it when he needs it. He opened his attribute panel again at this time. Name, Xuanhuan. Status, Emperor Dao. Gongfa, Human Emperor Sutra. Realm, Eightfold Soul Refinement. Equipment, Emperor Sword, no superior. Magical powers, Great Lightning, Great Devouring. Title, Supreme Humanity, Lightning Controller, Son of Devouring, upgradable. Fatal point, 0. The current main line, destroy the Great Cheng dynasty within 3 years, the Alliance of the Nations, if completed, the reward? The failure was ashes. Destiny point is good, but it's too fast to use. Xuanhuan sighed with emotion. If he had tens of thousands of fate points, he would have raised himself to the primordial spirit realm long ago. Today, he went to court once and made so many choices to get a mere 600 fate points. It's really not enough. In the past, hard qigong was not considered a supernatural power, it can only be said to be a martial skill. It seems that every time I learn one of the 3000 avenues, I can obtain a title, and each title has extremely powerful attributes. Xuanhuan looked at his attribute panel, smiled slightly, and was still very satisfied. As long as he made choices one after another, he could get more fate points. Without the fate point, during these 3 days, Xuanhuan could only honestly cultivate on his own. Your Majesty, it's time for you to go to court. Eunuch Wei's voice came. In the martial arts dynasty, the strong are respected, everyone needs to practice, and there is no need to go to court every day. And today is the day when Xuanhuan summoned the Dacian envoys. He was dressed in a black imperial robe, pitch black as blood, with a deep majesty, and walked out slowly at this time, with a smile on his face. I haven't inspired any choice for 3 days, as expected. If I don't go to the court that day, I won't. It will inspire follow-up choices. It is indeed a god-level fate selection system. It seems that there are 100 fate points each time, but the future development is completely different. His Majesty. Wei Gongzi looked at Xuanhuan. When it touched his eyes, it was like an abyss, and he suddenly held his head and screamed, "My head hurts." The origin of the soul. Xuanhuan saw a crystal-colored airflow pouring into his soul, and suddenly the great devouring technique started running wildly, absorbing all Eunuch Wei's primordial spirit. What a domineering big swallowing technique. Although Eunuch Wei is not a master of supernatural powers, he is also at the 10th level of Yuanshan. If I look at him, Yuanshan will be sucked away. Xuanhuan accidentally discovered the magical effect of the great devouring technique, and his mood became more and more joyful. "Let's go, Eunuch Wei." "Yes, Your Majesty." Eunuch Wei no longer dared to look into Xuanhuan's eyes. It was like an abyss that could not be seen to the end, which was awe-inspiring. Inside the Temple of God. 100 officials go to court. Xuanhuan Qingyun's face was particularly gloomy. Just 3 days ago, Xuanhuan Yun's corpse was sent to the general's mansion, saying what it was for death, but he didn't know, Xuanhuan Yun was acting on his will, and he must have offended Xuanhuan and killed it for him. This little emperor's wrist is very strong. Long live my emperor! Long live! Seeing Xuanhuan sitting on the throne, the civil and military minister shouted long live. Everyone's family is flat. At this time, Xuanhuan practiced the great devouring technique. Looking at his eyes, some people with weaker cultivation felt that their primordial spirits were shaking, and finally fell on Xuanhuan Qingyun, and said indifferently, "General, his face was very ugly. The old minister has made some mistakes in his practice, and his body is a little uncomfortable." Xuanhuan Qingyun said coldly. "Since the general is unwell, I allow you to take a leave of absence and leave. When you are in good health, you will come to the court. Now that you are worried about internal and external troubles, you need to share more with the general." Xuanhuan said. "It's just a little mess, it doesn't matter, I'll trouble Your Majesty to worry." Xuanhuan Qingyun was also an old fox, and he was already arguing with Xuanhuan, and said again, "The embassy of Daqian has been waiting outside the hall. This time, His Majesty is going to meet them. Last time, the embassy was very unhappy and almost left. The Imperial city has caused serious trouble." "Xian," Xuanhuan said. Xian Daqian's envoys enter the hall. #C7 No peace, no ceding land, no compensation. The envoy of the Daqian dynasty has arrived. The officials quietly transmitted their voices, and their faces were solemn. 3 months ago, Dao was still the leader of the 5 kingdoms, but the world was turned upside down overnight. Today's Daqian is the most powerful of the 5 kingdoms. This made the officials have mixed feelings, and the situation changed too fast. The ambassador of the great potential is here. Soon a group of people walked into the Shenwu Hall. A group of guards wearing silver fish scale armors were all majestic and had reached the cultivation level of soul-forging realm, guarding a young man walking in front. Wearing golden scale armor, this young man is arrogant, his head is raised high, there is a dragon's prestige spreading, the golden light is refracted, and his cultivation base has reached the 9th level of Yuanshan. This is the 7th prince of Daqian, Lingyi, who is only 25 years old this year. He is the genius of the 9th level of the Yuanshan. Although he is not the prince, his mother is the queen of the dynasty, and he shares the same father and mother as the prince of Daqian. Brother, the future crown prince will be the most trusted real power prince. When Baiguan saw Lu Yi, the 7th prince of Daqian, he sighed that this son was fierce, and immediately realized that the Daqian dynasty had sent a heavyweight. You are the second emperor of Dao today, Xuanhuan. After Lin Yi came to the court, looking at Xuanhuan, he did not show any respect. Instead, his expression was light, and he did not even do the most basic etiquette. Bold, seeing today's sage actually calling him by his first name, presumptuous. Eunuch Wei said angrily, "Don't kneel down quickly." Haha, this prince came here with His Majesty's holy will this time, and it represents my great emperor, His Majesty, there is no reason to kneel. Lin Yi laughed and didn't take Xuanhuan in his eyes. Besides, you and I are both dynasties, and their status is no worse than anyone else's, but your current national strength is far less than my great potential. Is there a group of barbarians in the big dive? I'm afraid I don't know how to write the word etiquette. Xuanhuan's eyes were like electricity. Humph. Little Emperor Dao, this prince was waiting outside this Xuanhuan temple 3 days ago, and you actually delayed me for 3 days, which made my Deqian envoys very dissatisfied and very angry, and wanted to calm my anger. Will. Lin Yi was awe-inspiring. Oh? Then what are you going to do? Xuanhuan said. Nonsense, this prince won't tell you any more. This time I brought Emperor Daqian's credentials, which has all the requirements of my Daqian. You can sign it to keep your Dao in peace for a year, otherwise, then see you in battle. As Lin Yi spoke, a fish scale guard beside him handed over a package of credential documents. Read. Xuanhuan did not take it, but asked Eunuch Wei to open it. The Second World of Great Wu. Eunuch Wei changed his face abruptly when he saw the contents of the national letter, and did not dare to read it any further. It's okay, just go read it. Xuanhuan waved his hand. Yes, Your Majesty. Eunuch Wei took a deep breath and continued, Emperor of Chu, the second Emperor of Dao, I am deeply saddened by the sudden death of the first Emperor of Dao, Heiyang, Quanyang. The 3 counties and 15 houses are bounded, divide Daqian, and compensate 300 million spar, and I hope Dao can marry a princess to my Daqian, and have a relationship with a prince. Emperor Chu of Great Wu too is willing to sign this letter of credentials, and I hereby promise that there will be no swordsmen and soldiers on the border within a year, and the other 3 kingdoms will not invade. What? The land is ceded and the indemnity and the pro. A great shame, this is a great shame. My Dao has always used martial arts as a totem since the founding of the country. How did I ever cede land for reparations and kisses? If you sign this credential, the first emperor will die. When the officials in the hall heard the contents of this national letter, they caused a great uproar. It's just outright humiliation. If you sign it, you will really lose your power and humiliate the country and become a joke. Choose one, agree to cede land and make indemnity and relatives, reward 100 fate points, complete the achievement complacency, remarks, equipment complacency to obtain the great method of the turtle's breath. The training speed bonus in the state of the turtle's breath is 10%, and its own defense is increased by 100%. Option 2, refuse to cede land and indemnity and relatives, reward 100 fate points, complete the achievement with stubbornness, remarks, be a tough person, act the toughest person, would rather die than compromise. The 2 choices suddenly appeared in front of Xuanhuan, and the light was brilliant. Kiss? Who do you want to kiss? Xuanhuan's eyes shot out 2 electric lights, gliding in the hall like an electric dragon, and his mouth made an extremely cold voice. The first emperor has 3 daughters. The eldest princess was not in Dao before the founding of the country, and has not returned for many years. As for the second princess, who was sent out of the capital by the first emperor 10 years ago, only the little princess is left, so only the little princess, Princess Chenxi, has not yet been married. Naturally, only Princess Dawn can get married. Li Yun said lightly, as if reminding Xuanhuan. There is only Princess Chenxi left in your Dao, and the prince who is close to you is the main hall. To keep your Dao safe for a year, I can only be wronged to be this prince. If I go back in the future, I will inevitably be punished by my brothers. Joke. Lin Yi looked aggrieved. Only left? What does he think of Princess Chenxi? Has the vegetable market picked out the rest of the vegetables? You guys think too much. The so-called land ceding compensation and relatives. I will not pay a piece of land, pay a penny, and will not send my sister Princess Chenxi to your great Qian dynasty. Any request from your great Qian dynasty is even more of a problem. Won't agree. Chu Yuan grabbed the Dacian national book with both hands, and directly tore the two halves. Ding! The host made the second choice, rewarded 100 fate points, and completed the achievement Iron Bone Clank. Tear up the credentials, you are going to declare war. When Lin Yi saw it, he was burning with anger. I have made a big dive and 1,000,000 troops have gathered at the southern border. Just waiting for the prince's order, the 1,000,000 troops will attack immediately, and there are also millions of soldiers and horses in the three kingdoms of Dalu, Dasheng, and Daji, and there will be countless legions rolling in the future. Come, it will only take a few months to break your great martial kingdom. Lin Yi sneered, what can you do with your arrogance? Under absolute strength, any arrogance is useless. The reason why he came here to write a national letter was to slowly erode the strength of Dao, reduce the consumption of war, and make Dao to the weakest time, but if Chu Yuan is obsessed, he can only attack hard. The four-nation coalition is absolutely unbearable, and my Dao's current national strength cannot withstand this kind of war. The general said, I also ask your majesty to think about it again, don't lose the foundation of great martial arts, because of a momentary anger. There is no problem with the indemnity of the relatives, but I think it is too much to cede 3 counties and 15 houses. How about ceding 1 county and 5 houses? What do you think of the 7th prince? Li Yundao. No less. In order to appease the other 3 countries, I have been very wronged by Deqian. Lin Yi said. It's really interesting, how about I send you and the Grand General's daughter and granddaughter to Dacian to have a relationship? Chu Yuan sneered, let's fight, Dao builds the country with force, why have you ever been afraid of it? Okay, this is what you said. When we meet again next time, it will be an army of 1,000,000 troops who will smash the Dao imperial city. Your Chu family will definitely be sacked by our Lin family and wiped out. The heads are rolling, and none of them can survive. Lin Yi laughed in anger. He did not expect that Chu Yuan would be so tough when faced with such external and internal troubles, and he would not make any compromises. Option 1, let the Dacian envoys leave, wait for the war to come, and get 100 fate points. Option 2, detain the Dacian envoys, as protons, and obtain 100 fate points. Option 3, kill the Dacian envoys, show the Dao Emperor's iron bones, declare war and gain 100 fate points. God-level choice reappears. Hashtag C8 the event ends. Wait a minute, I haven't let you go yet. After seeing the 3 choices, Chu Yuan's eyes shot fierce murderous intent, and suddenly shouted. Oh? You changed your mind and are willing to cede the land and pay for it. Lin Yi stopped and looked at Chu Yuan on the throne jokingly. I'm going to give your Emperor Deqian a gift. Chu Yuan said in a cold voice. What gift? Lin Yi was also a little confused for a while. Your head. When Chu Yuan heard Lin Ye's request to let Princess Chenxi and her relatives, there was a strong murderous surging in his heart. It was impossible to let them go, and it was impossible to keep them as protons. This was a waste of food. Killing them is king. If war is unavoidable, take the initiative to attack. My head? After Lin Yi reacted, he shouted, haha, Emperor Dao, do you want to kill this prince? Your behavior is provocation and declaring war. It's enough to kill you. Swish. Chu Yuan suddenly stood up and stepped down from the throne. His strong supreme aura erupted like a tsunami, overwhelming everyone. Humph. I heard that your cultivation is only 10 level. Lin Yi was very disdainful. Boom! Like a volcano erupting, Xuanhuan released his cultivation and reached the 8th level of soul refinement. 8th level of forging soul. After Shangguan Qingyun and Li Yun felt it, their expressions changed. They clearly remembered that a few days ago, Xuanhuan Kai was only in the state of arteries and veins. In a few days, he reached the 8th level of soul refinement. This kind of speed is too incredible. The 8th level of soul forging, you have hidden your strength. Lin Yi said in surprise, but I am the 9th level of primordial spirit, and it's still not enough. Enough, absolutely enough. While Xuanhuan was talking, a strong thunder mang surged in his hands, forming a huge thunder palm, and grabbed it towards Lin Yi. Dive into the sea. Lin Yi let out a low sigh, and he also had vicious thoughts in his heart. The two were far apart by a big realm, and Xuanhuan dared to take the initiative to attack him. If he could take the opportunity to kill the Emperor of Great Wu, wouldn't he immediately let De Wu into absolute chaos? Except for Xuanhuan, no one in Dao could inherit the throne. Immediately, his tyrannical Yuanshan burst out, like a mad dragon, coming fiercely. Big thunderbolt. This shot of Xuanhuan showed absolute power. He has two great techniques of great lightning and great origin. The title of the lightning controller makes his thunder magic power even more ferocious, and he immediately tore this line. Submerged dragon. Boom! Lin Yi fiercely shot backwards and retreated, but it turned out that he suffered a big loss. It was like the qi and blood pouring out of the river. Lin Yi himself didn't expect that he had such a huge advantage, and he didn't even take advantage of it, but he never thought that Xuanhuan would have a human emperor sword, and his realm would be increased by 1. You wanna die? Lin Yi stomped the floor with his feet, and a strong breath burst out, and his clothes burst, like a cannonball. Xuanhuan's body moved, his left hand was a big thunderbolt, his right hand was a big source, two supernatural powers. The power at this moment has completely surpassed Lin Yi. Great Heavenly Dragon Technique. Feeling the unparalleled ferocity of Xuanhuan, Lin Yi used the most powerful supernatural power of the Great Chong Dynasty, the Great Heavenly Dragon Technique. His primordial spirit was completely like a heavenly dragon, attached to him and exerted the power of this great avenue. The Great Chong Dynasty, the Peerless Secret Technique, the Great Heavenly Dragon Technique, one of the 3,000 avenues. The reason why the Daqian dynasty is stronger than Dalu, Dasheng, and Daji is not only its own national strength, but also because of the Great Heavenly Dragon Technique. Although the Daqian dynasty is also the ultimate strength of supernatural powers, it is more powerful than the 3 dynasties. The Emperor blesses the human race. My heart creates a century. The power of the immortal Emperor spreads out like an immortal light. Xuanhuan's hands actually grabbed Lin Yi's body directly. Tear. A tearing sound resounded, and then a scene that made civil and military officials feel terrible happened. Lin Yi was torn in two like a dragon, and even his body was in a bloody storm at this moment. Like 5 horses, they were torn apart directly. A master of the 9th level of Yuanshan was actually torn apart by Xuanhuan in the courtroom, in front of the civil and military officials. The other envoys of the Daqian dynasty saw this scene, and they were even more shocked and trembling. This Emperor Wu was not a weak sheep, but a fierce tiger. Even the genius of the 7th prince was torn apart by him a few times. They roared in fear, Emperor Dao, you are provoking a war between the 2 countries, which is a great shame, this is a great shame, go to war, we want to go to war. Tick-tock. With blood dripping from Xuanhuan's hands at this time, he said expressionlessly, since the war between the 2 countries is inevitable, then I will declare war, Wu Wei, kill them, and leave none of them. When a fate that does not stay is issued. In the Shenwu Hall, hundreds of ferocious guards in golden armor rushed over from all directions, beheading all the envoys, and the corpses were piled up on the ground. The Dao dynasty had 2 powers that were directly under the emperor's orders. One is the Divine Army Corps. The second is Wu Wei. The Xuanhuan Legion followed the emperor's expedition outside, while the Wu Wei guarded the imperial city within the palace. At that time, Xuanhuan was able to hold on for several years, largely relying on the Wu Wei. Although the general had control of the military power, why he was still afraid of Xuanhuan was because of the existence of Wu Wei. Eunuch Wei. Hearing Xuanhuan's voice, Eunuch Wei hurriedly called a basin of water for Xuanhuan to wash his hands. Ding. The host completes choice 3 and gets 100 fate points. Ding. The event is over, an additional 1,000 fate points will be awarded, and a random lottery will be drawn once. The beautiful voices of the two systems rang out in Xuanhuan's ears. The event ended, which surprised Xuanhuan the most. It seems that every choice is not easy. I can regard the court to the beheading of the envoys as a whole event. If I did not go to court, if I did not receive the envoys, if I did not choose to kill the envoys the core, it cannot be regarded as a complete event, and there is no additional reward. Xuanhuan was thinking about the fate selection system at this time, and he thought of some with his wisdom. Links are linked, each choice is a link in the event, which will affect the subsequent rewards. Destroy the country within 3 years. The Alliance of the Nations is the biggest event at the moment. The reward is unknown, but with the generosity of the system there will definitely be good things, and there are a series of small events in the big event. I can get it a great reward. Xuanhuan is still worrying about how to get more fate points, but now there is an extra reward for completing an event. 1,000 fate points. Compared to making all the choices in this entire incident, you will get more. He checked his fate point, and there were a total of 1,200 points, which was enough for him to raise his realm to the 10th level of soul refinement. However, what Xuanhuan was most interested in at this time was that he got another random lottery. Last time, he got the supernatural power of the Great Devouring Technique. This time, he didn't know what rewards he could get. The product produced by the system must be a high-quality product, and he will not be disappointed if he thinks about it. #C9 Big Battle. Your Majesty, it's not a good thing for the envoys to die in my Dao country. If this is passed back to the Dacian dynasty, it will be an uproar and give them a reason to attack my Dao. General Xuanhuan Qingyun frowned. In any case, he would never have thought that Xuanhuan would act so ruthlessly and decisively that he would kill the envoys above the court. A group of envoys is nothing, but it is really unwise to act in such a spirit, Your Majesty. Then the general thinks that even if I don't kill the envoys and agree to cede the land and pay indemnity and relatives, they will not attack? Xuanhuan glanced at him, his eyes cold. It seems that in the heart of the general, I still hope that I will agree to them. Request, to marry Princess Chenxi, my sister. This is just an expedient move. It's okay to sacrifice a princess, for the sake of the empire. Unfortunately, the daughters of the old minister are already married, otherwise, the old minister would also be willing to marry. Xuanhuan Qingyun was very dissatisfied, especially Xuanhuan, such an uncontrollable little emperor whose strength increased so quickly. Okay, very good. I remembered that when the 3 kingdoms of Dalu, Dasheng, and Daji also sent envoys, in order to make the general loyal to the empire, I named the general's granddaughter as a princess and a pro-princess. Xuanhuan's words were by no means a joke, even a fool could not hear them, and his tone was already very dissatisfied with the general. Xuanhuan Qingyun's face was gloomy, and he had to say more, but Li Yun gave him a wink. The great potential is going to fight, so I will accompany them to fight. This fight is inevitable. Xuanhuan slowly stepped down from the throne. Retreat. Start the lottery. In Shenyang Palace, Xuanhuan ignored the thoughts of those civil and military officials, but called out the system lottery roulette. Suddenly, in his mind, the pointer turned again. After a minute, the hands stop. Xuanhuan looked at it intently. This time it was not the 3,000 avenues, but a chapter no more than the size of a golden page, with lines on it. One-time learning talisman. With the one-time learning talisman, you can immediately learn any martial arts or knowledge, including the 3,000 avenues. It turned out to be a one-time learning talisman. Xuanhuan looked at it carefully, and suddenly burst out laughing. Haha, this one-time learning talisman is better than randomly obtaining a 3,000 avenues. My Dao Imperial family has preserved a peerless magical power, which was obtained by the first emperor. Combat skills, one of the 3,000 avenues. With this learning talisman, I can immediately learn great combat skills. The supernatural power state. Why is it called supernatural power? That is, when you arrive at this realm, you can learn all kinds of supernatural powers. Originally, with Xuanhuan's realm, he needed to reach the supernatural power realm to be able to barely learn the big battle technique, but now he doesn't need it, and he can immediately understand the essence. Back then, with the ultimate strength of the supernatural powers, the late emperor could fight even if he encountered the power of the Peeping God realm. Use a one-time learner. Without any hesitation, Xuanhuan immediately crushed the one-time learning talisman. Which magical power does the host want to learn? Note, you must have some knowledge in your mind to learn it. System said. Great battle technique. When Xuanhuan's mind came up with every move of a great battle technique, it seemed as if he had opened up the acupuncture point of wisdom, and suddenly he exuded a fighting mood, and it seemed that the sun, moon, and stars could be bombarded in battle. Ding! The host learns great fighting techniques and gets the title Battle Madman. Battle Maniac. The more you fight, the more courageous you become, the more you comprehend the 7 fighting styles, the more powerful you are in the face of the stronger enemy, the stronger your courage will be, and the unparalleled power will erupt. I got another title. Sure enough, Xuanhuan didn't expect that, every time he learned one of the 3,000 avenues, he could get a title. Improve the realm and inject 1,000 fate points. Xuanhuan said. 9th level of Forging Soul. 10 levels of Forging Souls. Consuming 1,000 fate points, Xuanhuan raised his realm to the 10th level of Forging Souls. Name, Xuanhuan. Status, Emperor Dao. Realm, Forging Soul 10 layers. Gongfa, Human Emperor Sutra. Equipment, Emperor Sword, no superior. Supernatural powers, Great Lightning, Great Devouring, Great Battle. Titles, Supreme Humanity, Lightning Controller, Son of Devouring, Upgradable, Battle Madman, Upgradable. Fatal Point, 200. The current main line, destroy the Great Cheng Dynasty within 3 years, Allied Forces of the Nations, destroy the Great General Shangguan Qingyun, Prime Minister Li Yun. If completed, the reward, the failure was ashes. Having 3 supreme avenues and a treasure like the Human Emperor Sword, even if I encounter the first level of supernatural powers, I still have the confidence to fight against it. Xuanhuan was full of confidence, and immediately said to the outside of the palace, Go, eunuch Wei, set up the Imperial study. Shenyang Palace is the place where Xuanhuan rests and cultivates. But the Imperial study room is the center of the empire, where all the affairs of the empire are handled. Since Xuanhuan is the emperor of a country, he can't waste the government. He also wants to build an immortal empire. This is Shangguan Qingyun and Li Yun's warning to me. In the Imperial study, on the chopping board in front of Xuanhuan, there are countless booklets, piled up as high as a hill, and there are also eunuchs who serve to bring them up. 1 month ago, at the western border pass, the Dala dynasty added 300,000 troops. Half a month ago, at the eastern border pass, the Dashing dynasty added 500,000 troops. 10 days ago, at the northern border, a small-scale conflict broke out between the border army and the Daji dynasty, with hundreds of casualties. The envoys were beheaded at the Shenwu temple, and the news came back to the Daqian dynasty. Daqian was furious. In just a few days, the army increased by 500,000, and the force has reached 1.5 million, and it has surrounded the southern border. The southern border is in an emergency, and an army of 1.5 million is attacking the city. There are countless news of this kind, all of which are the four countries deploying troops on the border of Dao, various conflicts, or bandits from various places. Even some memorials were secretly dissatisfied that Xuanhuan was too impulsive that day, which led to the early outbreak of the war with the Dacian dynasty. Your Majesty, the situation is dire now, which is not good. Eunuch Wei was worried. Except for the southern border pass, the other 3 border passes are just petty troubles. This is because the generals and the Prime Minister are putting pressure on me. I know their thoughts clearly, and mobilize the soldiers of the prefectural army to reinforce the southern border. The situation of a decisive battle, the more it gets to this time, the less cowardice it is. Cowardice will only make the enemy unscrupulous. Xuanhuan handled various memorials in an orderly manner. As long as the southern border is not broken, Dalu, Dasheng, and Daji will not dare to actually deploy troops. Xuanhuan said, their emperor is not a fool, knowing that Dacian has the strongest national strength, and when the 2 tigers fight, both will be hurt, in order to obtain the greatest benefit, so we must seize their hearts. Your Majesty, there is also a memorial here, which was presented by the governor of Wudu. Duke Wei said, outside the city of Wudu and within Nanshan, a group of extremely ferocious bandits appeared. They gathered to create chaos, burn, kill, loot, and loot. For the sake of disaster, even though they dispatched the government troops, they were ineffective. Instead, they lost their troops and lost their generals. At the foot of the emperor, on the edge of the imperial capital, there were ferocious bandits. This kind of scene will only appear in the last years of the dynasty. Option 1, let it go, and let this group of bandits develop. Anyway, they won't be able to break into the imperial city, they won't be able to threaten themselves, and they will gain 100 fate points. Option 2, send the forbidden army out of the city to suppress the bandits, as the emperor, sit firmly in the palace, wait for news, and get 100 fate points. Choice 3, under the feet of the emperor, in a place where the king's law is strictly enforced, no threat will be allowed to exist. Take action personally to eliminate bandit troubles and gain 100 fate points. #C10 Nanshan. This time, 3 choices appeared directly in front of Xuanhuan. The first choice is to let the bandits continue to develop. It is impossible. The emperor dares to have bandits under his feet. This is a damage to the emperor's majesty, which will make the people's hearts turbulent, and even lose their respect for the imperial power. The second option is to send the imperial army to destroy it, but it is a good choice. I will sit firmly in the palace and just wait for the news of the imperial army. But the third choice made Xuanhuan ponder, and personally suppress the bandits. There must be danger, but there will be greater gains in danger. This time the bandit. Xuanhuan tapped the desk with his fingers and said, let the imperial army do it? But I still believe in myself more. Ding. The host makes choice 3 and gets 100 fate points. Nanshan, located 100 miles away from the imperial city, has continuous mountains, miasma, and snakes, insects, rats, and ants everywhere. Steep mountain ranges can be seen everywhere, and it is difficult for even a flying master of the primordial spirit to leap over Nanshan. Before Dao was established, there were many bandits in Nanshan. However, when Dao founded the country, the first emperor led the army of Shenwu to destroy all of them. It has been decades. Nanshan. Xuanhuan came to Nanshan and looked at the mountains shrouded in clouds and mist. There are no major roads in Nanshan, only rugged trails. When Xuanhuan walked in, there was a strong smell of blood in his nose with the wind, and he could see corpses from time to time on the mountain. The clothes on these corpses are very ordinary, and their cultivation is not high. Most of them are for nourishing the body. They should be some hunters who were killed by bandits and discarded here at will. There are many wild beasts in Nanshan, and some small villages are located here. However, with the arrival of this group of vicious bandits, many villages have been slaughtered. It has long been empty, and there are abandoned ruins everywhere. The chaos at the foot of my Dao Imperial city must be eradicated. Xuanhuan looked at the second seal of his human sovereign sword. 699.95 million/billion. Before, the human emperor sword was still short of 300 million sentient beings' willpower, but now it is still tens of thousands less. The will of all beings is changing all the time. Every time someone rebels or dies, the will of all beings will be reduced accordingly, the system reminded. Xuanhuan knew that if he became a bandit or established himself as a king, he would not belong to the Dao dynasty, and it would be impossible for him to provide him with the power of all sentient beings. Yo! Someone has climbed the mountain again. It's still a young boy. Does he also want to come to suppress the bandits? Watch me take off his head and hang it on the cottage. This Nanshan is now our territory. Suddenly, at this moment, more than a dozen majestic and burly men rushed out from a mountain road. They were fierce and vicious. They were all desperate characters who licked blood on the edge of the knife and surrounded Xuanhuan in the middle. If you want to go to Nanshan, there are only a few mountain roads, and the other places are cliffs, so it is a place that is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Haha, Scorpion, don't try to chop off someone's head, you'll scare him to death. A big man said gloomily, it's not good to frighten him. The past 2 days have been boring, so I took him back. I just happened to see a new set of punishments recently, and I used a knife on him. Viper, you're still ruthless, it's not better to give him a stab at it. The big man known as the Scorpion said, but it's up to you, just have fun. Hey boy, if you fall into the hands of my Viper, it will make your life worse than death. I will cut thousands of knives on your body, blood will flow out, sprinkled with honey, and the mosquitoes in Nanshan will be nailed to you. It's going to be fun. The Viper smiled and walked towards Xuanhuan step by step. The primordial spirit realm? Xuanhuan ignored the conversation between Viper and Scorpion, but felt a little surprised by their cultivation. This is no ordinary bandit. Cultivation of 6 realms, self-cultivation, channeling, soul strengthening, primordial spirit, supernatural powers, and peeping spirit. The primordial spirit realm is already the 4th realm of cultivation. If you let go of the great martial arts, you can also be a captain of the Forbidden Army, and you will be a guest in any family. How can you be willing to become a bandit? Option 1. Kill the bandits in front of you and get 100 fate points. Option 2. Let them go, ignore them, check the facts directly, and get 100 fate points. Option 3. Disguise strength, pretend to be caught by them, then fight back and get 100 fate points. Is this kid scared and stupid? Seeing that Xuanhuan was silent, the Viper asked. Viper, don't waste your time. The last time Dao sent the government troops, if we hadn't been prepared and let them suffer a big loss, I don't know when, then the second emperor would send more troops again to go into the mountains to destroy them. Us? Scorpion urged. Haha, we will kill as many people as the second emperor dares to send. We know all their actions well. The Viper laughed loudly, his palm was already grabbing towards Xuanhuan at this time, very flexible, like a poisonous snake. And I am the second emperor in your mouth. Xuanhuan human sovereign sword had to be pulled out, and suddenly the sword light flashed, the sharp long sword slashed on the Viper's face, a bloodstain appeared, and his body actually broke from the middle. You killed the Viper. Scorpion was terrified and furious. He and Viper were both masters of the 1st level of Yuanshan, and they were killed by a single sword. Thinking of what he just said, he was shocked. You are Emperor Dao. Xuanhuan's eyes were cold and stern, and the human sovereign sword slashed out a sword light dozens of meters long, together with scorpions, swish, swish, and the waists of these dozen bandits split at the same time, slashing in unison. Ding! The host completes choice 1 and gets 100 fate points. After killing these robbers, Xuanhuan snorted, and he was already dozens of meters away. The rugged mountain road seemed to have no effect on him at all. The human sovereign sword on his waist rattled loudly. This was a unique attribute of the human sovereign sword, and he could feel the breath of the human race. With this feeling, Xuanhuan had reached the depths of Nanshan after half an hour. What a strong bloody smell! Xuanhuan frowned, the blood was already strong enough to linger. Following the smell of blood, he looked for it, and suddenly saw a huge pothole under a cliff. There were thousands of corpses that had been stripped of their armor, densely piled up at random. From the traces left by these corpses, Zhou Yun can recognize that this is the government soldier. In addition to the Shenwu Legion and the establishment of the Wu Wei, Dao also had millions of Imperial guards stationed in the Imperial city, border troops guarding the border, and within each county and each house, there were also county soldiers, government soldiers, and so on. This is the military soldier of Wudu Prefecture. Wudu is the capital of the Great Wu Kingdom. Although the government soldiers did not have the combat power of the Forbidden Army, thousands of government soldiers were formed in one battalion, but they were all beheaded by a group of bandits, which was almost impossible. It's no wonder that the governor of Wudu wanted to go up and ask the Forbidden Army to step in, and 1,000 soldiers of the government died. This is indeed not a group of ordinary bandits. Xuanhuan sneered. The primordial spirit realm can control one battalion, and the first battalion has about 4 or 5 masters of the primordial spirit realm. Where can so many masters suddenly appear? Can wipe out his entire battalion of soldiers. He walked vertically and horizontally, jumping between the mountains. There was someone with the Emperor sword. Xuanhuan could sense the most popular places. Suddenly, his footsteps stopped in a dense forest, and he vaguely saw the front. The front is sandwiched by 3 mountains, forming a huge and hidden tianqing, with only a narrow entrance, which is easy to defend and difficult to attack. In the pit that day, Xuanhuan was like a shadow, and with the eyes of thunder, he saw that there were thousands of people there. The army is stationed here. Option 1, turn your head and leave, the situation is unknown, and a well-trained army is definitely not alone to deal with, and get 100 fate points. Option 2, quietly write down the location, go back to dispatch troops, and get 100 fate points. Choose 3, a lone hero, go in alone, avenge 1,000 soldiers, learn the truth about these bandits, and gain 100 fate points. #C11 Meteor Bomb. Xuanhuan saw 3 choices appearing in front of him, and did not make a decision immediately, but opened the system mall. He thought that when he exchanged the primary healing potion before, he had accidentally seen something. Soon, he found it. Meteorite bomb, a rune bomb made from the exploding star core of an extraterrestrial star. It is powerful. A bomb will be destroyed within a few miles under the primordial spirit realm. It takes 400 fate points to exchange. It is this thing that can kill an army within a few miles in an instant. The tianqing in front of me is estimated to be about 1.5 miles from Xuanhuan. If there is this meteor bomb, The 400 fate points were changed, and his fate points were cleared to 0 again. Immediately, a pitch-black one could be held in one hand, like a grenade, and a meteor bomb emitting a scorching temperature appeared in his hand. Although it was not large, it was very heavy, weighing 100 pounds. The primary healing potion that can treat the soul-peeping realm only needs 100 fate points, but this bomb requires a full 400 fate points, which is really expensive. He stepped out and moved a few times, as if Da Peng had spread his wings, and fell into the tianqing. His vision gradually became clear. He could see clearly where a group of bandits were here, and it was a well-trained army. Ding! The host made the third choice and obtained 100 fate points. The current fate point surplus is 100 points. Someone broke into the camp. Who dares to break into our camp? Where is the sentry outside? Why didn't you find it? Could it be someone from the Dao court? Kill, 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 no matter who it is, whoever dares to trespass, kill without mercy. The appearance of Xuanhuan was like putting a piece of ice in a boiling oil pan, which immediately boiled. From the tent, thousands of murderous soldiers rushed out with weapons, and surrounded the intruders in the middle. Who are you? A burly man in red armor, with vigilant eyes, stared at the man's face, thinking about who this young man was. Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan's words are eloquent, and he speaks slowly, which is directly a powerful coercion, oppressing the past. Xuanhuan. But when the name was passed on, a voice exploded. A person flying in the sky quickly came to Xuanhuan, looked at him coldly, and said incredulously, Emperor Dao too, you actually left the palace. A master of supernatural powers, this person's strength has reached the first level of supernatural powers. With the first level of supernatural powers, even if it is placed in the once most elite Xuanwu Legion, it can be a small general who can lead thousands of troops. I am the Emperor Dao. When Xuanhuan spoke, it was like in ancient times, when the emperor stood on the top of the sky. He was oppressed by the supreme divine power, and said coldly, Jiang, the brave general next to King Wei Wu, it seems that the so-called bandit rebellion is only made by you. Confused, my 1,000 soldiers also died at your hands, and the soldiers are here because they want to take advantage of the chaos in the world to rush into the Imperial city to rebel. I didn't expect His Majesty to know about me, Jiang. Jiang said with a smile, it's rare that your Majesty is so bold and has investigated our layout clearly. King Wei Wu is the most powerful of the 18 princes of Dao, not only has a large number of soldiers and generals, but his own realm has reached the 10th level of supernatural powers. All Xuanji knew about Jiang was that in his memory, Jiang was the vanguard of King Wei Wu when he besieged the Imperial city. Ha ha ha, your Majesty dares to enter Nanshan without taking a person. I really admire the last commander. Jiang face was full of excitement and ecstasy. Originally, King Wei Wu's plan was to take advantage of the simultaneous attack of the four-nation coalition to enter the Imperial city and capture the emperor. I didn't expect that you would dare to appear in front of me. The credit will fall into my hands. By you, are you courting death? Xuanhuan said disdainfully. General, the last general has not yet dealt with Emperor Dao. Even if the commander-in-chief learns about his strength. A big man who had reached the primordial spirit realm walked out with a hideous expression on his face. Choose one, kill everyone, let go of anyone as a failure, get 100 fate points. Option 2, leave as soon as you bubbling, there are so many people on the other side, but you can't beat your 4 hands, how can you walk, get 100 fate points, a piece of oil on the soles of the feet. Remarks, oil on the soles of the feet increases movement speed by 100% for 1 hour. Xuanhuan looked at the big man and hooked his index finger, come here. Humph. Emperor Dao is only a 15-year-old baby. The big man was still talking, and the next moment, he rushed in front of Xuanhuan, and 2 huge watermelon hammers appeared in his hands, heavy as Mount Tai, and slammed down. Don't kill him, save his life, I will take him to see King Wei Wu. Jiang words just said, his face suddenly changed. Just as the big man rushed in front of Xuanhuan, a palm appeared on his head was broken in a strange way, and his whole body fell limply to the ground. Dead. Jiang was stunned, how is it possible? King Wei Wu said that your realm is not good enough, even if you have royal secrets, you have the power to forge the soul. Your intelligence is too backward. Xuanhuan said. Encircle him, don't let the Emperor Dao Tu run away. If he is captured alive, no one of the great generals will inherit the throne. The change of dynasty is just around the corner. We all have merits from the dragon, and the emperor will be worshipped just around the corner. Jiang Ying shouted, if they can occupy the Dao Imperial city, he will be the hero of the founding of the country and enjoy the merits of the world. Immediately, 3,000 troops rushed out of the barracks and surrounded Xuanhuan. I send you to heaven. Xuanhuan saw a total of 3,000 troops surrounded him, gathered within half a mile of the surrounding area, and a slight smile appeared on his face. As soon as he pushed his hand, sparks flashed, and an iron ball smaller than a fist landed at his feet. With him as the center, a breath of purple gunpowder filled the air. Under the control of Xuanhuan's mind, this meteor bomb exploded. The speed was fast, and there was no delay at all. The blasting sparks in the sky were like locusts, scattered flowers, and it was so terrifying. The meteor bomb exploded one by one, and the fluctuations enveloped the area for several miles. Ah! This army was caught off guard, and the entire battalion of 3,000 people was swept in. Of course, even if they responded in time, it was useless. Once the meteor exploded, there would be no delay for even a moment. Bloody rain, shooting indiscriminately. Within a few miles, it suddenly turned into a hell-azure field. Among the 3,000 people, only a dozen people could stand, and they were all masters above the primordial spirit realm. The rest of the people, self-cultivation, channeling, and soul-forging were all killed by the explosion. The strong destructive force was not something they could block, and they couldn't even find a completed corpse. This is the power of the meteor bomb. Although Xuanhuan didn't change his face, when he saw it, he was also shocked. The power did not disappoint him. Although it is ineffective against masters above the primordial spirit realm, a meteor bomb can cover a range of several miles. If he has a dozen or so, within a range of more than 10 miles, any low-level army can't resist, even a million army can blow them up and cry. #C12 Beheading Supernatural Powers. Weapon of War. An absolutely terrifying weapon of war, the kind that kills a mile in one blow. Its power is even better than what Xuanhuan imagined. Just a meteor bomb killed all of them in the primordial spirit realm. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't have enough fate points, Xuanhuan would like to exchange 10 and 8 to go to the southern border, and put them all in the 1.5 million Great Diving Army. These 400 fate points are worth it. Xuanhuan said in his heart. Is this a treasure left by the royal family? And Jiang Ying's face changed drastically. This is a full 3,000 army. The elite army of King Wei Wu was all killed because of a bomb in Xuanhuan's hand. A big blood pit. You are going to die too. Xuanhuan was cold again and suddenly shouted, if you dare to kill 1,000 soldiers, you will have to pay with your life. You plunder for me, and I will deal with this second emperor. Feeling the cold killing intent emanating from Xuanhuan, Jiang Ying did not dare to be careless. After all, the royal family is a royal family, and it still has some extraordinary means. Thinking of Xuanhuan killing the primordial spirit realm before, he can only deal with him. To collide. Crimson Flame Crazy Palm. His whole body was full of infuriating energy, condensed into mana, and a fiery red punch came swiftly and violently like a violent storm, and a magma-like storm was blowing all around. Great Thunderbolt Technique. Xuanhuan's punch, without using any magic weapon, suddenly condensed a wild thunder and lightning on his fist, and the moment of shuttle was like a thunder dragon unleashing a wild attack, the light between heaven and earth swallowed, only the light of this punch. It turned out to be only the soul refinement realm. When Xuanhuan made his move, Jiang Ying felt the realm, and a sneer appeared on his face. Boom boom boom. But in this fight, he seemed to be bombarded on an iron plate. With the strength of his supernatural power, he did not gain the upper hand. Instead, he was shaken out, and the power of thunder and lightning wrapped around him, bringing a sense of numbness. What's going on? Jiang Ying exclaimed in surprise. Although Chu Yuan is only at the 10th level of soul refinement, he has a human emperor sword realm +1, but he is comparable to the 9th level of Yuanshan, and he has learned a full 3 doors and 3,000 avenues, and his combat power is stronger than the average supernatural power realm. Great battle! His heart was beating violently. Dong 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 dong. It was like beating a drum. The great combat technique is to give a fighting heart, the will to fight fearlessly, and to keep oneself in the field of battle. 7 battles, destroy the sky and destroy the earth. A mighty fighting will swept out, Chu Yuan strode forward, and the supreme son of heaven rolled like a thunder to oppress everyone, and for a while, a wave of light was pushed out of both hands and directly hit Jiang Ying's face. The mana came, and although Jiang Ying resisted with all his might, he was still forced to retreat again and again, suffering unspeakably. Crazy whirlwind slash. Jiang Ying suddenly pulled out a big sword, the light of the sword was like a gust of wind, and he slashed hundreds of times in an instant. With the strength of his first-level supernatural powers, even a second-level master would have to temporarily avoid his sword light. Little Emperor too, if you want to kill me, you look down on the strength of a supernatural power master. Even if you have royal secrets on you, the gap between realms cannot be erased. Jiang Ying's mouth opened wide, the voice of the lion, the roar of the roar. Roar. The lion-like voice roared out, and his roar made the soul of the master of the primordial spirit tremble and fell into confusion. With his mad knife, it complemented each other and greatly increased its power. This little roar, I also want to help me, Jiang Ying, today I will tell you, what is the majesty of the emperor, inviolable. Chu Yuan's body moved, the human emperor sword was pulled out, the sword light sword, and it collided directly with Jiang Ying's mad sword. Broken in two. My knife. Jiang Ying was shocked. His sword was the best at the earth level, and ordinary heavenly weapons were also cut. What kind of quality was the sword held by the second emperor? It was so sharp. Go, get out of Nanshan, quickly. But at this time, Jiang Ying also knew that he was by no means an opponent of Chu Yuan. This little emperor's strength was too strange, and the matter was exposed. He wanted to report what happened in Nanshan to King Wei Wu and make preparations early. Otherwise, he would have suffered a loss, and he would have no idea. I want to go late. Chu Yuan's power was unforgiving, his palms changed again and again, and he demonstrated the great origin technique, the origin hand, a origin hand that reversed the void of heaven and earth, and immediately grabbed Jiang Ying and gave him a fighting field. This incomparably terrifying slap made Jiang Ying fly into the air, unable to resist the first level of supernatural powers. He also has a lot of combat experience. Because in Huangliang Yiming, watching the rewards of the future, Chu Yuan fought with the princes, fought with the generals, and fought with the 4 countries. Fight 7. Chu Yuan continuously bombarded 7 punches, each of which hit Jiang Ying steadily, and the most terrifying part of fighting the 7 styles was that each style became more and more powerful, and by the last style, it could destroy everything. What? 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 Jiang Ying roared bitterly. When the final blow hit him, his body slammed open, exploded in midair, turned into pieces of flesh and blood, and even his head turned into paste. The dignified master of the first-level supernatural power was actually beaten up by Chu Yuan, which was extremely tragic. Ah, Jiang Ying is dead. Seeing Jiang Ying being beaten to death, the dozen or so masters of the primordial spirit realm were so frightened that they hurriedly knelt down. Sage, spare your life, it was King Wei Wu who forced us to rebel. We have no choice when we are in power and seek their master. If the sage opens up on the internet, we are willing to give up the darkness and turn to the light. Forgive you, how can I complete the choice one? Chu Yuan mercilessly attacked, the human sovereign sword flashed, and dozens of human heads rolled to the ground. Ding! The host completed the choice one, beheaded everyone, and gained 100 fate points. Ding! The host completes all the selections for this event and gets additional rewards, 1,000 fate points and 1 primordial spirit pill. Fate points 1,000. Chu Yuan's spirit was shocked, and with this 1,000 fate points, his urgent needs could be solved. However, the completion of this event allowed him to get a new reward, a primordial spirit pill. Immediately, an egg the size of an egg, exuding golden light, appeared in his hand like a treasured pill made of gold, and the smooth surface on it could reflect his face. Xuanhuan Pill, the god of pills, collected 9,999 kinds of precious medicines. After 9,981 days, the supreme divine pill was refined and made. After taking it, the soul was tempered to the extreme, and it immediately broke through to Xuanhuan Pill. God Realm. Remarks: using Xuanhuan Dan to break through, there are no side effects, the host can take it with confidence, the system produced must be a high-quality product. A product produced by a good system must be a high-quality product. Originally, it would take a while for me to break through to the primordial spirit realm, but now, this process is eliminated, and I can immediately break through to the primordial spirit pill. Chu Yuan's face was overjoyed. He was thinking of breaking through to the primordial spirit realm. As an additional reward for this event, he was given a primordial spirit pill. Breaking through to the primordial spirit realm, Chu Yuan's realm is comparable to the first level of supernatural powers, and he is even more handy in handling various state affairs. Without hesitation, he swallowed the primordial spirit pill in one mouthful, and a warm current immediately enveloped him. #C13 Reorganize Xuanhuan. The Xuanhuan Dan melted in the mouth. When the medicinal power was completely dissolved, Chu Yuan seemed to be soaking in a warm hot spring. It was extremely comfortable. Bask in the sun. Without a bit of pain, Chu Yuan's realm broke through to the primordial spirit realm. This is the primordial spirit realm. At this time, Chu Yuan's body was sitting cross-legged, and a transparent and fuzzy little man flew out from above his head, looking at his body curiously. The primordial spirit comes out of the body, that is, the primordial spirit. The most notable feature of breaking through to the primordial spirit realm is that the primordial spirit can come out of the body and travel thousands of miles. Even if the body is broken, it will not die immediately, but the body is the foundation. If the body is broken, there is no suitable cauldron and can only wait for death. The primordial spirit realm is divided into 10 levels. Each level will make one's primordial spirit more condensed, and after reaching the 10th level, it will even become like the essence. The mana is extremely powerful, and you will understand the profound meaning of supernatural powers. Yes, it is indeed a medicinal pill produced by the system. Chu Yuan knew that even in the royal family, there was no such heaven-defying medicine pill. His soul looked around again, and he actually saw countless broken faces. When he looked at Jiang Ying's corpse, a dazed person appeared. It was Jiang Ying's primordial spirit, which had not completely dissipated. It's not just him, those who haven't reached the primordial spirit, all have broken soul remnants floating above their bodies. Great devouring technique. Chu Yuan's thoughts moved. With him as the center, a vortex as large as Jiangxi was formed, and the strong suction moved towards the surrounding area, and the broken faces poured into his body. In the end, even Jiang Ying's primordial spirit was pulled. Go in. His realm was completely consolidated at the first level of Xuanhuan. Originally, he had just broken through. If he wanted to stabilize, it would take at least a month, but now it is only a few breaths. The great devouring technique can absorb all the origins. The biggest use of this 3,000 avenues is not to fight the enemy, but to cultivate. Chu Yuan returned to his body, his eyes flashed, and he said clearly, the soul is also the source, and it is an extremely pure source. If I can swallow a lot of the source, wouldn't my realm be able to quickly improve? Tens of millions of coalition forces, once the war begins, there will be countless souls for me to swallow and absorb. For Chu Yuan, the upcoming war will be an opportunity for him to quickly devour his soul. The great devouring technique seems to be born for war. The realm is raised. Chu Yuan said. After the primordial spirit realm, 1,000 fate points are required for each level of promotion. Are you sure about the host? Said the system. Sure. Chu Yuan didn't hesitate. When the fate point is used up, you can make choices and complete the event acquisition, but the realm improvement is real in yourself. Yuanshan. 1,000 fate points were consumed, and Chu Yuan's realm broke through to the second level of Yuanshan. Even the second level of supernatural power is not my opponent. Chu Yuan said proudly. It's time to go back. The rebels in Nanshan have been dealt with by Chu Yuan, and if he continues to stay, he will not trigger the choice. When he returns to the palace, the acquisition can also trigger the new event. What he lacks the most now is the fate point, and he can't wait to be directly promoted to the supernatural power realm. Holding the human emperor sword, if the realm reaches supernatural power, even if it is to peep into the realm of the gods, it will be wiped out. Ha 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 ha. Chu Yuan's laughter echoed in the gloomy Nanshan mountain. Your Majesty, this is a memorial sent by the 6th Xinqin. Just after returning to the palace, Chu Yuan came to the Imperial study, and Eunuch Wei put a large number of memorials on the bookcase and piled them up again into a hill. This memorial was sent by Tobu, saying that it was for the aftermath of the original god warrior. Wei Gong said, although every god and warrior has received extremely rich aftermath, some people are eyeing them and use various means to seize them, especially those who only leave the old and weak. Eunuch Wei, issue a decree on my behalf. Regarding the soldiers and horses, directly under my command, all their welfare, including property, need to be filed with me here, otherwise they will be invalid. Chu Yuan said, the Xuanhuan army is the foundation of the founding of Dao. Don't let the living people feel cold. Old slave understands. Eunuch Wei nodded and said, Your Majesty, you are looking at these memorials. Chu Yuan frowned, opened a few books at random, and said, I just settled the Nanshan matter, and there are so many bandits in Huayin County, Weiyang County, Ningguo County, and other 7 counties. What are those county guards doing? What to eat? Do I have to solve everything? Your Majesty, there are robbers and bandits in 7 counties and 25 prefectures in Dao. The soldiers from many counties have been transferred to the border. The troops are empty, the rear is unstable, and they harm the common people everywhere. Although those robbers are nothing, but leaving it alone is not a good thing. Eunuch Wei said carefully. Dao has a total of 27 counties and a total of 100 prefectures, and now there are rogues in 7 counties, but the situation is bad, and if it continues, it will inevitably spread. Then Eunuch Wei, do you know who is in Nanshan? Chu Yuan asked. It's not just some bandits who want to take advantage of the chaos in the world, and even occupy the top of the mountain to be the king, just like the previous dynasty, to be a prince. Wei Gong was fair. If that's the case, then I can rest assured. Chu Yuan said coldly, that's the soldiers and horses of King Wei Wu, stationed at 3,000, and there are even masters of the supernatural power. King Wei Wu. Eunuch Wei's face turned pale. In the chaos of the previous dynasty, when the previous emperor was fighting the world, King Wei Wu had 1,000,000 troops. Later, he joined the previous emperor. Although the previous emperor also wanted to weaken his strength, he was too strong, so he wanted to wait until he made a breakthrough. Unexpectedly, the first emperor died first. The 3,000 soldiers and horses? They've all been annihilated by me, including that supernatural power expert. Don't you feel that I'm in the primordial spirit realm? Boom. A tyrannical primordial spirit aura suddenly erupted. Although Eunuch Wei was also in the primordial spirit realm, he was far behind Chu Yuan. His legs softened and he knelt down directly. Your Majesty has broken through to the primordial spirit, which is the joy of my great martial arts. Eunuch Wei knew very well why the peaceful world suddenly became chaotic because of the death of the first emperor, and the various princes thought that the second emperor was too weak to support the overall situation, so they all wanted to take advantage of this good opportunity to get a share of the pie. He didn't dare to ask why Qu Yuan's realm improved so quickly. What are the robbers and bandits in various counties and prefectures? Some of them are just tricks played by the lords. All of them want to use troops, but they are afraid of the court finding out, so they hide it from the sky and the sea. For example, King Wei Wu actually stationed all his troops and horses in our capital. Beside, Qu Yuan sneered again and again, but he had 3 years of foresight and knew the methods of those princes. But if your Majesty ignores it, it will endanger the prestige of the imperial court. If the chaos continues, people will be freed. This is exactly what they want to see. Eunuch Wei could of course see that there were already many people in the court planning a way back, or even secretly taking refuge into Qian. That's true. Although I have 1,000,000 troops, some people in the imperial army only listen to the orders of the generals, and I'm afraid they will violate my orders. Although the strength of the military guards is extremely strong, the number of people is too small, and they have to guard the imperial city. The strength of other county soldiers and government soldiers is even weaker and embarrassing to use, such as the case of Nanshan is the best example. Qu Yuan pondered, I now lack an army that can be invincible and invincible. Then what is your Majesty going to do? Eunuch Wei said. Option 1, let the bandits and bandits wreak havoc, stabilize the defense of the imperial city, ignore it, not threaten your own status, and gain 100 fate points. Option 2, announce the decree of Xuanhuan Qingyun, let him send the forbidden army to exterminate the rogues, and obtain 100 fate points. Option 3, reorganize the Shenwu Legion, hold a heavy army, and have nothing to worry about, get 100 fate points. Yes, since the 300,000 gods in the hands of the late emperor have been wiped out, I can also form a god's army and let the glory of gods reappear. #C14 Unknown Reward. Your Majesty, do you have any good ideas? Eunuch Wei asked, curiously. The chaos of Dao is that since the army of 300,000 gods and martial arts that followed the late emperor collapsed together, I have lost a powerful force in my hands to frighten the government and the 4 surrounding countries. Therefore, I decided to take this opportunity to reorganize the army of gods and martial arts. Qu Yuan's eyes were sharp, like a sword. He had 3 years of prophetic experience and knew that since the collapse of the late emperor, the world of Dao had been in turmoil, people were in turmoil, and all the princes had accumulated strength in their back cover. Only when Dao is at its most chaotic, he will mobilize the capital and completely destroy the country. If there is an army of gods and martial arts, Qu Yuanyu will lead the expedition and sweep the 8 wastes and 6 places, just around the corner. Ding! The host makes a choice and gets 100 fate points. Fate point surplus, 200 points. Reorganize the Shenwu army. Eunuch Wei's heart trembled, and he said quickly, Your Majesty, the late emperor's army of 300,000 people spent more than half of the financial resources to support it, but now the financial expenditure is extremely severe. Even if your Majesty wants to reorganize the army, it is difficult to maintain the national strength, and it is extremely difficult to have invincible combat power. I know the severity of the empire today. Qu Yuan nodded, but now I will only select the best warriors from all over the country to be incorporated into the army. For the time being, only 10,000 people are needed. With this 10,000 people as the foundation, when the previous emperor started with 100 warriors, I can also. If it's only 10,000 people, the empire's finances can still support it, but there is a sentence, I don't know if I should say it or not. Eunuch Wei hesitated for a moment, but finally said, "Warriors, weapons, and armors are easy to solve, there are in the treasury, but who will be the commander of the legion?" The Xuanhuan Legion is the legion most loyal to the Holy One, and the commander must be strong, but also be loyal enough to the king. But the old slaves are watching the court and the opposition, and it seems that no one can match. Xuanhuan did not deny it. In the past, Xuanhuan also wanted to reorganize the army, and the same was true. He couldn't find a loyal person, so he had to leave it alone, but the difference was that Xuanhuan had a system. Haha, eunuch Wei, you are overthinking it. Who said that no one in my Dao can bear this burden? I have a candidate here. He is absolutely loyal. Xuanhuan's eyes flickered. Did eunuch Wei forget Lu Qianfu, Ho Zhongyong? The former commander of the Xuanhuan army, the loyal and brave marquis who followed the previous emperor to fight in the war. Eunuch Wei said quickly, but the current situation of the loyal and brave marquis is very bad. You said that I have already thought about it thoroughly. You don't have to worry. Now that the situation is tense, I will go to the Zhongyong Hofu immediately. Xuanhuan said. Your Majesty is right, this old slave will set up the Ho Zhongyong mansion. Eunuch Wei did not dare to question Xuanhuan's decision. You don't have to spend so much trouble, and I haven't seen the Marquis of Zhongyong for a long time. As soon as Xuanhuan spoke, he disappeared. The southern suburbs of the capital. There is a huge mansion, but it is deserted, and the door is cluttered. The plaque above it is engraved with the 3 characters of loyalty and bravery. At this time, there were only a few little girls in front of the Ho Zhongyong mansion, who looked like they were about 4 or 5 years old, braided with horns and carved in pink and jade, playing alone. Who are you? The little girl saw Xuanhuan in plain clothes coming, tilted her head, and asked, curiously, in her memory, no strangers have come over for a long time. Don't be afraid, I'll find your grandpa. Xuanhuan knew from memory that this little girl was Lu Qianfu's granddaughter and the only granddaughter. Find my grandpa. The little girl thought for a while. Grandpa is basking in the sun in the yard. Wait, I'll call Grandpa. The little girl ran and jumped in, and Xuanhuan followed slowly, and soon came to a yard with a deep environment, under a big locust tree. There is a stone table. There is also a rocking chair next to the stone table, and a person is lying on it, squinting and basking in the sun. This man has gray hair, ravines on his face, and extremely cloudy eyes, but it can be seen from his appearance that he still retains the appearance of a middle-aged man, which is completely inconsistent with his old-fashioned appearance. This person is the Marquis of Zhongyong, Qianfu Lu. The loyal and brave marquis with great military exploits has now become a twilight old man. Grandpa, a guest is here. The little girl said. I have been here for many years, and no one has come to visit. Who is here? Lu Qianfu opened his squinted eyes, and suddenly saw Xuanhuan's body. His face changed abruptly. It's your Majesty, it's your Majesty, the Majesty is here. It's a sin for the old minister to entertain me. Long live my emperor. He struggled to get up from the rocking chair, and was about to kneel in greeting. No need for Marquis Zhongyong, I am not here this time to hear your long life. Xuanhuan was indifferent. He sat on the stone bench and looked at Lu Qianfu. After a moment of silence, he said, Marquis Zhongyong, what do you think of the world today? I'm here to communicate with you this time, and I don't want to hear those flattering words. Your Majesty is difficult, very difficult. Lu Qianfu said, the death of the first emperor was too sudden, no one expected it, and it was even rarer that he took away the army of 300,000 gods and martial arts, so that your Majesty now has no power that can be mobilized except for the military guards, although the old minister is recovering from illness. Ho's mansion, but he also understands the situation in the world, the 4 borders, northeast, southwest, 4 borders, and 4 countries are eyeing tigers, but external turmoil is not enough to fear, internal turmoil is the most terrifying, and internal and external cooperation is enough to destroy the foundation of great martial arts. Oh? Who can I trust in the loyal and brave Marquis now? Xuanhuan said, the general or the prime minister? The old minister dared to say something here. Your Majesty can't believe anyone, especially the generals and prime ministers. When the late emperor was there, they were the most loyal dogs, hardworking and never complaining. Now they are wolves and embarrassed, and they can only be evil when they are together. Lu Qianfu sneered, although I haven't been to the court for many years, I also know that they are now planning how to get the best benefit for themselves before Dao destroys the country. Hearing this sentence, Xuanhuan was a little surprised. He knew that the general and the prime minister rebelled because he had 3 years of experience, and Lu Qianfu had been recuperating in the Ho's mansion for many years, and he knew it so clearly. Go ahead, Xuanhuan said. His Majesty suddenly came to the old courtier's mansion today and obviously knew about the chaos between the government and the opposition. Lu Qianfu sighed, but the old minister is old and can only make some strategies for His Majesty. The first emperor has 2 major forces, one is the army of Shenwu, and the other is Wu Wei. Wu Wei guards the Imperial city and is difficult to mobilize, and His Majesty needs one. It is enough to obey my own orders, a powerful army. As long as the country is stable, my martial arts can develop slowly, and the 4 countries will never dare to use troops against great martial arts. Haha, Ho Zhongyong, your thoughts and mine coincide. Xuanhuan laughed and said, yes, I came to you this time to establish the Shenwu thing. You were the first emperor of 100 bravery back then. First, the most loyal person. The old minister has some experience with this kind of thing. Lu Qianfu's turbid eyes burst into flames. The commander of the army must be loyal to the emperor, but I can recommend one person here, Huang Yong, the Minister of Military Affairs. He has 7 levels of supernatural powers. Not the same people. Option 1, follow Lu Qianfu's suggestion, appoint Huang Yong, the Minister of Military Affairs, as the commander, get 100 fate points, unknown reward. Option 2, still appoint Lu Qianfu as the commander, get 100 fate points, unknown reward. #C15, the artifact, the war army chessboard. The god-level destiny choice appeared again, and 2 unknown rewards appeared in front of Xuanhuan. Unknown reward? Whether choosing 1 or 2 is an unknown reward, which makes Xuanhuan's eyes light up. Based on his experience, the unknown either means that the reward is extremely against the sky, or it is extremely garbage, and it will never be moderate. But the system shouldn't fool itself with junk. Who should he choose? No, Ho Zhongyong, you are wrong. Although Huang Yong, the minister of the Ministry of War, is loyal and visible, he is not suitable to be the commander of this brave army, but he can be promoted to the minister of the Ministry of War. Xuanhuan shook his head and smiled suddenly. And the person I want to choose is you, Qianfu Lu. You have the courage to take on this big task. Your Majesty, the old minister is not without courage, but powerless. Lu Qianfu suddenly burst into tears, knelt down, and said in pain, look at this old minister. Where is there a little bit of magic? I don't even have the power to power. How can I take this responsibility for your Majesty? The rest, even if your Majesty asks the old minister's life, I will never frown even a single brow. 30 years ago, in the last battle of Dao's founding of the country, the emperor of the previous dynasty suddenly burst into the power of Peeping God, fighting for his life. If you strike, the first emperor is afraid that he will not be able to establish a country. Xuanhuan knew that all of Lu Qianfu's injuries were due to the late emperor. When the emperor of the dynasty destroyed the meridians of Ho Zhongyong, even his soul was severely damaged. The first emperor also knew that he felt guilty about Lu Qianfu and sought a panacea for him. There was another word that Xuanhuan didn't say. In the battle of the 4 kingdoms to destroy the country, Lu Qianfu held his dilapidated body, burst out his last strength, and perished with the allied forces of the 4 kingdoms. How could Chu Yuan not let him be the commander of the Shenwu Legion for such a loyal and brave person? Yes, your majesty sees the old minister like this. Lu Qianfu said bitterly. Although he is a hero, but the hero is old and has come to an end, which is also a kind of sadness. The Marquis of Zhongyong don't need to worry. Since I'm here, I have the means to get you out of the mountain again. Chu Yuan said, drink this. It is good. Lu Qianfu looked at a bottle of green oil in Chu Yuan's hand, bubbling like a potion of poison. Without asking a word, even if it was a bowel-piercing poison, he would drink it without hesitation. Drink. This medicine is very comfortable after drinking it. He was like a dead tree in spring, and the whole person felt light and airy, as if he was going to heaven. The broken tendons and veins in his body were connected in an instant, and the most serious soul injury was also quickly disappearing. In just a few breaths, Lu Qianfu had undergone a major change. At this moment, his withered white hair was accompanied by a powerful vitality, and it turned back to black, with strong roots, and the frown on his face, the old state of old age disappeared. He actually returned to his middle-aged appearance. When his eyes opened and closed, there was a trace of bright light scattered, and the whole person was majestic, like a big mountain, unshakable. My strength has actually recovered to the 8th level of supernatural powers. Lu Qianfu was shocked and said, this is his strength, before he was injured. You know, he has not practiced for 30 years. He dared not imagine that this was the effect of a mere bottle of green potion brought by Chu Yuan, and his injury was such that the late emperor could not do anything about it, but he knew that this was definitely not the potion left by the late emperor, but from Chu Yuan. Now that Ho Zhongyong's strength has recovered, he can take over the responsibility of the commander of the Shenwu Legion. Chu Yuan said with satisfaction. The primary healing potion did not disappoint Chu Yuan, and it allowed Lu Qianfu to regain the strength of his prime without any sequelae. And the most important thing is that the price is only 100 fate points. With the primary healing potion, he is not afraid of any injury under the peeping spirit beside him. Lu Qianfu was stunned for a moment, and when he clenched his fists and felt the powerful force, he regained his high-spirited look and vowed, since your majesty trusts me, Lu Qianfu, my life belongs to your majesty. How can you live up to your majesty's entrustment? He didn't have the strength to take it before, but when the strength returned, so did his ambition. Ding! The host makes a choice, obtains 100 fate points, completes the hidden mission, rescues Lu Qianfu, and obtains the hidden reward battle compass. The wonderful sound of the system entered Chu Yuan's ears again. Hidden mission, the war army compass. Chu Yuan's eyes lit up. Turns out there are hidden missions. Hidden quests are triggered randomly, with few hints, hidden within every event, every choice. But what is this war compass? Chu Yuan's attention was immediately drawn to the compass of the war army. Fortunately, the magic weapon rewarded by the system has a detailed description, and he does not need to think about it slowly. Battle Army Chessboard, a low-grade artifact. Taking heaven and earth as the chessboard, all living beings as chess pieces, a powerful artifact refined by the powerful man who splits the void, the user can bind the blood, spirit and soul of each soldier to the battle chessboard, with a maximum limit of 100,000 people. After being bound, any thoughts of betrayal will be detected by the user. And every bound soldier can be included in the war army chessboard. Artifact skills, the world of war, the war chessboard can cover a radius of 10 miles, turn it into a war field, launch a war chess formation, and have the blessing of supreme war. Current binding, 0/100000. Actually rewarded with an artifact. Chu Yuan's expression changed. The sky and the earth are dark yellow, and above the heaven level is the artifact. It is a treasure that can only be refined by experts in the realm of the gods. Even if the first emperor's battle strength is monstrous, there is still no artifact. Within the 5 kingdoms, it is probably only the oldest one possibility to have it. Every artifact has incredible, devastating power. What surprised Xuanhuan the most was that the Xuanhuan chessboard was an artifact specially crafted for war. It could bind 100,000 soldiers and collect them into the compass. When 100,000 soldiers moved, it was overwhelming, and the movement could not be concealed at all. However, if there was a war chessboard, Xuanhuan would take the soldiers in, and then kill them directly into the Dacian dynasty, and let the soldiers out. How terrifying it would be. Thinking of this, Xuanhuan couldn't help laughing. Marquis Zhongyong, drop your blood on it. With a flick of Xuanhuan's hand, a chessboard-like thing appeared. Lu Qianfu didn't think about it at all. After dripping his blood on it, he was immediately swallowed by the Xuanhuan chessboard, but he himself did not feel any discomfort. Current binding, 1/100000. Lu Qianfu. Xuanhuan called Lu Qianfu's name in his heart. He and Lu Qianfu disappeared into the Zhongyong mansion at the same time, and in the blink of an eye, a white, huge blank void appeared again. Where is it? Lu Qianfu asked in confusion. Don't be surprised by the Marquis of Zhongyong, this is the chessboard of the war army, within the space of an artifact of mine. Xuanhuan explained. #C16 take the initiative. Artifact space. Lu Qianfu's heart turned upside down, and his expression was shocked. Could it be that your majesty has obtained some amazing inheritance? You know, you can't find an artifact if you search for Dao. After all, it was only 30 years since Dawu founded the country, which is really too short, and thinking of the injury that had plagued him for 30 years before, being cured by a small bottle of potion is even more incredible. But he won't ask more, this is His Majesty's secret. He had long planned to sacrifice himself for the country. When the empire was at its most dangerous, he would let himself shine like fireworks for an instant, but now it seems that even if the previous emperor died, the great martial arts would never be destroyed. This is the artifact war army chessboard. Xuanhuan told Lu Qianfu some magical uses of the war army chessboard. This military chessboard is like Go, which can dispatch troops and send generals to recognize each piece as a general, but he is the one who controls the pieces behind the scenes. The divine weapon really defies the sky. It took a long time for Lu Qianfu to digest it, and he exhaled. It is possible to bind 100,000 troops, collect them into the chessboard, and make the minds of 100,000 people as one, and during war, it is like 100,000 troops. Heavenly soldiers descend from the sky, and they can also be loaded into the luggage needed by 100,000 troops. If the previous emperor had this treasure, he would have unified the 5 kingdoms and become that peerless emperor. War is not a family game. He, Lu Qianfu, has fought for a lifetime. He knows that the acquisition of the chessboard of the war army is not very useful for individuals, but it is an invaluable treasure for the empire. 100,000 people, how much baggage is needed to eat, drink and lazard every day, and there are all kinds of weapons of war. With the Zhongyuan chessboard, I can launch a series of lightning battles. Xuanhuan sneered, Marquis Zhongyong, you are the only one in the Shenwu Legion now. I plan to recruit 10,000 warriors first and use them for me. Haha, Your Majesty, please put it down. Lu Qianfu laughed and said, decades ago, the world was in chaos and life was devastated. I took 100 warriors to follow the emperor to conquer the world step by step without any foundation. Now I have the support of the empire behind me. 10,000 warriors, that's easy. Every warrior who is called must have strong strength, and what I want is elites. Xuanhuan said, go, the Ho Zhongyong will return to the palace with me, and your granddaughter Nan Nan will also follow me. And go back, the wind is surging, and the time has come to dominate the world. Royal Palace. Inside the Imperial study. Eunuch Wei, announce these 2 imperial decrees, and the general and the prime minister will enter the palace to face the saint. Chu Yuan said, I want to take something back from their hands. Could it be that the Marquis of Zhongyong is back? Eunuch Wei was shocked, but did not say much. I will follow His Majesty's will. After that, Chu Yuan closed his eyes and rested his mind. He knew that his incident had not been completely completed, otherwise the system would prompt him, so after waiting quietly for half an hour, he heard Eunuch Wei's sharp voice like a drake's throat. General Xian, the Prime Minister, enters the hall. Long live my Emperor! Long live! After Xuanhuan, Qingyun and Li Yun walked into the Imperial study, they saw Wei leaning on the dragon chair, closing his eyes and resting in peace, and they were also puzzled. This Majesty called both of them into the Imperial study today. What is the matter? Since they killed the envoys in the main hall that day, the two of them have become more and more unable to understand Chu Yuan's holy will. The two Akings, calm down. Chu Yuan said, today I summoned the two Akings to come, but there is nothing else, but one thing. Now that I am a big martial artist, I will rebuild the Xuanwu Legion on the same day. Xuanwu Army. Xuanhuan, Qingyun and Li Yun's expressions changed slightly at the same time, but they did not exceed their expectations. The little emperor really wanted to reorganize Xuanwu, and possessed a power that was absolutely in control. But the two sneered in their hearts again. The little emperor was still a little more tender. Reorganize the Xuanwu Legion, but also want to rely on their strength. Li Yun didn't say anything, but Xuanhuan Qingyun looked at him and said, Sir, this minister is in charge of military power. The Xuanwu Legion is indeed going to be rebuilt, but it must be done with caution. Here is a suggestion from the minister, who can ask Peng Yuan, the Minister of Military Affairs. As the Commander-in-Chief, his strength is already at the 9th level of supernatural powers, and he is even more loyal to the Empire. No one is more suitable than him. Li Yun nodded. Peng Yuan was indeed very suitable and belonged to their faction. He also said at the right time, although the Empire's finances are tight now, the minister is also very supportive. Soldiers can recruit elites from the Imperial Army. The two loving ministers supported our reorganization of the Xuanwu Legion, and I am delighted. The smile on Chu Yuan's face made Xuanhuan, Qingyun and Li Yun shudder at the same time. The two of them seemed to have fallen into some kind of trap, and then they heard, but regarding the position of commander, I already have a candidate. Who? The two said at the same time. Could it be Huang Yong, the Minister of Military Affairs? Courageous Marquis. Chu Yuan's voice just fell, and a tall man with a burly figure and eyes like swords walked out from the Imperial study, and said to the two of them, Haha, two colleagues, we haven't seen each other for a long time. Marquis Zhongyong, it's you. Both of them had incredible and shocking expressions on their faces. Lu Qianfu, why didn't they know each other? He followed the emperor to conquer the world back then, but he suffered a devastating injury on the eve of the founding of the country. But today, when I saw him, the Lu Qianfu, who was waiting to die in the past, was gone. It seems that the two of you were surprised by Ben Ho's appearance. Although Lu Qianfu is a military commander, he is definitely not a man of intrepidness, he said with a light smile. Thanks to your Majesty's love, my injury has fully recovered, and now the Empire has encountered a great disaster. As a Marquis of the Empire, how can I not help your Majesty? The two Akings, Marquis Zhongyong, are the commanders appointed by me. Chu Yuan said. If the loyal and brave Ho Dan is the commander of the Legion, it is the most suitable. Xuanhuan Qingyun's eyelids twitched, and he never imagined that the injury that even the late emperor was helpless would heal soon after the little emperor ascended the throne. They understood some of Chu Yuan's plans. The appearance of Lu Qianfu broke their plans, and it was Chu Yuan who was telling them that the situation was still under his control. The sky has eyes. If the Marquis of Zhongyong really recovers, it will be a great joy for me, Dao. I am worried that Marquis Zhongyong still has hidden dangers and is unable to assume the post of commander-in-chief. After all, the current situation is completely different from before. Xuanhuan Qingyun was still a little unwilling to give up. Option 1, smile and do not speak, let Lu Qianfu remain mysterious and not reveal a bit of strength, let the generals Xuanhuan Qingyun and Li Yun guess, and get 100 fate points. Option 2, take the initiative to expose Lu Qianfu's strength, let the general Xuanhuan Qingyun and the Prime Minister Li Yun know that Lu Qianfu is by no means a pretense, and he has obtained 100 fate points. The two Akings are thinking too much. Xuanhuan said, Marquis Zhongyong, the general is a loyal minister of the empire, he is still very worried about your strength, I know, it is better for you to learn a few tricks with the general, you haven't made a move for a long time, this empire has already many people forget you. #C17 High Profile. Ding. The host makes the second choice and gets 100 fate points. Low-key does not exist, in one's own territory, there is no reason to be low-key, and it must be high-profile. I am the master of my site, and what he wants to create is a mysterious and powerful temperament. Yes. When Lu Qianfu heard this, he slowly stepped forward, I heard that the great general's Qingyang Berry Gong was developed from the Great Heaven technique and has been cultivated to the realm of transformation. Qianfu Lu also wants to challenge. Since your majesty has a purpose, how can I refuse it? Xuanhuan Qingyun lifted his eyelids. He stared at Lu Qianfu, and was very puzzled, but since Xuanhuan gave him this opportunity, he also wanted to test out Lu Qianfu's truth. Outside the Imperial study room, there is a huge open space, a place to practice martial arts, completely made of refined steel rock, enough to withstand the aftermath of a fight between supernatural power masters. Both of them are important ministers of our empire. If you fight, it's better to stop until the end, and don't hurt the peace. Xuanhuan said lightly. After all, my realm is twice higher than that of Marquis Zhongyong. You should take action first. Xuanhuan Qingyun's seemingly generous move is actually speculating about Lu Qianfu's state at this time. Lu Qianfu did not speak, but his spirit had already been raised to the extreme. He knew that this seemed to be just a temptation, but it was actually very dangerous. The reason why Xuanhuan Qingyun is a general depends on his powerful strength, and even the first emperor was afraid of him. Straws of golden light radiated out, as sharp as golden threads. In an instant, Lu Qianfu moved, he rushed like a thunderbolt, and when he raised his palm, it was a layer of bright golden light, but when he looked closely, he knew that this layer of golden light was like countless knife lights, so sharp that it could almost be cut. Everything. De Gung's alchemy technique, the golden spirit slashing technique. Ho Zhongyong, be careful. It seems to be a reminder, but it is a hidden murder. Seeing Lu Qianfu coming, Xuanhuan Qingyun was not in a hurry. In his eyes, the extremely fast speed of Lu Qianfu actually slowed down. Immediately, he raised his big hand, and a ray of divine light burst out. Boom! The two equally majestic forces slammed against each other fiercely, and even cracks appeared on the extremely hard steel rock. Golden Spirit Slashing Technique. Infinite golden light gathered and condensed into a long mana sword. Lu Qianfu slanted his palm, fighting spirit high, and he slashed at Xuanhuan Qingyun. Immediately, a finger-wide crack was cut on the ground. Qingyang Day work. Between breathing, at this moment, a hot day emerged from behind Xuanhuan Qingyun, creating a world like the real heaven. War. Daoguang slashed above that round of daylight, clack clack, Lu Qianfu's mana actually collapsed inch by inch, but he mobilized more powerful power from within his body, and then saw Daoguang and daylight shattering at the same time. Hand of God. Xuanhuan Qingyun was drinking violently, and his palm suddenly grabbed it, like a god, but it was extremely ruthless, and directly grabbed Lu Qianfu's head. Even if you have condensed your primordial spirit, but if you smash your head and destroy your primordial spirit, you will die. Xuanhuan Qingyun only wanted to kill Lu Qianfu with one move at this time, and even if it didn't work, he would be seriously injured again. After all, if Xuanhuan had a master with 8 supernatural powers who was absolutely loyal to the royal family. Another Marquis of Zhongyong, the former commander of Xinwu, the threat is too great. Golden Spirit Battle Body. Blah blah blah. Immediately, he saw that Lu Qianfu had a layer of armor like poured gold on his body, which enveloped him like a golden god of war, and then tilted his head, letting his chest bear the blow of Xuanhuan Qingyun. Boom! This blow was so violently endured that Lu Qianfu's body would sink. Flying out, his face turned pale. What? The one who screamed was Eunuch Wei. He was watching the battle next to Xuanhuan, but a wave of aftermath swept over him. Even with his 10th level strength, he couldn't resist, and his body was swept away. Xuanhuan Qingyun's pupils shrank, and what surprised him was that he deliberately directed the aftermath to Xuanhuan, but he was calm, standing firmly within the wind and waves. His strength is becoming more and more mysterious, and it seems to be much stronger than in the main hall that day. God of God. When Xuanhuan Qingyun retracted his shock and wanted to continue to take action, Xuanhuan said lightly, "Let's learn from each other, until the point is reached. The general's strength is really strong. I have 2 brave generals, the general and the Ho Zhongyong, Hecho Dakian dynasty." The Marquis of Zhongyong relied on this move to block the last half-step of the late emperor's desperate blow. It's really powerful. Xuanhuan Qingyun was also very unwilling, but Xuanhuan had no choice but to stop, and he said, "The prestige of the loyal and brave Ho is not less than that of the past. Find a chance, and we will have a happy battle. This is His Majesty's love." Lu Qianfu said, "For the sake of Dao, I, Lu Qianfu, can give up everything, even life. Who wants Dao not to exist? I am the first to refuse." Ding! The host completed the hidden mission and made a high profile, and obtained 500 fate points, broken yuan knife. Current fate point surplus, 800 points. Shattering yuan knife, heaven level peerless, with supreme breaking power. Oh? You unexpectedly completed the hidden mission. Xuanhuan was also a little surprised, but he had the Emperor's sword, and he didn't care about the shattering yuan saber, and said, "Marquis Zhongyong, today is the day you left the mountain. I also gave you a gift, and this shattering yuan saber belongs to you. I hope you take this knife and kill everything." Heavenly fabulous. Xuanhuan Qingyun, Li Yun felt the breath conveyed by the broken yuan knife, and was also shocked. Xuanhuan actually gave away a heaven-level masterpiece. Yes. Lu Qianfu knelt down on one knee and took down the yuan-shattering knife with a solemn expression. This was how much Xuanhuan valued him. The Xinwu Legion has a commander, but also needs warriors. I mean to build 10,000 warriors first. Xuanhuan changed his words and said, "Weapons and armors are easy to solve, they are available in the treasury, but the most consumed is the medicinal pills." Bahrain Medicine Mountain and Nangguan Medicine Garden were originally under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Industry and the Ministry of War, but now they must fully support Xinwu. The Legion, the General and the Prime Minister are ready, and in a few days, the Marquis of Zhongyong will go to receive the 2 major medicine gardens. Hearing this, Xuanhuan Qingyun and Li Yun frowned at the same time. The Minister of Industry and the Minister of War are their people. They have also been in charge of these 2 major medicine gardens for decades, and generally 50% are turned over to the state treasury, while 50% are secretly eaten by themselves, and they have obtained a lot of resources to equip their own forces. They finally understood why Xuanhuan came to them today. Absolutely. Enough. This is to take back the 2 major medicine gardens. You must know that Bahrain Medicine Mountain and Nangguan Medicine Garden have been in business for decades. I don't know how many rare and exotic herbs are there. If they are nationalized, their losses are too great. Seeing that the 2 were silent, Xuanhuan said sharply, "Could it be that the General and the Chancellor have doubts about my will, and the 2 Akings can express your opinions?" "No, we have no opinion." The two major medicine gardens belong to the empire. Xuanhuan Qingyun and Li Yun are both wily people, and they will never fight against Xuanhuan at this time, saying, everything is mainly to support the Shenwu Legion. Fine, that's fine. Xuanhuan said 3 good words again and again. The 2 big medicine gardens are too important, and I have sent Wu Wei to guard them in case any enemy spies set fire to the mountain, and the Marquis of Zhongyong will stay in the palace for a few days. I talk about martial arts. The most important thing for you and the Prime Minister now is to stabilize the court situation and domestic rumors, and I still have to rely on you. #C18 Recruit Warriors. Everything is in accordance with His Majesty's will. Xuanhuan Qingyun and Li Yun's mouth twitched. When they heard that Xuanhuan wanted to take back the 2 major medicine gardens, their first reaction was to send someone to destroy it immediately after returning, and they would not leave it to Xuanhuan. Wu Wei went to guard. Wu Wei is the army with the smallest number of Dao, but the most elite. Before Xuanhuan crossed, it was equivalent to Jinyue. But how did they know that in the previous life Xuanhuan also wanted to take back the 2 major medicine gardens and reorganize the army, but they were also set on fire by the 2 people. At this time, although the 2 were angry in their hearts, Li Yun's mouth moved, as if to say a word of tolerance. After all, they are still courtiers now, and they cannot openly rebel against Xuanhuan. Everything must wait until De Qian is ready to break through the border. They should cooperate from the inside and the outside. At that time, they will directly pull Xuanhuan down from the throne and become a prisoner. The 2 Akings should go back to rest, and I have to discuss the reorganization of the army with Ho Zhongyong. Xuanhuan directly let the 2 of them leave. Yes. Xuanhuan Qingyun, Li Yun left the Imperial study with a gloomy expression. Your Majesty is a good way. They are all dignified and upright Imperial conspiracies, but let Xuanhuan Qingyun and Li Yun eat Huanglian dumbly. I can't tell the pain. I was worried that the 2 would destroy the medicine garden. The Ho Zhongyong looked at Xuanhuan, but he did not expect that although Xuanhuan was young, he was so old and hot that the emperor's methods were very consummate. Now that there are 2 major medicine gardens, a large number of medicinal pills can be refined and more warriors can be recruited. Lu Qianfu sighed. If there is no Ho Zhongyong to frighten Xuanhuan Qingyun, Li Yun, I will not send military guards. Xuanhuan said, this is just the beginning. I have a curiosity, what is the strength of your Majesty? Lu Qianfu asked. Although Xuanhuan's methods were powerful, his cultivation was the most important thing. Although the late emperor didn't like dealing with government affairs, his strength was enough to shock the country. Beheading the 2nd level of supernatural powers is not a problem. Xuanhuan said lightly. It's so scary. Lu Qianfu was shocked. Killing the 2nd level of supernatural powers and dealing with the 2nd level of supernatural powers were not the same thing at all. That is to say, even if he encountered a master of the 4th and 5th levels of supernatural powers, he would never think about getting Xuanhuan. You know, Xuanhuan is only 15 years old this year. The 15-year-old emperor possesses such power and intrigue. Eunuch Wei, pass on my will to recruit troops across the country. As long as the strength reaches the 10th level, they can join the Shenwu Legion. The recruitment site will be set up on the Imperial City Square. Today, I will reorganize the Shenwu Legion. Xuanhuan was in high spirits. After the imperial decree was issued, there was an uproar in the country in just a few days, and a large number of people gathered to watch wherever the posters were posted. This was a major event that shocked the world. The army of 300,000 gods and martial arts all died in an extremely strange way overnight. Such a big fluctuation could not be concealed. This was actually a huge blow to Dao, which made people's hearts turmoil. But today Xuanhuan sent an imperial decree to recruit warriors, and the request has been raised to the 10th level of Tongmai. I didn't expect our second majesty to rebuild Xuanhuan. We must know that Xuanhuan is the banner of my great martial arts. If Xuanhuan does not fall, great martial arts will exist forever. Yes, Emperor Tu ascended the throne at the most dangerous time of the empire, and he must lack an invincible army in his hands. He will set up this banner. What? The commander of the Xuanhuan army is actually Lu Qianfu, the Hou Zhongyong. Many people gathered in front of the imperial ranking, and there was a lot of discussion. This was a big event, especially when they saw that Lu Qianfu was about to regain the commander-in-chief. All the people who originally wanted to watch, suddenly thought and walked towards the palace square. Don't you know that the first emperor encountered divine condemnation? There is a god who wants to punish him and destroy Dao, but you still dare to join Xuanhuan, are you not afraid? Want to find death? At the same time, there are also some dissonant voices. Coincidentally, there is such a voice in front of every emperor list. Humph. The death of the first emperor is indeed strange, but people who cultivate martial arts like me will use force to break the sky, so why not fear the scourge of heaven? Besides, the sky of Dao hasn't collapsed yet, get out of your way, and don't stop me from joining the Xuanhuan Legion. That's right, now the 4 frontier armies are pressing down on the border and want to destroy Dao, but Dao has been founded for 30 years, the weather is good, the country is peaceful, and the people of Dawn live and work in peace and contentment, giving us 30 years of peace, and now Dao is in danger, how can a good man be afraid? What a safe life this is, but someone wants to break it. If the 4 kingdoms invaded the capital, they would surely be burned, looted, and slaughtered, and our relatives would be slaughtered. Every time the country was destroyed, it was us. We are not only defending Dao, but also defending our own homeland. Although there are some discordant voices, Dao has united the people in the past 30 years, giving them too much protection, and ending the 100 years of fighting in this land. Most people do not want Dao to destroy the country. Everyone is a small family. If everyone is not protected, how can a small family be protected? How can there be a complete egg under the nest? Many people understand this truth. Your Majesty, 5 days after the imperial ranking was sent out, 2,000 warriors signed up, including 1,600 people from the 10th level of Tongmai, 350 people from the soul refinement stage, 49 people from the primordial spirit stage, and even the masters of supernatural powers. There is one person. At this moment, Chu Yuan and Lu Qianfu stood on the palace wall, high above, overlooking the bustling crowd in the palace square. It's announced, and those who are qualified will be temporarily arranged in the Xuanhuan camp, and wait for thousands of warriors to be recruited and dealt with together. Chu Yuan smiled slightly, not surprised. Joining Xuanhuan is not only an honor, but more importantly, every warrior can get the support of the court and obtain a lot of cultivation resources. In the past, 300,000 gods and martial arts were the limit of the imperial court, and many people could not join even if they had the strength. There are no powerful sects in the world of Dao. Sand people? It sounds very free, but most of the resources are in the hands of the imperial court, and it is very difficult to cultivate. Recently, some people deliberately spread rumors to prevent others from joining. I suspect that the Prime Minister and the General are secretly intervening. Lu Qianfu frowned and said, however, the minister suspects that among the 2,000 warriors, there may be their men and horses, lurking in the dark, so the minister suggested that it is best to investigate their origins strictly, and kill them without mercy. Could it be that you have forgotten the Marquis of Zhongyong and Yong? Anyone who joins the Xuanhuan Legion must shed their blood and soul. Through the battle army chessboard, I know who is loyal and who is betrayed. Chu Yuan, however, had no worries about this issue. Even if there were traitors sent by Shangguan Qingyun and Li Yun, as long as the blood was dripped into the chessboard of the war army, he would use it honestly. Increasing the military investment in the Xuanhuan Legion, I want to have the combat power in a very short period of time, sweep the 8 wastes and 6 places, the materials and the treasury do not need to be saved, and when the big potential 4 countries are swept away, what do you want? Xuanhuan issued an imperial decree again. Lu Qianfu nodded. This is indeed a last-ditch approach. Originally, the national treasury had stored several million military resources for a year, and now it is used to support 10,000 people, even if it is 10 times more than enough. Your Majesty, I found something wrong. Eunuch Wei, who was on the side, suddenly said, the imperial decree was first issued to the various counties and prefectures, and then it was posted. If you count the time, the warriors of other county governments will almost have to go to the capital, but why are the only people who signed up for the capital and 2 or 3 surrounding counties? People, what about the warriors of other county governments? The old slave didn't see any of them? #C19 Weeds and Roots. Check thoroughly, send people to the county halls, but I want to see who is causing the trouble. Xuanhuan coldly said that his choice for this event has been delayed because he has not yet formed an army of 10,000 people. Although there are tens of millions of people in the dynasty, it is obviously not enough to support Xuanhuan to build an elite army. Eunuch Wei received the imperial edict and quickly retreated. Just 1 day later, Eunuch Wei brought back the news and said, Your Majesty, according to the report of the spies, after the release of the imperial list, it indeed attracted a lot of onlookers across the country, and many people left the prefectures that day and went to the capital. On the way, according to His Majesty's instructions, the various prefectures and officials also provided convenience, but none of these people were able to come to the capital. I'm afraid they have already encountered an accident. Lu Qianfu's face was gloomy. Some people don't want His Majesty to form an army of Shenwu, and they are afraid of threatening them, but they have this ability. General Shangguan Qingyun, Prime Minister Li Yun. Xuanhuan sneered, they intercepted the warriors of the various prefectures. I almost know who their troops are, that is Shangguan Qingyun's own troops, Dark Guards. I have long heard that Shangguan Qingyun was one of the princes before he rose with the emperor, and there is a mysterious and powerful force at his disposal. Could it be the secret guard? Lu Qianfu said solemnly. Option 1, mobilize the army to protect the warriors of various counties along the road until they reach the imperial city safely, Fate Point. Option 2, take the initiative to attack, destroy the Dark Guards, completely eliminate future troubles, Fate Point. Remarks, unknown rewards will be rewarded according to the degree of completion. Oh? Xuanhuan looked at the god-level choice in front of him. There was actually a question mark behind the Fate Point reward, which made him guess that whether he chose 1 or 2, the Fate Point he got was uncertain. Yes, it is the Dark Guard. Xuanhuan already had a choice, and said with killing intent, Are you interested in exterminating the Dark Guard with me? Protecting the warriors of various prefectures along the way, the project is bigger than the vastness, so Xuanhuan chose to destroy Wu Wei and cut off Shangguan Qingyun's wings. Dark Guards are hidden in the dark, and their hiding place may be difficult to find. Lu Qianfu had been recovering from illness in the capital for 30 years, and he did not know where the Dark Guard was. I know where the Dark Guard is hiding, come with me. When Xuanhuan sneered, he disappeared into the city wall, like a teleportation. Yangzhuang. In a remote corner of the imperial city, dozens of miles away from the imperial palace, there is a huge manor surrounded by a long wall. At first glance, this Yangzhuang building looks like a small city. However, although it is remote, it is very close to the city wall of the capital. At this time, there were many people in and out of Yangzhuang, driving various carriages, which was very lively. This Yangzhuang is a real estate set up in the capital by a businessman surnamed Yang, and his business spreads all over the country, and many people buy goods every day. Marquis of Zhongyong, the Dark Guard is hiding here. At this time, Xuanhuan and Lu Qianfu had already appeared outside Yangzhuang. Yangzhuang? Lu Qianfu said, then the owner of Yangshuang has a huge business, some of which have been established in the surrounding countries, specializing in all kinds of rare treasures. Could it be that he also colluded with Xuanhuan Qingyun? Yangshuang has people pulling goods day and night. It seems to be lively. There are too many people coming and going. It seems impossible to hide soldiers and horses, but Xuanhuan Qingyun knows the truth of the big hidden in the city and the small hidden in the wild. He was exposed in front of me. The reason why Chu Yuan knew that the Dark Guard was hiding in Yangshuang was because in the previous life, when the four-nation coalition attacked the Imperial city, the Dark Guard suddenly attacked and wanted to cooperate with the inside and the outside. He didn't take action immediately, but stood outside Yangshuang and watched quietly. The reward for choosing the fate point this time is obviously that the more perfect it is, the higher the reward. Therefore, let Chu Yuan also take it seriously. Night came quietly. Today's night is full of moon and sky, and the stars and rivers are brilliant. Although it is late at night, Yangshuang has not been deserted because of this. There are still a lot of goods pulled in and pulled out. But when the night was at its deepest and people were the most tired, dozens of black outlines flashed in Chu Yuan's eyes, and it was actually a black-clothed person in black who acted. Kill. Chu Yuan's expression was grim, he said in a low voice. He had already stepped out one step, blocking the front of the dozens of men in black like lightning, and a source of light flashed in the palm of his hand, and immediately shot at these dozens of people. Passed. There were no screams, and in an instant, these dozens of people had turned into dry skins. Yes, those dry skins are human skins. Both their flesh and blood origin and soul origin were absorbed by Chu Yuan's great devouring technique. Suddenly, Chu Yuan felt a warm force wrapping around him, and his primordial spirit was faintly condensed. What a domineering supernatural power! Lu Qianfu's eyes narrowed, and he naturally recognized that this was the real supernatural power. His eyes flashed again. Chu Yuan had already walked into Yangshuang. Everyone around him, no matter who they were, was sucked into human skin by his great devouring technique, and he didn't even make a sound of warning screams. Cheng ran. Unhindered. In the deepest part of Yangshuang, where the towering trees cover, there are houses, and in those houses, there are people. If there is a strong person with a deep cultivation base standing here, you can feel a strong breath rushing into the sky, distorting the starry sky, but a formation is arranged in Yangshuang, which perfectly hides the fluctuations. There are 3,000 dark guards, and they are the real elites, cultivated by Xuanhuan Qingyun. There are 2,110 people here. Obviously, the rest of the troops were sent out to kill the warriors of the prefectures. Chu Yuan's eyes seemed to have turned into swallowing eyes. In the wooden house in front of him, in his eyes, there was just a little light. The stronger the strength, the more dazzling the light. 3,000 magical powers. The great devouring technique is an extremely high-ranking magical power, and can even be ranked in the top 10 to some extent. The weakest elites here have the strength of the soul-forging realm. The Yuanshan realm exceeds 300, and there are even more than a dozen people who are masters of supernatural powers, especially when I see one. In Chu Yuan's eyes, there is a ray of light that is like a scorching sun, which is extremely dazzling. His strength should have 6 or 7 levels of supernatural powers. Xuanhuan Qingyun has actually cultivated such an elite team. Lu Qianfu was also deeply shocked, and even felt a sense of fear. If these elites suddenly attack the Imperial city, it will be difficult for even the 100,000 Imperial army to subdue them, and it will definitely be a disaster. No future troubles, weeds, and roots. This is a force that Xuanhuan Qingyun has been operating for decades, and Xuanhuan Qingyun would never have thought that his hidden guard has been found by me. Chu Yuan squeezed the palm of his hand fiercely, and suddenly, the big swallowing technique, the swallowing hand urged out, just saw a huge palm print of 100 meters above the sky and slapped the middle of the houses fiercely. #C20 My will is God's will. The violent power of swallowing the giant palm covers almost the entire Yangzhuang, and the endless spiritual energy of heaven and earth will be swallowed into it, adding power, like a beacon in the dark night, suddenly shining on the entire camp. Who? The dark guards in the camp were still cultivating, and suddenly saw the giant palm fall, but they only made a sound, and dozens of houses were instantly destroyed, and hundreds of dark guards were killed as if they were killed. Who is it? The sudden change did not cause the dark guard to be in chaos. These people were well trained, and suddenly saw more than 2,000 figures walk out. The leader of them was a middle-aged man in a brocade robe, who looked like a wealthy businessman, but he was the one with the highest cultivation level among them. The 7th level of supernatural powers, the leader of the dark guards. I am here. Xuanhuan carried his hands on his back and stepped in the sky, with a radiance like a long rainbow under his feet. You are. You turned out to be Emperor Dao, Xuanhuan. How did you find it? And Lu Qianfu, you are here too, damn it, my secret guard is hiding so deeply that even the late emperor didn't know it, how could it be? You caught me. The commander of the dark guard was also caught off guard. Only then did he see Yuan's face clearly, and his heart shook violently. He could never have imagined that the place where the dark guard was hiding was found by Xuanhuan, and he was extremely daring to kill him. But after all, he is the 7th level supernatural power, the commander of the First Army, and he calmed down in a moment, the light flashed in his eyes, and countless strategies emerged. It's me, Mr. Yang, you are also very hidden. Not only the commander of the dark guards, but also the owner of the Yang's Chamber of Commerce, and the real master behind the Yang's Chamber of Commerce is actually Xuanhuan Qingyun. You are doing things for him, so as to cover your identities. The former Xuanhuan was the crown prince, and he once did business on behalf of the royal family. He had an impression of him, and said lightly, "This time I posted the royal list to recruit warriors from all over the country, and your secret guard actually sent people to kill them. This is playing with fire. Ha ha ha, it turns out that you all know about the saint. I didn't expect that you know so many things." Yang Xian laughed, seeing that all his secrets were exposed by Xuanhuan. He simply didn't hide it, his eyes were full of killing intent, and said, "But, sage, you don't stay in the palace well, but you come out to seek death." He didn't panic at all. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a jade pendant exploded in his hand. Suddenly, a ray of light shot into the sky, and the fireworks were dazzling, forming the appearance of a butcher's knife. "Want to pass the news to Xuanhuan Qingyun and Li Yun?" Xuanhuan smiled. "Yes, our emperor, if you are honest in the palace, we will have nothing to do with you, but you should never take risks alone, thinking that you will be safe with the protection of Ho Zhongyong." The more Yang Xian thought about it, the more excited he became. If you can take this opportunity to kill Xuanhuan, the Dao royal family will have no one to inherit the throne and fall into chaos. At that time, they will be able to swallow up all the background of the great martial arts, and it will be easy to build a country on their own. He, the commander of the Dark Guard, can also come to the light, and it is also easy to be a king. Yang Xian, you are too complacent. Lu Qianfu smiled at this time. You can also speculate on His Majesty's strategy? What? Yang Xian woke up suddenly, his face getting more and more ugly. My signal didn't pass out. Chessboard world. Yang Xian couldn't see it, but Xuanhuan could see that the entire Yangzhuang was wrapped in horizontal and vertical lines, and was shrouded in the field that came with the battle army chessboard. Is absolutely closed. Marquis of Zhongyong, send Xuanhuan Qingyun a big gift to eradicate these dark guards, leaving none of them. Although Xuanhuan opened his mouth with a smile, anyone could feel the cruelty. I underestimated you. This is some kind of secret treasure of the royal family, but even if I can't deliver the news, but I have a secret guard, it's not that there is no chance. Yang Xian calmed down from the initial panic and made a gloomy voice. I will deal with the Marquis of Zhongyong, you take action, today we will kill Emperor Dao. As soon as his voice came out, more than 2,000 secret guards rushed out with cold killing intent at the same time. They were all trained by Xuanhuan Qingyun, and they were not loyal to the royal family at all, let alone Chunyuan. Marquis of Zhongyong, Qianfu Lu, let me experience your strength. Between Yang Xian's punch, the strength of the 7th level of supernatural power exploded, and the wild fluctuations instantly enveloped Lu Qianfu. Although his realm was 1 level lower than that of Lu Qianfu, it was not an insurmountable gap. Kill, kill, kill. Kill the Emperor. Among the more than 2,000 dark guards, there are 5 or 6 masters of supernatural power. Suddenly, I saw a master with supernatural powers, burly like a gigantic god, and the huge force was oppressing Chunyuan. His power shook the sky, and Yang Zhuang suddenly cracked. Was startled. Even if it is the 1st level of supernatural powers, it is enough to command an army of tens of thousands of people in Dao. Rebels and rebels, die. Chunyuan did not dodge, but made a mark on his hands, and a dozen light groups flew out, great thunder and lightning technique, the heavenly capital 12 destroying divine thunder. This day, there are 12 thunderbolts, which is a martial art that evolved from the great thunder and lightning. Chunyuan also launched the title of Thunder and Lightning Controller, and the sudden blessing of the battle power made his strength almost skyrocket. Floor. Yuan Shenjing? The supernatural expert who first attacked Chunyuan sneered, with the strength of your Yuan Shenjing, the power you unleashed is just a tickling for me, Emperor Dao, your strength is too weak. It's gone. He scoffed, the gap between Yuanshan realm and divine ability realm was too great. But in the next instant, the 12 heavenly extinguishing divine thunder exploded on his body. He didn't even make a sound of screaming. The whole person turned to ashes, and a source of power poured into his body. What? Fang Bai was actually killed by him. Yang Xian was shocked when he saw the scene. This was not a fight, but a beheading. Yang Xian, how dare you be distracted when you fight Ben Ho? Lu Qianfu shouted, and thousands of sharp rays of light suddenly exploded on Yang Xian. Boom! Chunyuan killed Fang Bai with one move and didn't stop. With him at the center, a vortex of devouring appeared, and a force spread around. Almost wherever he went, there was a scream. Pieces of fluttering human skins fluttered and turned into powder with the force. Those dark guards in the soul refinement realm just wanted to get close to Chunyuan, and they were completely absorbed by the great origin technique. Although the primordial soul realm could barely resist for a while, it was useless, and only the divine ability realm could ignore it. After only a dozen breaths passed, the dark guards of more than 2,000 people lost as many as 400 or 500 people. The devil, he is the most ferocious devil. The incomparably elite dark guard was also frightened. The people who were swallowed by Chunyuan were turned into human skins, and there were no bones left. This kind of terrifying means should not be possessed by human beings, but the most terrifying devil. My will is God's will, those who touch God's will die. Although Chunyuan saw hundreds of people being devoured by him, his face was calm, as if he was very suitable for this kind of killing, full of relief, and immediately covered his hands. Great devouring technique, Eye of Devouring. #C21 Perfect Finish. The Eye of Devouring is not a real eyeball, but a huge vortex, like a wind eye in a storm, with weird spiral lines around it, like tentacles. On the spot, as the Eye of Devouring spread out, the dark guards in Yangshuang were unavoidable, and all of them were pulled in. Those who were strong in the soul refinement realm couldn't resist, and they were swallowed up. Full power. The great devouring technique is so terrifying, anyone whose cultivation realm is lower than Chunyuan's is almost a massacre. Great devouring technique. Chunyuan pointed a finger out, and suddenly a finger containing a strong devouring power was sternly tapped on the body of the first level supernatural power. On the spot, he saw that his waist exploded, and even his entire body exploded into blood mist. Humanity is supreme, majesty exudes. Originally, even if these masters of the first and second levels of supernatural powers were not as powerful as Xuanhuan, they would not be easily slaughtered. However, when Xuanhuan was equipped with the human sovereign sword, there was an increase in the supreme being of humanity. The emperor of 10,000 emperors. Those who offend the emperor should be punished. Kill. Xuanhuan's whole body flickered with strength, killing again and again. His unscrupulous consumption of strength would be very difficult according to common sense, but the more relaxed Xuanhuan's face was. The great devouring technique is this terrifying. Not only can it devour all power, but it can also feed itself back in battle, as if it has an endless source. Others will be afraid of siege, crowd tactics, but the great devouring technique is not afraid of this. Blade slash. At this moment, there was a second-level expert with supernatural powers clenching his teeth, slashing with a long silver sword in his hand, and a domineering sword intent fell on Xuanhuan. At this moment, the space within 100 meters was enveloped by the long sword. Great battle technique, battle frenzy. Xuanhuan clenched his fingers tightly, and it was a bang. Suddenly, a fist shrouded in thunder and lightning appeared in the sky. The punch was as fast as a thunderbolt, but also as slow as a snail. The tyrannical force has affected and twisted the senses. This powerful punch of his slammed into the body of the second-level supernatural power, and blood splattered immediately, and he died tragically on the spot. The great devouring technique engulfed him again. Xuanhuan, like a gluttonous glutton who never knew his satisfaction, slaughtered and absorbed wantonly, and more than 2,000 dark guards and all the supernatural powers were slaughtered. You actually killed all the dark guards. It's impossible. What kind of power is this? How could your power be raised to such a terrifying level? Yang Xian said in amazement that he had not seen Xuanhuan before. Although he was a genius at that time, he was not as terrifying as he is today, as if he was reincarnated and rebuilt. Marquis of Zhongyong, control him, I want to devour his origin and break through the realm. At this time, Xuanhuan, who had killed more than 2,000 dark guards in succession, had reached the limit of the second level of Yuanshan. As long as he swallowed Yang Xian, he would definitely be able to cross the third level of Yuanshan. Yes, Your Majesty. The Marquis of Zhongyong was also secretly startled. After hearing Xuanhuan's words, he immediately performed a great technique, De Gung's gold technique, Jinling's magic power. You don't want to kill me. Yang Xian roared violently. I still want to struggle. Lu Qianfu sneered again and again, his body turned into a golden light, and the broken yuan knife slashed out, touching the armor on Yang Xian's body, and immediately slammed, like tofu, cracked. Fight. Yang Xian gritted his teeth, his eyes were blood red, his skin showed an extraordinary blood red, and his veins burst out like a coiled dragon. The power of the three emperors, the supreme humanity. At this moment, Xuanhuan's mana had reached its limit. Behind him, a tall phantom appeared with his appearance as a template. It was like an ancient emperor, with boundless domineering power, sweeping all over the world, and being famous all over the world. He punched directly into Yang Xian's waist. Boom! Yang Xian wanted to guard against Lu Qianfu again. He was about to fight against Xuanhuan again. When he was hit by this bombardment, his body was bent, and then he flew high and fell to the ground ruthlessly. He just wanted to counterattack, but Lu Qianfu slashed countless sword lights, like a cage, blocking his surroundings. Great devouring technique, ton ton ton. Xuanhuan grabbed it down again, and his palm grabbed Yang Xian's head. Immediately, it was visible to the naked eye, and a stream of essence was extracted. What? Yang Xian let out an extremely terrifying cry. He felt his vitality was rapidly fading away, and he was unable to free the palm that was tightly attached to the top of his head. After a good few minutes, his screams became weaker and weaker. At the end, an empty close fell to the ground, and he disappeared completely. Yuanshan triple. Chu Yuan devoured more than 2,000 dark guards, and together with Yang Xian, a master of the 7th level of supernatural powers, he was only promoted to the 1st level. Although it was only the 1st level, he could keenly feel that even without the blessing of the human emperor sword, he would still equivalent to hundreds of masters of the primordial spirit realm. Your Majesty broke through. Lu Qianfu was also shocked by Chu Yuan's aura, and then flashed over. After fumbling a few times on the dress, a space ring appeared. Sure enough, Xuanhuan Qingyun colluded with De Qian very early. He secretly established Yang's firm, and used his rights to sell the treasures that were prohibited from being sold in De Wu's country to De Qian, and then obtained benefits from De Qian. Armed his 3,000 dark guards. In Yang Xian's ring, there is a letter in contact with De Qian, which is clearly recorded. Especially after the death of the previous emperor, all kinds of schemes and all kinds of collusion are vivid in my eyes. However, Xuanhuan Qingyun was also very cautious. Jin Chan escaped, and he himself did not contact the Daqian dynasty at all. Yang's business is Xuanhuan Qingyun's main income. Now he has lost the Bahrain Medicine Mountain again, and most of the 3,000 dark guards have been eradicated. They are tigers with their teeth pulled out. Chu Yuan waved his hand and said, 10,000 shenwu is only the minimum standard. I need money in many places, and it happens that there are so many evidences of collusion here. Yang's firm was raided all over the country and the money was returned to the state. Xuanhuan Qingyun knew this bad news. I really want to see how wonderful his face is. Haha, Your Majesty's trick is great. Xuanhuan Qingyun is smart, but he didn't expect to pay his dark guard in the end. Lu Qianfu found another token from the space ring. The transparent crystal token is engraved with countless exquisite formations, and there are many light spots on it. This is a mother-in-law order, which can transmit messages to each other, and can know the higher the quality, the farther the distance, and this piece is of extremely high quality, and the message can be quickly transmitted back through a block order. Yes, Marquis Zhongyong, send a message in the name of Yang Xian, and let all the dark guards who went out to carry out the mission rush back to the Imperial city, and they will be completely wiped out. Chu Yuan ordered. He killed all the dark guards in Yangzhuang, but he didn't get the reward of Fate Point for a long time, so he knew that there were still a lot of dark guards outside the Imperial city. This thing is also found in the Shenwu army. Lu Qianfu nodded, and immediately began to operate. With this decree, the secret guards hurried back to Yangzhuang, the Imperial city without a doubt, and Chu Yuan also issued an Imperial decree to restrain Xuanhuan Qingyun's actions, so that he had no time to care about other things in the past few days. After all the dark guards were killed by Chu Yuan, his long-awaited reward finally came. Ding! The host completes the second choice, the perfect level is completed, and the reward is 1,500 fate points. The current fate point surplus, 2,300 points. #C22 Those who violate my great martial arts will be punished even if they are far away. This time, the fate point has been rewarded so much. Chu Yuan was also a little surprised when he heard the system's prompt sound. It was 1,500 points. He had to know that he had completed an event before and only had 1,000 points. Unfortunately, there was no additional magic weapon reward. It seemed that it was purely a reward for fate. Point. The realm is raised. Chu Yuan did not hesitate to use the fate point to improve his realm. 4th level of primordial spirit. 5 layers of primordial spirit. In a short period of time, Chu Yuan was promoted to the 5th level of Yuanshan. Huh? Your Majesty's strength has increased again. Lu Qianfu was secretly shocked. He suddenly felt that Chu Yuan's aura was like a ray of light rushing straight into the sky. It was unimaginably powerful. He used to think that his power could suppress Chu Yuan, but now it was gone. Notify the governor of Wudu and ask him to lead someone to raid the house. The iron evidence is enough to exterminate the 3 clans of Yangxian. Chu Yuan spit out a word coldly. In this world, if you don't ruthless others, you will be your 9 clans, which is more cruel than his previous world. Okay, I got it. Chu Yuan and Lu Qianfu left Yangshuang. Before dawn, the governor of Wudu, Song Ying, hurriedly came to the Imperial study, and took all kinds of letters with an ugly face. Under his nose, there was someone who colluded with treason. But when he was relieved, Chu Yuan did not hold him accountable. Next, the family who should be raided, the family who should be exterminated, and the one who should be killed. Song Ying acted extremely fast, and a large amount of gold and silver treasures and war materials rushed into the treasury. Wudu Food Market. Hundreds of people were escorted up, all of Yangxian's 3 clans, howling, and the executioners with big arms and round waists pressed their heads on the blood-stained blue stones. Click. The 3 clans of Yangxian were exterminated. When the news came back to the general's mansion, Xuanhuan Qingyun spat out a mouthful of blood and almost fainted. The dark guard he had worked so hard to manage for decades was raised overnight, and even his most loyal Yangxian was executed. Kill. For the first time, he felt fear, and he had an unforgettable fear of the second emperor who had been on the throne for only a few months. Hurry up, go and invite the prime minister. Xuanhuan Qingyun roared. Not to mention Xuanhuan Qingyun's anger, after dozens of days, the 10,000 warriors recruited by Chu Yuan finally came to the Imperial city. Shenwu Camp, School Field. The place here is huge, and it can accommodate hundreds of thousands of soldiers to practice. Being able to stand here means that you are all qualified to join the Shenwu Legion. 30 years later, Lu Qianfu stood on the school ground again, watching the crowd below him. His heart was full of mixed feelings. And this batch of warriors also made him very satisfied. The weakest of them all are at the 10th level of Tongmai, and there are thousands of people in the soul refinement realm. When they are placed on the battlefield, they are elites. His Majesty is here. With eunuch Wei's sharp voice resounding. Chu Yuan, dressed in a blood-black imperial robe, walked slowly into the school grounds. His eyes were radiant, as if he could see through everyone's hearts. He wore the human emperor sword around his waist, making him seem like the strongest emperor who had swallowed up the world. Long live my emperor! Long live! Thousands of warriors knelt down in unison, neat and tidy. They knew that the newly enthroned second emperor was not easy. The Yang's business, which had business in several countries, was raided. Because of one of his orders, hundreds of people from the 3 families of Yangxian were rolling. Very good, I am very pleased to see you. Chu Yuan motioned for them to be flattened. Presumably all the warriors also know that now I am in great martial arts with internal and external troubles, and domestic undercurrents are surging. And foreign countries are surging, and the 4 countries headed by Deqian are eyeing them. Maybe one day there will be tens of millions of coalition forces in the 4 countries to attack Dao. You have the courage to dedicate your life to the country at this time. Before Dao was founded, within 100 years, more than a dozen dynasties and regimes changed. The longest was only 10 years. Countless princes fought each other, the people were displaced, and the land was thousands of miles away. The life of the 5 kingdoms is the first of the 5 kingdoms, the strongest kingdom. That's right, if we let the great Cheng 4 kingdoms destroy the country and the great martial arts, burn, kill and loot, we will also die under their slaughtering knives. If this is the case, then rise up and resist. Criminalize my great martial artist, die. Tens of thousands of warriors raised their heads to look at Chu Yuan. All of them were brave and burst into roaring voices. They joined the Xuanhuan army to defend their homeland. The 30 years since the founding of Dao gave them too much peace. I only have one sentence: those who violate my great martial arts will be punished even if they are far away. Xuanhuan said these words, his murderous aura boiled, and his eyes suddenly fell on a majestic man with a figure like an iron tower among the 10,000 warriors, the 5th level of supernatural powers. You are not far away to come to the capital. With your strength, put it in any place. You can also command tens of thousands of troops within a corps, and you can also create a foundation in troubled times. What's your name? My name is Li Dangxian, from Nanjun. This burly man named Li Dangxian said proudly, my whole family has been in Nanjun for decades. If Deqian breaks the Nongguan, it will definitely bear the brunt. In front of a million army, even I have to move with my whole family. In the past, it was the emperor who swept the kingdoms with the army of gods and martial arts, so I don't know if the current sage can have the power of the emperor again. Nanjun is the border of the southern border, close to the border of the Great Diving, a place of bitter cold. Dao Kingdom is martial, and everyone cultivates martial arts, and Nanjun borders Daqian, and the folk customs are even more sturdy. The soldiers there are not afraid of death, but have a terrible killing intent. Presumptuous. When Lu Qianfu saw Li Dangxian raised his head and looked at Xuanhuan, there was an air of arrogance in his eyes. He knew that Li Dangxian was too arrogant. Some did not take Xuanhuan seriously, and shouted sharply. Marquis Zhongyong, he was right. Xuanhuan raised his palm, his 5 fingers flashed with lightning, and he grabbed at Li Dangxian's burly body. Coming. When Li Dang first saw Xuanhuan's action, he knew that he was testing his strength. Of course, he was not afraid. His body moved, his fists clenched tightly, and he slammed into the front. The strong force was distorting even the void. But at this moment, Li Dangxian's fist was wrapped in Xuanhuan's palm, so that he couldn't pull it out. However, Xuanhuan's other palm was placed on his shoulder and lightly patted a few times. But every time he patted it, Li Dangxian's heart palpitated more and more. He felt that if the palm was patted on his head, his brain would burst, so he knelt down and said, I'm Li Dangxian, I will do whatever your majesty asks me to do in the future. Even if I die, I won't frown, and if I frown, I'm not from Nanjun. Leadingly, taking the lead, you are very good. In the future you will be the commander of the Xuanhuan capital, leading 1,000 people, and when the Xuanhuan Legion expands, you will lead 10,000 people. In one sentence, Xuanhuan appointed Li Dangxian as Dutong, which is the real power. Thank you Lord Long-En. Li Dangxian said excitedly. The purpose of reorganizing the army of Xuanhuan is not only to fight against the 4 kingdoms, but also to find out the cause of the death of the late emperor and the cause of the destruction of the army of 300,000 people, to avenge them, and to make Dao the strongest empire in the world. In the Xuanhuan army, there is only one purpose. Xuanhuan glanced away sharply, and said slowly, those who violate my great martial arts will be punished even if they are far away. #C23 Taidan Furnace. Those who commit my great martial arts will be punished even if they are far away. Those who commit my great martial arts will be punished even if they are far away. Those who commit my great martial arts will be punished even if they are far away. When 10,000 warriors heard this sentence, their blood immediately boiled, and they shouted in unison on the school ground. Even Lu Qianfu was shocked when he heard it. Those who violate my great martial arts will be punished even if they are far away. It's just 9 words, but the domineering contained in it is earth-shattering. Whoever commits it dies. Stop. Xuanhuan's palm stood upright. Drop your blood on this chessboard, you are the real warriors of the gods. The Zhangjuan chessboard reappeared, dancing and spinning in the sky, and then under the leadership of Lu Qianfu, 10,000 people quickly dripped blood on it. Battle Army Chessboard, 10,000/100000. Finally recruited 10,000 warriors. There was also a smile on Chuyuan's face. Ding! The host completed the rebuilding of the Shenwu Legion and obtained 100 fate points. After the event is over, an additional 1,500 fate points will be obtained, and the Taidan Furnace. Taidan Furnace. Chuyuan's expression changed, and a huge cauldron appeared in the system space. The ancient modeled colors were 9 feet high and several feet wide. There were many talismans carved on the Dan stove, which recorded the vacuum gossip, yin and yang, and the pattern of the avenue. The pill furnace has 9 mouths, which are carved into the likeness of the ethereal way of heaven, and can shoot out flames. Taidan Furnace, broken, was originally a magic weapon of no superiors, the magic weapon of Tai Tianjun, but it was damaged in the battle of immortals and gods, and it was scattered in the heavens. Automatic refining of medicinal pills, 100% success. Remarks: due to the serious damage to the Taidan furnace, the quality of the furnace has dropped, and the highest quality can be refined, but it cannot be refined on top of Shendan. What? If you encounter serious damage, you can still refine a peerless pill. Chuyuan was shocked, and exclaimed in his heart, how terrible would it be if the Taidan furnace was complete, and the Taidan furnace can automatically make pills as long as there are enough materials. Against the sky, this is absolutely against the sky. He never imagined that the end of this event would give him such a heaven-defying reward, which made his heart feel like a cat scratching, and he could not wait to test it immediately. Marquis Zhongyong, the Shenwu army will be handed over to you, and I have other things. Chuyuan left a voice and hurriedly left the school grounds. Inside the Shenyang Palace, Chuyuan's consciousness peeped into the Taidan furnace, and immediately in front of him there were murals exuding light, and some of the murals were dull, and they were all pill recipes. Unexpectedly, the Tai pill stove is so intimate, and even the pill recipe is ready. I think those bleak and dull ones are above the god level and cannot be refined. Dan Feng, soul-breaking pill. Quality, Xian level superb. Function, the soul is subjected to thousands of tempers, it becomes steel, and the soul is broken through thousands of refining. The 10th level of Tongmai can break through 100% to the realm of forging souls. Main materials: broken soul grass, soul bright flower, Ming Juzi, Yinling fruit. Your Majesty, this is the medicinal material you want. Eunuch Wei said justly. It is good. Chuyuan grabbed the medicinal materials and sent them into the system space, and the Taidan furnace was suddenly radiant, as if the ancient Tai Tianjun was concocting alchemy, and the firelight illuminated a phantom wearing a Taoist robe. After just a few breaths, a few pearl-like medicinal pills arrived in his hands. Breaking soul pill. Chuyuan's eyes lit up, and suddenly said, "Come here. I have seen your Majesty." The one who was called in by Chuyuan was a warrior with a 10th level channel, and he immediately kowtowed and bowed. Take this. Seeing the medicinal pill that Chuyuan handed over, the warrior frowned without wrinkling. Even if it is poison, he will take it immediately, and eat it immediately. What? Just after taking the medicine pill, the warrior screamed in pain and rolled his head on the ground. Chuyuan watched his changes indifferently. It took about an hour or so for the warrior to gradually wake up. He thought he was going to die, but when he felt his realm, his expression was dull, and then he was pleasantly surprised. Thank you, Your Majesty, for the divine pill. The samurai kowtowed, his realm really broke through from the channel to the forging of the soul. Go back. Chuyuan smiled. The Tai pill furnace did not disappoint him. He estimated that it took only a few breaths to refine a pot of profound-level peerless soul-breaking pills. As long as there are sufficient medicinal materials, the amount of refining in one day is horrifying. The refining time should increase or decrease with the grade of the pill recipe. Eunuch Wei, go and bring all the medicinal materials that I need in the treasury. If there are not enough, the whole city will buy it. Xuanhuan knew that the value of the Tiao pill stove was too great, and he who didn't know how to concoct pills could concoct pills casually. And the most terrifying thing is that the Taishang pill furnace can automatically make pills and achieve mass production automatically, which is definitely a weapon for cultivating strong people. Although Eunuch Wei didn't know what Xuanhuan wanted so many medicinal materials for, but as a slave, as long as he did it honestly, countless medicinal materials would soon be delivered to Shenyang Palace. In the next few days, Xuanhuan stayed in the palace to make alchemy. He has refined as many as tens of thousands of soul-breaking pills. There is also a kind of medicinal pill called Ningxian pill, which is used in the 10th level of soul refinement to break through 100% to the primordial spirit realm. Only a few hundred copies were made. Magic pill. Xuanhuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and between his two fingers he was holding an elixir the size of a soybean. This is the divine ability pill, which can be used by the 10th level Yuanshan to break through to the divine ability realm without any sequelae, but the quality is heaven level, and the required materials are too precious. Eunuch Wei, you have been serving you since the late emperor never founded the country. Even I was taken care of by you when I was a child. Xuanhuan smiled, suddenly being fair to Duke Wei. The old slave was born in the previous dynasty, and the late emperor followed shortly after the uprising. Eunuch Wei was a little confused about Xuanhuan's words. Take this pill. Xuanhuan handed the elixir to Eunuch Wei. Pfft. Eunuch Wei actually knelt down and repeatedly kowtowed, Your Majesty, this old slave is loyal to Your Majesty and will never dare to have two hearts. Even if Your Majesty asks the old servant to die, the old servant will not dare to have a single complaint. The slave has to die. I didn't let you die. Xuanhuan was also a little happy to see Eunuch Wei's reaction. He actually thought that he was going to give him death. He just wanted to give Eunuch Wei a blessing, due to the hard work of Eunuch Wei over the past few decades. But Eunuch Wei thought that he knew too many secrets of Xuanhuan and wanted to kill him. Companion is like a tiger, Eunuch Wei resolutely decided that he was ready to die. After getting up, he immediately stepped forward a few steps, took the medicine pill from Xuanhuan's hand, closed his eyes, and said abruptly, Your Majesty, I'm afraid I won't be able to serve you in the future. After swallowing the medicine pill, it immediately turned into a warm current. Eunuch Wei felt that he was going to be promoted to immortal, and sighed in his heart. Even if His Majesty wanted to give him death, he didn't let him suffer, and he still had merit. It was because he knew too much. However, after waiting for a long time, he was still standing in Shenyang Palace. Eunuch Wei, you can feel your realm. Xuanhuan's voice sounded. God. Divine ability realm. Eunuch Wei exclaimed. He has been trapped in the primordial spirit realm for decades, and he has not been able to realize the mystery of supernatural powers for a long time, but because of Xuanhuan's medicinal pill, he actually broke through. Although he is well maintained, the vitality in his body is already weakening. After all, the primordial spirit realm can live for up to 200 years, and only after breaking through to supernatural powers can he live for 300 years. The supernatural powers are 10 level, and the lifespan can even reach 500 years. Haha, as expected of a magic pill. Xuanhuan went to the Xuanhu Academy with laughter. #C24 Dynasty Hunt. Xuanhu Academy. The blood is soaring. Since 10,000 warriors settled in, it suddenly became lively. Lu Qianfu used to be the commander of the Xuanhu army. How to train the army, and how to instill the idea of loyalty to this group of people, to deal with these things with ease. 5 people form a team, and Soul Forging Realm can be the team leader. 10 people are worth 1, and those who are above the 5th level of soul refinement can be considered long. 100 people make up 100 households, and Yuanshan Realm can be 100 households. 1,000 people are 1,000 households, and when the strength reaches the supernatural power, one can be 1,000 households and lead 1,000 people. However, there was only one commander, Li Dangxian, who was directly appointed by Xuanhuan. After all, in the Xuanwu army, apart from Lu Qianfu, a master with 8-level supernatural powers, Li Dangxian was at the highest level. He was named a commander-in-chief, and he was already a general. The setting sun was like blood, and the setting sun shone on the school grounds, like the end of the apocalypse. Your Majesty, the medicinal pill you brought is really miraculous. I don't know how it was refined. After those soldiers took it, they all broke through to the soul refinement realm. There are 4 people in the 1,000 households. After Xuanhuan brought the medicinal pills, he quickly increased the strength of the Xuanwu army. The weakest one was the soul refinement realm, which was an absolute elite on the battlefield. Everyone would become at least 10 enemies and 100 enemies. At this time, Lu Qianfu was also full of confidence in the development of the Xuanwu army, and said with joy, "In my army now, there are 378 people in the primordial spirit realm, and there are as many as 10 people in the supernatural realm. The system is to hold army competitions every month, and the winners can become thousands of households, while the losers become ordinary soldiers, and the resources they enjoy are incomparable. The Xuanwu Legion is only 10,000 people now, which is still too few. I need you to fully expand the army. I hope that it can expand to 100,000 people before the personal expedition. Don't worry about military resources, I will fully support it." Xuanhuan said, "This time, I have not only brought the medicinal pills that will allow other soldiers to break through, but also what you need from the loyal and brave Marquis." "What else do I need?" Lu Qianfu's eyes flashed. "This is the divine ability breakthrough pill. If you take it, you will be able to break through the 9th level of divine ability." Xuanhuan took out a jade bottle, which contained only an elixir, as round as the most flawless and beautiful jewel in the world. "Tianji top grade." Lu Qianfu was surprised. Is there such a miraculous effect? Without hesitation, he took the medicine pill in front of Xuanhuan. Suddenly, he had not touched the realm for 30 years, but he had really broken through to the 9th level of supernatural powers, and his body had once again been nourished to the peak. It's a pity that even if Xuanhuan scoured all the materials in the treasury, only one of the divine ability breakthrough pill was refined. "Your Majesty, where did this come from?" Lu Qianfu asked, curiously. Although there are many alchemists in Dao, there are fewer people who can refine heaven-level medicine pills than supernatural power masters. There are only about 4 or 5 people. They are all important offerings to the royal family, and the failure rate is as high as 90%. And this time, Xuanhuan brought too many medicinal pills, many of which Lu Qianfu had never seen before. "You don't need to worry about this. In short, your mission is to rapidly expand the army. In addition to those used to break through the realm, there are also various auxiliary medicine pills, which are also distributed to train the army formation. As long as you have a large army, it is not enough to enter the 4 countries consider." Xuanhuan's tone was light, and his words were full of unparalleled confidence. "Yes, I know what to do." Lu Qianfu nodded. After dealing with the matter of the Xuanwu army, Xuanhuan returned to the palace again. He now holds 2,300 fate points in his hand, and naturally he has to consume it, but this time he was not eager to use it to break through the realm, but opened the system mall and browsed carefully. Military Dao Killing Fist, Heaven-level martial arts, it is the killing fist of war. The more you use the military Dao Killing Fist at the same time, you can form a war field, push everything horizontally, and it takes 500 fate points to exchange. Only 500 fate points. Changed. With this martial arts killing fist, Xuanhuan can expect that his Xuanwu army's combat power will be able to reach another level. Current fate point surplus, 1,800 points. He continued to browse, and saw a book of martial arts called Iron Chain Battle Formation, which was extremely suitable for large army battles. The iron cable battle formation cooperates with the martial arts, killing fist, and an army of tens of thousands, or even 100,000 people, is displayed. This is simply a shocking cry of the devil. Chu Yuan's eyes flashed, and after exchanging the iron cable battle formation, he still had 1,500 fate points left. Can you still refresh? Just like the online games I played before. Chu Yuan saw the system mull to the end, and a shiny refresh mark appeared. The host can use 100 fate points to refresh the mull every time, and immediately change the list. The quality of the magic weapon is uncertain, and what appears is uncertain. Note: purchased items will not be refreshed. Purchased items will not be refreshed, which is very considerate. Like primary healing potions, meteor bombs are all good things. If Chu Yuan is refreshed, he will feel very disadvantaged, but now, there is no such worry. Refresh. Chu Yuan fiercely clicked on refresh. 100 fate points were immediately deducted, and the list in his eyes changed, and there were many things he had not seen before. He scrutinized them all carefully, and when he browsed to the end, Chu Yuan saw a glowing talisman. After clicking on it, there was a system prompt immediately. One-time teleporter, intermediate. Using the one-time teleportation charm, you can move any position within a radius of 100,000 miles with yourself as the center in an instant, which is a one-time consumable. It takes 800 fate points to redeem. You can actually move 100,000 miles. Chu Yuan's heart twitched violently. After searching all the great martial arts, there would be no Fu Xuan who could move thousands of miles. This involved the way of space, and only experts in the spirit realm could barely understand the mystery of space. Change it, definitely change it. He thought that the Imperial city was about 50,000 to 60,000 kilometers away from the border gate of Nanjun, and with the one-time teleportation talisman, even if it encountered murder, it could be moved out immediately. Ding! The host spends 800 fate points to obtain a one-time teleportation charm, intermediate. The current fate point surplus, 700 points. Fate point is so spent. Chu Yuan sighed, closed them all, and put everything into the system space. In the next time, in addition to handling state affairs, Chu Yuan refined the medicinal materials stored in the treasury into pills. In 1 month, the original 10,000-strong Xuanhuan army has expanded to a full 30,000, and there are more than 10 more masters in the supernatural power realm. And with the support of his medicinal pills, even the lowest strength soldiers have the strength to forge the soul. 30,000 people have the lowest strength to forge their souls. Thinking about the fact that Xuanhuan Qingyun has only pulled out a 3,000-strong dark guard in the past few decades, and was destroyed by Chu Yuan. However, behind such a surge in strength is the emptiness that the treasury is rapidly depleting. Fortunately, the treasures of gold and silver are mainly because the medicinal materials are almost gone, and the medicinal materials shops in the Imperial city have been searched by Chu Yuan. The wind is shaky, and the water is cold, and it has been raining for half a month. With his hands on his back, Chu Yuan looked at the drizzling rain with mixed feelings. It had been several months since he had traveled to this fantasy world. If you choose to become an emperor yourself, you have to go down this road, no matter what. Your Majesty, there is still half a month left for the once-a-year dynasty hunting. Eunuch Wei was full of energy and respectfully said from the side. Oh? Is the dynasty hunt going to start? Chu Yuan's expression changed, and in front of him a new god-level choice suddenly appeared. #C25 10,000 Beast Mountains. Option 1, hold the dynasty hunt as scheduled and get 100 fate points. Option 2, cancel this dynasty hunt, focus on developing the Xuanhuan Legion, and get 100 fate points. Chu Yuan looked at the two god-level choices, and knew that each different choice represented a different follow-up event, and the pills that the Xuanhuan Legion could actually practice now were almost the same, and the next step would depend on the development of time. Eunuch Wei, pass on the decree, and half a month later, hold a dynasty hunt. Xuanhuan gave the order. Yes, Your Majesty, hunting in the Imperial City is the tradition of Dao. It will be held in September every year since the first emperor. The purpose is to sharpen the atmosphere of martial arts in the court and let officials of various ministries know that Dao was established in ruins. Eunuch Wei nodded and said, "This old slave will go to issue the imperial decree." Ding. The host makes a choice and gets 100 fate points. There was still half a month before the dynasty hunt, but Xuanhuan didn't do anything else. Now that the development of the Xuanhuan Legion was on the right track, he was very relieved to have Lu Qianfu to manage it. And half a month passed in a flash, and in the blink of an eye it was the day of the dynasty hunting. Xuanhuan Academy. The army of 30,000 people is standing neatly on the huge school field at this moment. At a glance, it is densely packed. The breadth of 30,000 people is almost united together. After several months of training by Lu Qianfu, this army is no longer a warrior with scattered records, but a real army. With this army, why can't he conquer the world? Long live my emperor! Just when Xuanhuan's mind was rippling, the 30,000 army knelt down in unison. The air makes me feel very happy. This is different from the army before Xuanhuan's time travel. All of the members of the Xuanhuan Legion are martial arts masters. In the past, they were flying and immortal characters, but now everyone is just a part of it. Your Majesty, the 30,000 people of the Xuanhuan Legion are here, please review it. At this time, Lu Qianfu, also wearing a dark golden armor, strode forward and asked Xuanhuan for instructions. Go, myriad beast mountains. Xuanhuan waved his hand, and the 30,000 strong army immediately set off. 10,000 beast mountains. There are countless tall and giant peaks, mountains that stretch for thousands of miles, and the ancient trees rise up from the sky, like a virgin forest. This is the 10,000 beast mountains. 10,000 beast mountains is boundless, and there are unknown how many fierce beasts exist. It is rumored that at the end of the 10,000 beast mountains is a completely different world, but in the very depths of the mountains and forests, it is said that there is a beast emperor who peeks into the realm of the gods. Even the previous emperor could not traverse the past. Even today's Dao is only spying on a very small part of it. The Dao kingdom was actually built on the foothills of a part of the myriad beast mountains. Whenever the world is in chaos, a beast tide will break out in the myriad beast mountains, rushing out of the mountain to kill. Later, the first emperor founded the country and simply established the country here, guarding the gate of the country, and directly guarding against the beast tide. There is nothing more that the Son of Heaven guards the gate of the country. September is the beginning of autumn. Dao's September was already slightly chilly, the weather was gloomy, and thick clouds covered the sky, making people feel depressed. However, the myriad beasts mountain range was very lively at this time. A large number of civil and military officials and children of aristocratic families had come here early. Dynasty hunting is not just an activity of the royal family, but in the face of hundreds of officials in the court, many families will send the best children to participate in the experience. The purpose is to show their strength in front of the emperor, in order to enhance the power of their own family. However, this dynasty hunting was completely different from before. 30 years after the founding of Dao, the previous dynasty hunting was led by the first emperor, but this time it was the first time for the new emperor to convene, and Dao is now in a situation of internal and external troubles, and there will be large-scale wars at any time. The densely packed people seem to be in the myriad beasts mountain range, but they are actually divided into several camps. The people of one camp gathered with the general and the prime minister, and they were both of the same party. And some camps and generals, the prime minister is very close, but they are very close, this is a neutral party. In a camp at this time, there was a tall and burly middle-aged man with a cultivation base of as high as the 7th level of supernatural powers. Although he was wearing an official uniform, he could not hide the temperament of his generals. This was Xuanhuan, the Minister of Military Affairs. The small number of officials who stood with Xuanhuan were absolutely loyal to the royal family, and they were also the targets of suppression by the general and the prime minister. Everyone. Do you know that there are too many traitors in my dog country now, but your majesty, Xingming, found out that Yang's Chamber of Commerce was treasonous to the country and annihilated the 3 clans. Long live my emperor, it's so heartwarming. It was Xuanhuan, the Minister of Military Affairs, who spoke loudly. His voice was very loud, like thunder, as if he was deliberately explaining to Baiguan. Click. Xuanhuan Qingyun's palm was clenched tightly, and the blue veins were exposed. Xuanhuan's words were tantamount to tearing open the wound in his heart again. And his 3,000 dark guards were also executed one by one, making his decades of hard work go to waste. Calm down. Li Yun shook his head. Our majesty is not easy now. I know. Xuanhuan Qingyun is also a wily person. Yang's firm was investigated, but there was no evidence of his crime, so he said coldly, when the Great Wu Kingdom is broken, I will leave this Xuanhuan behind. He has been slashed with thousands of swords, keeping his soul immortal, looking at his flesh and blood skeleton day and night, he can't survive, but can't die. Haha, General, Prime Minister. At this time, a man who seemed to be in his 20s or 30s stepped forward. Although he was young, the cultivation he revealed had already reached the extremely terrifying 7th level of supernatural powers, and he was a character capable of leading tens of thousands of troops. Little Prince, Wei Shen. Xuanhuan Qingyun, Li Yun looked at the man and said. Yes, this man is Wei Shen, the eldest son of King Wei Wu. However, since the founding of Dao, he has been living in the capital, just like a proton left behind, but he can provide information for King Wei Wu. Wei Shen smiled and said, the 2 are important ministers of the Zhu kingdom of my great Wu. My father and king often mention them, and let me tell you something. If you have time, you might as well go to Weiwu County to catch up with your father and king, and discuss important affairs in the court. Father and king have not seen the 2 for a long time. How is King Weiwu now? Li Yun smiled and changed the subject. My father's body is well-being. I heard that my father has spied a trace of the power of the gods. It's half a step. He sent me a letter and asked me to stay in the capital. Don't worry about other things. Wei Shen said, but Xuanhuan Qingyun and Li Yun's faces changed, half a step to see God. They knew that King Wei Wu was a figure hundreds of years ago. He experienced turmoil in dozens of dynasties. Although he never established a country, he was able to protect himself and survived until now, and he was crowned king in Dao, which is enough to show his terrible strength. Now that it is half a step to see the gods, it is a power beyond the 10th level of supernatural powers, and the 2 of them are not the opponents of King Wei Wu. Since Wei Wuwang invited me, the general and I will naturally go to catch up. Li Yun agreed. Now the world is in chaos, and the 4 kingdoms all want to destroy Dao, eat meat and drink soup. They know that without the suppression of the first emperor, the young emperor who has just ascended the throne will not be able to turn the tide. The efforts he made were in vain. In the face of absolute power, struggle was useless, and he could only follow the destiny. Just when Xuanhuan Qingyun and Li Yun were thinking about each other, a voice came first from the distant sky. The Holy One is here. #C26 Dawn Princess Chu Xiaonyang. The Holy One is here. No matter how civil and military officials, or how the family speculates about the current situation, but now the great martial arts are still there, the sky has not collapsed, and the saint is on the throne. Immediately, the voices of various conversations subsided, and opened his eyes wide to see Xuanhuan coming from a distance. Soon, on the official road in the distance, endless heads appeared. The high flag of the Xuanhu army stood up. It was a blood-black military flag. It fluttered in the wind. In the sight of many people, a powerful army appeared. The Xuanhu Legion is here again. The Xuanhu Legion was the first to arrive, and everyone was silent. It must be known that the Xuanhu Legion was a symbol of great martial arts, shocking the four countries. If the army was not suddenly destroyed, even if the first emperor died, the four countries would not dare to have the slightest intention to move troops. The 30,000 Xuanhu army came in neatly, step by step, no one spoke, only the sound of armor colliding, like thunder, fierce masculinity rippling. The Holy One is here. Eunuch Wei appeared. Behind him, there were many warriors holding halberds and umbrellas, guarding on both sides, and the most striking one was 9 dragons pulling huge dragons and pulling a supreme being. Above the dragon, there is a young man with an indifferent face and eyes like the sun, moon and stars. Lu Qianfu walked beside Long Zhao, with the yuan-shattering knife straddling his waist, scanning all directions, majestic and domineering. Anyone who dared to rush up would be turned into pieces. Long live my emperor! Long live my emperor! When Xuanhuan arrived, the civil and military officials knelt down one after another, shouting long live, and some people's eyes even peeked at Xuanhuan from time to time. They were also very shocked. Although they knew that Xuanhuan was recruiting the Xuanhu army, many people didn't care too much, thinking that this was something that Xuanhuan could not do, but when they saw the 30,000 army, so fierce, so powerful, when qi and blood rose into the sky, the dark clouds in the sky were shaken away. The quality of these 30,000 people is simply higher than the previous Xuanhu Legion. This is of course, Xuanhuan has Taiyudan furnace, as long as there are sufficient materials, refining any medicinal pill will not fail. Naturally, there are many medicinal pills that they have never heard of. With a steady stream of medicinal herbs, it is of course possible to cultivate an army of 30,000 people. This is still too short a time. If the training takes a year and a half, it is simply unimaginable. This second little emperor is so powerful. The royal family really has a deep background, and he actually pulled out another army, and this little emperor has an unfathomable aura. Even I feel jealous. This is impossible. You have to tell the royal father to prepare early. Wei Shen in the crowd was also secretly shocked and wrote down the news. The 30,000-strong army of gods and martial arts was pulled out and led by the Marquis of Zhongyong. This is the emperor's shock and awe, showing his own strength, and letting some young people know that even if the empire encounters major changes, it is not so easy to destroy. At this time, the crowd had complicated thoughts, and they all guessed Xuanhuan's thoughts. Zhu Qing is flat. Xuanhuan on the dragon's banquet said slowly, "Is Wan Lianji, the commander of the Forbidden Army, here?" Commander of the Forbidden Army, Wan Lianji greets His Majesty. A man in jet-black armor walked out immediately, knelt down on one knee, and saluted. "I don't know what His Majesty's orders are. Dynasty hunting is a major event for me. Are you ready?" Xuanhuan stared at the Wan Lianji. Of the Dao armies, of course, the Xuanhu Legion is the most powerful, and in addition to the Xuanhu, there are also 1 million forbidden troops, guarding the capital and fighting in the 4 fields. The Imperial army was divided into 8 battalions, each with a total of 125,000 men, adding up to 1 million. These 8 battalions are further divided into 4 battalions of divine beasts, Qinglong, Baihu, Xuanwu, and Suzaku. 4 battalions of vicious beasts, Chaos, Qiongqi, Gluttonous, and Gluttonous. The 4 battalions of divine beasts are stationed in the Imperial city. The 4th battalion of ferocious beasts is stationed in the myriad beast mountains, responsible for supervising the movement of the beasts and resisting the beast tide. Wan Lianji is the commander of Qianqing, a master of the 9th level of supernatural powers. General Xuanhuan Qingyun was nominally the supreme commander of the million-year-old Forbidden Army. Although the commanders of the 8 battalions were not necessarily his, but among the middle and upper-level officers, his staff was placed, and he would be able to respond at that time. Although Chuyuan knew who belonged to Xuanhuan Qingyun, the reason why he did not purge was because he was afraid of causing a backlash, causing some people who were loyal to the royal family to be in danger because of the large-scale purge, and turn to Xuanhuan Qingyun, causing rebellion. He was waiting for an excuse. Thinking of this, Chuyuan also sighed lightly. The first emperor only valued the army of Shenwu, but he did not pay much attention to other legions. He handed the Forbidden Army to Xuanhuan Qingyun. No one would have thought that he would encounter such a disaster. Otherwise, the former Chuyuan would not be in such a difficult situation. The previous Chuyuan will not destroy the country in the second generation. These are all hidden dangers left by the emperor. Reporting to your majesty, the minister is ready, the Qiongqi camp has surrounded the 10,000 Beast Mountains, and your majesty can start the dynasty hunting at any time. Wan Lianji replied. Chuyuan nodded. Wan Lianji was quite loyal. He did not belong to Xuanhuan Qingyun's faction, but he was not as loyal as Huang Yong. Entered the 10,000 Beast Mountains. Just as Chuyuan was about to start this hunt, tens of thousands of firelights suddenly appeared in the distance, rushing over like a vermilion bird. Princess Dawn is here. Chuyuan saw clearly that there was a huge flamingo in the sky, with flames burning on its body, and there were 2 figures on it. Princess Dawn. Chuyuan smiled. There are not many people in the royal family. The first emperor was fascinated by the world and cultivation, so he only had 3 daughters and 1 son. This Princess Chenxi was the youngest princess. She just turned 13 this year, 2 years younger than him. Brother Emperor. Princess Chenxi's name is Chu Xiaonyang. Although she is still young, she does not have the beauty of a lady. She has the temperament of a weak princess. Instead, she is wearing a fiery red leather armor. The look of beard. This is a strong martial arts style, even stronger among emperors. Even princesses have to learn martial arts since childhood. Dawn. Chuyuan crossed over, and it was when De Wu was the most chaotic. He was so busy that he never had time to go to the palace to see his sister. Reporting to your majesty, the princess has been clamoring to go hunting, and the minister has no choice but to lead a 10,000 vermilion bird army to protect the princess. Beside Princess Chenxi, there was also a woman in fiery red leather armor. She was in her 30s, and there was a mark of the vermilion bird between her eyebrows, which was the age of grace. Zhu Fengfeng, the commander of the Suzaku Battalion, the 9th-level supernatural power, is also the only female commander of the 8th Battalion of the Forbidden Army. If the other 7 battalions of the 8th Battalion of the Forbidden Army were all staffed by Xuanhuan Qingyun, then there were absolutely none in the Suzaku camp. Not long after the founding of Dao, the first emperor entered the myriad Beast Mountains and rescued a woman, Zhu Fengfeng. It was rumored that she had a trace of Suzaku blood, and Zhu Fengfeng was later appointed as the commander of the Suzaku camp. Regarding the Zhuke camp, the former emperor gave Zhu Fengfeng a lot of power, and he was not subject to the orders of Xuanhuan Qingyun, and any deployment of officers had to obey Zhu Fengfeng. Zhu Fengfeng is only loyal to one person, that is, the current sage. The current sage is Chuyuan, so he is naturally loyal to Chuyuan. Also, Zhu Fengfeng is the teacher of Princess Chenxi, Chu Xiaonyang, teaching her martial arts. The princess is also a member of the royal family. It was my negligence. You are not wrong. You did a good job. The princess will also participate in this hunt. Chuyuan did not reprimand Zhu Fengfeng, but seeing Chu Xiaonyang's heroic appearance made him feel much better. #C27 Canon. The vermilion bird is a rare visitor to my myriad Beast Mountains. At this time, Wan Lianji saw Zhu Fengfeng, who followed Princess Chenxi to the Myriad Beast Mountains, stepped forward, and said in a very bad tone. Every time the dynasty hunts, your 4 battalions of ferocious beasts can get a lot of corpses of ferocious beasts, and you can take all the benefits, but my Suzaku camp can't eat meat or soup. This time, in addition to escorting Princess Chenxi, I also let my commander go down. Experience in the mountains. Zhu Fengfeng's voice was very cold. The 4 battalions of divine beasts and the 4 battalions of vicious beasts have their own battles with each other. Although the 4th battalion of ferocious beasts guards the most dangerous 10,000 beast mountains, it can get more benefits, and the soldiers under it can sharpen a fierce aura, and the combat power is more fierce. Since the Vermilion Bird commander wants to train his subordinates, it is also a good thing. My great martial arts needs such soldiers. Xuanhuan said indifferently. In this way, the commander of the 8 battalions can enter the 10,000 beast mountains every month. It is best to use this to hold legion competitions and set a system. The rules set by the Hozhongyong are very good. Tell the 2 commanders. Under my command, officers at all levels adopt the last rank elimination system. Every month, soldiers can challenge the corps leader or even higher ranking officers. If anyone is stronger than me, they can challenge me. Lu Qianfu immediately understood. The weak will eat the strong, and the strong will be respected. You can't always allow a group of people to occupy positions. This can motivate the soldiers' high-ranking hearts and maintain the vitality of the army. This move can also make some mediocre people abdicate. Xuanhuan said, a soldier who doesn't want to be a general is not a good soldier. Sharp. Hearing Xuanhuan's words, the faces of the 2 commanders did not change much, but Shangguan Qingyun's face changed. This is to forcibly remove his power in the army. If Xuanhuan directly cleaned up on a large scale, he would be so happy that he aroused a mutiny and directly pulled him down as an emperor, but this means he has no way to do it. He can be considered to have learned the means of this little emperor, and his tactics are more ruthless than the previous emperor. Your Majesty, the time has come. Eunuch Wei reminded. Xuanhuan nodded. Seeing this, Wan Lianji raised his hand, and immediately tens of thousands of troops rushed out. In groups of 10, they launched 1,000 black iron cannons with barrels several feet thick. The muzzles were deep, as if they could destroy everything. Magic cannon. Xuanhuan looked at the 1,000 cannons thoughtfully. This is a magical cannon imitated by the ancient blueprints that Tiao found. It is extremely powerful. A single cannonball can cover a distance of hundreds of meters. This cannon is even more terrifying than what he has seen before crossing. Put. Wan Lianji ordered. Qianqing is very familiar with shooting and firing artillery. Bang bang bang. Thousands of magical cannons fired in unison, and instead of cannonballs, the muzzles shot out streaks of bright light. They fell into the Myriad Beasts mountain range, and the sky collapsed suddenly, like an earthquake. Many hilltops were destroyed, one by one. The pit was blown out. Immediately, I saw countless fierce beasts roaring in the Myriad Beasts mountain range, and the beasts were alarmed, and they all fled for their lives. As soon as the 1,000 cannons sounded, the hunt was truly announced. Your Majesty, it's up to you to shoot this arrow. Duke Wei said justly. Bring my bow and arrow. Xuanhuan stretched out his hand, and a large bow weighing 1,000 pounds fell into his hand. This bow is not made of iron, it looks more like a bone, the spine of some kind of beast. Yes, this is the divine arm bow. It was created by the first emperor who went deep into the Myriad Beast Mountains and killed a dragon with 10 levels of supernatural powers. It was created with its spine and dragon tendons. Open. Your Majesty will use the god arm bow. Many people present were surprised. The eyes are a little weird. This is the divine arm bow of the royal family, the top grade of heaven. Wei Shen's eyes flashed, and he immediately said, every time he hunted, the first emperor would shoot a great monster with supernatural powers as a start, and then give the great monster as a reward for hunting to the first person. This is an honor. The higher the level of monsters, the greater the honor. I wonder what monsters your majesty is going to hunt this time. Wei Shen, you are arrogant. Huang Yong shouted fiercely. Of course he heard what this meant, and wanted to push Chu Yuan to shoot the supernatural power demon. But what kind of cultivation was the first emperor, and what kind of cultivation Chu Yuan was? If he didn't mention it, it would be fine. But once he mentioned it, wouldn't Chu Yuan lose face if he shot an ordinary big demon? Option 1. Hunting the supernatural power monster as a reward for hunting. You will get 100 fate points, and 20% of the blueprint for the first-level magic machine cannon. Option 2. Kill a big demon casually, get 100 fate points, and 20% of the blueprint for the iron-armored flying boat level 1. Chu Yuan suddenly saw the choice presented in front of him, and his face became interesting. He had never seen what an ironclad flying boat was, but it reminded him of the previous spaceship, and the word ironclad represented a strong defense and could fly into the sky as a war fortress. However, Chu Yuan was more interested in the cannon. Just now, he had seen the magic cannons that Dao had imitated. Thousands of cannons were fired in unison. If they could land on the same point, even the masters of supernatural powers would be wiped out. Moreover, Dao is a counterfeit, and it is 10 times weaker than the real magic cannon. If he can build a real ancient cannon and fire a volley of 10,000 cannons, then De Qian will cry for his father and mother. Wei Shen, it makes sense. When Chu Yuan finished his words, he was holding a divine weapon Bao, and suddenly shocked, he flew from the dragon to the high sky, and then went deep into the myriad beast mountains. His eyes turned into swallowing eyes, swallowing all the light, and the 1,000 cannons fired just now, causing countless big monsters to startle. Emperor Dao! Suddenly, a cold light shot out from the myriad beasts mountain range, and it was the sight of a large golden bird with wings spread out to 10 feet. Golden feather falcon. Not good, supernatural power demon, protect your majesty. Wan Lianji hurriedly drank it. This supernatural power demon was as high as 3 levels, and was extremely fast. If Chu Yuan suffered an accident, he, the commander of the Forbidden Army, would not be able to apologize for his death. Late. This golden-feathered falcon had long known that Dao was going to hold a hunt, so he hid it, and when he saw that Dao Xingjuan was out of the crowd, he knew that the time had come. You are the one. When Chu Yuan saw the big eagle coming, he raised the bow of the divine arm, slammed the bow and pulled the arrow, and an arrow shot out. Madness. Golden feather falcon spit out a sound again. It is already seen that Chu Yuan has not reached the realm of supernatural power at all, and it is impossible to kill it with an arrow shot with such strength. But the next moment, Chu Yuan's eyes froze, as if the air was drained. It was actually fixed in mid-air, and he could only watch a pitch-black arrow shot into its head, and then penetrate it out. Golden feather falcon is dead. Killed with 1 arrow. The host has completed the first choice, obtained 100 fate points, and 20% of the blueprint for the first-level creation of the magic cannon. The pleasant sound of the system came. #C2800000 Beast Tide. The progress of the first-level creation of the magic cannon is 20%. Chu Yuan immediately saw what seemed to be a real projection in the system space, and a huge gun barrel appeared. It was pitch black and cold, and it was several times longer than the imitation cannon. A weapon of war. Just 20% of the construction progress is enough to make Chu Yuan feel the horror of the magic cannon. I declare that the first person to hunt this dynasty will get the golden feather falcon. Boom. As soon as Chu Yuan turned his mana, the huge body of the golden feather falcon fell heavily onto the open space. Hooray! 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 Countless soldiers shouted. Their minds were not as complicated as those of civil and military officials, and they only saw Xuanhuan shoot the great demon of the supernatural state with one arrow. Just like the arrival of the emperor, the divine might was invincible. Such a terrifying force made them excited and ecstatic. If you want to be an emperor, you will be convinced by everyone, and you will not only rely on your identity, but also your strength. How could his strength become so strong? Shangguan Qingyun and Li Yun couldn't figure it out. Every time Xuanhuan appeared in front of them, his strength would increase by leaps and bounds. It would be difficult for even the commander of the Imperial Guard to kill the golden feather falcon with one arrow. Haha, brother emperor, I'm going. Chu Xianyang turned on her horse and shot out like an arrow from a string. A fiery red bow appeared in her hand, and she actually pulled out 5 arrows and pulled it directly to the full moon. Swish swish swish. 5 arrows were fired in a row, and then 5 beasts with rough skin and thick flesh fell to the ground at the same time. Amazing! The crowd exclaimed, as expected of a royal family, inheriting the martial arts of the previous emperor. At such a young age, he is so superb in riding and archery. Not only Mrs. Chu, but many of the younger generations rode away and entered the myriad beast mountains. Every dynasty hunting was actually a competition of the younger generation, and the older generation would not join in. In the past, Xuanhuan was also a member of the younger generation, but today he is the sage, but he will not participate. Sitting calmly back on top of the dragon, Xuanhuan's face was expressionless. No one could guess what he was thinking, and he looked at the mountain range indifferently, with a demeanor that was not angry and mighty. The hunting of the dynasty continued, and Xuanhuan's eyes fluttered into a vortex of devouring, taking control of the audience. He didn't seem to participate, but whenever an extremely fierce beast rushed out, a bow and arrow shot out immediately. Dong 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 dong. Suddenly, at this moment, the ground suddenly vibrated gently, like a sign before the earthquake, and then I saw countless dusts rolling in, and there were many terrifying shadows hidden inside. Beast tide. It's not a beast tide. Wan Lianji, who has been guarding the Wan Beast Mountains for many years, saw this scene and his face changed greatly, and he shouted, "The beast tide is coming, Your Majesty, there are at least 1 million beasts in the scale. Please stop the dynasty hunting quickly, Your Majesty return to the palace." The beast tide of more than 1 million has basically not happened since the founding of Dao. However, some wise big monsters in the 10,000 Beast Mountains also obviously knew that the death of the first emperor of Great Wu was at a time when the country was unstable. Option 1. After the hunt is over, return to the Imperial city, mobilize the 4 battalions of fierce beasts to resist the beast tide, get 100 fate points, and the progress of building the blueprint for the ironclad flying boat is 20%. Option 2. Continue hunting, lead the army directly into the beast tide, get 100 fate points. The progress of making the blueprint for the first level of the magic cannon is 20%. The current progress is 20%. It's too late. This time the beast swarm is aggressive, and if it retreats now, it will inevitably invade the Imperial city. I have decided that the 3 battalions of Chaos, Tao Tai, and Tingtu will quickly rush to the myriad beast mountains, the Ho Zhongyong, the Wan commander, and you will lead your troops directly. Stop the beast tide. Xuanhuan ordered that the army of 30,000 gods and martial arts had just been formed. Ding. The host made the second choice, obtained 100 fate points, and the progress of making the first level blueprint of the magic cannon was 20%. Current fate point surplus, 1,000 points. In addition, the generals, prime ministers, and 6 officials are all experts in the supernatural power realm, responsible for blocking the supernatural power demon. Xuanhuan ordered in an orderly manner. Yes. Your Majesty. Wan Lianji also knew that the matter was serious. If this horde of millions of beasts really had to rush into the myriad beast mountains and wreak havoc in the capital of the Great Wu Kingdom, it would definitely be ruined. In the past, why did the imperial city of Chuyuan fall? In fact, in addition to the menacing forces of the allied forces of the four nations, there was even more chaos caused by the beast tide. Boom boom boom. Thousands of cannons were pushed out, adding up to a total of 10,000, which was the configuration of the Cheongchi battalion. Bang bang bang. Thousands of cannons fired in unison, and the fiery snake-like beam fell into the beast tide and exploded violently. The scarlet flames instantly swallowed a range of dozens of miles. After countless beasts were involved, they immediately turned to dust. However, Chuyuan could see that thousands of cannons were fired in unison, which seemed extremely ferocious, but in fact, the ones who killed the most were only beasts in the cultivation realm. With the first-level construction progress of the magic cannon being 40%, Chuyuan knew that the power of the counterfeit magic cannon was not even half of the real power. Woo 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 woo. The horn of slaughter blew, and this was the sound of an attack. Wan Lianji was standing in front of him in ferocious armor. Behind him, there were 125,000 impoverished troops, who immediately faced the tide of beasts. Killed out. Millions of beasts, known as 1 million, but the number is more than 1 million, there are as many as several million, even if a supernatural power expert is thrown in, there will be no splash. However, the soldiers of the impoverished battalion are also very good. They are very experienced in fighting the beast tide. They are a team of 100 people and an army of 1,000 people. They never fight alone, but are closely linked and advance from one aspect. However, there are too many beast tides, and the myriad beasts mountain range is coming from all directions. Chuyuan waved his hand, and Lu Qianfu immediately signaled, pulled out the yuan-shattering knife, pointed to the front, and shouted, "Shenwu Legion, charge!" The Shenwu army has moved. Shangguan Qingyun, Li Yun, and Wei Shen were all shocked. They had a good understanding of the combat effectiveness of the Imperial army, but they just didn't know how powerful Chuyuan's newly built Shenwu army was. The Shenwu army, of 30,000 people, is 4 times less than that of Qianqing. But the chilling temperament is even more violent. It is necessary to know that there are soldiers who are poor and well-preserved, but the weakest in the Shenwu Legion are forging souls. Li Dangxian led 10,000 people to form a left chain of iron chains, Lu De led 10,000 people to form a right chain, and Ben Ho will form a middle chain to command the entire army. Lu Qianfu's face was solemn. This was the first battle for the Shenwu army to appear in front of the world, which pinned Chuyuan's hopes. Immediately, the iron cables formed a battle formation, which looked like a city wall of iron cables from a distance. 30,000 soldiers performed their duties, and slaughtered fiercely into the beast tide, like a chain. The beast is emptied. Chuyuan didn't seem to be moving, but in fact, he had used the battle army chessboard to form a chessboard field, and moved and manipulated it so that the army of 30,000 people waved like an arm, pointing where to kill. #C29 lead the charge. Iron Chain Battle. Military Dao Killing Fist. Under the leadership of Lu Qianfu, the army of 30,000 gods and martial arts was invincible, and broke out with amazing fighting power. Thousands of beasts were beheaded every minute. Although these beasts were menacing, they had no rules. Quantity, indiscriminately. When encountering a well-equipped Shenwu army, he was naturally crushed. What a ferocious Shenwu legion, more energetic than that of the late emperor. All the civil and military officials can see 30,000 people throwing their fists at the same time, displaying the martial arts killing fist. That terrifying momentum is like tens of thousands of people beating the drums at the same time, rumbling and rumbling, which is exciting, but for the beasts, it's a bloody storm torn apart. How is it possible that 30,000 people are more powerful than my battalion? Wan Lianji, who was leading the Cheongchi battalion to defend against the beast tide, was also surprised. His Cheongchi battalion had to hunt and kill carefully on the periphery, but he didn't expect the Xuanhuan Legion to rush out directly, like a long spear stabbed straight into the heart, killing him. The number of dead beasts far outnumbered them. Kill me. At this time, Wan Lianji was also aroused to be competitive and not willing to lag behind. It seems that this beast tide is nothing to be afraid of. I thought that Xuanhuan would die, but I didn't expect that Xuanhuans might reappeared, and my Dao national fortune was still prosperous. Yes, your majesty is wise, this is a holy monarch who can truly turn the tide. Even if the four countries are allied, they will never be able to break through my Xuanhuan. As the beast tide gradually stabilized, the civil and military officials at the scene were also reassured, and they talked one after another. Some who were absolutely loyal to Dao were even more beaming. You must know that these past few months, they have lived in a haze. If Dao is destroyed, what should they do? They are not like the Prime Minister and others who have already found a way out. Roar! 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 But at this time, within the myriad beasts' mountain range, a roar broke out into the sky, and a fierce aura came over the sky, and thousands of big monsters with different appearances rushed out. The great demon of the primordial spirit realm. In the previous beast horde, there were basically few big monsters above the primordial spirit, and the number was so terrifying. And the supernatural power demon. The earth and sky vibrated like water waves, and hundreds of terrifying magical powers swept in. Among the beast tides, there were hundreds of magical monsters of different races. Their eyes flashed with a humanized luster, and there was already an inexorable radiance. Common wisdom. When the monsters reach the primordial spirit, they can unlock their wisdom, and when they reach the supernatural powers, their wisdom is even stronger than that of ordinary people. How can there be so many supernatural power monsters? Wan Lianji was first taken aback. Having fought against the beast horde many times, he knew that there might be a big demon king behind the beast horde this time. Otherwise, it would be impossible for so many big demons to come at the same time, and his back would be wet with sweat in an instant. Hundreds of supernatural powers, thousands of primordial spirits, and millions of beast tides, this terrifying force is enough to tear them apart completely. Capture and kill Emperor Dao. At the same time, there was a king in the monster beasts who gave orders. They used this dynasty hunt to launch a beast tide. The purpose was to destroy the military, civil and military officials, kill their emperor, and directly attack the Imperial city. Once the Imperial city is forced, Dao's billion people will be the food in their mouths. This is trouble. Wan Lianji's expression was extremely serious. He had never seen so many supernatural power monsters before, but he obviously couldn't retreat at this time, so he shouted, "Please also ask your majesty to retreat to the Imperial city. Even the death of a soldier will stop the beast tide. The more ferocious the beast tide, the better." Wei Shen's eyes flashed with excitement. The million-strong army is an important force to protect the capital. This time the beast tide is extremely ferocious. Even if it can be defended at that time, the million-strong army will be greatly damaged. It would be better if he couldn't keep it. Chu Yuan would be forced to move the capital, which would be an even worse blow. He could contact King Wei Wu to advance the engine meeting, enter King Qin of Jing, and then control the Dao royal family. Order, kill. As if Chu Yuan did not see such a terrifying beast tide, he just raised his hand. Your Majesty has an order, kill. With a loud shout, Lu Qianfu led an army of 30,000 to continue to kill, like a mad dragon, strangling it fiercely. All of them have healing pills, refined by Chu Yuan. Although the efficacy is far inferior to the primary healing potions, as long as they are not killed by a single blow, they can leave a sigh of relief, so they are not afraid of rushing. Kill. Fight to the death. There was no other way. Wan Lianji could only grit his teeth when he saw that Chu Yuan was unwilling to retreat. Now he had to hold on until the 3rd Battalion of the Beasts came over quickly to stabilize the situation. However, if it was just 1,000,000 beasts, it would be nothing, but there were thousands of primordial spirit monsters, and the threat of hundreds of supernatural powers was too great. Once they rushed over, the elite soldiers could not resist. Zhu Qing, the first emperor, built the capital of the Wan Beast Mountains to defend against the beasts with his own flesh and blood. For the sake of the Dawn people in the capital, we can't let the beast tide break through the defense line and enter the city to wreak havoc. Chu Yuan's eyes were stern. I will take the lead in charging. Chu Yuan knew that at this time, as an emperor, he had to set an example. If he retreated, his morale would definitely be hit. There are hundreds of civil and military officials, and although there are thousands of people in the family, and there are even 2 giants with supernatural powers, the general and Li Yun, but in fact, he does not hope that the 2 can help him. Shangguan Qin Yun, Li Yun can't wait for the beast tide to engulf the Shenwu Legion. Great devouring technique. Chu Yuan rushed into the battlefield one step at a time like a wolf smoke. The dark swallowing power of his palm flickered, and he came to a huge wild elephant and landed on his head. Dies away at a speed visible to the flesh. Emperor Chu of Dao too. He dared to enter the beast tide alone. Do you think he is Chu Yi? Kill him, kill Dao Xingjuan. It's best not to kill him and capture him. The hundreds of monsters in the supernatural power realm saw Chu Yuan kill, and they said that their purpose this time was not only to break through the millions of forbidden troops, but also to capture and kill the emperors of Chu Yuan. Human, you are too bold. With a sharp roar, a silver-white giant wolf stepped out of the sky. Its cultivation level was as high as the 4th level of supernatural power, which was even more powerful than the golden feathered falcon shot by Chu Yuan before. It's not that I'm bold, but you can't make me jealous at all. Chu Yuan stood in the sky, like a real humane supreme. I'm not ashamed. If you stay in the army of millions, we may have nothing to do with you, but now this seat will catch you, human emperor. I haven't tasted your flesh and blood, let you taste your peace. What's different about others? This silver giant wolf is extremely ferocious, its mouth is open, boom. Immediately, a silver-white beam of light pierced through. Great fighting technique, 7 fighting styles, kill. Chu Yuan's expression did not change, his fighting spirit rose high, like the holy emperor of war. The 7 moves turned into one move, and he rose up into the sky, turning the world upside down. In just an instant, he rushed in front of the silver giant wolf. This beam of light was smashed by him with a punch, and then he saw his fist fall directly into the mouth of the silver giant wolf, slamming through it. Boom! The silver giant wolf was dead, and its huge body fell. #C30 Misfortune to the east. On the huge beast body, a silver-dazed shadow appeared. It was the primordial spirit of the silver giant wolf. Chu Yuan opened his mouth and sucked it into his belly. Suddenly, Chu Yuan felt that his Yuanshan had strengthened, and he was one step closer to the 6th level of Yuanshan. Haha, just right. I'm still worried that I can't quickly improve my realm, but the beast tide gave me this gift. Chu Yuan was in a happy mood. Hooray! 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 Hundreds of thousands of soldiers shouted, seeing Chu Yuan kill the silver wolf in one blow, showing invincible divine power. An invincible figure stood in his mind. Even the emperor was so brave, how could their morale not be high, and immediately burst into unparalleled combat power. Protect your majesty! Huang Yong, the minister of the Ministry of War, shouted loudly, and those who immediately supported the royal family also entered the beast tide and responded to Chu Yuan. These civil and military officials are not vegetarians. In this fantasy world, without a strong cultivation base, they cannot become courtiers. The sage charged forward, Xuanhuan Qingyun, and Li Yun could not wait and see the changes. They were still the ministers of Dao in name. The little emperor of Dao is so brave, kill him. Kill him. On the sight of the beasts, those supernatural power monsters were a little surprised to see Chu Yuan kill the silver giant wolf in seconds, but it made their killing intent even more intense. If they let it go, wouldn't they be trapped in the myriad beast mountains forever and couldn't go out to their heart's content? Killed? The beast also rioted here. Flash thunder kill. A thunderbird that could not be seen but only half a zhang in size suddenly flickered. Its speed was extremely fast. It pierced through the void and was as fierce as a steel needle. It wanted to use its speed to create a strong check and balance on Chu Yuan. Court death. But that thunderbird would never have imagined that as soon as it shuttled in front of Chu Yuan, there was a violent shout that went straight to the soul. The air around it seemed to be drained, and it suddenly fell into a quagmire like whirlpool. This is the swallowing vortex, swallowing all power. A palm grabbed its head in the next instant, crushing it violently. At this moment, the immortal brilliance of the great battle technique is entangled in Chu Yuan. He is so powerful that he is unparalleled in the world. He is the immortal god of war. All the existences that dare to stand in front of him are destroyed one after another. Although I took the lead and entered the beast swarm, it also boosted morale. Fortunately, I have the great devouring technique, the mana is endless, and I am not afraid of siege, but this animal swarm is also an opportunity, and that is the time to establish my invincible majesty. Chu Yuan's consciousness enveloped the audience, and the scenes were all in his mind. His move seems dangerous, but he has a one-time teleportation charm, and if there is an irresistible situation, he can immediately move it out. Protect your majesty. But at this moment, a voice suddenly came, and a battle group in the distance was quickly approaching him. The one at the front was Wei Shen, and behind him were 7 or 8 great monsters of supernatural power chasing after him. Wei Shen. Chu Yuan frowned. Haha, if you big monsters want to hurt your majesty, they will kill me Wei Shen first and step over my body. Wei Shen's voice resounded throughout the audience. Emperor Dao. Kill the Emperor Dao first. These 7 or 8 supernatural power monsters were all fierce. Originally, they were chasing and killing Wei Shen, but suddenly they saw Chu Yuan, so they gave up their goals and came towards Chu Yuan. Go go go. Your Majesty, I'm here to save you. Wei Shen let out a loud roar, as if he had shot, but he deliberately attracted the demons and beasts around the battlefield, but within a few breaths, Chu Yuan was attacked by dozens of demons. Hundreds of primordial spirit beasts drowned. Misfortunes lead to the east, borrowing a knife to kill. Wei Shen was going to kill Chu Yuan with the hands of a vicious beast. Once Chu Yuan died, Dao would inevitably fall into turmoil. But what he did at this time was to try his best to save Chu Yuan. Although some smart people saw it, there was no evidence to accuse Wei Shen at this time. Your Majesty is in trouble, save your Majesty quickly. Seeing that Chu Yuan was engulfed by the beast, Xuanhuan Qingyun and Li Yun's expressions changed. They shouted to save Chu Yuan, but their actions were very honest. Time. Wei Shen, you are bold. Minister of War Huang Yong shouted, follow me to save your Majesty. And me, I want to save your Majesty. Wei Shen ignored Huang Yong's anger, and he deliberately attracted more monsters to block Huang Yong's rescue, causing Huang Yong to roar again and again, but there was nothing he could do. Kill Dao and the little emperor first. The big demons are also shouting angrily. Among the more than a dozen supernatural power monsters, the one with the highest cultivation level reached the 6th level of supernatural power. Want to kill me? But Chu Yuan's eyes were extremely calm. He didn't even think of crushing the teleportation talisman. Instead, he pushed his palm up, holy fist, kill the evildoer. A gust of wind suddenly swept out, and Xuanhuan erupted with endless golden light. He was like the ancient Holy Emperor, who laid a foundation for the human race in the wild era when beasts were rampant, and suddenly the fist wave that swept everything was torn out. The majesty of the Holy Emperor was like a rolling river that immediately engulfed more than a dozen monsters in the primordial spirit realm. People, the way of the Holy Emperor of the human race. These big monsters were also frightened when they saw the tyrannical combat power that Xuanhuan burst out. The Emperor shakes the world. Xuanhuan's arm slammed down, like a Tianzhu, a giant tiger in the supernatural power state suddenly turned into blood and exploded. Come, take this trick from me. Without any hesitation, Xuanhuan unleashed his fierce ultimate move. His realm was already at the 5th level of primordial spirit, and his realm was comparable to the 6th level of supernatural powers. With the blessings of various 3,000 avenues, even the 7th level of supernatural powers could not be his opponent. Humanity destroys the world. He exerted the power of humanity, and the figure was unimaginably tall and majestic. He didn't even have to shoot those monsters in the primordial spirit realm. This is the power of people. Even Chu-yi doesn't have the terrifying humanitarian coercion like you. The hawk saw the terrifying combat power that Xuanhuan burst out, and his head was blank. Its originally huge body of 100 zhang was shrinking rapidly at this time, shrinking to 10 zhang, but its breath became more and more monstrous. Kill. If you gain power, there is no place for us to survive. The eagle falcon relied on his deep cultivation base, his feathers were incomparably sharp, and the majestic demonic energy burst out, and immediately killed in front of Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan's eyes that devoured everything stabbed at the eagle, and a vast wave of light burst out of his palm, turning into the sharpest claws, and killing the eagle fiercely. Bang bang bang. Although the eagle falcon took a dozen steps back, there was only a spark on his body, and a little white spot appeared, but he was not injured. Ha 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 ha. Falcon roared, "Dull little emperor, you didn't think that even a sharp weapon of the heavenly grade would never break my feathers directly." When Xuanhuan clenched his fists tightly, and slammed the eagle with another blow. The eagle was beating and his head was buzzing, but it still couldn't break its defense. The skin is indeed thick, but it's still not enough. Swish. In an instant, a sword light shot out directly, and there was ridicule in the eagle's eyes, but with a slash in the air, a flat incision appeared on its neck. Its head actually fell off. Ah! My head! The eagle falcon screamed mournfully. Its primordial spirit was in its head, and it wasn't dead, but at this time it looked at the sword in Xuanhuan's hand in horror, and screamed, "You actually cut off my head? No, I don't believe me, I won't die here." It finally couldn't bear this kind of fear and was about to retreat, but Xuanhuan chased and killed it one step at a time, not giving it a chance to live. "I want your life." Xuanhuan held the sword in his hand, and inserted the sword into the head of Eagle Falcon, as if a candied hawse were strung on it. #C31, catch the thief, first catch the king. Xuanhuan's iron blood was cruel, and the human emperor sword strung the eagle into a candied hawse. At this time, the big monsters who besieged Xuanhuan saw the eagle and falcon being beheaded, and a real humanitarian pressure was overwhelmed. How can that be? Weishan saw that the 6th-level eagle, with supernatural powers, was beheaded by Xuanhuan, and his eyes were about to fall out. This is a big monster with infinite mana, and he is still under siege, even if he has the 7th-level supernatural powers. Weishan, you did a great job. Xuanhuan's indifferent voice reached Weishan's ears. Protect your majesty, it is obligatory. Weishan felt that his back was soaked wet. Expel the beast tide, don't let them rush out of the myriad beast mountains. Seeing Xuanhuan's terrifying strength, Wan Lianji's face also changed color. Although he was not of the general's faction, he did not take Xuanhuan very seriously as he held military power. However, this scene today made him think a lot. The more than 100,000 troops of the poor camp and the Xuanhuan Legion once again formed the wall. Roar! 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 There was another turmoil in the beast tide, and it did not retreat because of this. This time, the beast tide monsters have been preparing for a long time, and they have mobilized an unknown number of fierce beasts from the 10,000 beast mountains. It is so dense that it is almost impossible to count. Xuanhuan opened the eyes of devouring, and the endless rays of light converged. He saw that in the deepest part of the beast swarm, there was a flood dragon with a body of 50 meters in length, a purple body, and a pair of sharp horns on its head. Purple lightning Jiao, the 9th level supernatural power, contains the blood of the dragon, and its strength is even comparable to the 10-level supernatural power. The purple lightning flooded the world, and the rolling dragon power was released, ordering countless fierce beasts to fight forward. It's too late to protect His Majesty, and I hope His Majesty's forgiveness. However, when the impoverished Imperial army was unable to withstand the rolling beast tide, hundreds of thousands of soldiers in the distance, wearing the armor of the Imperial army, quickly gathered towards this side under the leadership of various generals. Chaos, gluttonous, and 3 camps are here. The 4 ferocious beast battalions were already stationed at the foot of the myriad beast mountains, so it was no surprise that they could arrive so soon. Chen Hongyun greets His Majesty. An extremely tall and mighty middle-aged man walked in front of Xuanhuan. Although he said respectfully, he did not give a big salute, but just bowed slightly. This person is the commander of the Chaos Battalion, Hongyun. Of the 4 battalions of beasts, the Chaos Battalion is the most powerful. Hongyun, supernatural power of 10 layers, the head of the 4 battalions of powerful beasts, is an extremely unruly person, only obeying the emperor, and Xuanhuan could not dispatch him back then. Commander Hong is here. Xuanhuan nodded. There are millions of beast tides. I don't know what good strategy Commander Hong has. Such a ferocious beast tide is indeed rare. Our 4 battalions of fierce beasts have a total of 500,000 forbidden troops. Even if one is equal to 5, it is difficult to stop so many beasts. Defend with the strength of the capital. Hong Yun said, I am willing to break the queen. Option 1, accept Hong Yun's opinion, lead the beast tide to the foot of the Imperial city, get 100 fate points, and progress 20% of the blueprint for the iron-armored flying boat level 1. Option 2, capture the thief first, capture the king, kill the purple lightning dragon, the leader of the beast horde, make the beasts headless, get 100 fate points. The progress of making the blueprint of the magic artillery level 1 is 20%, and the current progress is 40%. Commander Hong's suggestion is good, but it's too conservative. What if the beasts are besieging the city? What should I do if I can't get out? The 4 kingdoms of Deqian will definitely seize this opportunity to storm the border. At that time, they will not only face beasts. Tide. Xuanhuan looked at the 4 directions and locked the Xidian Thunder Jiao, the order, the 4 battalions of vicious beasts, and Zhu Fengfeng led the forbidden army to resist the beast tide in the 10,000 beast mountain range, and hundreds of officials above the supernatural power level blocked the supernatural power monster, and the loyal and brave Marquis, led 30,000 gods and martial arts, followed me to capture the king, and slaughtered the Xidian Lei Jiao. Dissolve the beast tide. The minister leads the order. Hong Yun didn't say much, and immediately led the 4 battalions of fierce beasts to resist the beast tide. Brother Emperor, this is too dangerous. Chu Xiaonyang looked worried. It doesn't matter, with the loyal and brave Marquis, even if I can't kill the purple lightning thunder Jiao, I can still retreat. Xuanhuan's imperial decree is very meaningful. Although he can make Hong Yun resist the beast tide, he can't trust him. The only thing he trusts most is his 30,000-strong army of gods. Don't worry, princess, I will protect your majesty even if I die. Lu Qianfu swore an oath. In an instant, Xuanhuan flew out first, followed by the army of 30,000 gods and martial arts. His Majesty took the lead in charging, and morale was high. The beasts encountered along the way were all strangled, as if they had been plowed out of a passage. Zidian Lei Jiao's expression changed, and there was a playful look in his eyes. The little emperor of Dao is very courageous, and he dares to capture the thief first, so I will play with you and swallow your 30,000 elites. Doomsday natural disaster, thunder and lightning come to the world, dragons and snakes land. The purple lightning flood dragon has the 9th level supernatural powers, and is confident in its own strength. It suddenly confronts it, and the dense thunder and lightning are intertwined. A thunder net suddenly falls down, crackling, and ordinary soldiers will be electrocuted to death. Good. Great. Wei Shen's face in the back became excited again. Arrangement, War Realm. With the help of the War Army chessboard, Xuanhuan arranged a mysterious war domain. He seemed to be the master of the domain, surrounding the purple lightning Jiao and strangling the past. Great Thunderbolt Technique. From a distance, Xuanhuan's army of 30,000 gods and warriors also formed the appearance of a thunder dragon, 2 dragons fighting for hegemony, dragons and snakes rising to the ground, imposing endlessly, strangling together fiercely. At this moment, the violent collision turned the world upside down, and I don't know how many beasts were electrocuted to death, but Xuanhuan's Shenwu army had a very strong personal quality and was guarded by the war realm. Jiao retreated fiercely. What? The purple lightning Jiao was shocked. It never imagined that this army of 30,000 people would actually burst out with such terrifying power, which was even more terrifying than it when superimposed, especially this emperor. The light of thunder and lightning flashing from his body was even more terrifying than his purple thunder. The thunder of destruction. Zidian Lei Jiao spewed out a huge ball of thunder. Boom. Xuanhuan is the head of the army. He entered the thunder ball first, but he was resisting with his own body. Then the thunder light was scattered, and he was intact, making Zidian Lei Jiao unable to believe his eyes. You must know that Xuanhuan has the title of the Lightning Controller, not only increasing the lightning magic power, but also immune to some lightning damage. He dared to kill the purple lightning Jiao because he had the title of Lightning Controller. Marquis of Zhongyong, cut off Zidian Lei Jiao's retreat, and follow me to surround and kill him. Xuanhuan's voice resounded throughout the battlefield, Shu. The power of swallowing and lightning flashed in his hands, and he immediately saw that in the battle group in the distance, the 30,000 strong army of Jiang Zidian Lightning Jiao was besieged in the middle. The Zidian Lei Jiao was too big, and put himself into a situation of being besieged. Those who violate my great martial arts will be punished even if they are far away. Xuanhuan shouted loudly, the royal road is majestic and cannot be violated. Whoever commits the crime will be killed without mercy. #C32 Have a good talk. The purple lightning flooded the sea, and the power of the flood was wild, and the thunder and lightning as thick as a bucket shot out, and each one fell down, not to mention the primordial spirit realm, even the ordinary supernatural power realm could not stand it. But these thunder and lightning fell on the Shenwu army, and they were resolved just by causing some waves. This is the realm of war. As the controller of the chessboard, Xuanhuan can perfectly transfer every power and make all the power condensed in one place. Unless he encounters a peeping god or is bombarded by a large number of magical powers, he will never break it. His field of war. The power of an artifact is unimaginable. Shattered Yuan slash. Blah. Although Lu Qianfu's strength is not as strong as Zidian Thunder Jiao, but he is also at the 9th level of supernatural powers and has a broken Yuan knife. He immediately slashed fiercely, and the dragon scales shattered. You pissed me off. The purple lightning Thunder Jiao roared angrily. What's the use of anger? Xuanhuan drank it coldly. Relying on the title of the Lightning Controller, he didn't care much about the lightning's supernatural powers at all, and knew that he could not break the defense with simple supernatural powers, so he held the human emperor sword and performed the supreme swordsmanship. His stalwart body stood amidst the thunder, and the human emperor sword slashed over, causing more damage than Lu Qianfu's shattering Yuan Dao, leaving a series of shocking wounds on the huge body of the Xidian Leijiao. Seen from a distance, the Xidian Thunder Flood Dragon rammed in and out, but it still couldn't break the blockade of the Xuanhu army. Fast back. For the first time, fear appeared in Xidian Leijiao's eyes. Originally, with its strength, it was impossible for 100,000 troops to surround it, but Chu Yuan and Lu Qianfu both had sharp weapons that could harm it. It has a feeling that if it does not retreat, it is very likely to be planted here today. But how could Chu Yuan let this purple lightning dragon retreat? This time, it underestimated the enemy. If he let it go, he would never have such a good chance next time. Rescue the Jiao King. The other supernatural powers were also anxious and roared. Vermilion Bird Army, kill with me. Zhu Fengfeng's eyes flashed coldly, like a phoenix. The powerful strength of the 9th level of supernatural power broke out, and went to stop the big monsters who were trying to rescue the purple lightning Jiao one by one. Stop the supernatural power demon, and don't let them interfere with your majesty. The Minister of War Huang Yong shouted angrily. Purple lightning Jiao, today you are sure to die. At this moment, Chu Yuan clenched the human sovereign sword with both hands, leaving shocking wounds on the body of the flood dragon every time, and the sword was also attached with the power of devouring, with the life force of devouring the purple lightning flood dragon. Little Emperor Dao, I'll kill you first. At first, Xidian Leijiao wanted to slaughter the Xuanhu army as much as possible, but it already knew that the Xuanhu army did not know what spells were used, and the breaths were integrated. Long Wei comes into the world, purple electrode light. At this moment, it showed its true power as a 9-level demon, its body stretched straight, and the pair of purple horns on its head showed the ultimate power of lightning, slamming into Chu Yuan fiercely. Kill me, you are a little worse. Chu Yuan's expression was extremely cold when he saw the impact of the purple lightning flood dragon. Boom! A terrifying imperial majesty burst out, and Chu Yuan's human sovereign sword burst out with the belief of the human race. The crystals were dazzling, sweeping away everything, and slashing fiercely on the Jiao in an instant. What? The purple lightning Jiao screamed. It never expected that its sharpest Jiao horn would be cut off by the strange long sword in the hands of the great Wu Little Emperor. The hazy crystal mist leaked out from the broken Jiao, which was its life essence. Kill. Lu Qianfu seized the opportunity, and the power of the 30,000 army slammed into Xidian Leijiao at the same time. It was beaten again, and its blood was blurred. No. As a big demon, how could I die here? Xidian Leijiao was terrified. Swallow. Chu Yuan fell with a sound, and with a few jumps, he landed on the huge head of Xidian Leijiao. The great devouring technique started to operate, and the broken Jiao horn was photographed at once, and the terrifying life essence was swallowed up by him in an instant. The purple lightning flood dragon turned like a snake, trying to shake the guy on his head. However, Chu Yuan's palm was tightly sucked on it. What? The roar of the Xidian Leijiao was hysterical. But its screams only took a dozen breaths. The originally huge body was shrinking rapidly, and at the end, its screams stopped abruptly. Hundreds of thousands of people saw that the purple lightning Jiao had turned into a Jiao skin, and the flesh and blood had disappeared. Primordial Spirit 6th Layer. Chu Yuan absorbed so many supernatural powers and monsters, and devoured all the essence of Xidian Leijiao, and finally raised his realm to the 6th level of Yuanshan. Not easy. Chu Yuan also sighed secretly. Ding. The host completed the second choice, and obtained 100 fate points. The first level of the magic cannon is 20% of the blueprint, and the current progress is 60%. At 60% of the progress of the magic cannon, Xuanhuan has seen that a huge prototype of the cannon already exists in the system space. Although it is not complete, he can already feel the terrifying momentum of destroying everything. Ding! The host completes the hidden selection, captures the thief first and captures the king, and gets a chance to draw a random lottery. There is another chance to draw a random lottery. Xuanhuan was overjoyed. If he followed Han Yan's advice and his plans were stable, it was absolutely impossible for him to get a random lottery chance. Hooray! Hooray! Hundreds of thousands of soldiers shouted, their blood boiled, and the image of Xuanhuan's invincibility began to exist in their minds, even stronger than the previous emperor. Let's go! Go! King Zidian Jiao was killed by Emperor Dao. If we don't leave, we will die here. He is too terrifying, and he is better than Chui. And those supernatural power monsters saw the tragic death of the Zidian Thunder-Flood Dragon, and they were all scared to death. For battalions of ferocious beasts hunt and kill the beasts. There was also deep fear in Han Yan's eyes, and he would never have thought that Xuanhuan led the Shenwu army to be able to kill the Zidian Thunder Jiao, which is difficult even for the forbidden army he brought with him from the Chaos Battalion. At this time, the beast tide could no longer form an impact, and the soldiers of the 4th Battalion were also killed. Now is the stage of slaughtering and ending the beasts. A dangerous beast tide was dissolved. Make the horn of the purple lightning Jiao Jiao into a sword for Princess Chenxi, and the Jiao Jiao skin to make a leather armor. Xuanhuan Dao said that the 9 major demons with supernatural powers are all good materials, and they can be refined into heaven-level magic weapons. Little Lord. Xuanhuan returned to the land of civil and military officials, saw Wei Shen, who wanted to retreat secretly, and said coldly, "Don't rush to leave, I still have some things I want to talk to you about." #C33 Anti-High Blood Thickness. I don't know, what does your majesty want to tell me? Wei Shen looked nervous. The Xuanhuan in front of him was no longer the weak and incompetent little emperor he imagined, but a terrifying existence who could kill the purple lightning Jiao Jiao with the Shenwu Legion. Choice 1, kill Wei Shen. The majesty of the Imperial road cannot be violated, no sand is allowed in his eyes, anyone who dares to be indifferent should be damned, get 100 fate points, and the progress of making the blueprint for the first level of the magic cannon is 20%, the current progress 60%. Option 2, let Wei Shen go, avoid offending King Wei Wu, tear his face, get 100 fate points, and 20% of the blueprints for the iron-armored flying boat level 1. Little Prince, what you did just now, you don't need to say it clearly. Xuanhuan looked at Wei Shen indifferently. In order to save your majesty just now, I accidentally attracted more big monsters. This is my mistake. I deserve to die, but this is definitely not my original intention. Wei Shen's back was wet with sweat and was stared at by Xuanhuan, as if it was a prehistoric beast. It's good to know that your sin deserves death. Xuanhuan has already chosen, Wei Shen's plot is not good, and the big demon wants to plot to kill me. According to my Dao law, you should be killed, but since you are the son of King Wei Wu, I will give you dignity and leave a whole corpse. What? Your majesty is going to kill me? Wei Shen would never have thought that Xuanhuan was going to kill him, and his face became grim as he roared, no. Your majesty can't kill me, although I am guilty, I am not guilty of death, and my father is King Wu of Wei, and he has 1,000,000 soldiers under his command. Are you using King Wei Wu to hold the battle? Xuanhuan's eyes froze. I dare not. Wei Shen shivered. Your majesty, although Wei Shen did, as he said, his father was King Wei Wu after all, and now the situation is turbulent, it would be no good to kill him, so it would be better to put him in the heavenly prison and let him think about it. I believe Wei Shen was absolutely I have no intention of harming your majesty. Li Yun realized that something was wrong and hurriedly pleaded for mercy. Even the Prime Minister thinks Wei Shen shouldn't die. Chu Yuan lowered his eyelids and suddenly said, Wei Shen, I'll give you a chance. What chance? If you can escape from my hands, I will give you a way to survive. Chu Yuan hooked his fingers at Wei Shen. This is what your majesty said. Wei Shen lowered his head and suddenly shouted, Your majesty's decree, let me take action, I have to take action, Junwu joking. Tianyan slaughtering palm. At this critical juncture of life and death, Wei Shen didn't dare to hide a little bit. He rubbed his hands together to create hot magma, like a fiery rainbow bridge swept out from the sky, and slashed directly at Chu Yuan's head. Seeing Wei Shen killing him, Chu Yuan's expression remained unchanged, and he broke through the seventh battle. Although the opponent had reached the seventh level of supernatural powers, he was also at the sixth level of primordial spirit, and his realm was comparable to the sixth level of supernatural powers. The supreme light of the seventh fighting style directly broke through the heavenly flame slaughtering palm, turning into a huge palm print and slamming on Wei Shen. Ah! You want my life, and I want yours. Wei Shen struggled. He was desperate, his primordial spirit was burning wildly, his face was hideous, and he killed him with a desperate move, regardless of the consequences. Boom! He rushed towards him frantically, but when Chu Yuan stretched out his palm, the infinite power of devouring appeared, which turned out to resolve this vicious blow. I personally send you on your way. Chu Yuan turned around, grabbed Wei Shen's neck with a backhand, and followed his body. The great devouring technique absorbed his desperate strength, and immediately lifted his body, struggling frantically with his limbs. Save me! Wei Shen pleaded for help. Prime Minister, the general saved me, my father gave it to you. Wei Shen too kills the saint, and the sin deserves 10,000 deaths. Li Yun angrily drank. Click! Wei Shen's neck was twisted, and Chu Yuan pulled out his primordial spirit along his head and threw it aside at will. Marquis Zhongyong, return his body to King Wei Wu. I look at King Wei Wu's face, he was left with a corpse. When the civil and military officials at the scene heard Chu Yuan's words, the corners of their mouths twitched violently, killing their son, saying that it was for his own sake. They suddenly had a feeling that the emperor in front of them was even more ruthless than the previous emperor. Ding! The host made the first choice, obtained 100 fate points. The progress of making the blueprint for the first level of the magic cannon is 20%, and the current progress is 80%. Chaos, Qiongqi, Ting Tao, and Tao Tai are commanded by the 4 battalions. There are still remnants of fierce beasts in the Wan Beast Mountain range, and the beast tide will be launched again at any time. You need to supervise the 4 psychics from time to time. Chu Yuan said, this time, the first person to hunt animals in the dynasty seems to be the commander of Zhu Fengfeng and Zhu Ke. In addition to the color head, the weapons and armor made by Zidian Jiaolong will be sent to the commander of Zhu Ke by the Ministry of Industry and Trade soon. Thank you, Your Majesty, for the reward. This woman, Zhu Fengfeng, has always had a cold expression, and there was no change when she heard the reward. Chu Yuan didn't care either. The other 4 battalions' commanders still had reservations about dealing with the supernatural power demon just now, but Zhu Fengfeng had always been charging ahead, and he had already seen this in his eyes. Since the hunting of the dynasty is over, the officials can return to their respective residences. Chu Yuan said, Eunuch Wei, set up in the Shenyang Palace. Ding! The host completed the event. The dynasty hunted, got 1,500 fate points, and a giant guard. The current fate point surplus is 2,700 points. Jin Guardian, powerful, imitating the giant spirit general. A guardian guard made of fine iron from the sky and inscribed with countless inscription patterns. It can defend against all bombardments of the supernatural power realm, including the peeping spirit realm, but its own attack power is only equivalent to the first level of supernatural power. Chu Yuan looked surprised when he saw a tower-like puppet with a height of 3 feet in the system space. Especially after seeing the introduction, the corners of his mouth twitched. It can defend against the giants of the gods, but the attack power is only supernatural power. Isn't this the defense power is super god, and the attack power is super ghost, the standard meat tank, anti-high blood and thick. However, although the attack power is super tricky, as long as it is used in the right place, it is even stronger than having a more terrifying attack power. Return to Shenyang Palace. At this time, accompanied by a sharp voice from Eunuch Wei, the honor guard returned to the palace, and the army of 30,000 Xuanhu also returned, leaving a mess. Our Majesty is terrifying. Li Yun took a deep breath, and said with some fear, I thought he was a child and could firmly control him, but I didn't expect him to be more terrifying than I thought, even more terrifying than the late emperor. Heart palpitations, but the plan has already reached this stage, there is absolutely no room for turning back. But he killed Wei Shen, this is his greatest stupidity. Shangguan Qingyun said coldly, King Wei Wu is now half a step into the gods, and this kind of strength is enough to open up a dynasty and kill him. Son, how could King Wei Wu give up? This is the best excuse for sending troops. There is no turning back when the bow is opened. The more this is the case, the less careless it is. Li Yun said. I know, I don't believe that an emperor who has been on the throne for a few months can pull back the frenzy. Shangguan Qingyun's face also became a little grim. Time, we can't continue to give him time. #C34 Full version of God Machine Cannon. Shenyang Palace. The huge and burly giant guard quietly guards the corner. Although its attack is super ghost, its defense is super god, and it is the most suitable for guarding. In addition, the giant spirit guard has another skill, that is, to move flowers and join trees, and die together. The host will reside in the giant spirit guard. When the most dangerous time, the giant spirit guard can move with himself and die instead of himself. But it can only be used once. After one time, the Jin Guardian is useless. Start the lottery. Chu Yuan ignored the turmoil caused by the outside world, but directly started a random lottery. In the last 2 random draws, one gave Chu Yuan the Great Devouring Technique, and the other gave a one-time learning talisman. I don't know what good things will be given to him this time. Watching the pointer on the turntable turn, Chu Yuan was also a little nervous. He knew that a random lottery was something that was more difficult to obtain than fate points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning a Wanjun Pagoda through a random lottery. Wanjun Pagoda, no grade, used by ancient dynasties to sharpen soldiers. Those who enter Wanjun Pagoda will experience extremely terrifying pressure on their souls and bodies. When they cannot bear it, they will be automatically sent out of Wanjun Pagoda. The Wanjun Pagoda is divided into 9 layers, and each layer will increase the grind. In this random lottery, Chu Yuan won a Wanjun Pagoda. Although he read the introduction, it didn't have much effect on him and directly enhanced his strength, but it could be used to sharpen his army. Before, he led the army of Xuanhu, and he was able to surround and kill the purple lightning Jiao of the 9th level of magical powers. This made Chu Yuan understand the strength of the army, and he was not disappointed. In the system space, he saw a huge ancient stone pagoda, and next to the ancient stone pagoda, there was a magical cannon that seemed to exist in a real projection, but it was still 20% short of the final progress. If I can get the last 20% of the blueprints together, I can build a magic cannon. Chu Yuan was also a little depressed. It was just the last point, the god-level selection was interrupted. When there was another choice task, he just didn't know if there would be any more blueprints for the creation of the magic cannon. Thinking of this, he was also a little troubled in his heart. The host can refresh the required blueprints through the system mall. The blueprints made by the first-level magic cannon are the primary items, and the refresh difficulty is simple. System voice. Can I still buy it in the mall? The system mall can actually refresh what I need. Although the system's voice was cold and inhuman, Xuanhuan's heart warmed when he heard it, and this prompt was too timely. Refresh. Must be refreshed. Although it was only 80% of the blueprint, Xuanhuan could already feel the iron-blooded power of the divine machine cannon. If it was equipped in the army, it would be a weapon of war, and he could not break through any city wall. After 100 fates clicked, Xuanhuan did not refresh. He refreshed 5 times in a row, but he did not refresh the blueprint of the magic cannon. Although the first-level magic cannon's blueprint is a primary item, there are countless primary items in the system mall. The system gave an explanation. Continue to refresh. If he couldn't refresh it at once, Xuanhuan's temper also came up, and he was only a little short of the final build progress. His obsessive-compulsive disorder made him feel very uncomfortable. Ding. The host spends 100 fate points to refresh the mall. Xuanhuan listened to this prompt 10 times. Finally, after the 10th time, he saw a small blueprint at the bottom of the mall, which was the last 20% progress he needed. His hand trembled and he almost touched the refresh. The progress of making the blueprint for the first level of the magic cannon is 20%. The weapon of war created by the ancient dynasty requires 1,000 fate points to exchange. So expensive? Xuanhuan frowned slightly. However, he refreshed a total of 10 times, used 1,000 fate points, and still had 1,700 points in his hand. Changed. Ding. The host spends 1,000 fate points to get 20% of the first-level crafting blueprint of the magic cannon. The progress of the first-level creation of the magic cannon is 100%, whether to synthesize it immediately. The system prompts again and again. Synthesize immediately. Xuanhuan said. The first-level blueprint of the magic cannon was successfully synthesized, and the host can view it in the system space. The system said. I don't know how the magic cannon needs to be built. Xuanhuan clicked on the construction drawing, and a lot of information immediately appeared on it. God Machine Cannon Level 1. Materials, 100,000 caddies of fine steel, 10,000 caddies of steel, 1,000 caddies of steel, and 1 caddy of meteorite fine gold. Remarks: as long as you collect enough materials and put them into the blueprint, you can automatically create a magic cannon. It takes so much steel. Xuanhuan knew that fine steel was purified from ordinary pure iron, and 100 times of refining steel, 1,000 times of refining steel, and as for the final meteorite fine gold, although only 1 kilogram was needed, it was an extraterrestrial star that fell. The core of the stars behind is very precious. Except for the meteorite fine gold, although the others are not precious, the amount required is too large. Although a huge amount of steel is needed, fortunately, there is no need for the foundry to make it by himself. After Xuanhuan saw the remarks, his ugly face became much better. Just when Xuanhuan was about to close the system mall, he saw a huge ironclad warship, majestic next to the blueprints for the creation of the magic cannon. Ironclad flying boat first-level blueprint, used by ancient dynasties to load soldiers, it can fly across the sea, and the hull can withstand the bombardment of the cannon. It takes 5,000 fate points to exchange. 5,000 fate points. Xuanhuan shook his head. I don't have so many fate points now, but I don't need to go down this page of the system mall. Eunuch Wei declared the Ministry of Industry's Ironware Institute to send what I need into the palace. Xuanhuan said. Yes, Your Majesty. Eunuch Wei took over the Imperial decree, and he was absolutely hardworking. He looked at what he wanted on the Imperial decree, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. What was the saint doing during this time? He asked for so many medicinal materials some time ago, and there was so much fine steel during this time. In addition to alchemy, do you need to refine tools? Although he was puzzled, his movements were definitely not slow. After an hour or so, a large amount of steel was sent to the palace. Looking at the steel, Chu Yuan waved his hand and entered the system space one after another. The speed at which the magic cannon was built was not slow. It didn't even take half an hour. Suddenly, in front of Chu Yuan, a giant steel beast with a width of dozens of feet and a barrel of a length of more than 10 feet appeared. The magic cannon was dark all over, and under the refraction of the sun, it flashed an awe-inspiring, murderous intent. There is only one way to reload this magic cannon, that is, pure spar mined in the forging or vein, which can motivate this cannon. The magic cannon, level 1, has a range of less than 100 miles and a maximum range of 50 miles. You can't test the power of the magic cannon in the palace. Just in time, the Wanjun Pagoda will also be sent to the Xuanhuan camp for the soldiers to sharpen. Chu Yuan was so excited that he wanted to fire a cannon immediately, and at the moment of leaving, he said, "Eunuch Wei, Chuanji Department, at all costs, the more refined steel I need, the better. Call the whole country, let's go." #C35 firmly in control. Xuanhuan camp. Marquis Zhongyong, this is a good thing that I have brought, come to you to test the power. Chu Yuan left the palace, went directly to the Xuanhuan camp, and summoned Lu Qianfu. "Oh? What good things did His Majesty bring?" the Ho Zhongyong asked curiously. "That's it." As soon as Chu Yuan waved his hand, a cannon of Xuanhuan with cold and murderous intent appeared. "Is this a magic cannon?" Lu Qianfu looked at it carefully, "But it's not right, it is different from the magic cannon equipped by the Forbidden Army. The muzzle is several times longer, like a ferocious beast, and the minister feels a cold murderous intent. Look at its power." Chu Yuan adjusted the muzzle, when a spar the size of a fist filled it. The energy in this spar is mined from the veins of the spar, also known as the spar. Immediately in the operation of Chu Yuan, the cannon of the divine machine was aimed at a hill about a few dozen feet in size in the distance. Boom! The muzzle of the cannon accumulated a huge amount of energy, and as Chu Yuan pressed the mechanism, a thin beam of light with the thickness of the water tank shot out in an instant, and the sound of the explosion shook the earth violently, creating a crack as thick as a thumb. And the hill in the distance actually collapsed completely, and the big stone rolled down. What a terrifying power! Lu Qianfu was shocked. According to the preliminary estimates of the minister, this is 10 times more powerful than the imperial cannons of the Imperial Army. Yes, this is the real magic cannon. It is an ancient cannon cast by me, with blueprints. Although its power is great, it consumes 10 times as much magic crystal. Chu Yuan took a photo of the mechanism, and the piece of law crystal inside had turned into powder. "Marquis of Zhongyong, what do you think? It's so terrifying. This is definitely a weapon in the battlefield. If you pull it out for a fight, Qian Xuanhuan will definitely not be able to bear it." Lu Qianfu didn't ask how Chu Yuan got it, but asked, "I wonder how many such magical cannons your majesty has?" "Now there is only one." Chu Yuan said regretfully, "Although I have the ability to mass-produce the magic cannon, it is a pity that the materials needed are too large, and it is difficult for me to cast it in large quantities with the national strength of my Dao at this time." "What materials does your majesty need?" Lu Qianfu moved inwardly. After Chu Yuan finished talking about the materials, Lu Qianfu's mouth also opened. "It's okay to say fine steel, the people in the Ministry of Engineering work with all their strength, and they can still temper a lot, but they still need to be doped with meteorite fine gold, this kind of thing. There are not many great martial arts, you must know that if the weapon is mixed with meteorite fine gold, it is a weapon of magic, and yes, if there is no meteorite fine gold, the cannon itself cannot withstand this kind of power." He frowned and suddenly said, "Your Majesty, I know where to buy meteorite gold, It is available in the Infinite Chamber of Commerce. Unlimited Chamber of Commerce? Xuanhuan pondered. I have heard of this Chamber of Commerce. Its business spreads all over the country. The treasury only has about 100 caddies of meteorite fine gold, and it can only build 100 magical cannons. The minimum I have is 1,000, so I will let Eunuch Wei go to the Infinite Chamber of Commerce and buy materials from them. In addition to this matter, I also brought one thing today. Xuanhuan waved his sleeves, and a stone pagoda with a height of 100 zhang appeared in the camp. What is this? Lu Qianfu asked, curiously. Wanjun Pagoda is used by ancient dynasties to sharpen the soul and flesh of soldiers. Xuanhuan said. It's something of an ancient dynasty again. Lu Qianfu's expression froze. He guessed that Xuanhuan might have obtained the treasure house of the ancient dynasty, so he was able to come up with so many strange things. Let the soldiers come to experience. Xuanhuan summoned the entire army. Ha ha ha, Your Majesty, is this the Wanjun Pagoda? Let me, Dang Li, be the first to try it. Li Dangxian, the leader of the Shenwu army, took the lead, stepped out one step, and rushed directly into the Wanjun Pagoda. Inside the Wanjun Pagoda, the light is dim, like a land of ancient times. There is an independent space inside, which is much larger than the outside. The space on each floor can accommodate tens of thousands of soldiers to grind. He went straight to the second floor. A terrifying pressure swept over like a raging wave, as if carrying a mountain on his back. Not only the impact of the body, but also the torture of the soul. So cruel. After just a dozen breaths, Li Dangxian was blasted out by the Wanjun Pagoda, and his body was full of open wounds, and he said with lingering fear, "It's terrible. At that moment I felt that my soul was about to collapse. It seems that countless fists are hitting my head, but there is no way to avoid it." Oh? It's only the second floor, so you are struggling. Lu Qianfu was eager to try. Let me try. Lu Qianfu was not as reckless as Li Dangxian. He went to the first floor first, and after getting used to the strength of the first floor, he entered the second floor. The pressure on the second floor was strong, but Lu Qianfu walked into the third floor within a few minutes. About 10 minutes later, Lu Qianfu was not blasted out, but came out by himself. He took a deep breath and said slowly, "It's really scary, even if it is me on the third floor, I can only last for 10 minutes, and if I continue, I will be blasted out. According to my estimation, only the 10th supernatural power can be stable in the third. In the layer, as for the fourth layer, unless the strength reaches half a step to see God." He was also extremely shocked that Xuanhuan had brought such a terrifying thing. However, although the pressure was great, in the past 10 minutes, Lu Qianfu also felt the benefits. His soul and body became closer, like 100 refining steel, hammering out impurities. You know, this kind of treasure that can sharpen a large-scale legion, even if each warrior can only improve a little, the increase in the legion is huge. It seems that this Wanjun Pagoda has a great effect on the Shenwu Legion. Xuanhuan said with satisfaction, "Marquis Zhongyong, I will leave this Wanjun Pagoda here. The first floor was originally the primordial spirit realm to enter, but be careful and adapt slowly. It is still possible. I am not afraid of you being injured. I am here. There are tons of healing medicines." I heard that in the ancient dynasty, the most common soldiers were in the primordial spirit realm. Now it seems that this is true. Only the second layer of the supernatural power can step forward, and when the third floor is reached, only the extremely strong supernatural power can stay. As for on the fifth floor, I am afraid that only the Almighty who peeks into the realm of the gods can enter. Lu Qianfu felt deep terror for the ancient dynasty that existed in the records. After he left Wanjun Pagoda here, Li Dangxian quickly organized ordinary soldiers to enter, but Xuanhuan ignored it and walked to the side with Lu Qianfu. "Your Majesty, there is a sentence that this minister does not know whether to say it or not." Lu Qianfu said solemnly, "This time Your Majesty killed Wei Shen, and King Wei Wu has an excuse, and he will definitely take advantage of the chaos to hold the banner of revenge for his son. For King Wei Wu, this minister also has some understanding of this person. Very gloomy. Many years ago, he was the 10th level of supernatural powers, and I heard that he had broken through half a step to see God. This is the strength of a country's master. Back then, the first emperor was afraid that strong action would make Dao turbulent, so he left him. Unexpectedly, the first emperor was more than halfway through his business, and the middle way collapsed, leaving hidden dangers. The princes of King Wei Wu, who are bound to be turbulent, have to find a way to deal with him. I know all this, and I will give him an excuse to send troops. Chu Yuan sneered again and again, you don't have to worry about the Ho Zhongyong. Now your task is to train soldiers and recruit more Shenwai. I will soon start the southern expedition and diving. Firmly in your own hands. Since your majesty is prepared, then I can rest assured. Lu Qianfu nodded. The war is bound to come, but who will start the key war? All this can only be made by me. After Chu Yuan finished explaining, he also returned to the palace. However, when he returned to Shenyang Palace, he found that there was one more person. It was Princess Chenxi, Chu Xiaonyang, who seemed to be waiting for him. #C36 WeChat private visit. In Shenyang Palace, Princess Chenxi is sitting here waiting. But Chu Xiaonyang didn't wear princess clothes today, but tied her hair up and wore men's clothes, looking like a noble scholar who was as elegant as a beautiful jade in a certain aristocratic family. Dawn dressed like this, to leave the palace? As soon as Chu Yuan saw Chenxi, he smiled. Although the royal family is cruel and has no family affection than ordinary people's family, but Chu Yuan's family has only one son and 3 daughters, but it is not cruel to seize power, so it is more tender. Moreover, both the eldest princess and the second princess left the dynasty long ago. Only Chu Yuan and Princess Chenxi remained in the capital. Brother Emperor, you are finally back. Chu Xiaonyang said excitedly, the Emperor's brother is really holy, and I really want to leave the palace. The master said that my martial arts have improved a lot, and he also gave me a day off. If the Emperor's brother is either bored in the palace or goes to the Shenwu camp, it is better to accompany the little one. Sister is out of the palace, to play? Chu Xiaonyang's teacher is Zhu Fengfeng. Oh? Where is Dawn going? Chu Yuan said slightly, what else can you do if you don't go out of the palace dressed like this? I asked Master to get 2 invitations from Miao Yinfeng. Today, the holy maiden Miru of Miao Yinfeng will appear. I heard people say that the saint looks like a fairy and is very curious, so I want to invite the Emperor's brother and me. Let's go see the saint together. In Chu Xiaonyang's hand, there were 2 gilded invitation cards with 3 big characters of Miao Yinfeng. Miao Yinfeng. Chu Yuan remembered that Miao Yinfeng was a very unique force established in the imperial city. On weekdays, there would be many princes and nobles, and children of aristocratic families would come to dance, give pointers, and listen to music. It was a very elegant place. If that's the case, it's okay. The most attractive thing is that none of the women in Miao Yinfeng can be compared to the outside world, especially their saintess. The saintess will be replaced every 3 years. This saint named Mu Rou just came to the imperial city this year, which has caused many sons and brothers to go crazy. She would rather lose her family wealth than indulge in the Miao Yinfeng. Option 1. Refuse the invitation of Princess Chenxi, stay in the palace, build a magic cannon, and get 100 fate points. Option 2. Private visit and microservice, go to Miao Yinfeng before leaving the palace, and get 100 fate points. Since my sister is so elegant, how can I, as a brother, have the heart to disappoint? Wait, I'll change my clothes and go to Miao Yinfeng with you to see if that Miru is really like a fairy. Chu Yuan turned around and went to change his clothes. Ding! The host makes the second choice and gets 100 fate points. Current fate point surplus, 800 points. The Emperor on Earth wants to visit privately and leave the palace, which is extremely troublesome, and all kinds of masters must protect them. However, in this world where cultivators exist, Xuanhuan has no need for this. He is a very strong martial arts master himself. The Imperial city is bustling and bustling. On the spacious streets, there is an endless stream of various people and merchants. When the weather arrived in September, the area where Dawu was located was already slightly chilly, but the people in the city were still only wearing single clothes. Great martial arts are martial arts, and even the most ordinary people have the cultivation level of self-cultivation. It's so lively. As soon as Xuanhuan left the palace, she saw the lively street, her eyes suddenly lit up, and she lingered in front of the hawkers. The great martial arts are martial, and the folk customs are open. The folks have all kinds of strange skills and can create all kinds of gadgets. It's really lively. Although Xuanhuan traveled to this world, he also had a lot of days, but he spent most of the time cultivating in the palace, but he didn't pay much attention to the people of Dao. Seeing this, there were prosperous scenes everywhere, which made him the emperor's heart very happy. Master, do you want this folding fan or not? It is most suitable for you scholars. A wrinkled face. But the spirited old man sells Xuanhuan the folding fan from his booth. This folding fan is interesting. Xuanhuan bought 2 folding fans, gave one to Xuanhuan, opened it in his hand, and fanned one. Brother, I'm hungry, why don't we go to the Moon Tower for dinner? Xuanhuan seemed to be a little tired of playing, and said to Xuanhuan, I am afraid that the purpose is not only to see the fairies in the Mayo Yinfang, but also to go to the Wangulu to eat. Is the food cooked by the royal chef in the palace not to your taste? Xuanhuan smiled and looked at Xuanhuan. Although the royal chef in the palace is good, but I'm tired of eating it every day. I heard that the food in Wangulu has a special flavor. Many princes and ministers in the court like to eat here, and I want my brother to taste the delicious food here. There was light in Xuanhuan's eyes. Just go to the Moon Tower. Xuanhuan really hadn't tasted the food in this world. At the east end of the dynasty, there is a restaurant with a vast area. Although it has only 3 floors, the area is huge. When it is time for dinner, you can see many people wearing brocade clothes coming to the Moon building. Wangulu is one of the most high-end restaurants in the Imperial city. It costs 100 taels of silver to go in and eat casually, which ordinary people cannot afford. 2 guest officers, please. The guy saw that Xuanhuan and Xuanhuan had extraordinary temperaments, and said enthusiastically, whether the 2 of you are dining on the 1st floor, or a private seat on the 2nd floor, or a box on the 3rd floor. Just go to the 2nd floor lounge. Xuanhuan casually threw a piece of money to this guy. The Dao dynasty had a variety of currencies, the most common being copper coins, followed by silver coins, then money, and finally, the law crystals mined in the law crystal veins. Of course, fodging is a currency only used by strong martial artists, but ordinary people of Dawn can't use it. The elegant seat is not as noisy as the 1st floor. The man got the money and greeted Xuanhuan to the window seat. He smiled and said, "What do the 2 guests want to eat?" Even the emperor has to boast about it. Oh? Do you even want to praise the emperor for eating? Xuanhuan smiled and said, "Give me a serving of the best things you have here." Okay, wait a minute, guest officer. The guy walked down. Not long after, a few guys came up with more than a dozen trays, with more than 20 kinds of delicacies on them. Before they even touched the chopsticks, there was an intoxicating aroma. Is this jiaolong meat? Xuanhuan was surprised. He used chopsticks to pick up a piece of meat that was as crystal clear as jade, chewed it slowly in his mouth, and immediately ate it out, saying in surprise, and it's a Jiaolong in the primordial spirit realm, you Wangguolu can actually get this kind of thing. Guest officer, we have experts in Wangguolu, and this time the beast tide in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range was shaken back. Our experts hunted beasts with the Forbidden Army and got a lot of good things. The guy introduced, there is also meat from the supernatural power demon in the box on the 3rd floor, but that is only qualified for guests with status. For example, the 6 important ministers, I am not bragging, many big people like to come to me to eat in the Moon building. Okay, back off. Xuanhuan waved his hand. Brother, I'm right, the food in Moonlight Tower is completely different from those cooked by the royal chefs. Chu Xianyang's eyes were already glowing, she tasted a little of the food on each plate, her eyes narrowed into crescents. It doesn't taste the same as the royal chef's cooking. Xuanhuan didn't deny it, and said, if you like it, I will let the chef of Wangguolu off and go to the palace to cook it for you in the future. #C37 Wang FA. Everyone, do you know? A few days ago, there was a beast tide in the 10,000 Beast Mountains, and millions of fierce beasts rushed out. That day was the day of the dynasty's hunting. Many civil and military officials went, even my Dao Xingjuan, the 2nd emperor of Chu, is also here. In the dining room on the 1st floor, there was a storyteller in a long gown, his brows were dancing, his saliva was splashing, and he was talking about the beast tide that day, as if he had seen it himself. What, 1,000,000 beasts? If you rush out, the Imperial city will be surrounded, and you don't know how many people will die. The previous Imperial court did not have the ability to resist the beast tide. After that, the beast tide hasn't happened for many years. Surrounding the storyteller, many people present were shocked. Yeah. Mr. Storyteller said, but our emperor, His Majesty, was brave and invincible. He led the army of Shenwu to kill the big monsters, and even the leader of the beasts, Zidian Leijiao, who was a master of the 9th level of supernatural powers. Let the beast tide collapse only to save this crisis. Shenwu Legion? Shenwu Legion has not been destroyed? How can it still exist? Yes, even so, Our Majesty has just ascended the throne, how can he have such a great ability? You won't be lying to us. If you say it badly, you won't give the reward. Many people questioned. Haha, I have a few friends who are in the Imperial Army. Just ask about it and you will know. What I said is true. It's a pity that I didn't see it. It's a great regret in life. Our emperor is really amazing. Mr. Storyteller said. He's right, I was on duty in the Imperial Army that day. Your Majesty is invincible. God blocks and kills gods and demons. He rips apart purple lightning dragons like searching for things. Recently, I heard rumors about the Imperial City. My great martial arts will be destroyed, but in my opinion, those are all jokes and rumors, trying to make our hearts confused. My great martial arts was when it was prosperous, and the 4 kingdoms of great potential wanted to destroy the country, so I asked the knife in my hand if I would answer. This should be a centurion in the Imperial Army, who happened to be in the Moon Tower. When he talked about Xuanhuan, he had a look of reverence. How could my great martial arts be destroyed? The new king is so powerful, and the great potential of the 4 kingdoms is courting death. Hey, I heard that some people are secretly afraid of taking refuge in the great diving. I advise you to dispel this idea, otherwise you won't know how to die by then. How dare we? Even if we dare, we don't have the ability. Many people in Wangguolu were talking about Xuanhuan's deeds that day, and it was as if he was shaping up to be a god. Brother, they are all complimenting you. Why don't you react at all? Hey, I also care about state affairs. The killing in the 10,000 Beast Mountains that day made many people who had no intention of being on the side panic. Chu Xianyang said while eating. I just did what I should do as Emperor Dao. Xuanhuan smiled slightly and wiped the oil from Xuanhuan's mouth with a clean tablecloth. At this moment, a messy and noisy voice was suddenly heard. Inside the box. A big man with a face full of flesh slammed a thin old man down the third floor, swearing in his mouth, "Old man, don't hurry up and get rid of me, you will delay your son's meal, and you will die." The old man begged for mercy with a sad look on his face. "Third master, the second son has something to do with young Master Li. The old house can't be sold, it was left to the family by the old man before his death. No matter how much money you give, you can't sell it." "Sell? Haha, old man, it's a face for you to see your house. Don't be ignorant here, don't eat or drink fine wine, get out of here, don't be an eyesore here." That strong man slapped the old man in the face, causing the old man to roll down the stairs, his face covered in blood. "Huh? What's going on?" The old man rolled to Xuanhuan's feet, daring to speak out. "Son. Don't ask, we can't afford to offend those people." The guy whispered, "That's the person from the Li family, the current prime minister of the Li family. This third master is the slave beside the sixth son of the Li family. As for this old man, he is the housekeeper of Lu's house, and he is General Lu Tian, but General Lu Tian was also a member of the 300,000 Shenwu Corps who died, leaving behind orphans, widows, and mothers. The family was old and weak. The sixth son of the Li family fell in love with the Lu family's house and wanted to buy it, but the Lu family agreed. But how can they fight against the Li family? You bastard! How unreasonable!" Xuanhuan slammed the table. "Oh, sir, keep your voice down, you can't afford it, you can't afford it." The guy was startled. "Okay, Li San." At this time, a young gentleman walked out from the third floor, and it could be seen that he was in a good mood today, and said lightly, Li Yu, also pay attention to the rules, and under the watchful eyes, it is bad to hurt people, let's talk about it. How much more money do you want? I can make it up to you, don't make a fuss here and make people see jokes. Lu's house can't be sold. This is what the master left. We won't sell it for any amount of money from the son." The old man lowered his head and said cowardly. "Don't be shameless." Li San shouted. "The sky has no eyes, if the master is still there, who would dare to buy his house? The master has only passed away for a few months, and you will bully the widow of this family? Is there any law in this imperial city, and is there any reason?" The old slave said with grief and indignation, "Who can still decide for the Lu family? Get out of the Mochizuki Tower for Lord." Li San was furious, and with a slap, he was about to blast the old man out of the Moon Tower. When the old man gets up, there will still be Wang Fa in this imperial city. I will make the decision for you. Xuanhuan's face turned cold, he lifted the old man up, and asked, "There are so many unowned mansions in the imperial city, why does the sixth son of the Li family have to buy the Lu family's mansion? What's the difference? Master's house is only half a street away from Myo Yinfang. You can see Myo Yinfang from the high-rise buildings in the mansion, and you can hear the music from Myo Yinfang in the house, so they have to buy the house." The old man said bitterly, "Young master, this matter has nothing to do with you. They are the prime minister's people. You should leave it alone. It will not be good for you to be implicated. I am all old bones, and if I die, I will die." "Oh? I can't afford it, so why do you dare to argue with them?" Xuanhuan said. "Master has saved my life. Even if I die, I can't let anyone bully the master's widow," the old man said. "I think you made a mistake, it's written in black and white, that Lu's house now belongs to Li's house, and the 2 sons of silver are also given to you. Do you want to go back on your words?" "Humph, even if you go to the government to judge, you will definitely lose." That Li Yu saw more and more people gathered together, and his face was very unhappy. Although this was nothing, it would make the prime minister's residence dark. "That's because you cut off one of the young master's fingers and forcibly pressed it." The old man growled. Cut off other people's fingers and force a contract to make a book? Xuanhuan's face became colder and colder. Who gave you the courage? Who are you? Dare to meddle in this business. That Li San saw that Xuanhuan was in his early stage. His face was very ugly. He came over, put his hand on Xuanhuan's table, and he was about to lift it. From childhood to adulthood, no one has dared to lift my desk. Xuanhuan said expressionlessly. Haha, I flipped your table, what can you do with me? Li San is extremely arrogant. Although Xuanhuan has an outstanding temperament, there are many such noble sons in the Imperial city. Who can compare to the Prime Minister's mansion, so he is also unscrupulous. If you don't get out, I'll take off your arm. This Li San contemptuously said. #C38 God damn it. Although Li San is a servant, he is also a servant of the Prime Minister's mansion, which is different from other servants. Moreover, he was used to following Li Yu's prestige and blessing, and even the sons of some small families didn't even care about them, so they dared to fight. Teach him a lesson. Li Yu's tone was frivolous, and when he saw Xuanhuan like that, he was very unhappy. Yes, son. Li San stepped forward and said with a grim smile, Hey, this is what the son meant, boy, you're going to be out of luck. The moment he spoke, Li San raised his big hand, and when he swung it round, he was about to drop it. When the slap went down, his mouth would be twitched. Roll. Just as Li San's slap was about to fall, a cold light flashed in Xuanhuan's eyes. With a slap, everyone saw that it was not Xuanhuan who was slapped, but the young man raised his hand and shoved Li San into the distance, rolling around on the ground. You. Li Yu's face changed. Li San was a servant of his Li family, and slapped Li San was slapping his face. The so-called slapping a dog depends on the owner. Good fight. Chu Xiaonyang clapped her hands and applauded. Good good. Those who dare to beat me, you have done a good job. Who are you, boy? If you have the kind, sign up. Li Yu was also angry and wanted to do it directly, but he suddenly smiled coldly. Humph. I'll be arguing with you about your affairs in the future, but there is one thing to solve. You said that I would forcefully buy your Lu family's house. This son is not the kind of unreasonable person. I will give you a chance to go to court and let the governor of the government judge this sentence. Fight the court. The old man's face changed drastically. I can't go. It seems that you have a guilty conscience. Li Yu was in a bad mood. It doesn't matter, just accompany him to the court and see how the governor of Wudu will be sentenced. Don't worry, I still don't believe it. There is no royal law in this imperial city. General Lu is loyal to the monarch and patriotism, and he is a great Wangjai. After such a loyal minister passed away, how can I allow others to bully his family? I can't even respond to others. Xuanhuan's expression did not change. If that's the case, then go to the government office with me. When Li Yu heard Xuanhuan's words, he was also ridiculed. Although Wang Fa had it, it was not something he could control. The imperial palace was magnificent, and a large number of people gathered at this time. In the imperial palace, a large number of yeomen gathered at this time, and at the highest position, a middle-aged man with a dignified face was sitting at this time. Being able to serve as the governor of the capital, the martial arts cultivation base is also extremely high. Originally, this kind of trivial matter could be solved by dispatching a few yeomen, but today it is the sixth son of the prime minister who has appeared. He must also give this face and treat it with caution. Fuyin Song, it's been good recently. I have one thing here that I want to ask Lord Fuyin to do justice for me. Li Yu looked at Song Ying and said with a smile, I still believe that this imperial city has a king's law, and Lord Fuyin is the one who presides over the king's law. He will definitely make a clean statement on this matter. In the imperial city, this is a matter within the responsibility of this government. Even if young Master Li doesn't say anything, I will handle it impartially. Above the hall, Song Ying also suffered from headaches. He had already guessed something. This sixth son of the Li family has always been a playboy. Relying on his father's status as the prime minister, he has done all kinds of evil in the Imperial city. This time, something must have happened, and he has to solve it. He also sighed lightly. Although the Imperial city governor's status is higher than that of other prefectures, but at the foot of the emperor, there are too many ministers with higher status and strength than him, and many things have to be taken into account, but they are not as comfortable as other governors. Who is in the hall? Sign up. Song Ying said. Little old man, General Lu Tian's housekeeper. The old man trembled. General Lu Tian? Song Ying thought, his face changed slightly. This was a general of the former Xuanhuan army. Today's Xuanhuan army is taboo in the entire Dao. In Song, this is what happened. I fell in love with the Lu family's house, so I bought it with silver tails. However, the Lu family didn't acknowledge the money when they received the money. General Lu passed away. I will do a good deed, give more and take care of them, but I didn't expect that they still persevered and even asked someone to hurt one of my subordinates. A fair one. Liu sighed as he spoke. Although he was playful, he was very good at playing tricks. In a few words, he turned him into a victim, while the Lu family became the villain. Song Ying frowned. He didn't believe Liu's words and said, "You have evidence." The evidence is naturally there. Liu asked someone to bring the deed when he went to the Fuyin mansion. The black and white words are all here. There is indeed a deed. That being said, Lu's house now belongs to Liu. What else do you have a problem with? Song Ying glanced at it, and didn't want to make a big fuss, since there isn't any, then follow the documents. I dare not. The old man gritted his teeth. Thank you, sir, for being fair. Liu was proud to play with him. The old man was too weak, and immediately said, I still have some things here, that is, my servant was beaten, and in the Imperial city, I beat people, and Wang Fa? Heavenly? In the Imperial city, the use of force is prohibited. Song Ying saw Li San, whose face turned into a pig's head, and shook his head, bring the beater up. Solving such trivial matters made him irritable, so it would be better to send Liu away as soon as possible. The current court situation can be described as extremely turbulent. You don't kneel down when you see the governor, are you still arrogant? Liu scolded Xuanhuan, who was slowly walking into the hall step by step. In the Imperial city, at the feet of the emperor, there is indeed no king's law, and any demon or demon dares to make trouble. Lu Tian, as a loyal minister of the Great Wu, sacrificed his life for the country. It is chilling that his descendants have suffered such treatment. There are also some of them. My oversight. Xuanhuan and Xuanhuan walked slowly, looked at Song Ying on the high hall, and said indifferently, Sir Song Ying, are you trying to make me kneel? Still arrogant? Liu sneered. Who are you? Song Ying suddenly heard this voice. His face was just unhappy. He just picked up the teacup on the case, but suddenly saw the face. His hand shook, the cup overturned, and both legs were trembling with fright. Sir Song, it's very majestic for you to sit on it today. Liu brought you a letter and you closed the case. It seems that this governor is very good. General Lu Tian is a former general of Xuanhuan. Anything should be reported, it's a big deal, not just jumping to conclusions. Xuanhuan spoke slowly, but every word he said plunged into Song Ying's heart. I don't even know what to say in front of the governor. Liu shouted, Master Governor, this kid won't kneel when he sees the governor. I suggest that the governor be beaten and force him to kneel. Only in this way can I demonstrate the law of my great martial king. Shut up for me. Song Ying almost growled. Seeing Song Ying's attitude, Liu was also a little stunned. He was speaking for Song Ying. Where did he say something wrong that caused him such a big fluctuation? I heard someone roaring today, is Dao no longer a king? Xuanhuan asked again. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! This minister should be damned. Song Ying finally couldn't bear it anymore. He hurriedly ran down from the high hall, knelt in front of Xuanhuan, and shouted, long live my emperor, it's the minister who deserves to die, it's the minister who neglects his duty, please forgive me, the emperor's feet, own King Law. #C39 I am Wang Fa. Song Ying shouted long live my emperor, buried his head on the ground, his face was extremely frightened. He originally thought that this was just a small case where a playboy wanted to occupy someone else's house, but because he was the prime minister's son, he gave the space back, but he would never have imagined that Xuanhuan would actually appear. If he hadn't experienced the beast tide, he wouldn't be so scared. But in the battle of the beast tide, Song Ying knew that Xuanhuan's divine power was boundless and domineering. Although he was the governor of the government and a master of the supernatural power realm, if he angered my emperor, the end would be extremely tragic. Emperor! Li Yu was also stunned. Long live my emperor! Long live! When the Son of Heaven arrived, the expressions of the people surrounding the government office changed drastically, and they knelt down quickly. Let's be flat. Xuanhuan's face was expressionless. He said slowly, Song Fuyin, is this the judgment you made? Holy! Song Ying was trembling and frightened. He hurriedly greeted Xuanhuan to the first seat of the high hall, while he stood beside him with his waist bent. This minister has made an oversight, although it is written in black and white, the deed can also be forged, and this minister will retry the case. It must be fair to the Lu family. No, I will try this case myself. Xuanhuan waved his hand, his eyes fell on Li Yu and the old man, and said, Lu housekeeper, I am in charge of this case for you, there is no harm in speaking out if you have any grievances. I am this king. Your Majesty, all this is forced by Li Yu. If we don't sell it, he threatened to make it difficult for my Lu family to move in the Imperial city. The old man gritted his teeth. You don't want to be full of framed words. After all, Li Yu is the son of the Prime Minister, so he calmed down from the shock, thinking that his father holds great power in the Imperial court. He does not need to be too afraid, and directly said, black and white, the evidence is solid, and there is a deed. Even if you are a saint, you must reasonable. Since you told me the evidence, I will also tell you the evidence. Xuanhuan said, a few months ago, I issued a decree through the 6 ministries. Any transaction related to the ancestral house of the former Shenwu Legion, magic treasures, and other major transactions must be approved by me, and those who do not report it to the palace will be invalid. Song Fuyin, if you think about it, there is this decree, and the Prime Minister is the head of the 100 officials, and he is also clear about this decree. Yes, indeed. Song Ying remembered. Since there is, and as the ene of a government, why do you think this deed is valid? Xuanhuan's voice was still calm. But when it fell into Song Ying's ears, it was like a life-threatening word, and his legs trembled. Chen, I forgot, I will die. You are indeed guilty, and deserve 10,000 death. Xuanhuan said, with this law, Wang Fa is here, all the deeds of Lu's house have not been reported through the palace, and all the deeds made will be invalid. He set this law that day, also from the memory of the previous life, knowing that after the destruction of 300,000 gods and martial arts, some people moved their minds. Option 1. Thoroughly investigate all the things behind the former Shenwu Legion, including property encroachment, get 100 fate points, and progress 10% of the blueprint for the grip of the god of war. Option 2. The big things are turned into small things. In order to prevent the violent change of the government and the opposition, just beat a few games, don't pursue it, get 100 fate points, and the progress of the unicorn battle armor blueprint is 10%. The family slave Li San committed a crime, and I sentenced him to death. Li Yu committed the murder of the slave, and he was not cunning in his plans, and he should be executed according to the law. However, there was another case of occupying Lu's house, and he was guilty of insulting the widow of the Xuanhuan Legion. Wait until this case is investigated. After the Qing dynasty, several crimes will be punished together, and they will be sent to prison first, and no one will be allowed to visit, including the Prime Minister, and those who violate it will be executed. Li San passed out after hearing this. After Li Yu heard it, he roared, "No! You can't put me in the heavenly prison. My father is the Prime Minister, a master of 10 supernatural powers. If you kill me, even if you are the Emperor, my father won't spare you either." That idiot! Song Ying cursed in his heart. How could the Prime Minister have such a foolish son? Others may want to give the Prime Minister face and fear him 3 points, but this majesty in front of him dares to kill even the son of King Wei Wu, let alone you. The most important thing is that he even pitied him. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became, and he cursed angrily, "Shut up for me. I'm afraid it's not an isolated case of encroaching on Lu's house or insulting the widow of a soldier." Xuanhuan stood up. 300,000 gods and warriors gave their lives for the country. All of them are loyal and patriotic people, but some people want to do something under my nose, and there is no sand in my eyes, so I will thoroughly investigate this matter. Whoever dares to embezzle the estate, bully the widow, etc., will be severely punished, those who raid their homes, those who are confiscated from the army, and those who deserve to be executed. I would like to atone for the merits, investigate the case thoroughly, and give justice to the 300,000 warriors and soldiers. Song Ying hurriedly asked for his order. You? Xuanhuan shook his head. You are guilty of dereliction of duty, and you are guilty of it, and you do not have the ability to take charge of this matter alone. I will let the loyal and brave Ho Lu Qianfu fully investigate this matter. He is the Xuanhuan army. Commander, I believe it will definitely be handled by the public. Yes, my lord. Song Ying's mouth seems to have suffered the most bitter Huang Lian, and he can't tell if he suffers. Today, he was completely trapped by Li Yuqing and was implicated. This Li Yu not only cheated his father, he also didn't know how many noble families and wealthy families he also cheated in the Imperial city. Alas, let Lu Qianfu investigate. He is someone close to the Emperor, so he won't give any face. I'm afraid it will be after today. It's going to be stormy, and people's heads are rolling in. Song Ying sighed lightly, but fortunately, he has always been cautious in doing things, never asked for what he should not ask for, and didn't mix it in. He already had a premonition that he did not know how many people would be involved in this matter, and there were many ministers in the court. He had to know that the 300,000-strong army of gods and martial arts was the lifeblood of the late emperor. Every man is innocent of his guilt. Before Xuanhuan showed his great power, many people thought that the demise of Dao was a matter of time, so they all put their hands into the hands of those people, all of them wanting to plunder the benefits. But the Xuanhuan Legion is always a taboo for Dao. Ding! The host has completed the first choice, obtained 100 fate points, and the progress of creating the God of War's grip blueprint is 10%. In the system space, there seems to be a pair of God of War hands. Although it is only 10% of the construction progress, it can feel the majestic atmosphere as if holding the sky. This should be a magic weapon. Xuanhuan secretly said. I didn't expect His Majesty to be able to deal with the Prime Minister for the sake of the Xuanhuan army. This is the holy monarch and the respect of all the people. With such a majesty, what's the harm in dying for the country? Let's go. The Xuanhuan Legion is still recruiting warriors, and those who meet the requirements can join Xuanhuan. Hearing these voices, Xuanhuan smiled slightly. Joining the Xuanhuan Legion would have no worries even if he died in battle, and today, when he made a move, he would definitely cause huge waves in the Imperial court, and he also subdued a large number of people's hearts along the way. He didn't have an excuse to investigate those ministers, and he didn't expect Li Yu to bring him this opportunity. Song Ying, I know your thoughts. Wei Shen is a lesson learned. If you want to atone for your sins, you should cooperate with Hou Zhongyong. Chu Yuan took this step, and the whole person has disappeared in the palace. #C40 Saint Miru. The storm is coming, the storm is coming, the sky is going to change. Song Ying felt awe in his heart, and knew that this was his only chance to atone for his merits. But Chu Yuan didn't pay attention to these, but walked with Chu Xiaonyang on the street far away from the government office. Although there were many people, no one recognized him. "Brother, are we still going to Miao Yinfang?" Chu Xiaonyang asked aside. "Go, why not go?" Chu Yuan knew that Chu Xiaonyang was worried that today's events had affected his mood, but he was not affected at all, just found a suitable opportunity to clear the court situation. At this time, he and Chu Xiaonyang stopped and walked, and finally came to Miao Yinfang. Miao Yinfang is located in the golden area of the Imperial city, covering an area of 100 mu. It is said to be a square, but the layers of pavilions here are continuous, ancient and elegant, and pavilions are ditty, which makes people walk in as if they are in a Holy Land fairyland. Before entering the wonderful sound workshop, Chu Yuan heard many kinds of music sounds overlapping together. Not only did not make people feel harsh, but on the contrary, the mood was peaceful, as if even the soul was quiet. The highlight of Miao Yinfang is a sound. The tunes here are unique. There are war tunes with iron horses and gold, as well as tranquil and peaceful tunes, and meditation tunes that are helpful for cultivation. It seems that their tunes can mobilize the 7 emotions and 6 desires in people's hearts. Chu Yuan looked at the looming graceful figures in the pavilion, and the faintly melodious sound of music was a luxurious place. The music in Miao Yinfang is very magical. Even the musicians in the palace can't play it. Many princes, nobles, civil and military ministers like to listen to a few songs here, especially the holy maiden Miru, who wants to hear her play the piano. It's hard to find 1,000 pieces of gold, so I still ask the master, and I finally got 2 invitations. When Miss Chu listened to the music, she was intoxicated. Go in. Chu Yuan and Chu Xiaonyang walked into Miao Yinfang and walked towards the pavilion in the middle, when 2 tyrants stepped forward. You 2 young masters, you have an invitation card. If you don't have an invitation card, you can't go in. The invitation is here. Miss Chu threw the 2 invitations in. 2 distinguished guests, please come in. The 2 noble slaves suddenly became polite, with smiles all over their faces. Those who can get invitations will not be ordinary people, all of them have extraordinary backgrounds. I also want to go in and see Saintess Miru. Although I don't have an invitation, I have money, 10,000 taels of gold or 100 magic crystals. At this time, Chu Yuan saw a few tyrants stop a brightly dressed nobleman from outside. Seeing this Mu-Ro side is difficult, not even 100 crystal cores, even if I am the captain of the Shenwu army, a year's salary is only 100 magic crystals, but I can't even see this Mu-Ro side. Chu Yuan pondered. Hey, brother, you should know how precious these 2 invitations are. Although Miao Yinfang will change a saint every 3 years, this Saint Miru is more rare than other saintess. This was obtained by Master using the power of the Imperial army. Miss Chu blinked. At this time, the 2 of them passed through many corridors in 7 turns and 8 turns. Under the instructions of the waiter, the front suddenly became brighter. Mood. Happiness, anger, worry, thinking, sadness, fear, and shock are the tunes of the 7 emotions. Chu Yuan's face was solemn. At first, he thought that this Miao Yinfang was a place for some dignitaries to listen to small songs and relax, but when he heard the music of these 7 emotions, he knew that the Saintess Miru was not simple, and the Miao Yinfang was even more difficult. When he looked up and saw the 3 words Miao Yinfang on the plaque on the pavilion, his eyes suddenly changed, countless thoughts rushed, and countless images appeared in his mind, as if to evoke his deepest memories. What exactly does this mysterious Miao Yinfeng want to do in my imperial city? Xuanhuan pondered, and these 3 words are definitely not written by ordinary people. It's even very likely that a half-step peeping god, or a real peeping god wrote it. Let's go in and sit down. Xuanhuan reminded the immersed Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan woke up like a dream. She looked at this plaque, and unknowingly immersed herself in the spiritual world. Inside the pavilion, the decoration is extremely delicate, especially in the middle. There is a huge incense burner, which is ignited, and I only see pure white gas spreading around. The smoke curled up, as if coming to the fairyland fairy palace. The maids wearing white dresses, holding trays in their hands, brought plates of snacks to the seats. Xuanhuan had no intention of eating this snack, but looked at the environment here carefully. It was indeed elegant. No wonder many dignitaries liked to come here. The wonderful sound of the piano makes people feel happy when they hear it. Saintess Muru has 7 maids by her side. All of them are masters of the piano, and each is good at different ways. A young man dressed in extravagance made a voice and praised without hesitation. Maid. Xuanhuan's eyes narrowed, and he saw a woman playing the qin, with suet like jade, wearing a red robe, and playing a wonderful piece of music. Supernatural Power Master. At first glance, this maid seemed to be nothing special except her beauty, but as soon as Xuanhuan performed the great devouring technique, she immediately felt the power of a supernatural power, and she was not an ordinary supernatural power expert. That Saint Muru has 7 maids, isn't it, because there are 7 masters of supernatural powers to serve her? A master of supernatural powers can be a general in the Dao court, but he is willing to become her maid, which is reminiscent of elegance. The red-clothed woman who played the qin also seemed to feel Xuanhuan's peeping at her, and smiled slightly in the direction of Xuanhuan. Saint Muru is about to come out. Why hasn't Liu come yet? Did he forget to attend the meeting? You know that he has been fascinated by Saintess Muru for a long time. I'm still waiting for him to come and hear from Saintess Qingdao. At this moment, a noble young man dressed in brocade silk sat on a chair. His eyes were looking from time to time. Haha, Liu is not here to steal your limelight. He is the 6th son of the Prime Minister's favorite. Although you are the eldest son of the Minister of Industry, you can't compare to Liu in terms of being in the limelight. Someone was laughing. The noble son of Yunjin Silk is Lu Shi, the eldest son of the Minister of Industry. They still don't know that Liu has been put in the prison, waiting to be beheaded. Xuanhuan pouted. Haha, Saintess Muru is also her 18th birthday today. I took great pains and finally found a treasure. I will give it to Saintess this time. If Liu doesn't come, wouldn't I be too lonely? Lu Shi shouted. Hearing these voices in their ears, most of the people who came to Miao Yinfeng were princes and nobles, and the descendants of ministers of civil and military affairs. Although the empire would face a war, it was the most critical time, but from their faces, Xuanhuan could only see Feng Wuxiu. Enjoyment. Seeing this, he also shook his head. The saint is here. I don't know who suddenly said. From the stairs in the distance, a woman came. #C41 National Color Tianxiang. The woman slowly walked down from the pavilion, and 6 maids in orange, yellow, green, blue, purple clothes followed behind her. The footsteps of this woman are like ding-dong, spring water, clear and sweet, with rhythm, which is indescribable. And when her face is displayed in front of everyone's eyes, the country is full of beauty, the face of the country's beauty. The flawless temperament even makes people suffocated at first sight. Is this woman Muru, the saintess of Miao Yinfeng? This woman is rare in the world because it exists in the sky. It is indeed difficult for a woman to be so perfect in the world. She really came down to the mortal world like a fairy in the sky. Looking at Muru, Xuanhuan couldn't help but let out a sigh of admiration. This saint is the most perfect woman he has ever seen in the Great Wu dynasty, and she seems to have no flaws. In his eyes, the great devouring technique was operating, and Mu Rou was like a cloud of fairy energy, ethereal and uncertain, and her body was wrapped in a hazy crystal mist, making her even more mysterious, and even Xuanhuan couldn't feel her realm. And the more he did, the more surprised he was. It's really like a fairy. Xuanhuan muttered. When Mu Rou came, she suddenly felt a look of prying eyes, like an abyss. Her eyes fell deeply on Xuanhuan's body, and the eyes of the two of them slammed into each other. She suddenly shook slightly, as if her soul was absorbed by this person's eyes, and she wanted to turn her body into an empty shell. Thank you for giving the little girl face for coming to this wonderful sound workshop. Mu Rou suppressed this reaction. The voice of her voice was like the drop of water falling into the silver plate, the ding-dong was crisp, and her mouth was like playing a piano, making all the princes and nobles stay in place, attracted by Muru's perfect temperament. Everyone else was in a daze, but Mu Rou's eyes fell on Xuanhuan again, only to find that this person smiled slightly, and it seemed that she was not affected by her at all. It is also our honor to be able to see the fairy. Lu Shi said quickly, seeing Mu Rou, his soul was sucked out. Even if Mu Rou said that he would die now, I am afraid he would not resist, but would die willingly. Yes, the face of a fairy can be ranked first in Dao. As long as the fairy says a word, let us do whatever we want. Some young sons looked at Mu Rou with heartbeats in their eyes. Mu Rou smiled and said, "You are all high-ranking officials and nobles in Dao, young Master Wang's son, how dare I tell you? Do you want to do it for me when I say I want to be the queen of this world? If the fairy is willing, I will be the first to be under the command of the fairy, and even pull the little emperor in the palace off his horse." The emperor in the palace is nothing but a yellow-mouthed child, then there is a fairy who has this qualifications. Lu Shi suddenly roared, the blue veins bulging on his neck. In his eyes, there is only Mu Rou, the soul has been hooked away, and what comes out of his mouth is beyond his head. Even if you dare, I don't dare. Mu Rou said softly, I'm just joking, and what I'm talking about is only in the world, not here. This woman. Xuanhuan gritted her teeth, what a goblin. If the fairy wants to become real, I will sacrifice my life to help the fairy to complete it. Lu Shi gritted his teeth. Okay, we won't talk about that today. Mu Rou smiled and changed the topic. I heard that today is Fairy's 18th birthday, so I thought hard and finally found a treasure for Fairy, and I want to give it to Fairy here. Lu Shi's red eyes stared at Mu Rou tightly. Being stared at by this kind of gaze, Mu Rou smiled as usual. My 18th birthday is nothing to be concerned about, but it has caused everyone to worry. Don't worry. Saying that, Lu Shi stepped forward and wanted to get close to Mu Rou, but several maids around her stopped Lu Shi, making Lu Shi look embarrassed, and took out a guqin painted with dark gold stripes and said, Fairy, please see, this is a guqin made by the most superb craftsman, the Qianlong wood that I have painstakingly obtained from the Great Chong dynasty. Although the strings are not real dragon strings, they are also made of cherished blood dragon steel. It is made by mixing meteorite fine gold. This violin was brought up by the maid. It was very heavy. The dark golden stripes were like a dragon pattern. What? It's actually Qianlong wood. According to rumors, Qianlong wood is only available in the territory of Daqian. It contains the majesty of a dragon. It is harder than Qiangang and Wangang, and the output is very rare. It is easy not to spread. Lu Shi was able to get a piece of it. There is also blood dragon steel. Daqian has a dragon pond and has raised a lot of dragons. I use the blood of these dragons to temper steel. Although I can get dragon blood in Dao, I don't know how to make it into blood dragon steel. So there is a battalion called Blood Dragon Battalion in Great Diving, which is extremely powerful. This piano is really worth a fortune. Although we also prepared gifts, we are not at all comparable to Lu Shi. Damn, it seems that Fairy Mura will look at him a few times this time. When other people saw Lu Shi gave such a precious Guqin, they all shook their heads when they thought of their own gifts, and felt that they were inferior to Lu Shi. It's a really good violin. Muro just glanced at that Qin, and then motioned to a maid next to her in purple to move Qin to the side, and said with a smile, "Young Master Lu, you have a heart. It doesn't matter, it's my blessing to be able to send the piano to the fairy." Hearing Muro's words, Lu Shi felt that his bones were brittle, his soul was about to fly to the sky, and his eyes were full of pride. With so many people present, only he and Muro talked the most. Looking at Lu Shi's smug look, damn it, it's not because his father is the minister of the Ministry of Industry that he can get more resources. Although the other princes and grandsons had angry expressions on their faces, they had no choice but to give the gifts they prepared to Muro glumly. "Master, don't you plan to not give the little girl a gift?" Muro's eyes fell on Xuanhuan. Since this person came here, he has not opened his mouth or moved his body. The other young masters have fiery eyes on her, but this person has not made any movement and is always normal. Of sitting. No matter how she used her soul to test, there was always an aura like an abyss around this person, swallowing all her perceptions into it. "Me?" Xuanhuan just opened his mouth, but Lu Shi sneered, "Where are the people who came in? I Lu Shi know so many people, I have never seen you. What is your name? I don't even have a gift for Fairy's birthday, don't you? Did you sneak in? If you don't have sincerity, then get out." "What are you?" Chu Xiaonyang said angrily. Her emperor's elder brother is King Dao, and this Lu Shi actually told the emperor to get out of the way, not just the son of a minister of the Ministry of Industry. What kind of thing? Speaking of which, I do have something here. Xuanhuan looked at the system space and took out an object from the system space. "This is a gadget I gave to the girl. #C42 Rejuvenate the country." Small gadgets? Haha, it seems that in your capacity, you can only use some gadgets to fool the fairy. I think you are crazy. Lu Shi's voice mocked and his face teased. No matter what Xuanhuan comes up with, it is impossible to compare to his Qianlong Qin. Today, he has decided on this one. Presumably, when the fairy plays the piano in the future, the first person that comes to mind will be Lu Shi. It is indeed a gadget, not worth mentioning. Xuanhuan took out a bead the size of a goose egg from his arms. This bead is dazzling, although it is a pitch-black color, but there are bright spots on it, like stars, bright and crystal, exuding a hazy and divine color. "This is?" Muro asked, curiously. "A gadget, this thing is called Vientiane Star Bead," Xuanhuan said. "Sure enough, it's a trick to fool people. If you take a rotten bead, you dare to mess around with it. I don't know how many of these things are in my house. I can give you as much as you want, but not on the fairy's birthday." Disgraceful. Lu Shi despised this so-called Vientiane Star Bead. "There is a small mechanism on this Vientiane Star Bead," Xuanhuan said. "Oh? What small organ?" Facing this Vientiane Star Pearl, Muro didn't ask the maid to take it, but walked over by herself, and the fragrance suddenly hit people, not the smell of rouge powder, but a natural fragrance, and then took it over. The beads are a little heavy, and the hands on them feel a little warm. "Girl, click on the stars above," Xuanhuan said. Muro tapped the stars, and suddenly, a color like a vacuum swept in, from the black of the vacuum to a bright light. In an instant, they seemed to have moved to the universe. The original star points were infinitely enlarged, and turned into stars. There were still galaxies in the distance, and Muro walked with them, and the vision was still expanding. Stars. Universe. Muro was shocked. She seems to have really come into the universe. She is like a giant in the universe. She can clearly touch the stars, shuttle among the galaxies, and she can combine the stars at will. As soon as she waved her hand, the stars formed the three words, Miao Yinfang. With another wave of his hand, it became the word Mu Rou. This bead seems to have filled the universe into it. Is this the gadget the sun said? Mu Rou has seen too many treasures, but none of them have this Biantian, star bead artifact of Xuanhuan. It's really a gadget. Xuanhuan said, Biantian means countless changes. Behind the stars is the universe. This evolution is just an illusion, not a substance, and has no real effect. This Vientiane star pearl was discovered by Xuanhuan when he looked at the system mall just now, and it requires 50 fate points to be exchanged. I have to say that there are all kinds of strange things in the system mall. But I seem to feel that this Vientiane star bead explains the changes in the universe. It is not a random illusion, but it really contains truth. If it was just a perfunctory smile from Mu Rou just now, but now she is genuinely happy. I like this Vientiane star bead of young master very much. She carefully put away the gift, instead of letting the maid take it and put it aside at will. This person. Lu Shi was so jealous that he wanted to kill Xuanhuan. After the gifts were given, Mu Rou smiled and said, since all the young masters have given gifts to Mu Rou, I can't let you down. Watching the changes in the world, the rise and fall of the world, I feel inspired. And I also play a tune for you. Fairy Qinin, I've been waiting for a long time. The eyes of these young masters suddenly lit up. Mu Rou's piano sound was unique in Miao Yinfang. Many people came here today to hear her play the piano. The title of this song is To Rejuvenate the Country. Mu Rou didn't use Lu Shi's Qianlong Qin. Instead, he took out his own piano, which was pure white, as if it was made of immortal stone, and when his fingers landed on it, a ding-dong sound came out. The tune is out. In this rejuvenation of the country, it first tells the story of a man who led his own forces to slaughter various princes from a chaotic world, and was impassioned. This is undoubtedly the first emperor of Great Wu. But in the middle, the empire suddenly collapsed, internal and external troubles, a small emperor took over. Facing the most critical situation, the predicament of subjugating the country and exterminating the family, what choice would he have? In the second half, the meaning is different, everyone's state of mind is different, and the ending heard by the rejuvenation of the country is different. At this moment, Mu Rou was playing the piano and watching with her bright eyes. She used the sound of the piano to draw out the thoughts in other people's hearts. She saw some pessimism. Her eyes suddenly fell on Xuanhuan. Above this person's head, there seems to be an immortal smoke of war. He is like a god above the gods, supporting the heavenly pillar of the heaven and standing forever. I asked with the Qin, and entered the road with the sound. Xuanhuan also saw Mu Rou peeping at him, but looked directly at Mu Rou, and a will interfered with her Qin music, as if other voices were added. Mu Rou's tone changed suddenly. The iron horse is golden, and the battle flag flutters, as if there is an invincible supreme, leading the army of killing everything to sweep away all obstacles, leaving the legend of the emperor in the four seas. The song ends here. The girl's song is really mysterious, and it plays both the life and death of the country. Xuanhuan said. It's just to express my feelings, it can't be compared to your son's character. Mu Rou looked at Xuanhuan deeply, and said, De Wu established the country with martial arts, and the folk customs are sturdy, all of them are the best warriors, everyone can come to Miao Yinfang. I must be the best, I have a little game here, it's better for everyone to play it to add to the fun. What game? Lu Shi recalled from the sound of the piano, and immediately jumped out and said, Fairy, please tell me. If you play boxing and kicking, there may be casualties. Why don't you come and play archery? Mu Rou spread her palms, and there were 9 copper coins in her palm, with a small hole in the middle. I have 9 copper coins here, within 100 paces, I shoot an arrow, the more coins that can pass through one after another, the more come out on top. How? Xuanhuan took a look. Her 9 copper coin holes are very small, and an arrow can only pass through it, not even a single bit, let alone pass through the 9 holes one after another. Then a maid came and hung the copper coins on a beam with a wire. A little wind would blow it, and the arrow would definitely lead to a tyrannical force when it passed through. Haha, this game is interesting, I'll be the first. Lu Shi shouted loudly. He wanted to show his mighty masculinity, and immediately after he came out, someone brought the bow and arrow specially prepared by Miao Yinfang. Swish swish swish. In order to perform well in front of Mu Rou, Lu Shi was concentrating and exerted 12 points of strength. Suddenly, the bowstring squeaked, and the arrow slammed, and it passed through 7 copper coins in a row, and shifted slightly at the 8th. Did not go through. Good archery. Everyone's eyes widened. Although this Lu Shi is a playboy, his archery is really superb. Ask yourself, they can't do it by themselves, and they can't do it so well. Don't disgrace Fairy's expectations. Lu Shi wiped the sweat from his forehead. Although there is no Jiuxing Lianju, this is also very good. He raised his head proudly. Who else wants to try it? Brother Yuzi was not convinced and took the stage to test the arrows, but the best score was only through the 4 holes, which was far worse than Lu Shi's score. Later, in order not to go up and lose face, many people simply did not go up. Don't the son come up and try archery? Mu Rou said to Xuanhuan. I don't want to go up. Xuanhuan pointed at Chu Xiaonyang. It's better to let her play, she is also very skilled at archery. #C43 everything. Let me come? That's fine. When Chu Xiaonyang heard that Xuanhuan wanted her to go up and show her hands, her eyes suddenly lit up. Humph. If I don't have the ability, let others go up and show him shame. This is a good enough dump, I think. This kind of person is a useless dude. If it wasn't for the fairy here, I would be ashamed of this kind of person. People together. Lu Shi despised Xuanhuan's behavior and snorted coldly. That's because my brother's strength is far stronger than mine. He doesn't want to compete with you. What qualifications do you have to see my brother's archery skills? Even Jiuxing Lianju has not been able to do it. Who gave you the courage to speak here? After hearing this, Xianyangchu gave up, her mouth was sharp, and she sneered, Open your dog eyes and give me a good look, who is the waste? Dog eyes? Lu Shi said angrily, Okay, I'll see how much you can do. Give the bow to this son. Mu Ju said. At this time, Chu Xiaonyang took the bow and poured all her energy into the 9 copper coins. The 9 holes formed an arrow, and the bow in her hand was drawn into a full moon. Since it was not allowed to use the power of martial arts, the fight was completely real archery. Whoosh! Her spirit and the arrow were completely integrated, as if the heaven and man were one, and in an instant, a straight arrow pierced out. With a bang, there was a faint sound of phoenix ming, and everyone opened their eyes wide, and they saw an arrow pass through the hole, and finally hit the bullseye behind the copper coin steadily. The 9 copper coins seemed to be frozen for a few seconds, before being violently lifted by a gust of wind. It is good. When everyone saw Chu Xianyang's archery, they didn't expect that this young master with red lips and white teeth would actually be so superb in archery. Who is trash? Chu Xianyang slapped Lu Shi in the face with a proud record. Although she is only 14 years old, the Dao royal family has been learning martial arts since she was a child. Since she was 4 years old, she has been learning martial arts from Zhu Fengfeng, a master of the 9th level of supernatural powers. Among the 8 commanders of the Forbidden Army, Zhu Fengfeng's archery is the most advanced. You. Lu Shi stared at Chu Xiaonyang, unable to believe it, but the fact was in front of him, and he couldn't help but believe it. This gentleman taught me superb archery skills. Muro smiled and said, "It seems that even if Dao encounters an unprecedented crisis, seeing the spirit of the young masters still has some background. Although I am a female, I am also very interested in the court situation. Everyone, I don't know about you. How do you feel about the future?" "Oh? Does Fairy Muro also care about national affairs?" Someone laughed. "This is natural. My Miao Yinfeng is located in the Imperial city. If there is a turmoil, the army will enter, and there will be no eggs under the nest. I will also close the door here, and you will not be able to come to Miao Yinfeng in the future." "Why am I? Can you care?" Muro's reasoning is reasonable. After all, once the swordsmen arrive, all businesses will be destroyed. "In that case, let me tell you my humble opinion." Lu Shi lost face just now, and jumped out again, saying, "The first emperor died, and the 300,000 gods of the great martial arts were destroyed. Although I heard that the new prince has reorganized the gods and martial arts, he still has only 30,000 in his hands, which is really far. Now, it has not been tempered by the war, and the combat power is probably not strong. The Shurgwa headed by Dakian will never give Dao a chance to breathe. In my opinion, the subsequent war may be within a month or two, and the Shurgwa will inevitably rolling down with the might of thunder." "It makes sense." Muro nodded. Originally, Dao still had a chance to breathe, that is, not long ago, Dakian originally sent a group of envoys, represented by Prince Linyi, to ask Dao to cede the 3 counties and 15 mansions, pay indemnity, and marry Princess Chenxi to her relatives. "You will have a year of respite." Lu Shi sighed, but our emperor, His Majesty, for his little self-esteem. Regardless of Li Min's safety, he not only refused, but also killed De Qian's envoys, which gave De Qian more excuses to raise his flag and avenge the prince. "If you sign it, wouldn't that mean losing your power and humiliating the country?" Mu Ju said. "Haha, it's important to lose power and humiliate the country, or to subjugate the country and annihilate the family." De Qian has already agreed. As long as they meet their requirements, there will be no re-emergence of swordsmen within a year. With this time to breathe, wouldn't it be possible to stabilize the situation? If I were emperor. When Lu Shi said this, he suddenly stopped. This man is courting death. The laughter in Chu Xianyang's eyes has also disappeared, and it has turned into a strong murderous intent. "What if you were the emperor?" Muro's voice was clear, and after she fell, it seemed to arouse the desire in his heart, where greed was. "If I were the emperor, I would sign this letter of credentials and use this year to stabilize the domestic court situation, but I am just a metaphor. After all, our emperor has already done it, and it is impossible to restore it." When Lu Shi heard Muro's questioning, his head became hot, and he gritted his teeth. "Lu Shi, you're not right. I established the country with martial arts. The first emperor suppressed everything. The national power is thriving, and the people are proud of this. We all understand your Majesty's thoughts. Is it possible to continue to cede land and pay indemnity, except Princess Chenxi? There is no princess who can continue to kiss." Someone put forward a different opinion. "In war, you have to fight with dignity. Even death is better than sticking your neck out and being slaughtered. Temporary humiliation is nothing compared to destroying the country. The situation is stronger than people, so I can only bow my head." Lu Shi snorted coldly. "This son, what do you think the current Emperor Dao should do next?" Muro deliberately asked Xuanhuan. "Sage's mind is like an abyss and unfathomable, but I think there are only 9 words." Yuan said. "Which 9 characters?" Muro said, suddenly instructed the maid, "Red Lotus, go, prepare a pen and paper for the young master. I want to see how these 9-character mantras are the best way to save the country." When the pen and paper were ready, Yuan picked up the pen and wrote 9 words on it. "Those who commit my great martial arts will be punished even if they are far away." Muro saw that these 9 characters were as sharp as swords and murderous, as if her spirit was drawn to the ancient battlefield for a while, and countless soldiers fought. She said in a voice that only Xuanhuan could hear, "A good one will be executed even if he is far away. He has a strong murderous aura and will not give in an inch. If the sun is a general, he must be the pillar of the empire, but in my opinion, the sun is not a general. Red Lotus, bring me the picture of spring breeze and rain. Your son will give me these 9 characters today, and I will give you a calligraphy and painting that I drew by myself." Muro's eyes looked towards Xuanhuan with different colors. The picture of spring breeze and rain was sent. It was in spring, and it was raining lightly. A woman was holding a paper umbrella. The woman in the painting was Muro, which made people feel calm when they saw it. "This is a painting I painted, and I hope you don't dislike it," Muju said. It turned out to be the fairy's own calligraphy and painting. Oh my god, he was able to get fairy calligraphy and painting. Since the fairy came to the Imperial city, no one has ever been treated like this. These son-in-laws were jealous and wanted to snatch the calligraphy and painting, especially Lu Shi, whose eyes were red. "It's a nice painting." Xuanhuan put away the calligraphy and painting. "Let's go." "Young master, please stay." Muju said. Jiangshan Sheiji, a beautiful woman in a city, Muro heard that there was an emperor who would rather not have the country for the sake of beauty, and the master of the Holy Land became an enemy of the world for the sake of beauty. "God, I'm very curious, if you were to choose between Jiangshan Sheiji or Qingqing beauty, which choice would you make?" "Jiangshan society wants it, and the beautiful woman also wants it. The real powerhouse will not give up any of them, but all of them. Do you still need to choose?" Xuanhuan's voice was still floating in Muro's ears, but he and Chu Xiaonyang had already left Miao Yinfang. "Don't you need a choice?" Muro looked at the back of Xuanhuan's departure, and fell into a daze. Everything is necessary. #C44 Chu family. This Muru's piano is really nice, especially the sound of her piano, but she's like a little goblin. I didn't feel that much before, but now that it's playing carefully, my mood actually changes with the sound of the piano. When it grieves, I am sad, when it pleases, I am happy. Walking on the streets of the Imperial city, it was already dark at this time. Not only did the road not quiet down, but there were lanterns hanging everywhere, lit up red, and many pedestrians were strolling the streets at night. Dao did not have a curfew, and he sang every night, and the night was more prosperous than the day. Miss Chu tilted her head and thought carefully. One thought turns into a god, one thought turns into a demon, which is exactly what you call the change of heart. Xuanhuan said, "Open that picture scroll and take a closer look at the woman in the picture." "Oh? What's so strange?" Miss Chu said strangely. "The above is still Muru's national color and heavenly fragrance, as if Xuan descended to the world, but after a moment of staring at Chu Xiaonyang, she was surprised. Muru in this painting is actually smiling at me. No, she seems to be sad. Why do I seem to see anger again? Happiness, anger, sorrow, fear, love, evil, desire. Muru injects her emotions into the picture scroll with the power of her soul. This method is not something that ordinary people can do, but her cultivation is probably better than I imagined. Even higher. Xuanhuan pondered the changes of Muro in Miao Yinfang. There is indeed something strange in the Miao Yinfang. The father once wanted to ban it, but it was no longer a matter of fact. But is Muro that powerful? Muro looked like she was only 17 or 18 years old. "Chancy, we should go back to the palace." As soon as Xuanhuan finished speaking, he heard the sound of a horse galloping wildly. "Get out of the way." Several large horses rushed over from the street in the distance, rampant, and many people visiting the night market were even more panicked. Especially the leader. The horse was red all over, with extraordinary speed, and the breath from the tip of the nose was a burst of flames. When they rushed over, many pedestrians shouted, and some were brought down in the chaos. Dragon blood horse? As soon as Xuanhuan saw it, he knew that it was a dragon-blooded horse, a horse that could only be cultivated by Deqian. It had a weak bloodline of the dragon race. Dewu could only capture some from the battlefield and could not cultivate it. I've been looking for you two for a long time, and I finally found it. The man on the dragon's blood horse was actually Lu Shi. He stopped in front of Xuanhuan, stopped, looked down and said, "Humph. I don't know what fascination you used to confuse Saintess Miru, but that pair of Chunjiang, I want a picture of the rain, tell me, I can buy it for you as much as you want. I want to get the price you can't afford." Xuanhuan said. "Haha, I can't afford it? Do you know who my son is? He is the son of the minister of the 6th ministry, the minister of the Ministry of Industry. He has countless resources of the Ministry of Engineering. What price can't be afforded, boy, keep your eyes open." A tycoon rode his horse, whipped his whip fiercely, screeching loudly, and was aggressive. There are still some rules to follow in the Imperial City. Lu Shi raised his hand. "I exchanged 10,000 taels of gold for this painting, and I'm giving you 10 magic crystals." "You think too much," Xuanhuan said. "Boy, don't make a toast, don't eat or punish you. Our son is already very polite to you," a tyrant shouted. He suddenly tightened the reins, and the tall horse raised its hoofs fiercely, and was about to trample Xuanhuan away, and his whip was also swung like a tiger. On the streets of the Imperial City, many people have already covered their eyes. But Xuanhuan's eyes pierced a ray of cold light, his hand grabbed the horse whip, and the violent force actually dragged the tyrant down, fell to the ground, and spit out blood from his mouth. "Can't stand up. You. How dare you touch my people?" Lu Shi frowned and said, "What's your name, from which family?" "People from the Chu family," Xuanhuan said lightly. "Chu family?" Lu Shi thought for a while, then sneered, "I know most of the sons in the Imperial City, even if I don't know them. I have never heard of the son surnamed Chu, but there is only one surnamed Chu, that is still the emperor of the dynasty. It must have come from other places to escape the disaster, but the boy surnamed Chu, if you move my people, you will pay the price." "You're dead," Chu Xiaonyang said disdainfully at this time. "Master, these two people are too arrogant, let's do it and teach them a lesson, let them know the power of the Minister of Industry and Commerce. The few tyrants around him are gloomy, they have done this kind of thing many times. A few idiots, so many people do it themselves?" Lu Shi secretly scolded these servants for being unsatisfactory. "I heard that today's duty is Duwei's son of Xuanwu camp. Go and invite Duwei's son over and let him do justice for me. This kid is in the Imperial City. I'd openly attacked and beat my subordinates to the point of life and death, and must be severely punished by the law. It's still the son who is thoughtful." A tyrant slapped his ass, turned around and ran, shouting, "If you have the ability, don't run." "I'm not running," Xuanhuan said lightly. It didn't take long for the sound of armor to collide, and then a group of armored Imperial soldiers came hurriedly. "Son Duwei, that person is too arrogant, and beat our son's people to half-death. You must know that this is still at the feet of the emperor. Wang Fa is strict. He dares to be so arrogant and act violent in the street. This is not taking you seriously, so our son invites you to preside over justice." The host slave walked in front, and a man with a mighty physique, but his strength had reached the supernatural power level, followed. The Xuanwu battalion guards the Imperial City, especially in this period. Even the superintendent of the supernatural powers will patrol the city in person. Humph. During this period of martial law in the whole city, someone dares to punish me in the street on my sight. It is indeed arrogant. Your son said, this kid came from outside, and it seems that he is used to being king and hegemony on his own territory. I don't know. This is the Imperial City. The commander surnamed Sun said. Captain Sunday. When Lu Shi saw that Duwei's son was coming, his face was full of smiles. At the feet of the emperor, Lang Lang Qian Kuan, my troops just reprimanded him a few words, but he was about to hit people, and he was very heavy, look at me. His subordinates fell to the ground, life and death are unknown, how should he be sentenced according to the laws of the imperial city? Immediately put in a large prison, and keep it in strict custody. Duwei's son obviously knew Lu Shi and smiled, especially in this special period. Due Ben has more reasons to suspect that he is a spy of Deqian. Strict trial. Before the strict trial, I will also find someone. Chu Yuan was surrounded by several tyrants at this time, and Duwei's son couldn't see Yuan's appearance clearly for a while. Who are you looking for? The governor of Wudu, Song Ying. Chu Yuan said slowly. You still know Song Ying? Lu Shi said. But even if you look for Song Ying, it's useless, he's just the governor of Wudu, and the evidence of your murder is solid. Remember, you can't mess with anyone. My father is Lu Yong, the Ministry of Works Shang Shu, Song Ying can't save you either. Okay, let me lock him up first. That Duwei's son waved his hand. The Forbidden Army and the governor are different systems, and he is also a master of supernatural powers. Even if this person knows Song Ying, the governor cannot control the person caught by the Forbidden Army, and he will not give him face. When he pushed the crowd away and was about to start arresting people, he suddenly saw Chu Yuan's face, fell to the ground in horror, and said in fear, "Ah! Lu Shi, you killed me." #C45 Cleanup. Seeing Chu Yuan's appearance clearly, Duwei's son looked like he was about to die, his legs were weak, and he fell to the ground. Seeing Duwei's son's appearance, Lu Shi, who was riding on the dragon's blood horse, was stunned. He faintly realized that the identity of the man in front of him was not simple. Could it be that he was the descendant of a certain peerless powerhouse? Even Duwei's son was so afraid. Son Duwei, what's the matter? Who is he? My father is Lu Yong, Minister of Industry. Even if he has a great history behind him, don't be afraid of him. I will support you. Lu Shi said. Ah. Lu Shi, you bastard, it doesn't matter if you seek death yourself, but you killed me. Sun Duwei's eyes spurted intense anger and roared, he is the emperor, the current sage, Emperor Dao, I can't wait to tear your mouth apart. Long live my emperor. Duwei's son rolled and crawled and knelt down in front of Chu Yuan. He would never forget the terrifying scene in which Chu Yuan killed the Xidian Thunder Jiao and killed Wei Shen. Holy, it turned out to be the Holy One. The people who gathered were also stunned, and after they had reacted, they knelt down and shouted, Long life. I actually offended the sage and even used my father to oppress him. Lu Shi's head was blank, and the hair all over his body stood up in fright. He could never imagine that the young man in front of him would actually be the current sage, not only threatening the sage, but also saying such diabolical remarks in Miao Yinfang. He is not trying to die, but is courting death. Although his father is a 6 books, even the prime minister should give some face, but in front of the emperor, he is not enough to look down on. After all, he is the master of the great martial arts. His first reaction was to make a U-turn when he pulled the dragon-blooded horse, and the farther he ran, the better. Chu Yuan looked at the dragon-blooded horse, which was extremely majestic. The emperor's killing intent made the horse neigh and fall to the ground. Even Lu Shi rolled down and was embarrassed. Lu Shi, you bumped into your majesty, where do you want to run? Duwei's son shouted loudly, Forbidden Army and Forbidden Army, take Lu Shi down for me. Captain Sun, you. Clang. Clang. There was a sound of armor colliding from a distance, but after a moment, Song Ying led the soldiers, hurried over, swept his eyes, and said in surprise, I see your majesty. Flat body. Chu Yuan said. At this time, Song Ying saw Lu Shi, who was captured by the band army, and the dragon blood horse who fell to the ground. He vaguely understood something and said, "Your Majesty, what happened?" "Today I made a private visit, and what I saw shocked me." The dignified son of the Minister of Engineering dared to indulge his tyrant slaves as murderers in the street. This is still a bright world. Under the feet of the emperor, if it were other places, wouldn't it be more presumptuous? Xuanhuan said, "Also, as the commander of the Imperial army, you are a master of supernatural powers, and you dare to conspire with Lu Shi and oppress the people. Today, I am here. If it is someone else? Wouldn't that mean that there is no way to enter the world? To be killed by you alive. Wei Chen is guilty." Du Wei's son lowered his head and said, "Now remove all your military affairs and enter the prison." Xuanhuan said, "I have no objection." Du Wei's son looked at Lu Shi angrily, gnashing his teeth. "Your Majesty, how should Lu Shi handle this?" Song Ying was also a little speechless, and he was a jerk. Relying on his own power, he was unscrupulous in the Imperial city, but he kicked the iron plate. This little emperor is not powerless, but a strong man in the world. Bye. As for Lu Shi, Xuanhuan slowed down, and a god-level choice suddenly appeared in front of him. Option 1, putting the big picture first, punishing the big ones in small ways, only putting Lu Shi in the heavenly prison, secretly investigating the matter of the Ministry of Industry Minister Golian Dakian, following the vines, accumulating evidence, and obtaining 100 fate points, 10% of the unicorn armor. Option 2, use thunder to put Lu Shi on death row, and directly use this as an excuse. Xingda Guanming strictly investigated the work of the Minister of Industry colluding with the Big Dive, and obtained 100 fate points, 10% of the grip of the God of War, and 10% of the current progress. 1 secretly, 1 direct. 2 god-level choices, let Xuanhuan consider it. Obviously, it would be safer to investigate secretly, but it would take longer. If it was direct, it might cause turmoil, but it could uproot this group of traitors and completely eliminate all instability in Dao. Hazard. Xuanhuan knew in his heart who had betrayed De Wu, but he was just looking for an opportunity. Lu Shi committed chaos, offended me, committed murder in the street, and punished several crimes together, and put him in the sky prison. Xuanhuan's order made Lu Shi almost pass out, but what he said next made Lu Shi almost drenched in fright. But this is not the most shocking thing to me. Today, in the Miao Yinfang, I saw that a small son of the Minister of the Ministry of Industry was able to come up with a treasure like the Qianlong Qin. The Qianlong wood and the blood dragon steel are the great treasures. It is a unique item for the Dakian royal family, and it is almost impossible for others to obtain it, and this dragon blood horse is also a Dakian thing. This Lu Shi is only the son of the Minister of Industry. How did he get it? Xuanhuan said coldly, "This makes me very puzzled, Lu Shi, can you give me an explanation?" This is what my father got from the Great Dive trade." Lu Shi panicked. "Really? The first emperor also sent people here, and he didn't trade in the big potential. A minister of the Ministry of Industry would have such a big face." Xuanhuan said. "Stupid. How could Lu Yong give birth to this stupid son?" Song Ying felt that he was fortunate that he had no children, otherwise he would be pissed off to have such a stupid son. If Liu was just a cheater, this Lu Shi was so stupid that he would kill his whole family. Not only the life of his whole family, but the life of the whole family. Today I also heard that you, Lu Shi, want to be the emperor. Why don't I give you this seat to sit? Xuanhuan used the topic to play, and the shout was like thunder, rumbling. I just said it casually. Lu Shi was so scared that he urinated. How could he still have the courage in Miao Yinfang, and said in fear, "Your Majesty." "Just say it casually, just say it casually." Xuanhuan said, "Song Ying, first put this Lu Yong on death row, choose another day to ask him to be executed, and order the Minister of Industry to suspend his post in the mansion." I want to thoroughly investigate Qianlongkan and the Blood Dragon horse. If the Minister of Industry is innocent, I will give him justice, and if there is indeed collusion, I will not hesitate. Yes, Song Ying said. Also, I saw that I was very close to some civil and military ministers in the Forbidden Army, and dared to condone it in the street. This is very bad. I want to investigate it. Let's start with this captain's son, and then strictly investigate the entire 8th Battalion of the Forbidden Army. Xuanhuan said, after I return to the palace, I will issue an imperial decree. There is an imperial decree, whether it is the Ministry of Works or the 6th book, you can check it, and you don't have to worry, the Ho Zhongyong will cooperate with your investigation, everything is up to me. Support you behind your back. Ding. The host made the second choice, obtained 100 fate points, the progress of the God of War's grip is 10%, and the current progress is 10%. Current fate point surplus, 950 points. It's going to be upside down. Song Ying smelled the killing intent of the wind and the rain. This Lu Shi not only pitted his own father, but also the entire court, the Chinese military officials, and the 8 battalions of the Forbidden Army. I don't know how many people would want to kill Lu Shi. The minister leads the order. Song Ying didn't dare to say more, he could only take the lead. Also, this Lu Shizhen will be personally put into death row, and let the Shenwu army take care of him. Chu Yuan said, go, anyone who dares to cooperate with the enemy and betray the country will be executed. #C46, lose your car. The storm is about to come, and big moves are everywhere. For a while, the atmosphere in the entire Imperial city became depressing, as if dark clouds were pressing down on the top, and there was a stance that the wind and rain were about to come and the building was full of wind and rain. One is to face the entire 6 and the Forbidden Army. No one would have thought that because of a Lu Shi, the great Wuxing would strictly investigate the Ministry of Industry, or even the entire 6th Ministry, the entire civil and military officials in the court, but it was reasonable. Think about it, the son of a minister of the Ministry of Industry can take out the hidden dragon wood, blood dragon steel, and dragon blood horse, and he dares to say that he will pull the emperor down from his horse. It's strange that this is not thoroughly investigated. Moreover, Chu Yuan has to strictly investigate the matter of bullying and suppressing the orphans of the former Shenwu Legion, which has won the favor of a large number of people. Marquis Zhongyong, the matter of the Shenwu Legion is easy to solve. It is nothing more than the encroachment of some items. It is a small matter that does not involve too much, but the matter of Lu Shi is too big. It is not a small matter to thoroughly investigate the entire Ministry of Works, and even the entire 6th Department. If it is not checked well, it may cause turmoil in the empire. Song Ying looked solemn. Of course, he knew that after the sudden death of the previous emperor, some people secretly colluded with Deqian, and the investigation was very involved, enough to make people panic, and the operation of the entire empire encountered a serious crisis, and even faced collapse. Small thing? My subordinates were very angry when they heard that His Majesty was going to be the master of the former Shenwu Legion. No one wanted to leave their family members bullied after they died in battle. Shenwu will investigate the matter of Shenwu. Lu Qianfu sneered, Yin Song, we are investigating the Ministry of Industry this time. I don't know where Marquis intends to start the investigation? Song Ying asked, this matter is too tricky. Well, let's start with the work department. Lu Yong has been a minister for so many years, and he has swallowed a lot of things. The people in the work department are also his direct descendants. First, find out what channel Lu Shi used to get those treasures. Lu Qianfu said. The Ministry of Industry has an independent place with a huge area. In the 6 important places, the atmosphere of the Ministry of Industry is the most tense. Because what Chu Yuan wanted to investigate this time was Lu Yong, the minister of the Ministry of Industry. Some of them were in the Ministry of Engineering, and some of them were not inextricably linked with Lu Yong. In particular, some people who are rich in their own pockets are in danger. You must know that the Ministry of Industry controls the resources of the empire, and many armors, weapons, and medicinal pills have to pass through the Ministry of Industry, and there are too many oil and water. A huge warehouse with many people walking around. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of gods and martial guards surrounded it with thunderous momentum. Lu Qianfu walked in front, his eyes swept away, and he said loudly, "The worker needs Director Zhang, who is full of personal pockets, and uses the power in his hand to occupy the ancestral home of the former Xuanhuan warriors." The prince came to arrest him with the Imperial edict, and don't kneel down quickly. I didn't. A man with a fat head and big ears came out, full of fat, and knelt on the ground in fear. Dare to say no? Lu Qianfu's huge coercion was awe-inspiring. Caught, and Ben Ho also found out that you and De Qian have had many unclear transactions, so Ben Ho also suspects that you are collaborating with the enemy in treason, right and wrong, and we will check it by ourselves at that time. Lu Qianfu, who had the 9th level of supernatural powers, came, carrying the emperor's decree, who dared to stop the Ministry of Industry. The originally lively Ministry of Industry soon became dead silent. There are all kinds of important officials, plus minor officials, and the Ministry of Works of thousands of people, regardless of whether there is evidence, as long as there is a hint of existence, they will all be taken away, and more than half of them have been arrested. Moreover, Lu Qianfu also found a hidden weapon storehouse in the Imperial city. These arsenals are stored by the Ministry of Industry, quietly stealing the resources of the empire. This made it even more convincing that someone in the Ministry of War colluded with De Qian, and even without the introduction of Lu Shi, Lu Yong, the minister of the Ministry of Industry, could not be blamed for such a thing. Through interrogation of key personnel of the Ministry of Industry. Finally, the other 5 people were involved. In this thorough investigation, no other investigations were made, only the matter of Goli and Dakian, collaborating with the enemy and treason. You must know that Lu Qianfu is Chu Yuan's absolute confidant, and he is extremely powerful. He will not give anyone face. Prime Minister's house. A man was standing here restlessly. When he saw an old man walking out from the gate of the mansion, he hurriedly stepped forward to ask, and said, "Butler Lu, how is it? Has the Prime Minister promised to see me?" Lu Shangshu, Lord Prime Minister, because of the 6th young master's affairs, was so angry that he suddenly went into a rage. Now he can't lie down on the hospital bed. I'm afraid that he won't be able to approach Mr. Lu. He said that he knows what you mean, and he also asks you to go back and wait for the news. The old man said, "The Prime Minister has something to remind you. The more you are at this time, the more you have to be calm and don't act rashly." You. Lu Yong's expression changed. He saw that the housekeeper Lu entered the house directly and closed the door, obviously seeing off the guest. Damn it. I, Lu Yong, have worked so hard for you for decades, but when you need you, you shut the door to thank you and distance yourself from me. Ruthless, you are indeed ruthless. Lu Yong said angrily, "What is going on? A master with 10-level supernatural powers will go crazy because of one of his sons, and you can't help it." After venting his anger, he also knew that the Prime Minister did not see him, and he had no choice but to turn around hatefully. Inside the Prime Minister's mansion, Li Yunjing sat coldly in the lobby, looked at Steward Lu, who came back, and said, "He's gone. Let's go," but when I look at his face, Lu Shangshu seems very unhappy. Butler Lu said, "He is the object of the current sage's strict investigation. If I receive him, what will your majesty think? Will this fire burn on me?" Li Yun's face was also very ugly. "I told you long ago, the more this is the time, the more calm you need to be. This sage is not so easy to control, his ambition is very big. This Lu Yong dares to hide dragon wood, blood dragon steel, etc., are forbidden to give to his son. He is so stupid, and he also gave it to Miru of Myo Yinfang and to Miru, but the sage is also there. Now, because he that son's entire six is in chaos. My lord, the Marquis of Zhongyong also found an arsenal. Butler Lu said. Your Majesty, he came prepared, and he was not afraid of the 6 divisions' chaos at all. He was afraid that the 6 divisions would not be in chaos. I still underestimate him. This Majesty is different from the previous emperor. Although the previous emperor was wise and martial, but however, we only focus on cultivation, and rarely manage state affairs, so we can make it popular. Li Yundao, compared to this second emperor, I still prefer the first emperor. What about the 6th son? Butler Lu asked worriedly. Humph. I haven't disciplined him for months, and he actually stabbed me with such a big basket. If Lu Shi hadn't happened, I could have rescued him from the prison, but now I'm Xuanhuan. If you can't make a move, it's nothing to die for a son, and the 4 countries are still preparing. The more this is the case, the more you have to hold your breath. Li Yun said coldly, don't see anyone these days, I won't go to court, let alone see your Majesty, it's their business that Lu Yong seeks death, nothing has anything to do with me, someone is looking for me, just say I'm sick at home. But it's 6 after all. I know that if I don't make a move, I'll be oversight at most, but if I make a move, it's cooperating with the enemy and treason. Now I have to wait for the 4 countries to attack, and I can only lose the car and protect the coach. Li Yun is trying to get rid of any relationship. #C47, the sound of the wind. Tonight is cloudy, and it is dark everywhere, not even a single star or moon can be seen. There seemed to be heavy rain in the sky, but it never came. In the past, the bustling Imperial city was deserted at this moment. Every family was closed, and there were few people on the long street. Only the soldiers of the Xuanhuan army, the Imperial army, and the government army are constantly walking on the streets, which can make people feel that this is not a dead city. It has been 10 days since Chu Yuan's thorough investigation. In the past 10 days, all the departments have been in turmoil. Those who did not hook up with the big diving are fine, and those who are afraid of the big diving and the small movements are trembling, for fear that they will be found on their heads. Chu Yuan's domineering is like a clear sky and a scorching sun, a cold day and winter snow. He doesn't give them a chance to breathe at all. It seems that he has made up his mind to find out all the worms who dare to hook up with the Dacian dynasty. The office of the Minister of Industry and Commerce was silent and deserted. However, in a secret underground chamber of Shongshu Mansion, it was brightly lit. At this time, there were more than a dozen people working here, and all of them had the strength of supernatural power, and their faces were extremely heavy. How are you 2 adults? Someone asked. The Prime Minister and the General have given up on us. They want to lose the car and protect themselves. Lu Yong shook his head. I went to see the Prime Minister, but I didn't even see his face, so I sent a housekeeper to send me off. I haven't seen the General either. Also sitting in the first seat with Lu Yong was a man who looked no more than 40 or 50 years old, with a stern expression on his face. But his cultivation is very high, with the 9th level of supernatural powers, and his strength is comparable to the commander of the Forbidden Army. He is the Minister of War, Peng Yuan. They are crossing the river and demolishing the bridge, and they don't care about us. Someone was in a bad mood and scolded angrily, we people of the 6 divisions, how much we have been filial to them on weekdays, we have to be skinned by these 2 people every time, but we are in trouble, but they are good, and we leave the relationship clean, I'm going to expose them too. Expose? Lu Yong sneered and said, where did you get the evidence? Shangguan Qingyun and Li Yun are both old foxes among old foxes, they never leave traces in their work, and they have no evidence, so what's the use of you hitting back, even if the Emperor believes you, but he will hands-on. These 2 are both supernatural powers, different from us abandoned sons. Are we going to be abandoned like this? Someone looked grim and suddenly roared, Lu Yong, you are all that useless little beast that you gave birth to. If you hurt yourself, you didn't say anything, and even put us in the hole. If you let me see that little beast, I will definitely pick it up. His skin. Little beast? Lu Yong said angrily, he's a little beast, so what am I? Sun Chung, don't talk nonsense. Am I wrong? This is called Sun Cheng's humanity. If it weren't for him, we would be like this today? Ha 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 ha, Lu Yong, you still have the face to be angry with me. You go and ask, how many people want to tear up that little beast? You're courting death. Lu Yong was about to shoot. Okay, the emperor hasn't started yet, we'll mess up first. Peng Yuan suppressed the audience with Shouwei. What else can we do? Sun Qing said strangely, even the prime minister and the generals don't care about us. Do we want to let His Majesty confess the guilt and be put in prison? Then wait for the family to be executed. It's impossible to plead guilty. Lu Yongdao, continue to investigate, sooner or later we will find our heads, then everyone will be unlucky. Peng Yuan, your body is not clean. Not long after the death of the first emperor, the people of the Great Potential will find you. The first emperor died, the army of 300,000 gods and martial arts all died mysteriously, the world was in chaos, and the four kingdoms plotted great martial arts. In order to disintegrate the great martial arts from the inside to the outside, the Shikoku sent a lot of people, promising various benefits. It made many people secretly take refuge in the four kingdoms. After all, there was no previous emperor, and with the ability of the little emperor at that time, it was impossible to turn around. In fact, they did too. The former Chu Yuan destroyed the country 3 years later and committed suicide in the Imperial city. But unfortunately, they encountered Chu Yuan, a transmigration aggravator, who was still using the system's plug-in. Good. Peng Yuan admitted frankly, De Qian promised me that as long as I seek refuge with them, they will give me the treasures that break through the 10th level of supernatural powers. I have been trapped in this situation for a long time, and I have been crowned king and enjoy the land of the 5 commanderies of Dao. I may not be tempted, in Dao I can only be a minister of the military, but when Dao is destroyed, I am the king. A minister is always a minister, but the king is different. In a country within a country, the laws are written by themselves. And what Peng Yuan couldn't refuse the most was the chance to break through the 10th level of supernatural powers. You must know that the Great Potential has been established for hundreds of years and has a profound background, but there is no strong person in the country that can fight against the late emperor. The 10th level of supernatural powers, the title of the prince. Lu Yong's eyes flickered. I didn't expect De Qian to give you such a big reward. It seems that I still want less. That's because you don't have my strength and qualifications. Peng Yuan said bluntly. You. Lu Yong shouted coldly, it seems that there is only one way to go now, and that is the opposite, leave the Imperial city, or you will be trapped here if you stay here. Yes, it's the other way around. He forced us. Since he is ruthless, don't blame us for being ruthless. I'm afraid it's not that easy to leave the Imperial city. The person who spoke was a military general, the commander of the Imperial Guard. Your Majesty has been guarding against this for a long time, for fear that someone will jump over the wall, so a large number of people have been transferred from the 8 battalions of the Imperial Guard to block the Imperial city. Even if we are all supernatural powers, it's not that simple to escape, and it will definitely alert the Imperial army. I have a message. At this time a middle-aged man said, tomorrow, His Majesty will leave the palace and go to the Imperial Mausoleum to pay homage to the late emperor. It has been half a year since the late emperor passed away. Will the Marquis of Zhongyong also follow? Peng Yuan asked. That's not true, the Ho Zhongyong is not in the Imperial city. The person said that this person is a person from the Silly Jian, and thought for a while. 3 days ago, the Marquis of Zhongyong went to Yenzhou, And the governor of Yenzhou heard that he was going to be investigated, and he would raise the flag to rebel at the first time. It's been suppressed. Okay. Lu Yong laughed loudly. Yenzhou Mountain is high and the road is far away. Even if Lu Qianfu is the 9th level supernatural power, it will take at least half a month to come back and forth. Looks like there's only one way. Peng Yuan's eyes flashed with horror, and his aura was compelling. Tomorrow, when His Majesty leaves the Imperial City to the Imperial Mausoleum, he will definitely pass through the East City. Lu Shangshu, you have secretly prepared some magic cannons. Just take advantage of that time to bombard the Emperor Longshu, and I will take advantage of that time to directly attack him, create chaos, and wait until the Forbidden Army gathers and kills the Imperial City. This battle does not seek to kill the Emperor, but only for a gibberish. Okay, just do as you say, bombarding Longshu. Lu Yong was able to achieve the position of Minister of the Ministry of Industry, and he was naturally an extremely decisive person, and said coldly, I'm afraid he didn't expect us to be so bold. We ran out, and this Dao was really messed up. He lost His Majesty, just the day when the Great Wu destroys the country. Chu Yuan, either you die or I die. Hashtag C48 Hide Selection. In the 30th year of the Dao calendar, the autumn of September 23rd. It has been half a year since the death of the first emperor, and Chu Yuan has also been enthroned for half a year. According to Dao's etiquette, the new emperor will go to the emperor's mausoleum to pay respects to the late emperor in half a year and a year. This morning, on the streets of Dongqing, the solemn emperor's car slowly drove out of the palace. In addition to the honor guard, the guards on both sides were not the Forbidden Army, but 3,000 mighty and majestic Xuanhuan corps, all of them with great breath, holding halberds to open the way in front. 9 dragons in the primordial spirit realm pulled the cart, and there was a vague figure looming above the dragon, which was Chu Yuan. Starting from today, the entire Imperial City has all pulled up white strips, and even in some streets, some people spontaneously knelt on both sides to send the emperor's car to drive. 30 years ago, the land of Dao was full of feudal lords, fierce beasts were rampant, and the people of Dawn were in dire straits. 30 years, with the longevity of the martial arts world, is not enough to replace the next generation. Many people have seen the day when Dao was founded. Therefore, when the first emperor died, the people grieved. The Tianzi motorcade did not go very fast, and it took an hour before they saw the city wall of the East City Gate from a distance, and a large number of forbidden troops were guarding it. Go out of the city, and open the city gate. After Eunuch Wei finished speaking, the closed city gate slowly opened. Boom boom boom. At the moment when the city gate opened, the deafening sound of cannons resounded suddenly. In all directions of the Imperial City, there were hundreds of divine cannons spewing hot energy beams, slamming into the position of Chu Yuan's car. Go. Boom. Earth-shattering, the turbulent energy wave almost turned the entire Imperial City upside down. No, protect your majesty. This is a magic cannon, there are rebels in trouble. Spread apart, don't get together. Don't mess up. The magic cannon is a forbidden weapon controlled by Dao, and its power is extremely huge. These hundreds of giant cannons rumbled, almost instantly creating a big chaos. With Chu Yuan's position as the center, there were screams everywhere. Superior. Inside the residential houses of Dongchengmen, a pair of eyes were staring at this place. At this moment, a voice was heard, and a dense crowd of people, like a flood, erupted, with a roaring breath, one by one, killing Chu Yuan's car. There are assassins. There was a loud roar, and a large number of rebels rushed over and quickly killed with the Xuanhuan army. With the sound of cannons, chaos. Everything is messed up. Chu Yuan, your death date is here today. A figure suddenly flew out of the sky. He was wearing an armor like dragon scales and holding a long sword. He was like a thunderbolt, and lightning fell from the sky, slashing Chu Yuan's dragon apart fiercely. Boom. Long Zhao exploded, but the figure sitting on it was as steady as a mountain, and did not move. Hit. The man who came from the sudden assassination saw that his knife had hit something fiercely, his eyes were wide open, and he was overjoyed before he could, and said in shock, Xuanhuan, it's not you. That's right, it was the Jing Guardian who was hit by this man. The Minister of War, Peng Yuan. Xuanhuan waved his hand to withdraw the giant spirit guards, and said coldly, as expected, you will take advantage of this today. It seems that you have already rebelled, and you are going to rebel. Peng Yuan. Huang Yong, the Minister of the Ministry of War, saw this person and shouted, as a minister of the 6 divisions, you dare to rebel. Ha ha ha, don't blame me for being unkind. If you want my life, you must kill yours first. If you continue to investigate like you will find me sooner or later. In this case, it is better to strike first and suffer later. Peng Yuan said coldly, although you killed the Xidian Thunder Jiao that day. But in my opinion, it's just borrowing the strength of 30,000 troops, let me test your true strength today. As soon as he finished speaking, the big sword in his hand slashed again at Xuanhuan with the inappropriate courage of 10,000 people. The bombardment of the divine machine cannon in the distance did not stop. Although the power of the divine machine cannon could not cause any damage to the powerhouse above the primordial spirit realm, it could create chaos and make the Imperial army unable to calm down. At the same time, more than 10 masters of the supernatural powers led hundreds of people to slam towards the city gate. The Minister of Works, Lu Yong, you really hooked up with the great diver. Someone is drinking. Originally, some of them still didn't believe in Lu Yonggulian, but today the Minister of Industry, Minister of War, and the 2 ministers dared to directly kill the Emperor's car, which has already confirmed their charges of rebellion. People don't kill themselves for their own sake, and De Qian has given us even greater benefits. Why should we die with De Wu, the weakened dynasty? Lu Yong roared wildly. Although he is not as powerful as Peng Yuan, he is also a master of the 8th level of supernatural powers. Some Imperial guards want to stop him, but they are not his opponents at all. They are torn apart by the impact of his power. Stop him. Huang Yong's eyes were so red that they split open. You are courting death. Lu Yong shouted angrily. Hidden option is turned on, capture or kill Peng Yuan, Minister of the Ministry of War, Lu Yong, Minister of Industry. The host can get 100 fate points, the progress of the God of War is 30%, the current progress is 20%, if the current progress is reset to 0, the host can also abandon this choice, no reward and no penalty. Hidden choice? Seeing the hidden choice that emerged, Xuanhuan seemed to have forgotten even the knife light that fell on top of his head. Just when Peng Yuan thought that Xuanhuan was being restrained, he suddenly saw a smile on the corner of Xuanhuan's mouth. Peng Yuan, all of this is in my plan, but I just want to lead some people out. I didn't expect you to be so impatient and catch your big fish. Between Xuanhuan's words, his fists, the great fighting technique, the sky and the earth shattered, and the vast power burst forth. His cultivation base has reached the 6th level of the primordial spirit, and he has 3 kinds of avenues, which is like an unparalleled divine might. Humph. Peng Yuan snorted coldly, I already knew something was wrong today. Not only is Lu Qianfu not by your side, but even the 8 commanders of the 8 battalions of the Imperial army are not here. I can see some clues, but I am not willing to leave like this, so knowing that there may be a fraud, I have to make a lot of trouble in the city and make you lose face. Xuanhuan, you are too arrogant. He also vaguely expected it, but just being forced by Xuanhuan to escape from the Imperial city, Peng Yuan's heart was really unwilling. The mana was condensed, and Peng Yuan's left fist was covered with khaki mana, which turned into a heavy fist, and shouted fiercely, Fist of the Earth Spirit. Boom! In an instant, the 2 fists were heavily bombarded together. 7 immortals. It seemed that Chu Yuan only threw a punch, but there were 7 changes in this punch. The Tuguang's fist, Kacha, actually exploded, and even the master Peng Yuan was torn apart. The cracking storm turned into a giant hammer and slammed into the chest. #C49 God of Wrath. Peng Yuan knew that Chu Yuan's strength was very strong, and it was not as simple as the realm showed. But when it really was a real fight, Peng Yuan knew that everything he had estimated before was wrong, and it was outrageously wrong. This power was even more terrifying than the one displayed in the 10,000 Beast Mountain range that day, and his punch of mana immediately shattered it. Boom! Chu Yuanshi's earth-shattering blow landed on him, causing his ears to buzz, the blood in his body surging, and he almost didn't stand still. Very scary. Peng Yuan slid hundreds of steps before stabilizing himself, staring at Chu Yuan. Your realm is still in the primordial spirit, but why can you show such a strong combat power? This is absolutely impossible for the late emperor to stay. I gave you the background. If you had this background, the 5 countries would have been unified long ago. Peng Yuan, as the minister of the Ministry of War, if you committed a disorder, today I will capture you alive and escort you to the Meridian Gate to be executed in public. Chu Yuan put his hands behind his back. It was dark and deep, and the Imperial robe, which symbolized the ancient battlefield, was screeching, and he did not answer his question. Want to capture me alive? You are dreaming. Peng Yuan sneered disdainfully. His knife is like a magic knife, strange and cunning, with misty knife energy, falling strangely in a floating posture, and he takes 3 steps, which symbolizes that he has chopped 3 knives, which is like a river, incomparable. Mysterious. Magic knife. Chu Yuan said lightly, I have seen the power of your magic knife. However, although this magic knife is strange and tricky, Chu Yuan only swept it slightly every time, and the light of the knife flashed sideways on his body. In Peng Yuan's eyes, he was like an electric current, which was fleeting, and could not be captured at all. Not. What's going on? Peng Yuan became more and more impatient. Great Thunderbolt technique, thunder of destruction. Chu Yuan drank lightly. With the rhythm of his breathing, the sky was covered with dark clouds, lightning flashes and thunder as thick as an arm fell, and then it was like a torrential rain and wind, and the entire world was instantly enveloped by countless thunder. He is the god of thunder and lightning, who controls thunder and lightning. As soon as the thunder and lightning swept out, a bright and upright force poured out, sweeping all the darkness. He stood there, in charge of the divine thunder, the greatness of the gods, holding a thunder pillar in his hand, pressed against Peng Yuan. The power of lightning. Such a terrifying power also caused Peng Yuan's complexion to change dramatically. He was shocked and did not dare to be careless. The mana had just been swept out, but when it touched the thunder light, it violently collapsed. Boom! 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 One after another thunder pillars fell, and then the resounding magic cannons within a radius of dozens of miles suddenly burst. God damn it! Countless people looked up at Chu Yuan. Everyone said that the sudden death of the late emperor was due to divine punishment, but in my opinion, the late emperor may have encountered an unmatched powerhouse. As the emperor of Great Wu, I will investigate the truth and return the late emperor to innocence. Chu Yuan's voice boomed, and it was transmitted to all parts of the imperial city. Now that he is in charge of thunder and lightning, doesn't he look like a giant god who brought down the scourge? Long live, long live! Long live, long live! Chu Yuan's mighty appearance made many soldiers roar wildly, and their morale greatly increased. Sweep the rebellion! Chu Yuan's 5 fingers carried 5 majestic thunderbolts and swept away at Peng Yuan like a mountain of 5 fingers. As the lord of the dynasty, he has the luck of the dynasty, which is enough to turn into his own strength. Hand of burial! Peng Yuan shouted loudly, and his whole body burst into strength, urging mana to form a thick cloud, as if burying the world, a huge hand fell ruthlessly. But as soon as this hand touched Xuanhuan's thunder and lightning, Zira, as if fat meat was fried in a frying pan, it exploded in his funeral heaven, and the thunder and lightning giant hand hit him directly on the body. Peng Yuan's armor was about to be torn apart, he was spitting out blood, and the look in his eyes dimmed. He was not lightly injured this time, and the power of thunder and lightning had eroded into his body. Peng Yuan. Xuanhuan drank his name, and with a shout, his soul shook violently. He walked in midair, and every step was like beating a drum. The thunder that filled the sky made him even more unimaginable and stalwart. The supreme humanity, in front of the human race, the aura of the Emperor increases by 100%, and the shock bonus is 100%. The Emperor is the Emperor of humanity, and the ancestor of the human race. Facing Xuanhuan, who was like the ancestor of the human race, Peng Yuan actually had a humble and insignificant thought, and forcibly struggled, "It seems that I made a mistake. You are hiding deeper than I imagined. You know the crime," Xuanhuan said. "Haha, good birds choose wood to live in, and the great diving has given me even greater benefits. Why don't I go to defect? Today's defeat does not mean eternal defeat. You deliberately did not let the commander of the 8 battalions come here, so you gave it to me. My chance to leave." Peng Yuan laughed and said, "Xuanhuan, see you next time, when I lead a large army of tens of thousands to invade the Imperial city." As soon as he flew, he actually hit the city gate directly, and he was about to fly out and flee directly. The master of the 9th level of supernatural powers is determined to leave, even a master of 10th level like Xuanhuan Qingyun is difficult to stop. "You still want to run, you don't have this chance." Xuanhuan stepped forward, waved his palm, and suddenly intertwined into a dense net of thunder in front of Peng Yuan. One after another thunderbolt bombarded him continuously, the power of the great devouring technique, and devoured the space around him. "You can't stop me." Peng Yuan's eyes spurted out anger, and he turned around and punched. But Xuanhuan had no idea of dodging at all. Instead, he took the punch from Peng Yuan ruthlessly. The supreme majesty of humanity was suddenly activated, and a slight daze appeared in Peng Yuan's eyes, and when a master made a move, in an instant, the outcome could be decided, and he said in his heart, "No, what is he going to do?" He only saw that Xuanhuan's palm became more and more hairy in his eyes, and even the air in front of him turned into a vortex. "Get out of here!" Peng Yuan pushed Xuanhuan away with both hands. For some reason, there was an extremely strong crisis in his heart at this moment. But when he pushed it, Xuanhuan's hand had already directly grabbed his arm, and a suction force was directly activated. "My power." Peng Yuan clearly felt the crazy disappearance of the power in his body. Great devouring technique, devour everything. Xuanhuan is the god of devouring. As long as the energy he devours will never escape, he sees that no matter how much Peng Yuan struggles, he is always in Xuanhuan's devouring domain. And as Xuanhuan devoured more and more power, the strength of his struggle became smaller and smaller. In the end, his body was completely paralyzed, he lost all his strength, his body was empty, and there was no trace of mana. The great devouring technique devoured not only his mana, but also his realm. "Someone, take Peng Yuan down." Xuanhuan threw Peng Yuan, who was like a dead dog, with a direct flick. Immediately, a large number of forbidden troops gathered and detained Peng Yuan. #C50, the era of Xuanhuan. In the Imperial city, everyone saw Peng Yuan thrown down from the sky like a dead dog. Peng Yuan will never have a chance to turn over again. If he dared to rebel, he should have thought that he would end up today. My God, has your Majesty's strength reached such a terrifying level? This is His Majesty's power, like a god, inviolable. Countless soldiers looked up at Xuanhuan, with complete admiration in their hearts. The image of Chu Yuan in their hearts was not just that of Emperor Dao, but a god, a holy spirit among people. Peng Yuan actually lost. Lu Yong, who was not far away, was so frightened that all his souls fled. Their plan this time was to take advantage of Chu Yuanli Palace to cause chaos in the Imperial city, and then most of them escaped from Dao and went directly to the Daqian dynasty. But I didn't expect that Peng Yuan was not Chu Yuan's opponent. Run. Caught by him on my name, colluding with Deqian, rebelling, everything is a major crime of looting and annihilating the family. Lu Yong desperately cast the blood-burning secret technique, and the whole person turned into a blood man, breaking through Huang Yong's blockade, and fled far away from the Imperial city. As early as when the saint was investigating, I secretly informed Deqian that as long as I escaped from the range of Wudu, someone will come to pick me up. At that time, the sky will let the birds fly, who will have the last laugh and don't know. Lu Yong panicked and ran away desperately. Damn, I think Lu Yong has been this minister for decades, calling for wind and rain, but I didn't expect to be like a lost dog today. Lu Yong, where else can you escape? This world is so big, I have it. But just as Lu Yong was trying his best to escape, a huge aura swept in, and what was moving quickly behind was dense lightning. Just seeing Chu Yuan walking in the lightning, every step was an endless distance. In the blink of an eye, Chu Yuan appeared in front of him. What? Lu Yong roared and charged towards Chu Yuan like crazy. The great fighting technique, the 7 fighting styles, the power to dominate everything, bombarded Lu Yong fiercely. Although he is the 8th level supernatural power, he is pampered, and his combat power is not as good as that of Huang Yong, the Minister of Military Affairs. He can't bear this kind of blow. Lu Yong's heart went cold, and was shocked by Chu Yuan's imposing aura. He suddenly knelt down and kowtowed. Your Majesty, spare your life, I am confused, I should not conspire with Deqian, I should not commit trouble, as long as your Majesty spare me with one life, I am willing to tell all the crimes of the Prime Minister and the General. They are the biggest black hands behind the scenes, I was just deceived by them, and I know all their plans. I knew for a long time that they had rebelled. Chu Yuanong said, in my eyes, anyone who dares to betray is a death penalty. Boom. A big hand pressed on Lu Yong's Tianling cover. His whole body trembled, and he could only helplessly feel that all his strength was swallowed up by Chu Yuan, and he was reduced to a crippled person. Primordial Spirit 7th layer. After devouring all the power of Wei Shen, Peng Yuan, and Lu Yong, Chu Yuan finally reached the 7th level of Yuanshan. The host completes the hidden choice, obtains 100 fate points, and the progressive grip of the God of War is 50%. The current fatality point surplus, 1050 points. Grip of the God of War with 50% progress. Chu Yuan has already seen that there is a holy golden glove in the system space, with unparalleled power, as if the emptiness of the sky can be torn in half at once. The grip of the God of War is indeed the grip of the God of War, and Chu Yuan is looking forward to the complete grip of the God of War. At this time, he carried Lu Yong, who had fainted, and returned to the Imperial city, which once again caused countless soldiers to shout long live. The leaders, Peng Yuan and Lu Yong, were both captured alive, and the others were full of despair. Some even committed suicide. The 3,000 Xuanhuan army and the tens of thousands of the Forbidden Army also swept the battlefield as quickly as possible, killing the remaining people and arresting them. The entire Imperial city was boiling. Chu Yuan used Invincible means to explain his strength and iron-blooded skills. Even if the rebellion of the 2 major ministers was easily pacified, it can only be regarded as a strong stroke in the history of his monarch. Huang Yong. Chu Yuan said. The minister is here. Huang Yong stood up immediately. This time you have done a good job, and the former Shangshu Peng Yuan committed rebellion and should be punished for the crime, but the Ministry of War cannot take the lead for one day. From today, you are temporarily acting as the minister of the Ministry of War. You had been in the Ministry of War for more than 10 years, and you know this position. Important. Xuanhuan was ordered to go down together. This Huang Yong was very loyal. He knew it and had the ability. The minister obeys the order, Huang Yong said excitedly. Huang Yong is a step up to the sky. Many people looked at Huang Yong with admiration. Although he was only temporarily acting as the Minister of War, everyone could see that His Majesty valued Huang Yong. He would be the most trusted minister by the Emperor in the future. Many people are already thinking about how to curry favor with Huang Yong. Also, every soldier who participated in the pacification today will be rewarded with 10 magic crystals. Xuanhuan said again. The exchange ratio of a law crystal in Dao is 10 taels of gold. Even if it is a well-paid imperial army, it will only be 10 law crystals a year. His reward once again aroused the cheers of the soldiers present. Your Majesty, how do you deal with these people? Huang Yong asked. All of them will be put into the heavenly prison, and they will be taken into custody first. Let the people of the Ministry of Punishment interrogate their comrades, and strictly investigate the entire 6 divisions. Anyone who dares to cooperate with the enemy and betray the country will first clear the customs and enter the prison. Xuanhuan said coldly, also, it seems that there are some people in the Forbidden Army who have connected with the Big Diver, notified the 8 commanders, from top to bottom, and thoroughly investigated. None of them can be let go. Regarding this matter, I will personally lead. His orders were quickly issued to the 6th Division and the Imperial Army. Although Xuanhuan was also investigating the time when the enemy was treasonous, in fact, the 6th Division and the Imperial Army still have some meanings of yang and yin. This time, however, it was different. Peng Yuan was subdued by Xuanhuan himself, and his prestige had reached its peak. Even if it was a forbidden army holding military power, these 8 commanders would not dare to violate Xuanhuan's intentions. Otherwise, they will be the next to be suppressed. Moreover, they have to cooperate with the strict investigation. There are traitors under their command, and the 8 commanders are also very annoyed. No matter how they investigate, their serious crime of dereliction of duty is unavoidable, and the whole situation is controlled by Xuanhuan. A few days later, Lu Qianfu, Marquis of Zhongyong, also returned with the head of the governor of Yenzhou. The governor of Yenzhou betrayed Dao, took refuge in Daqian, and raised his troops to rebel, trying to dominate one side, but was beheaded by Lu Qianfu on the spot. The shocking thing spread all over the country, and those who have some small handles are not afraid of it. But they all know that this day has changed. The emperor on the throne is not a little emperor who can be arbitrarily controlled and deceived as they imagined, but a fierce tiger who eats people without spitting bones. Dao, the era that belonged to the late emperor has passed. The emperor of this era is called Xuanhuan. #C51 Meridian Gate asks cut. The entire imperial city was completely plunged into a storm. On the day when the sage worshipped the late emperor, the Minister of War, Minister of Work, and many other important officials rebelled and assassinated the emperor at the Dongqing Gate, but their rebellion was severely suppressed by Xuanhuan, and they became prisoners. Before the 6th Division and the Imperial Army, it seemed that Xuanhuan wanted to find out the rebellion. But this time, the imperial decree, how dare the Imperial Guard and the 6th Division dare not obey the decree? You must know that Peng Yuan, a master of the 9th level of supernatural powers, was suppressed by the emperor himself. How could they still make waves? Xuanhuan had the memory of the previous 3 years, and knew who had betrayed De Wu for a long time. Now he is just solving it step by step, and immediately asked Lu Qianfu to arrest him directly according to the list he gave. When Lu Qianfu received this list, his face was solemn, knowing that this list was a life-threatening talisman, and none of the people on it would survive. On the 13th day of October in the 30th year of the Dao calendar, it was also 20 days after the first battle at Dongchengmen. The thorough investigation in the imperial court gradually ended, and the evidence was basically collected. Xuanhuan used this opportunity not only to find out those who wanted to rebel, but also to dismiss a large number of the generals and the prime minister's party members and replace them with his own. Regarding Xuanhuan's dismissal, both of them remained silent, and they did not even show up for 20 days, claiming to be ill. The mood of the two is also extremely bad. They have already given hints to let Lu Yong and Peng Yuan calm down, hold their breath, and wait for the time, but they never thought that they would dare to assassinate the East City Gate. Not only did he send himself to the heavenly prison, but he also buried the foundation that the two of them had finally laid for decades. You must know that the 4 countries of the Great Diving have been deploying troops for a long time. But do they dare to speak at such a time? Xuanhuan is now in the limelight, and his image among the people of Dao is like a god, the savior of the world. Who would dare to oppose him in the court in the future? His prestige is no less than that of the previous emperor, to some extent. If the former emperor was the founding king, then Xuanhuan was the savior. At this time, at the Meridian Gate of the Imperial City today, the blood flag was fluttering, all the 30,000 Shenwu troops appeared at the Meridian Gate, and dozens of millions of people gathered at the Meridian Gate. Because today is the day of Chuzan, Zhang De is still an important member of the court. In the past dynasties, no matter which dynasty was abhorred, it was the most severe crime, and it would be questioned and executed by raiding the family, implicated in the 9 tribes. At this moment, there were hundreds of people who were escorted from the Meridian Gate, and each of them was a well-known person in Dao. In this investigation, not only the 2 ministers Peng Yuan and Lu Yong, but also the Marquis of Chang'e, the Marquis of Heiyang, and the Marquis of Huwei, all secretly contacted De Qian to discuss how to divide up De Wu and what they would get after the destruction of De Wu. Benefit. Humph. These people take Dao's salary and gain the benefits of Dao, secretly colluding with the enemy country when the imperial court is at its weakest. They are simply courting death. The food for the king, the loyalty to the king, they just saw that Dao encountered a great disaster, and they planned to fly by themselves, and they didn't even take any responsibility. But fortunately, our new king is wise and has the appearance of sweeping the 8 wastes and 6 harmonies. It is the luck of my great martial arts, and it is also the fortune of my great martial arts billions of Dawn people. Boom. Noon was about to come. At this moment, the closed Meridian Gate opened with a bang, and a figure did not ride the dragon, but walked out slowly. The Holy One is here. After 20 days of not showing up, Xuanhuan's temperament at this time was extremely mysterious, and the strong coercion immediately spread away. He is the supreme human being, the real emperor of mankind, with the temperament of an emperor who is domineering and justifying his name. Xuanhuan is here. Peng Yuan, Lu Yong, Marquis of Chang'e, Marquis of Heiyang, Marquis Huwei, etc., a total of 118 people, colluded with the 4 kingdoms of great potential, intending to rebel, so messed up the ministers and cubs, everyone got them and executed them, and plundered their families and wiped out their families. Xuanhuan's voice resounded in all directions, and today, I will supervise the execution. Your Majesty, spare your life. It was we who were confused for a while and fell into the trap of a big dive, otherwise we would not dare to rebel if we were given 110,000 courage. Your Majesty, as long as you let us go this time, we are willing to fight for Dao and die in battle. The more than 100 people at Meridian Gate heard that Xuanhuan wanted to ask them to kill them, and most of them wept bitterly. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Lu Yong's face was also pale at this time, and he said in fear, "Forgive the minister this time, for the sake of the minister's conscientious work this time, just let me go, I am willing to be a cow for your Majesty." Horse. Lu Yong really didn't want to die. He hated incomparably in his heart, especially the Prime Minister and the General, and watched him go to the guillotine. Option 1, let the people of Meridian Gate be spared, and give them a chance to reform themselves. Under the power of the system, they will be absolutely loyal and will never rebel again. They will get 100 fate points, and the progress of unicorn armor building is 10%. Choice 2, the chaotic ministers and thieves. Everyone gets them and kills them, looting the family and destroying the family. Don't let it go. Get 100 fate points, 10% of the progress of the grip of the god of war, and 50% of the current progress. Haha, the dog emperor. If you want to kill it, kill the king, lose the king. This time it's me Peng Yuan who loses the bet, or it's death. I'm not afraid. Peng Yuan's eyes were blood red, and a roaring voice broke out, even if I die, these eyes will not be closed. I want to see with my own eyes how the Qian invaded Dawu, how he pulled you down from the throne, how did you cut off the head of your dog emperor and bury it with me. Peng Yuan, you can't beg his majesty for mercy, I really don't want to die. If Lu Yong hadn't been locked, he would have wanted to bite Peng Yuan directly and make his mouth shut. If it weren't for your beast-like waste son, we would have been reduced to such a situation today. Dog bites dog, a mouthful of hair. Collaboration with the enemy and treason, the crime should be punished. Chu Yuan waved his hand and made a slashing posture, with a cold face, noon is here, behead. Click. 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 As soon as the imperial decree hit, the executioner on the Meridian Gate suddenly dropped a big knife, and one by one, the heads of the dead fell from their necks, and they rolled around. Little Emperor, you have to die so hard. You are so cruel. Even if I die, I will not let you go. I, the Marquis of Changel, followed the first emperor to conquer the world, but I didn't expect that I would die in your hands in the end. I can't rest my eyes, even if I go to hell, I will curse you not to die. The Ho Changel roared. If I knew this earlier, why would it be necessary in the first place? Chu Yuan said coldly, if there is a hell, it should be smoothed out. In an instant, his head rolled down. Misery, crying, roaring, cursing. Hundreds of human heads were chopped off and rolled down, and the blood on the Meridian Gate was horrific. The host has completed the second option, obtained 100 fate points, and the progress of the grip of the god of war is 10%. The host completed the event, obtained 2,000 fate points, and the monument of slaying the prison and conferring gods. The current fatality point surplus, 3,150 points. Hashtag C52 suppression and conferring god steel. Suppressing prison and sealing the god steel, a top-grade artifact. It was created by the great prison suppression emperor in ancient times to suppress hell and ban the gods. It is extremely powerful. Artifact skills, 6 ancient monuments form a great formation to suppress the prison and seal the gods. Chu Yuan suddenly saw that in the system space, next to the god of war's grip, there were 6 ancient and heavy stone tablets, gray in color. In the middle of these 6 steels are written the 6 words suppressing prison and conferred god, and they are running in a strange orbit. Each stone tablet has the power of a mid-grade artifact when taken out alone, and 6 are the power of a terrifying high-grade artifact. Thinking about how terrifying the Zhangjuan chessboard is, but a low-grade artifact, it is simply unimaginable how powerful a high-grade artifact is. At this moment, there are bloodstains on the Meridian Gate, and there are many mourning of souls, cursing that Chu Yuan is the most terrifying demon, the executioner. Whether it's a god or a devil, it's a human being or a devil, so why should you judge? Looking at the Meridian Gate, which had already been cut, he waved his hand and asked someone to clean the Meridian Gate, while he turned around and returned to the Imperial City. The next thing, the clearing of the rebellion, is not completely over. Although the heads of Peng Yuan and others have been chopped off, they still have a large number of accomplices waiting to be killed. So in the next few days, at the Meridian Gate, a large number of heads were chopped off every day, almost to the point of being killed, and people were trembling. Everyone knew that the Emperor of Dao was more cruel than the previous emperor. Copy the family and exterminate. For collaborating with the enemy country, those who rebelled not only had to be beheaded, but also ransacked their families and wiped out their families. This kind of thing was handed over to the Xuanhuan army. In just a few days, a large amount of gold and silver treasures were copied. The amount was shocking. Their wealth was almost equivalent to Dao's tax for several years. All into the treasury. Shenyang Palace. Chu Yuan is sitting here. The rest of the things don't need him to worry about. Lu Qianfu with the Xuanhuan Legion is enough to do everything well. In this fantasy world, where everything is omnipotent, as a monarch, you must not only be holy, but also have immortal strength. 3,000 fate points enhance the triple realm. Without hesitation, Chu Yuan used all the fate points accumulated in his hand to improve his realm. Realm is the foundation, strength is the only one. Everything else is false. The 7th level of primordial spirit. The 8-fold Yuanshan. 9 levels of Yuanshan. Feeling that 3 warm golden lights flashed across his body, Chu Yuan's realm instantly increased 3-fold. He then opened his properties panel. Name, Chu Yuan. Status, Emperor Dao. Realm, Primordial Spirit 9 layers. Gongfa, Human Emperor Sutra. Equipment, Human Sovereign Sword, No Superior, Taidan Furnace, Broken, Battle Army Chessboard, Suppressing Prison Monument. Supernatural Powers, Great Lightning, Great Devouring, Great Battle. System Space, the progress of the God of War is 60%. Titles, Supreme Humanity, Lightning Controller, Son of Devouring, Upgradable, Battle Madman, Upgradable. Fate Point, 150 points. The current main line, destroy the Great Cheng Dynasty within 3 years, Allied Forces of the Nations, destroy the Great General Shangguan Qingyun, Prime Minister Li Yun, if completed, the reward? The failure was ashes. Chu Yuan looked at his attributes and nodded. His current realm is already at the 9th level of the primordial spirit, with a human emperor sword and 3 kinds of divine power blessings. His strength is almost equivalent to a half-step peeping god master, similar to the previous emperor. How many? This time, his family raiding and extermination went so smoothly, it was his strength that he relied on. His Majesty. At this moment, Lu Qianfu's voice came. Marquis of Loyalty and Bravery. Come in. Chu Yuan said. After Lu Qianfu came in, he suddenly looked into Chu Yuan's eyes. Suddenly, he felt as if he was looking into the endless abyss, which was unfathomable. He knew that His Majesty's strength had grown again. I have seen Your Majesty. Lu Qianfu saluted. Marquis Zhongyong, what do you have to tell me today when you come to see me? Chu Yuan didn't talk to Lu Qianfu, and asked straight to the point. Most of the rebels in the DPRK have almost been cleaned up, and they have also been cleaned up within the band army. The 8 band army commanders are now only directly under His Majesty's orders. Our Xuanhuan army has now expanded to 50,000 warriors, each warrior. It's all forging souls. Lu Qianfu reported the latest intelligence. 50,000 is still not enough. My hope is 100,000 divine martial arts. You must do it as soon as possible. The battle army chessboard can only be upgraded to the strongest by binding the power of 100,000 troops. Chu Yuan said at this time, Marquis Zhongyong, there are still more than 2 months until the first month, but there are still military disasters around my Dao. In order to let my Dao people have a good year, this threat is about to be eliminated. Your Majesty is going to recruit in person? Lu Qianfu's face was stern. I know, I will recruit 100,000 gods and martial arts within half a month, so that Your Majesty can recruit in person as soon as possible. In addition to the recruitment of Xuanhuan, after the minister raided his home, he not only got a lot of gold and silver, but also countless military supplies. Counting the purchases from the whole country before, here is the list that Your Majesty needs. Lu Qianfu handed over the thick list. With the strength of the whole country, it is possible to build more than 100 magical cannons. It is really difficult to copy ancient weapons. However, although the power of 100 magical cannons is not bad, my idea is to have at least 1,000 cannons, otherwise it will be difficult to form power, and it is still far from enough. Xuanhuan shook his head. There is still a lot of gold and silver in the treasury. Is it impossible to buy it? The fine iron is fine, but the most scarce is the meteorite fine gold, which is hardly available in ordinary commercial firms. Lu Qianfu reported truthfully, I had contacted the Infinite Chamber of Commerce some time ago and was willing to exchange other materials, but the Infinite Chamber of Commerce has recently closed its doors and did not accept any transactions. After I asked, it seemed that they belonged to them. The president has an accident, the Infinite Chamber of Commerce is looking for a panacea, and even sent a large number of people to leave the capital. It seems to be asking for help from the general meeting. Oh? Is there such a thing? Xuanhuan knew that the Infinite Chamber of Commerce in Dao Imperial City was only a branch, and their business spread to many countries. It was rumored that there were real masters of the realm of the gods, and there were many artifacts that could not be found in the Infinite Chamber of Commerce. In fact, meteorite fine gold is scarce, not because the total amount is scarce, but because the meteorites are all outside the territory, and they cannot be obtained without the strength of a god. But I have no way of knowing the specific accident. Except in the Infinite Chamber of Commerce, it is impossible to obtain a large amount of meteorite fine gold anywhere else. Lu Qianfu said. Looks like I'm going to the Infinite Chamber of Commerce in person. Xuanhuan said lightly, the personal expedition is imminent, the construction of the magic cannon cannot be delayed, and I also need a lot of medicinal materials to train the entire army, and I need to buy it from this Infinite Chamber of Commerce. Although I don't know what happened to the president of this Infinite Chamber of Commerce, but on my territory, I also need to care. If we solve the troubles of the Infinite Chamber of Commerce this time, the next transaction may be easier to talk about, but the last time I went there, the Infinite Chamber of Commerce refused to accept guests, and I didn't even enter their door. I'm afraid they will not see your majesty. Lu Qianfu was a little worried that Xuanhuan would be closed. Joke, doing business on my territory, this imperial city is all my world, my land, and I must obey my laws. Xuanhuan didn't care. #C53 Unlimited Chamber of Commerce. The Infinite Chamber of Commerce has a big business, and it occupies the most golden area on the most prosperous street in Dao Imperial City. Not long after leaving the Imperial City, Xuanhuan saw an extremely vast pavilion standing in front of him. This pavilion occupies a full half of the street, and their properties are everywhere. The house is towering and decorated with splendor, especially in front of the pavilion. Xuanhuan saw the word Infinite Chamber of Commerce written on the plaque. This Infinite Chamber of Commerce's 4-character pen walks dragons and snakes, and it actually writes in a crooked way. But Xuanhuan saw an infinite and vast artistic conception from the twists and turns, and his eyes were fixed on him, as if he was in the universe, infinitely large, infinitely vast, and seemed to never have boundaries. This Infinite Chamber of Commerce is not simple. Infinite is broad. Not everyone can control the word infinite. Xuanhuan thought to himself. At this time is the evening, according to reason, it is the most prosperous and bustling time, when people are swarming. However, the gate of the Tiandao Pavilion was closed, and there was not a single guest. It was deserted, and there were only 2 guards outside. The strength of these 2 guards is actually in the first layer of supernatural powers, and they can lead an army in Dao, but they are now used to guard the gate. Stop, the Infinite Chamber of Commerce has closed its doors for the past few days to thank guests, and will not trade any business, and invite the 2 guests to go back. Just as Xuanhuan and Lu Qianfu approached the Infinite Chamber of Commerce, the 2 guards stopped them with grim faces. Although they could see that the identities of the 2 in front of them were not simple, they still did not mean to let go. Oh? Can't even me. Xuanhuan said lightly. No, no one can enter. The two guards blocked. This is the instruction of the Chamber of Commerce. Bold, do you know who is standing in front of you? He is the great martial sage. Don't kneel down quickly. Lu Qianfu shouted fiercely. He was blocked from coming before, but he can be disrespectful to him, and he must not be disrespectful to Xuanhuan. It doesn't matter who you are, no one is allowed. As soon as the two guards said the words, their expression suddenly changed. Ah! You are Emperor Dao. Although they have not seen Xuanhuan, it does not mean that they have not heard of Xuanhuan. Although this person has not been on the throne, he has extremely tough wrists. Since you know that the Holy One is coming, don't hurry to meet the Holy One, and quickly retreat. Lu Qianfu said coldly. Long live my emperor. The two guards were also startled back again, and hurriedly knelt down, but this is an order from the top of the Infinite Chamber of Commerce. No one is allowed to enter the Chamber of Commerce, even we have no authority. You two step back and let me meet the Holy Master. At this moment, the voice of an old man came, and he immediately saw an old man in a white robe with white hair and beard walking out of the Infinite Chamber of Commerce. After letting the two guards back away, they came to Xuanhuan. The old man is Bai Hua, the vice-chairman of the Infinite Chamber of Commerce. The Holy One is here. My Infinite Chamber of Commerce is not well received. I hope your Majesty will forgive me. This vice-chairman named Bai Hua gave Xuanhuan a salute as soon as he came, and said politely, but my Infinite Chamber of Commerce has indeed encountered some things recently, and I don't accept any guests. After the matter is settled, what does it look like? If there is something disturbing your Majesty, the Infinite Chamber of Commerce is willing to make compensation. Since your Majesty is here, you can't go for nothing. Lu Qianfu said. I know what happened to you at the Infinite Chamber of Commerce, so this time I came not only to discuss transactions, but also to relieve your worries. Xuanhuan raised his hand and said, I heard that you are looking for a panacea for the President of the Infinite Chamber of Commerce. It seems that some of you are seriously ill. Your Majesty even knows this. Bai Hua said in surprise. There is nothing in my land that I don't know. Xuanhuan's words made Bai Hua's face change. The meaning is self-evident, that is, the great martial emperor is his territory. Even if they are strong dragons and tigers, they must lie down honestly, and don't be too much in front of him. Too arrogant. If Xuanhuan had just ascended the throne, they couldn't take him seriously. But obviously, today's Xuanhuan is not only the Emperor of Dao, but also a peerless powerhouse. Your Majesty Xingming, we are indeed looking for a panacea. Bai Hua admitted. I wonder if you have found it. If not, I have a good medicine here, which can relieve your worries. Xuanhuan said lightly, no matter who you are sick, you can be cured with my medicine. Your Majesty really has such a recipe? Bai Hua said with a sudden movement. Humph. President Bai, do you really have to believe what Emperor Dao said? Suddenly, a cold humming voice came. I saw another person coming. It was a middle-aged man with a very cold expression, and said, Can I solve a problem that even my Infinite Chamber of Commerce can't solve with Dao? I don't believe it. Emperor Dao, you should go back. Even if you are His Majesty Dao, you have nothing to do with my Infinite Chamber of Commerce. We are not your people. The middle-aged man looked rebellious, and he didn't show any respect for Xuanhuan in his eyes, and he didn't put his emperor in his eyes at all. After all, the business of the Infinite Chamber of Commerce spreads throughout the entire world, and the strength they possess is by no means comparable to ordinary dynasties. Presumptuous. Who are you? You dare to speak to His Majesty like that? Lu Qianfu said angrily. Hong Lai, step back. Bai Hua shouted, Your Majesty, Hong Lai is the captain of the guard of my Infinite Chamber of Commerce. I hope your Majesty will forgive me for his arrogant words. The Infinite Chamber of Commerce is the largest chamber of commerce in Dao, and it is also the largest chamber of commerce in the surrounding countries. There are countless goods coming in and out every day, and naturally he has a group of powerful forces. The strength of this Hong Lai has also reached the 9th level of supernatural powers. The 9th level of magical powers is already qualified to be the commander of the Imperial Army. Do you question my ability? As Xuanhuan spoke, a supreme majesty swept away. Swept away by this majesty, Bai Hua also stepped back a few steps, with a look of shock and disbelief on his face, and quickly said, "To be honest, it was my Infinite Chamber of Commerce in Dao, who was in charge of the conferences of the surrounding countries. We have already sent people to the headquarters, but the headquarters is far away, and I don't know when it will be, and now I can only use elixir to continue my life." He didn't want to say it, but when he saw Xuanhuan's eyes, he couldn't hide anything he wanted to hide. "So it is." Xuanhuan nodded and said, "Your people don't have to go to the headquarters. The medicine here is enough to save your president." The Ho Zhongyong opened their door, and the rescue cannot be delayed. "Yes, Your Majesty." The Marquis of Zhongyong received the imperial decree and was about to open the way. "Stop, the body of the president can't be disturbed now. No one can enter without my consent." Hong Lai blocked the road. "Go away." This Hong Lai's repeated obstructions also made Lu Qianfu extremely annoyed. Hey, what Emperor Dao is, he is just the monarch of a declining country, and the country will be destroyed one day. The little power you control is nothing in my eyes. I don't believe you, you can have it. What magic medicine can save the president? Hong Lai sneered disdainfully. He looked at Bai Hua, although Bai Hua kept winking at him, he didn't take Bai Hua into his eyes at all. He let out an arrogant voice again, "Emperor Dao, I won't let you in today, what can you do? You are arrogant." Xuanhuan said indifferently, "The land standing under your feet belongs to me. What do you think I should do? The Infinite Chamber of Commerce has such a guard commander, it is simply stupid. #C54 give you the right to choose. I'm stupid? You call me stupid?" Hong Lai was furious. He is cultivated to the 9th level of supernatural powers, how can he be a fool, and he is from the Infinite Chamber of Commerce, his status is no lower than that of the commander of the Great Wu Forbidden Army, and he has a lot of backers behind him. How can Xuanhuan say that he is stupid? Only at this moment did he carefully look at Xuanhuan. Although it is said that even Peng Yuan is not his opponent, but he can feel that Xuanhuan has not cultivated to the realm of supernatural powers. How to deal with the 9th level of supernatural powers in such a realm also made him a little unbelievable, feeling unbelievable. Idiots don't know it yet, that's courting death. Xuanhuan strode forward, waved his sleeves, and withdrew his palm at lightning speed. Snapped. Hong Lai just saw Xuanhuan come forward, but the next second, an extremely loud slap sounded. Before Hong Lai could react, his tall body was swept away. On the door. Covering his swollen right cheek, Hong Lai was stunned for a while. When he came to his senses, he let out a shrill roar, "Ah! How dare you hit me? I didn't kill you is the greatest gift to you, get out of here." Snapped. Xuanhuan strode forward again, this time Hong Lai made a full response, but when the aura on his body just condensed, it shattered, and he was slapped again on his left face. "Ah! I'm going to kill you." Hong Lai was already mad at him, thinking that he was the commander of the Infinite Chamber of Commerce Guards, but suffered such a shameful humiliation, even if the person who beat him was an emperor of a country, and it was spread out later, he would be a joke in the Infinite Chamber of Commerce. Boom! The power of the 9th level of his supernatural power was completely motivated, and the magma-like breath erupted, and he also performed a 3000 avenues, a big flame technique. But Xuanhuan didn't move. When Hong Lai shot at him, Xuanhuan raised his palm again. The will of a mortal fighting in this palm was like a giant god of war. His hand of war fell, and it broke the big flame technique directly, and grabbed it at once. Hong Lai's body. He grabbed Hong Lai, then threw it forward, and slammed into the closed door. He used his body as a hitter, and with a bang, the door was slammed open. What? Hong Lai is also a master of the 9th level of supernatural powers. He has no resistance in his hands. He is more powerful than legends. How could Bai Hua know that Chu Yuan was only at the 6th level of Yuanshan when he took care of Peng Yuan, and now his realm has reached the 10th level of Yuanshan? In his horror, he quickly said, "Please, Your Majesty, please calm down. I fought with you." But at this time, Hong Lai roared in a heart-piercing voice. Stupid is not scary, the most scary thing is being stupid without knowing it. Chu Yuan seemed to sigh. Your Majesty, it was my unlimited Chamber of Commerce who did not treat guests well and neglected His Majesty. Today, His Majesty came to my Chamber of Commerce, not only because I brought a panacea, but also wanted to do business with me. Bai Hua, please come in. Suddenly, a woman's voice came from the depths of the infinite Chamber of Commerce, but there was an undisguised weakness in her toughness. Yes, President. Bai Hua respectfully said, "Please come in, Your Majesty." Since the President apologized, I will let go of the past for the time being, Ho Zhongyong, and follow me to see the President. Chu Yuan walked into the infinite Chamber of Commerce. After a while, Bai Hua took Chu Yuan to the place specially used by the infinite Chamber of Commerce to entertain guests. As soon as Chu Yuan entered this place, he smelled the smell of medicinal herbs. I saw a woman in her 30s sitting across from a jade table, with an intellectual, dignified, and graceful temperament. Although this woman has an excellent temperament, Chu Yuan can see a deep tiredness in her eyes, as if it is difficult to even speak a word. This is the president of the Dao branch of the Unlimited Chamber of Commerce. Beyond supernatural powers. But I haven't reached the realm of Peeping God, half-step Peeping God. Half a step into the gods, within the 5 dynasties, he is also a top-level master. It's our fault that we didn't treat our guests well, and we lost manners. Bai Hua, why don't you bring some tea soon? The voice of the president's voice was very pleasant, but the sickness in his voice made people feel distressed. He said, "I am the president of this great martial branch, Ji Fuling." When she was talking, Bai Hua brought a few cups of tea and put them on top. I don't hide some things from Your Majesty. I'm actually too confident, trying to collide and peep into the realm of the gods. I didn't expect to encounter backlash. My primordial spirit is now like a broken glass, and there is a possibility of complete collapse at any time. If it weren't for the large number of medicinal pills in this Chamber of Commerce, it would not have been able to last long. Ji Fuling said, even if I go to the headquarters to find the medicine and repair the injury of the primordial spirit, it is very likely that I will become a waste person, and I will never be able to break through the peeping spirit again in this life. Chu Yuan nodded. The impact of peeking into the realm of the gods is indeed very difficult, and it can be described as a life and death experience. And once the primordial spirit is injured, it is far more difficult to heal than the physical body. And in my current state, I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to insist on coming to the headquarters. Even if His Majesty wants to do business with me, it is difficult for me to solve it. When Ji Fuling said this, her eyes dimmed slightly. I have a way. Chu Yuan didn't go to drink the tea, and said lightly, and I can make you unscathed without leaving any hidden dangers. What? There really is such a miraculous elixir? Ji Fuling was also a little unbelievable. If there is such an elixir, what conditions does His Majesty Dao need? I'm here to make a deal with the infinite firm. Chu Yuan said. With a flash in his hand, what appeared was the primary healing potion, which was able to heal all injuries under the spiritual peering realm. That's it? The embarrassed Hong Lai was also here. As soon as he saw the green tube in Xuanhuan's hand, bubbling like a highly poisonous potion, he said again, "You are trying to poison the president. What do you know about ignorant things? No wonder your majesty says you are an idiot." Lu Qianfu sneered. Option 1. Treat Ji Fuling with the primary healing potion, get 100 fate points, Ji Fuling's favor, and take the initiative in the business. Option 2. Turn around and leave, let Ji Fuling self-destruct, and gain 100 fate points. Xuanhuan saw the two choices that appeared. This time he didn't make it himself, but said to Ji Fuling, "This thing of mine can cure any injuries of President Ji, but if you don't believe me, I won't either. I will insist. After all, your life and death have nothing to do with me, and I will be able to continue to do business with the things I have in my hands." He gave the right to choose to Ji Fuling. If Ji Fuling didn't believe him and thought it was poison, could he still tie Ji Fuling up, open her mouth and pour it directly? "If this thing really has the effect that your majesty said, what is it that I take a risk? Rather than waiting for death, I am willing to believe your majesty this time." Ji Fuling was able to achieve the position of president, not only because of her cultivation, but also because of her determination. As the ruler of a country, how could it be possible to use poison to block her, a person who was waiting to die? She would rather believe that Xuanhuan saved her for a deal. Now she is also a dead horse as a living horse doctor. She took the healing potion from Xuanhuan's hand, raised her neck and drank it, and her body suddenly changed amazingly. #C55, the strongest empty glove white wolf. The short moment when the seasoned Poria took the primary healing potion. An emerald-colored healing aura emerged from her body, such as the recovery of healing, and the slump in her eyes recovered almost instantly. The choice between life and death, Xuanhuan gave this choice to Ji Fuling. She was very lucky. She chose to believe in Xuanhuan and chose to survive. "I recovered?" The sudden powerful feeling made Ji Fuling a little out of control. When she really noticed her state, she stood up abruptly, and said in shock, "Your Majesty, what kind of potion is this? It actually completely recovered my soul injury, which is no different from before, and I had a breakthrough failure experience. Instead, it makes me stronger." She was unbelievable. This time she got it right. The potion that Xuanhuan brought was too miraculous, and there was no future trouble. Even in the infinite chamber of commerce, such a treasure could not be found, and its value was almost incalculable. "This is a healing potion." Xuanhuan said lightly, "President Poria, I didn't lie to you." Ding. The host completes choice 1 and gets 100 fate points. "Your Majesty didn't lie to me, this is a rare treasure." Ji Fuling shocked. If any injury can be cured, then the world will be shaken, and countless powerhouses are fighting frantically. It is difficult for me to imagine the shock after it is spread. President Tukaho, you have to be thankful that your realm has not broken through, otherwise, even if there is a healing potion, it will be useless. Xuanhuan said. "It can only heal the wounds under the peeping god, it is invalid for the peeping god above." Ji Fuling was very smart and could understand the meaning of the words. After all, the stronger the martial artist, the higher the life level, and the more advanced the materials needed. The shock in his heart calmed down a little. But even this is amazing, and it's scary enough to have no hidden dangers. Her face changed. "I don't know how much of this potion your Majesty has left. I am willing to spend a lot of money to buy it. Your Majesty should know that my infinite chamber of commerce has terrible financial resources, and has resources that no one else can get." She kept talking about the essence of business in 3 words, and fixed her eyes on the medicine. "Haha, I still have this potion, but I won't trade it casually." Xuanhuan said with a smile, "President Poria, since your injuries have healed, we can talk about trading next." "Talk about a deal?" "Well, I don't know what His Majesty wants." Ji Fuling said. "Meteorite fine gold, as well as a large number of thousands of steels and thousands of steels, how many I want." Chu Yuan motioned to Chanfu Lu to hand over the list to Ji Fuling. So much? Could it be that His Majesty is going to create some extremely terrifying weapon of war? When Ji Fuling saw the list, she was also surprised, and immediately said, I am the master, the meteorite is pure gold, thousands of genes of steel are all given to Your Majesty saved my life, compared to mine. Come on, these things are not worth mentioning. 30 years after the founding of Dao, the reserve of meteorite fine gold was only more than 100 caddies. Ji Fuling gave 1,000 caddies with a wave of his hand. This kilogram of meteorite fine gold is the cost of the healing potion, and I want more meteorite fine gold. Chu Yuan definitely did not lose this time. He used a bottle of potion, and got 100 fate points, which is equivalent to an empty glove white wolf, and he has the materials to build 1,000 magic cannons. Moreover, Ji Fuling was able to take out thousands of pounds at will, which also showed that there was more storage in the infinite chamber of commerce, which was nothing to them. Although the meteorite fine gold is treasured, I have a way to get more in the infinite chamber of commerce. It's just that I don't usually trade it and store it. However, Your Majesty saved my life, and the natural transaction will follow. Ji Fuling had a very good impression of Chu Yuan, and continued, Your Majesty, besides the meteorite fine gold, what other transactions are there? My infinite chamber of commerce also accepts things, such as the healing potion, which I can offer sky-high prices. She was still obsessed with the primary healing potion. As long as President Fuling can meet my requirements, I can give you a healing potion, Chu Yuan said. Really? Ji Fuling was excited. If there is another tube of healing potion, I am confident that I will break through the gods within 6 months, no, within 3 months. If I get to the gods, my authority in the Chamber of Commerce will be greatly improved, and I can talk to Your Majesty trade more treasures of more quality. Chu Yuan nodded. Indeed, the deal between him and Ji Fuling was a win-win situation. That's why he rescued Ji Fuling. I have made a list here. I need you to get these medicinal materials in the shortest possible time. The list that Chu Yuan took out this time was a long one, and the items listed on it were densely packed. So complicated? When Ji Fuling saw the list of medicinal materials, she was surprised. These medicinal materials are all used for refining pills, some of them are even used for refining heaven-level pills, and there are even those used for refining divine pills. Your Majesty has purchased so many medicinal materials. Is Your Majesty still an alchemist? Whether I am an alchemist, I don't need to worry about President Fu Ling. We have gold and silver crystals in the treasury, and I can get the money. Chu Yuan said. If Your Majesty has a way to refine medicine pills, you can consider selling them to the Infinite Chamber of Commerce. I have a lot of medicinal materials in the Unlimited Chamber of Commerce, but it would be troublesome to convert the medicinal materials into medicine pills. Ji Fuling thought of the primary healing potion that Chu Yuan took out, and then thought that there might be an extremely powerful alchemist or some kind of treasure behind him. I have a better deal here. Chu Yuan smiled and said, we can cooperate, that is, your Infinite Chamber of Commerce will provide me with enough medicinal materials, and we will use the refined medicinal herbs to share. That is to say, we produce medicinal materials, and Your Majesty produces Qingdan? Ji Fuling thought of it at once. Your Majesty is shrewd, and you don't need to pay any risks. Humph. He's a white wolf with empty gloves, he thinks so well. Hong Lai snorted coldly. A cold light flashed in Ji Fuling's eyes, and he ignored Hong Lai, but continued, but how should this specific transaction be carried out? My Infinite Chamber of Commerce's excellent alchemist can achieve 20%, or even 30% of the success of 10 materials. If it is lower than this success rate, perhaps this transaction cannot be negotiated. Your success rate is too low, hand over the materials to me. Chu Yuan shook his head. Even if it is a Tiandan or even a divine pill, I can share the account with you 3 or 7. You are 3, and I am 7. What kind of 3-7 method? Ji Fuling asked. 10 materials, you take 3 pills, and the rest will belong to me no matter how successful they are. Tiandan and Shindan are the same. Xuanhuan said. What? Even Tiandan and Shindan can divide the account by 3 or 7. This time, Ji Fuling was shocked. You must know that although their alchemists can achieve a success rate of 30%, most of the time it is only 20%. Especially in the refining of Shindan, if 10 copies can be successful once, that is to burn high incense, and many times it is a waste of money. As long as there are divine pills in the account, even if you take some losses on ordinary pills, it will still be profitable, there is no problem. If this transaction can be successful, their infinite chamber of commerce will definitely not lose, and her status in the chamber of commerce can also rise again. She believed in Xuanhuan in her heart. After all, he could come up with that magical healing potion, which was a magic medicine that the infinite chamber of commerce could hardly find. Have you thought about it, President Fuling? Xuanhuan smiled. He had a Taidan furnace, and the success rate of alchemy was 100%. You may be able to make a little profit, but he is definitely not at a loss. The use of the empty-gloved white wolf to this extent is considered the ultimate. Don't believe his nonsense, he has so many excellent alchemists as a great martial artist. Humph. He must be trying to deceive me about the medicinal materials of the infinite chamber of commerce. Hong Lai roared again, remembering not to eat or fight. Haha, if you can run, the monk can't run away from the temple. I put a big martial artist here, where can I deceive me? Xuanhuan's eyes froze. President Fuling, I don't want this person to appear in my sight, I want him to disappear immediately, otherwise there is no need to discuss the next transaction. He is standing on the land of Dao, it's a death sentence to keep buzzing in my ears. #C56 Reach Cooperation. Hong Lai. Ji Fuling knew that Hong Lai had clashed with Xuanhuan before, and he has been sneering since then. How can the majesty of the king of a country be trampled on by others? She said, Hong Lai, it seems that my great martial branch can't accommodate you as a great god. I will apply to the headquarters. Now Bai Hua is the temporary commander of the guard. You leave immediately and disappear in front of my eyes. Ji Fuling, do you want to drive me away? After hearing this, Hong Lai's face changed greatly, but he immediately sneered, this is impossible, you have no right to drive me away, although you are the branch president, but the commander is appointed by another elder, belonging to two-part, I stay here and don't leave, you have nothing to do, there are people behind you, and there are people behind me. Ji Fuling's face was also difficult to look at. There are also many factions in the infinite chamber of commerce. Hong Lai also restrained her many times when he came here. Not listening to her words made her feel very uncomfortable. It's I who can't keep you, not President Fuling who can't keep you. In an instant, Xuanhuan exuded the coercion of the emperor, and his body seemed to rise sharply. The power of fighting momentum contained in his punch, and he slammed it directly. At this moment, the air was also evacuated and turned into a vacuum like the universe. You're going to kill me? Hong Lai's complexion changed drastically when he saw Xuanhuan's sudden killing. The majesty that dominated all living beings made him feel the fear of death, and he suddenly roared fiercely, exerting all his strength to face the bombardment from Xuanhuan. However, none of this worked. The power of this punch is indescribable, and the void around him is locked to death. There is really no way to the sky, no way to enter the ground, and when it falls on Hong Lai, it explodes like a star, making him look like a rotten flesh. Bloody. Ah. Hong Lai struggled, begging for help, President save me. This Emperor Wu wants to kill me, I have to report to the headquarters and send countless experts to kill him. However, Ji Fuling didn't respond, there was only an icy chill in her eyes, her mouth opened, although she didn't make a sound, she seemed to be saying that you should have died a long time ago. The next moment, Xuanhuan came to Hong Lai, his hand directly grabbed Hong Lai's neck, twisted gently, a powerful force of destruction emerged, and sent Hong Lai to the west, and he died completely out of breath. A blood mist exploded, and Xuanhuan was not interested in using the great devouring technique to swallow his energy. Finally quiet. Xuanhuan said lightly. For this Hong Lai, I have long disliked him. Isn't he just a guard, holding chicken feathers as a command arrow? What is the death of a guard commander? As long as I break through the realm of peeping spirits, who would dare to be a small divine ability? Jiuzhong came to question me. Although Ji Fuling didn't like Hong Lai, but seeing him die in front of her, she was secretly shocked by the ruthlessness of this great Wu emperor. She couldn't hold a grain of sand in her eyes. This emperor is too strong. However, although she seems to be an intellectual and dignified woman, she is not a simple person who can cultivate to the point where she can peek into the gods and become the branch president. Our transaction can continue. Xuanhuan said, if President Fuling trusts me, you can mobilize a batch of medicinal materials first and make an appointment. This is natural. If your majesty can give me enough medicinal herbs every time, I can mobilize more medicinal herbs with the authority in my hands. However, if I can break through the peeping spirit as soon as possible and refine the medicinal herbs of the divine elixir, you can get a lot. Ji Fuling was obsessed with the primary healing potion. It's natural. Xuanhuan threw it casually, and a tube of potion flew out. Ji Fuling quickly and cautiously caught it, and suddenly heard Xuanhuan say, we will have a lot of cooperation in the future. At this time, Bai Hua, who left first, also came back, bringing many storage rings. Xuanhuan glanced at random. In addition to the meteorite fine gold, there are a lot of medicinal materials. Among them, there are only 10 ingredients for refining the pills. Obviously, the medicinal materials of the pills are too precious, and Ji Fuling does not dare to use too many to test the water. There are other losses. Even if the grains are not harvested, Ji Fuling will not be too distressed. Our trade fair will be very pleasant. 5 days later, President Fuling can let someone go to the palace to receive pills. As soon as Xuanhuan put away the materials, he turned around and left the Infinite Chamber of Commerce with Lu Qianfu. As soon as he returned to the Imperial City, Xuanhuan immediately put all the materials into the first-level crafting blueprint of the Divine Machine Cannon and the Taidan Furnace. The rest doesn't need him to worry at all, it's all one-click alchemy. All he needs to do is gather materials. The magic cannon is being built. The Taidan Furnace is also very fast in refining medicine pills, except that the speed of Shindan will be slower, and the rest is only a few days. Although it was said to be 5 days, in fact, Xuanhuan completed all refining in 2 days. 5 days later, Ji Fuling personally came to the palace and received the first batch of medicinal pills. When she saw the divine pills rolled in her hands, the expression on her face changed. The quality of these divine pills was even better than those made by the alchemists of the Infinite Chamber of Commerce. Forget other medicinal pills, but this divine pill, even if they come to refine it, in fact, the success rate of 10 copies is very good. After she received the first batch of medicinal herbs, she had more confidence and quickly transferred more medicinal materials to the Imperial City. Especially the materials of Shindan. Anyway, there is a healing potion to protect her, so she is not at a loss. No matter how much he sent, Xuanhuan took it all according to the order. He didn't need to make it himself. He sent it to the Taidan Furnace and made it automatically, so he didn't have to worry about anything. Ji Fuling would make a lot of money, but it was Xuanhuan who really made the big money. He doesn't need to pay anything. The Tai pill furnace is rewarded by the system, and he can harvest a lot of medicinal pills, so why not do it? With a large number of medicinal pills and countless resources in hand, Chu Yuan's strength of the Xuanhu army has also increased sharply, and there are dozens of more experts in the magical power state in a short period of time. Another 20 days have passed, and now it is the 3rd day of the 11th month of the Dao calendar. Your Majesty, after 20 days of military expansion, our Xuanhu Legion has recruited 100,000 warriors. The lowest cultivation level is in the 3rd level of soul forging. There are more than 5,000 masters in the primordial spirit realm, and there are as many as 100 or 200 people in the divine ability realm. Lu Qianfu, dressed in military uniform, reported the latest results to Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan nodded. The battle army chessboard had already bound 100,000 people, reaching the limit. Although his army of gods and martial arts was only 100,000, each of them had the strength of the 3rd level of forging souls. You must know that the divine martial army corps, created by the late emperor, is only a channel and can be invincible. This is all due to the fact that the Taidan furnace can provide Chu Yuan with a large amount of medicinal herbs. After Ji Fuling tasted the sweetness, she ran to the palace every 3 days, wishing to live in the palace and not leave, wanting to see how Chu Yuan refined the medicine pill. But all Chu Yuan's alchemy was completed in the system space, how could she possibly see it? Marquis Zhongyong, you have worked hard, come and take this medicine. A pure white pill with the size of an eyeball appeared in Chu Yuan's hand, with 10 stripes on it, exuding extremely pure medicinal power. #C57, send troops to 10,000 Beast Mountains. I finally stepped into the 10th level of supernatural powers. After taking this pill, Lu Qianfu's realm reached the 10th level of supernatural powers, the same realm as Shangguan Qingyun and Li Yun. In the past, although he followed the emperor to conquer the world, after all, he was seriously injured and wasted for 30 years, which made his cultivation lag behind too much. Now, with the power of medicinal pills, he has unleashed his 30 years of spiritual comprehension, and finally reached the 10th level of supernatural powers, which made his confidence in himself surge to the extreme. Heaven-level peerless product, supernatural power breaking through pill. Chu Yuan smiled at Lu Qianfu. Divine ability breaking realm pill is an elixir specially used to break through the realm of the supernatural power realm, and each pill pattern represents a realm. Now, the infinite chamber of commerce sent him a lot of medicinal materials that Dao did not have. He finally succeeded in refining this medicinal herb, allowing Lu Qianfu to break through the realm. After all, Lu Qianfu is the commander of the army of 100,000 gods and martial arts, and he will even lead an army of millions in the future. His cultivation base is naturally high, and Chu Yuan has already asked Ji Fuling to collect the medicinal pills that can comprehend the spirit of the gods. There are also pills that assist in breaking through and peeping at the gods, but this requires waiting for the provision of medicinal materials. Thank you, Your Majesty, for the Dan. Lu Qianfu looked at Chu Yuan's supreme temperament hidden in the bone marrow, and said with admiration, if there is no Your Majesty, I will still be the old man lying on the rocking chair. How come today's scenery, His Majesty's kindness, it is difficult to repay. Loyalty to the monarch for the country, this is what you deserve. Chu Yuan said, Marquis Zhongyong, I am showing you something. He took Lu Qianfu to a huge square, and there were thousands of cannons that bloomed hideously, as if the most terrifying steel beasts were lined up neatly inside. Thousands of giant cannons are so terrifyingly powerful. Lu Qianfu was shaken in his heart. Even if the minister has broken through to the 10th level of supernatural powers, I am afraid that in the face of this real ancient divine machine cannon firing thousands of cannons, I am afraid that I will not be able to resist. This is the most terrifying weapon of war, the gods and demons are terrified. The plan for the southern expedition must be expedited. Not only the Xuanhu army must be prepared, but the Forbidden Army must also be expedited training, and various war materials and departments must also be prepared. Chu Yuan felt that the time was almost up, and in the next short period of time, he would make more magic cannons. Humph. The 4 countries of the Great Diving are also continuing to increase their troops on the border. They probably know what happened recently in Dao. Even if we don't do it, they will launch an attack. When it comes to war, they have always taken the initiative in their hands. Lu Qianfu was also a famous general back then, so he thought about it and said, "There is one more thing, although the beast tide in the 10,000 Beast Mountains has receded last time, the group of big monsters have not completely given up." According to the Forbidden Army, the big monsters, the leader, the purple scale thunder dragon, has some changes. It seems that he wants to rush out of the mountains after the 4 countries of the Great Dive have launched their troops. Purple scale thunder dragon? Xuanhuan said. Back then, the first emperor fought against the purple scale thunder dragon. Although the first emperor defeated it, he did not completely kill it. Now that the first emperor is not here, this purple scale thunder dragon naturally does not want to continue to be blocked, and wants to rush out to cause chaos. Lu Qianfu said worriedly, "I am worried that it will take advantage of the fire and threaten my imperial city." Option 1. Lead the army of 100,000 gods and martial arts to the 10,000 Beast Mountains, annihilate the beast tide, get 100 fate points, and the progressive grip of the god of war is 10%. Option 2. Ignore the threat of the myriad Beast Mountains, focus on the border, get 100 fate points, primary defense formation X1, and nebula bracelet building progress 10%. Remarks: once the primary defense formation is activated, it can resist the attack from the Peeping God realm. The more external forces come in, the more magic crystals will be consumed. Xuanhuan saw these 2 options and learned that if he chooses the second, he can also get the primary defense formation. When the big formation is activated, even if the beasts attack the city, as long as there are enough magic crystals, they will not be able to defeat his emperor. Within the city. But what surprised him was that the options for the unicorn armor have disappeared. Marquis Zhongyong, go get ready. Although the Xuanhuan Legion has been established and its cultivation base is stronger than that of the previous emperor was a teacher of hundreds of battles. Tomorrow, he will gather 100,000 troops. Before the southern expedition, take 10,000 beasts. The beasts of the mountains are fiercely fighting. Xuanhuan didn't make the second choice. Although the primary defense formation and the nebula bracelet were good, he didn't like to put the threat in the back. Instead, he had to take the initiative to attack and solve it. The most important thing is that he has collected 60% of the grip of the god of war, and it is very uncomfortable for him not to collect all of them. Ding. The host makes a choice, and gains 10% of the progress of making the god of war's grip, and 70% of the current progress. Send troops to the myriad Beast Mountains. Lu Qianfu was stunned for a moment, and suddenly said in awe, "Yes, Your Majesty, this minister is going to prepare." The next morning. Xuanhuan Academy. The 100,000 warriors wore the dark armor unique to the Xuanhuan Legion. The banners of Dao flew in the wind and stood neatly on the school field. Everyone's face was solemn and silent, bringing a deep depression. Those with the lowest realm of 100,000 people have the strength of soul-forging realm, and there are more than 200 masters of supernatural powers. Back then, the army of 300,000 supernatural powers of the previous emperor was only more than 300 supernatural powers. Countless fierce beasts gathered in the myriad Beast Mountains, and the leader of the big demon, the purple scale thunder dragon, always wanted to invade the imperial city to cause chaos. Therefore, I decided to lead the army to completely quell this tide of beasts. How can others sleep on the couch? Just after the army gathered, Xuanhuan, wearing a royal robe, walked over slowly, and when the words in his mouth were swallowed, it was like thunder. As soon as he appeared, 100,000 warriors were attracted by his cosmic aura, as if their souls had entered a black hole-like swallowing vortex. Long live! Long live! 100,000 warriors knelt down in unison and shouted, "Long life!" The army is going on an expedition. Lu Qianfu led the army in front and waved his hand. Boom. Suddenly, the army of 100,000 people did not hide their whereabouts, but walked through the streets of the imperial city with great movement. Everyone saw the powerful army of Xuanhuan passing in front of them. But no one panicked because of this, but looked excited. They saw an army of gods and martial arts that was even stronger than when the emperor was in power. The imperial army guards the imperial city. Without my order, no one is allowed to enter or leave without authorization. Violators will be beheaded. Xuanhuan's army went to the foot of the myriad beast mountains. A total of 500,000 troops from the 4th Battalion of Ferocious Beasts were all stationed here because of the unusual situation in the myriad beasts mountain range. When the commander of the 4th Battalion saw the Xuanhuan army, his expression changed. They all have a feeling in their hearts that even if their 4 battalions and 500,000 people attack the Xuanhuan army together, I am afraid they will be torn apart in an instant, and the two are not on the same level at all. This is the most elite army in the empire. The reappearance of Xuanhuan is a sign of the resurgence of Dao. Kill. Xuanhuan looked at the myriad beast mountains with no intention of testing at all, and waved his hand directly. Kill, kill, kill. The earth trembled, and the murderous aura surged to the sky. Although the number of 100,000 Divine Martial Army Corps is huge, the formation is not scattered at all. Under the connection of the battle army chessboard, their momentum is all connected together, and the myriad beast mountain range is shocked like an earthquake, and the sky and the earth are torn apart. The pitch-black torrent billowed directly into the myriad beast mountains. This is the real first battle of the Xuanhuan Legion. #C58 Purple Scale Brontosaurus. The myriad beast mountains are huge and boundless, with various mountain ranges stacked on top of each other, and countless primitive jungles. In the blink of an eye, the army of 100,000 gods and martial arts turned into a black torrent and rushed into the mountain range. Like wolf smoke swept across the border, locusts crossed the border, and countless fierce beasts were torn to pieces by the attacking soldiers before they could react. Although there are only 100,000 people, this power is even more terrifying than an army of millions. Boom! 100,000 people formed an iron chain battle formation, and at the same time, they unleashed their military killing fists, and a thunderous roar exploded. Under the connection of the battle army chessboard, their movements were uniform and almost synchronized, and their mana flowed out at the same time. This march did not go around the mountain, but directly over the mountain. The strength of 100,000 people gathered together, not to mention the masters of the supernatural power, even the powerhouses who spy on a trace of divine power like a half-step peeping at the gods are absolutely unable to resist. That's the power of the army. Can burst out beyond the realm of power. Lu Qianfu is worthy of being a famous general in the world. He commands the army as if his body points to where to kill. The great martial army, a mere 100,000 people dare to break into the 10,000 beast mountains and seek death. From the depths of the cascading mountains, there was a cold and contemptuous voice. There are hundreds of thousands of fierce beasts in the 10,000 beasts mountain range, and the impact is overwhelming. If the Imperial army is not equipped with a large number of war weapons, it will not be able to stop it. Live with them. Emperor Dao personally fought and wanted to rely on these 100,000 people to destroy us, but how could we not give him face? At the same time, the suppressed beast tide in the myriad beast mountains surged again. Almost in a short time, more than hundreds of thousands of beasts were killed from all directions, surrounding 100,000 gods and martial arts in the middle. Moreover, the beasts are still appearing continuously, trying to besiege and consume the army of Xuanhuan with an absolute numerical advantage. There are golden-winged upang flying in the sky. There is a huge giant ape roaring. There are even more dragons surrounding the sky. The chain of iron chains, the martial arts, killing fist, the killing field. Chu Yuan did not take action immediately, but stood in the back coldly, scanning the entire battlefield. Although the army of 100,000 people was smaller than the army of fierce beasts with dozens of millions of people, the fighting force that erupted under the command of Lu Qianfu was not enough. Are incomparable. In an instant, countless beasts were torn apart, and blood rained. These 100,000 people are like spears swept in. Surround the Emperor Dao, don't let him run away. This is the elite teacher of the Dao dynasty. If you destroy this elite, the Dao kingdom will be like an empty city, and you can drive straight in. Kill, kill, kill. Although the Xuanhuan army showed amazing combat effectiveness, the bloody smell made some low-level beasts even more crazy and rushed up desperately. Humph. Soldiers to soldiers, generals, Dao Zhongyonghao, your opponent is me. In the mid-air, within the endless cloud, there is a body that is 10 feet long and slender, similar to a golden leopard, but not a leopard. It has a long tail behind it, covered with ferocious serrations, but it is a beast. The cultivation base of this owl is as high as 10 levels of supernatural powers. Today, under the order of your majesty, to completely suppress the beasts, the alien beasts, come on. Lu Qianfu flew and killed him. Have already entangled Lu Qianfu, and then we will clean up this little emperor. Yes, if he dies, the army will collapse in an instant, and the great martial arts group will be headless, and those tens of millions of creatures will be the blood food in my mouth. Although he killed the Zidian Lei Jiao before, he was only leading the army. At that time, there was Lu Qianfu. Now our beasts have surrounded the army of 100,000 people. With his strength, he will not be our opponent at all. During the exchange of consciousness of the three big monsters, a roaring sound broke out, impacting Chu Yuan's voice. Golden Winged Dapeng, the giant ape king. Red Flame Flood Dragon. These three big monsters are all at the 9th level of supernatural powers, and they are much stronger than the Zidian Thunder Jiao that day. The destructive power of the 9th level supernatural powers is extremely forcible. If they are allowed to rush into the army, even with the strength of the Xuanhuan Legion, they will suffer heavy losses, and they must be suppressed by peerless powerhouses. It's my turn to act. Chu Yuan's eyes swept out coldly, a powerful breath surged, and the surrounding void made a faint cracking sound. Emperor Dao, show me a move. The red flame flooded dragon's eyes spurted out angry flames and made a woman's voice. This was actually a female flood dragon. The snake-like body twisted, forming a boundless fire cloud in the sky. How can my power be topped by you? In an instant, Chu Yuan's power increased almost endlessly, forming countless swallowing black holes around him, and his punch pierced out, like an ancient god bombarding the rampage in the sky. Boom! The scarlet flame flood dragon king was severely hit with a punch, and the painful convulsions curled up into a ball. He was blasted to the top of a mountain, and the scales on his body were torn apart. The strength of this Emperor Wu is even more terrifying than that day. Kill, kill, kill this little emperor. Feeling Chu Yuan's strength, the giant ape king, who stood up to 5 feet tall, strode forward, roaring, and trampling to death an unknown number of beasts along the way, waving his arms, unleashing the power of the beasts. To the extreme. Kill. Chu Yuan's strength shook. According to common sense, fighting with beasts is an extremely unwise choice, but at this time, Chu Yuan did not step back at all. He used a great battle technique, turned the power of his whole body into a huge mana fist, and even fought against the giant ape king. Together. Boom. The two forces fought against each other, although the giant ape king was physically invincible. But the incredible power that Chu Yuan burst out was to suppress its burst, gushing out, destroying the dead and causing the giant ape king to retreat again and again. I'll help you. After seeing the golden winged Dapeng in the sky, he suddenly found the right time and turned into a golden lightning, as if it was traveling through the mysterious void, piercing through it. Court death. Xuanhuan didn't even look at it, his eyes suddenly shot out a terrifying black light, turning into a quagmire of devouring. The golden-winged Dupeng had just arrived in front of him, and suddenly fell into the swamp, making it difficult to move. Suddenly, he saw Xuanhuan grabbing it with the power to tear everything with both hands. What? The golden-winged Dupeng made a mournful and painful sound, and the sound of screams echoed throughout the mountain range. Click! The golden blood sputtered out, and the wings of this golden-winged Dupeng were torn apart by Xuanhuan, and then a figure flashed out, grasping the long neck of the bird with iron pincer-like hands. With a twist, the bird's neck crooked, and the golden-winged Dupeng lost its breath. My emperor! My emperor! My emperor! When the Shenwu army saw that Xuanhuan had killed the golden-winged Dupeng of the 9th level of magical powers, a loud shout broke out, and the morale greatly increased. Soldiers against generals, Xuanhuan took the lead in killing the golden-winged Dupeng. Boom! On the other side of the battlefield, Lu faced Lu Qianfu, but unexpectedly, Lu Qianfu used the Great Gung Gold technique, suddenly pulled out the yuan-shattering knife, slashed over it with one knife, and cut the Lu Qianfu into two halves by the waist. The strongest among the beasts, seeing the tragic deaths of golden-winged Dupeng and Li, felt terrified in their hearts. This Lu Qianfu is not the 9th level of supernatural powers, but the 10th level of supernatural powers. The big demons made a fearful voice. Also, what kind of strength is this Emperor Wu? Emperor Dao, your opponent is the Dragon King. A voice came out, and in the distance, a pair of huge long guns shot out a shocking thunder light. #C59, Suppression of Thunder Dragon. Boom. Huge thunderclouds moved, lightning and thunder, and wind and thunder staggered. The sky was dark for dozens of miles, and a sudden sound caused the thundercloud to explode. Suddenly, under the gaze of countless eyes, a behemoth appeared. This behemoth is actually an extremely long dragon. This dragon is more than 100 feet tall. There are hard purple-black scales on his body, and thunder and lightning as thick as buckets bloom all the time. On top of its head is a pair of dragon horns that emit thunder and lightning, and the huge dragon's eyes shoot out a terrifying cold light. Purple Scale Thunder Dragon. A real dragon. This is not the purple lightning flood dragon, the scarlet flame flood dragon's kind of flood dragon that only contains some dragon blood, but this is the real dragon. Emperor Dao. The purple scale, thunder dragon's eyes locked on Xuanhuan. Its huge dragon claws grabbed out from the thunder cloud, and it had 5 fingers, showing its pure dragon blood. The realm of the purple scale thunder dragon has reached the 10th level of supernatural powers. With its pure dragon blood, even if it is a half-step peeping god, it will hardly be its opponent. Purple Scale Thunder Dragon, you finally appeared. I thought you would not show up. Facing the majestic and vast lightning beam, Xuanhuan laughed and talked about the wind, carrying his hands on his back, and in an instant, countless lightning struck down. But what made everyone, including the Purple Scale Thunder Dragon, unbelievable, all the thunder and lightning was like rain, and when it reached Xuanhuan, it dissipated suddenly, as if he was the master of the thunder and lightning, and it had no effect on him. Xuanhuan threw a punch from the air. The air was condensed and turned into a vacuum, and the huge mana palm shook the dragon's claws. Even the Purple Scale Thunder Dragon, its dragon claws ruthlessly retracted into the thunder cloud. Emperor Dao, you are stronger than I thought. The Purple Scale Thunder Dragon made a gloomy sound. Option 1, conquer the Purple Scale Thunder Dragon, become a dragon rider, get 100 fate points, and Wings of Profound Spirit x1. Option 2, kill the Purple Scale Thunder Dragon, get 100 fate points, Thunder Dragon Soul x1. Option 3, give up fighting the Purple Scale Thunder Dragon, get 100 fate points, escape Sky Cloud Shuttle x1. Xuanhuan saw the 3 new options that had appeared. He passed it over, looked at the other party, and said indifferently, Purple Scale Thunder Dragon, there are only two options in front of you. One is to completely surrender to me, and the other is to be beheaded and removed from the myriad beast mountains. Presumptuous, you actually insulted Lord Dragon King. Qi Yanjiao King said angrily. Among the beasts, the purple scale thunder dragon is equivalent to their emperor. Who is being presumptuous? King Qi Yanjiao, come here, this marquis will fight with you. Lu Qianfu also said angrily. Want me to surrender to you? The voice of the purple scale thunder dragon became deeper and deeper. Emperor Dao, this is something that none of your previous emperors did. He can only make this king unable to step out of the myriad beast mountains, but he cannot make this king surrender. Not to mention, you are more ambitious than your previous emperor. I thought that when he died, Dao would be completely devastated, but I didn't expect that if you were a character, if you didn't die, you would be the king in the future. I can do what the previous emperor could not do, because now the emperor of Dao is me. Chu Yuan's voice was loud and clear. No matter if he is subdued or killed, as long as he cleans up this purple scale thunder dragon, he can solve the potential danger of the myriad beasts mountain range. But in Chu Yuan's heart, if he can take this purple scale thunder dragon as his dragon cavalry too, not bad. What a great emperor of Wu, who speaks so arrogantly. My strength is stronger than when your first emperor of Wu was there, and it is not something you can resist at all. Well, let's end this fight, this king, this time. Destroy you and your empire together. The terrifying real dragon pressure of the purple-scaled thunder dragon climbed endlessly, and the thunder light flickered in its huge dragon eye. He suddenly opened his mouth, releasing a terrifying aura, and a sturdy thunder column rumbled away. This kind of power, even the void was instantly pierced into nothingness. Human Emperor Fist. If you want to conquer the purple scale thunder dragon, you must conquer it with absolute power. Chu Yuan's punch made the world change color. Almost no one could describe the power. It seemed that a brand new world had been created, running through ancient and modern times, to destroy the decaying era and create a brand new civilization. Boom! The thunder column is broken. Chu Yuan walked forward. Every step he took, the majesty of the supreme humanity became stronger. Behind him, a terrifying vision of heaven and earth emerged, forming a phantom of the emperor, as if the real emperor had arrived, suppressing all enemies. This is... Feeling Chu Yuan's temperament, the purple-scaled thunder dragon was shocked and said in surprise, "This is the temperament of the emperor of humanity. Do you still have the appearance of the ancient emperor? The emperor is the most terrifying emperor among people. You must not keep you alive." Boom. 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 The sound of thunder explosions was endless, and the purple-scale thunder dragon opened its mouth and spat out thunder balls, which exploded beside Chu Yuan. Its huge body twisted indulgently in the void, turning into an undulating arch bridge shape, and the dragon claws with 5 claws ripped apart the sky, bringing a moment of black hole, and killed Chu Yuan. It seems that Chu Yuan is only the size of an ordinary person, while the purple-scale thunder dragon is 100 zhang in size, which is extremely unequal. However, everyone saw that Chu Yuan's temperament turned into a huge supreme figure, like a law, no smaller than the purple-scale thunder dragon. With every punch he swung, the huge supreme figure also bombarded with him, and the power was boundless. The fists and claws collided, and the mountain split open. Chu Yuan fought against the purple-scale thunder dragon in the sky, and the momentum was earth-shattering. Big Thunderbolt. The purple-scale thunder dragon is good at lightning magic, but Chu Yuan is also good at lightning. The two thunderstorms clashed, zira, the thunderous thunder resounded endlessly, and the two huge thunderclouds collided fiercely, setting off a wave of destruction. At this time, Chu Yuan stepped over and appeared on the dragon's body. He punched him fiercely. The terrifying force made the purple-scale thunder dragon roll in the air with severe pain. The person on his back was blasted. Purple-scale thunder dragon, surrender to me. With the blessing of the Emperor Sword, Xuanhuan's realm is comparable to the 9th level of divine power, and he has a Thunder Dao controller, which makes the danger of the purple scale thunder dragon to him infinitely reduced. His fist was like a gust of wind and rain, and it continued to fall on the purple scale thunder dragon. Even if it had hard dragon scales, under the blow of Xuanhuan, there was still a dazzling amount of dragon blood spilling out. If you want to surrender to this king, you are dreaming. What are you? The purple scale thunder dragon rolled in the sky, and the dragon scales suddenly exploded and stood upright. The edge was like the sharpest blade. When twisted, the trees cut off one by one. They chased Xuanhuan and cut him in half. My will is God's will. Xuanhuan's body shook, and his hands kept forming seals. 6 ancient stone tablets suddenly flew out and shouted, "Suppress the prison and seal the gods, suppress the thunder dragon." #C 63 seconds invincibility. 6 ancient stone tablets formed a circle, shrouded the purple scale thunder dragon in the middle, revolved around it, and immediately chaotic ripples were emitted. What magic weapon is this? Feeling the power of the suppressing prison and conferring God steel, the purple-scaled thunder dragon's eyes tightened, it roared, and its huge body slammed into it, but at this moment, it didn't seem to hit the air, but a solid iron wall. Dragon Transformation God Thunder. A dragon-shaped thunderbolt was stimulated from the dragon horn on its head, and it slammed on the steel of the suppressing prison and conferring gods. But what made the purple scale thunder dragon unbelievable? The 6 stone tablets stood still, and there was no damage at all. You must know that with its strength, even a treasure of the heavenly grade cannot withstand this blow, which is beyond its strength. High-grade artifact, the monument to suppress the prison and seal the gods. Xuanhuan said lightly. What, a high-grade artifact? Purple scale thunder dragon trembled. How can you have a high-grade artifact? This is impossible. Could it be left to you by the first emperor of Great Wu? No, if he had a high-grade artifact back then, I would have been sealed or even beheaded by him long ago. It is impossible to live to the present, high-grade artifacts. It is impossible to possess the realm of peeping gods. Your Majesty also has a high-grade artifact. This is the foundation of the Invincible dynasty. Lu Qianfu was also shocked, and he couldn't help screaming and roaring in his heart. Purple scale, thunder dragon, can you surrender? Xuanhuan's voice was loud. Submit, it's impossible, I don't accept it. The purple scale thunder dragon stared at the statue of suppressing the prison conferring God. It didn't doubt Xuanhuan's words. This was indeed the power of a divine weapon. When it opened its mouth, it spewed out a mouthful of dragon blood. These dragon blood twisted and turned into a blood talisman. With my blood, transform my power, the talisman of dragon blood, kill everything. This blood talisman with dragon power blooms, as if it had summoned the ancestors of the dragon race. It was a blow condensed by its longevity. Go out. It is extremely decisive. Before Xuanhuan used the high-grade artifacts, it was no different from it, not to mention the sacrifice of the suppressing prison sealing monument. Dragon blood talisman? You want to run? Xuanhuan sneered after seeing this change, suppress hell and ban the gods. Xuanhuan once again urged the suppressing prison monument to confer gods. He danced wildly with his hands, as if stepping on hell, holding down the gods with his hands. Although the purple scale thunder dragon spit out dragon blood, the power of a high-grade artifact is too powerful. If it is a peeping god, or a mid-grade artifact, it can't stop it. The purple scale thunder dragon collided repeatedly in the field formed by the suppressing prison and conferred god monument. Boom! 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 The sky is falling, the rocks are falling. The 6 ancient stone tablets slammed into the body of the purple scale thunder dragon like meteors. It is a true dragon family, and its defense is comparable to a low-grade artifact, but it cannot resist the bombardment of a high-grade artifact. Its entire dragon, under the repeated bombardment, the dragon scales shattered, blood seeped out of the mouth and nose scales, and the bones were broken, showing a state of collapse. Lord Dragon King. Seeing the tragic state of the purple scale thunder dragon, the supernatural demons among the beasts were all stunned. The Dragon King, who contained the blood of a true dragon, was actually beaten like this, by a human. Purple scale thunder dragon, are you satisfied? Xuanhuan resounded majestically in all directions, turning into a tyrannical mental coercion to suppress the purple scale thunder dragon. I don't agree. The purple-scaled thunder dragon swayed and gnashed its teeth. It was a dragon, with a distinguished status. How could he be willing to surrender to a human in his heart, even though the human was stronger than it? Then I'll hit you. Xuanhuan shot again. So everyone saw that the king among the beasts lost his majesty as a dragon, like a giant snake, being bombarded again and again by the emperor of the human race. Every time I get up, I get knocked down again. If you want to conquer a person's heart, you must conquer him first, and the same is true for the dragon family. Are you convinced? Xuanhuan said again. I don't accept it, I don't accept it. Your great Wu First Emperor can't make me accept it, how can I accept you? The purple scale thunder dragon roared. Okay, since you don't agree, I'm not asking you, purple scale thunder dragon, today I grant you the death penalty, those who obey me will perish for those who go against me. Xuanhuan didn't surrender when he saw the purple scale thunder dragon being hit with blood, and he seemed to have lost his patience. Since longevity is eternal, I am the only one. Boom. When Xuanhuan held up the emperor's sword, his immortal human dignity immediately spread, and a huge shadow appeared behind him. Wearing an ancient imperial robe, his appearance was exactly the same as Xuanhuan's, as if he had returned to the ancient times in an instant. In ancient times, the emperor was the ancestor of humanity, leading the human race to create an immortal civilization. The human sovereign sword has absorbed the beliefs and luck of countless human races, and the person who controls the human sovereign sword is the emperor of humanity. As soon as the majesty of the human emperor sword appeared, it completely suppressed the dragon majesty of the purple-scale thunder dragon. The purple-scaled thunder dragon shivered, as if it had seen the ancient times, the golden dragon, the silver dragon, and even the five-clawed golden dragon, the emperor of the dragon, all subdued under the majesty of the emperor, and became a mount to pull carts for him. Serve, I take it, my purple-scale thunder dragon is willing to surrender to the supreme humanity. When the human sovereign sword spurted out 100 meters of light, the purple-scale thunder dragon completely collapsed, unable to bear it any longer. The huge body made a gesture of surrender, and he no longer had any confidence to resist. It felt that it was not fighting against Emperor Dao, but against the supreme humanity. Purple-scale thunder dragon, you make the most correct choice at the last moment, otherwise a dragon head will roll off the ground. Xuanhuan fell on the head of the purple-scale thunder dragon, and the purple-scale thunder dragon did not resist, which means that the purple-scale thunder dragon completely surrendered to Xuanhuan and allowed him to step on his head. Ding! The host completed the choice one, conquered the purple-scale thunder dragon, and obtained 100 fate points, and the wings of the mysterious spirit X1. Swish! Suddenly, behind Xuanhuan, there was a pair of huge wings that stretched 10 feet. The whole body showed streamlined lines, exuding pure white holy light, and there were golden threads flowing, and it was covered with a layer of dreamy and mysterious mystery. Light of the Spirit. Wings of Profound Spirit, a mid-grade artifact. The perfect works created by mechanical masters can soar in the sky and travel through the void. Equipped with Shanling wings, you can fly in the sky without consuming any mana, and the speed of urging with mana will be faster, and equipped with sharp wings, it is comparable to a low-grade attack artifact, which can tear everything apart. Artifact skill. When the energy stored in the artifact is activated, it can instantly teleport thousands of miles, showing nothingness, and cannot be hit by ordinary power within 3 seconds. It can be recharged every 24 hours. After reading the introduction of Xianling wings, Xuanhuan immediately saw a holy golden spar at the connection between the center of the pair of wings, and it was sheathed at the edge of the wings. Blade. Xuanhuan was very satisfied with the wings of profound spirit, and the key was 3 seconds of nothingness, which was equivalent to 3 seconds of invincibility in disguise. #C61 Dragoon. Another artifact. Seeing the Xianling wing suddenly appearing behind Xuanhuan, the purple scale thunder dragon was shocked, thinking that Xuanhuan was deterring it, and secretly said, "It seems that I have not lost the wrong this time." Posture. Thinking of this, it also coiled its body into a ball. My emperor is above, I, under the command of the purple scale thunder dragon, control hundreds of millions of fierce beasts, of which they can fight, and the formed beast tide is also 15 million. I am here to be loyal to your majesty. Purple scale thunder dragon didn't want anything else, and completely surrendered his power. I didn't expect that what the previous emperor had not done was done by his majesty. The purple scale thunder dragon controls 15 million beasts that can fight. This power will be brought under the command of my great Wu, and the power of my great Wu will be the greatest of the 5, the strongest of all. Qianfu Lu opened his mouth wide. Before he started, he never thought that Xuanhuan would be able to subdue the purple scale thunder dragon. You must know that in some dynasties, dragons and phoenixes have always been totems. There is no reason to become dragon riders, but Xuanhuan did it. Your Majesty, I have as many as 500 great monsters with supernatural powers. Among them, there were originally 5 great monsters with the 10th level of supernatural powers, but one of them was killed by His Majesty. Now there are only 4 left, and there are now as many as 9 with the 9th level of supernatural powers. While the purple scale thunder dragon spoke, 4 great monsters with 10-level supernatural powers came out, and the beasts looking at Xuanhuan were full of fear. Marquis Zhongyong, you choose one of these 4 great monsters as your mount. Xuanhuan said. Thank you, Your Majesty. Lu Qianfu was also moved in his heart. In the past, even if they killed these rebellious monsters, they would not surrender, but Xuanhuan made the purple scale thunder dragons surrender, which means surrendering to their king, which is equivalent to the master of all beasts. His eyes swept across the 4 great monsters, and he said, in that case, Dark Gold Sword Tiger, you will be the horse of this marquis. The dark golden sword tiger was a fierce tiger covered with dark golden stripes, with long teeth in its mouth, like a long sword. After hearing the words of Marquis Zhongyong, it lay down on all 4s and made a whimpering sound from its mouth. Everything is according to the meaning of the Holy One. The current king is no longer the purple scale thunder dragon, and the power of the human emperor that Xuanhuan erupted has completely conquered this group of beasts and monsters. Besides, the gods and warriors can also choose a beast to sign a spiritual pet contract according to their own realm, as their companion, to fight on the battlefield. Xuanhuan ordered again, remember, these ferocious beasts will be your partners on the battlefield in the future, and they are worthy of your entrustment. Since the purple scale thunder dragon has taken refuge in me, then they are also my subjects, as long as they fight. Bravery is also rewarded for military merit, and enjoys the national fortune of my great martial arts, and treats them equally. When the purple scale thunder dragon heard Xuanhuan's words, he also let out a long sigh. It is most worried that after they are captured in the future, they will be Dao's slaves. But now it seems that after Xuanhuan incorporated the territory it controlled into the territory, the beasts also became his subjects. Yes, long live my emperor. 100,000 Shenwu army said in unison. Purple scale thunder dragon, surrender to me, you will no longer be the king of these 8 million beasts, but a servant of my great martial arts. Xuanhuan looked at the purple scale thunder dragon, thought for a moment, and said, I named you the mighty king of the great martial dragon and the dragon rider, and I will also form the ferocious beast legion, and you will be the commander of the ferocious beast legion in the future. It can be seen that your bloodline is very pure and thick, and I just control many resources that you do not have, so a breakthrough is just around the corner. Thank you, Your Majesty, said the purple scale, Thunder Dragon Mighty King. I will be the Dao Dragon Mighty King. Your Majesty, I have one more thing to say here. Purple scale, Thunder Dragon roared. Say. Actually, there is another reason for me to save the beast tide this time, besides seeing that Dao has fallen into decline and chaos. Winner takes all, loser for Ko. The purple-scaled thunder dragon revealed all of its goals. Oh? Has my great martial arts declined? Xuanhuan said. No, His Majesty's Great Wu is stronger than when the Great Wu First Emperor ruled. The purple scale, Thunder Dragon was also very helpless. The first emperor could not surrender it, but was surrendered by the second emperor. What else could it say unwillingly, and then continued, actually, someone found me not long ago. Who? Xuanhuan asked. The people of the Floating Cloud sect. Purple Scale Thunder Dragon said, they promised me that as long as I launch a beast tide and besiege the Imperial city, they will send strong men. At that time I will eat the blood and food in the city, and the treasures in the treasure house of Dao will follow me. Choose, and their purpose is the entire world of Great Wu. Floating Cloud Sect? Xuanhuan thought to himself, the myriad beast mountains are huge and boundless. When you go to the southwest, there is an open area. There are also records of a lot of forces. The sects and dynasties are densely covered. There. It was Yunqi of Floating Cloud Sect who found me. Purple Scale Thunder Dragon said. Luyanzong Yunqi. When Lu Qianfu heard it, he made a surprised voice, Your Majesty, the identity of this Yunqi is not simple, he is the founding emperor of the Dayun dynasty. The Yun dynasty is one of them, but it only existed for more than 10 years. And it was destroyed in a short time. Not bad. Zilin Leilong said, Yunqi is the founding emperor of the Dayun dynasty, and I also know that Yunqi came from Lu Yunzong, and he went back after destroying the country. Yunqi is indeed a character with a lot of skill. I have read it in the history books. After he founded the country, he expropriated levies and made a living. He didn't care about the people at all. He complained bitterly. I don't know how much wealth, but it seems that after destroying the country, it was brought back to the Floating Cloud sect. Xuanhuan sneered and said, but he shouldn't want to come back to restore the country, attack the beasts to attack the city, and want to break the peaceful life of the billion people in Dao. Option 1, go to Floating Cloud sect, get 100 fate points, 10% progress in making grip of the God of War, and 70% in the current progress. Option 2, don't go to Floating Cloud sect, get 100 fate points, and 1 random 3000 Great Dao magical power. Xuanhuan suddenly saw the two options that appeared, and his heart moved fiercely. The second option actually rewards a random 3000 Dao supernatural power. You must know that he now has 3000 Dao supernatural powers, each of which has powerful power. This reward is too generous. You said, what should I do to this Floating Cloud sect? Xuanhuan said. Yunqi was a master of half-step peeping at God decades ago. Over the past few decades, his cultivation has become even more unfathomable. Back then, he plundered a lot of treasures. The strength of the sect is actually not weaker than that of a country, and the forces there are mixed. Purple Scale Thunder Dragon said, however, I will do whatever Your Majesty says. How can the world of my great martial arts allow the emperor of the previous dynasty to stir up trouble? In my eyes, his Yunqi is just a remnant of the previous dynasty. Instead of staying on his own territory, he wants to stir up the situation, that is looking for death. Xuanhuan's gaze was already looking towards the southwest corner, as if the Floating Cloud sect was in front of him. He waved his hand, like a butcher knife falling, and spit out extremely indifferent and bloody words, although the great martial artist who commits me is far away, he will be punished, and I will go to the floating cloud sect in person. Hashtag C62 bombing Luyunzong. Go to the floating cloud sect. Yuanxi wanted to take advantage of the chaos in Dao to return to this land to restore his country, which Chu Yuan absolutely could not tolerate. He wanted to stifle all threats in the cradle. Ding. The host makes a choice, and gains 10% of the progress of the grip of the god of war, and 80% of the current progress. At 80% of the construction progress, Chu Yuan has already seen that there are 8 fingers in the system space, only the last 2. At this time, war is not a matter of playing a family. Chu Yuan can start it immediately when he moves his lips, which is really going to kill people. After all, the floating cloud sect once created an empire, and there are even masters who are half-stepped into the gods. But Chu Yuan couldn't let such a threat be behind him. After all, he would have to go for a big dive in person soon, otherwise he would fight in front and catch fire in the back. Marquis Zhongyong, send the order. The army of 100,000 gods and martial arts will choose their own companions and mounts. In the past few days, they will train the army in the myriad beast mountains. In addition, Marquis Longwei has organized all the beasts above the soul-forging realm to go on the expedition together. Chu Yuan ordered in an orderly manner. In the myriad beasts mountain range, there are the most ferocious beasts like wolves, tigers, bears and birds, and they are also the most suitable mounts for the army of gods and martial arts. So as soon as Lu Qianfu got the order, the 100,000 Shenwu army quickly turned into wolf cavalry, tiger cavalry, bear cavalry, and flying cavalry. And the beasts have gradually opened their wisdom when they reach the soul-forging realm, and they have broken through to the primordial spirit, and their intelligence is equivalent to the wise people in the human race. With wisdom, these beasts can form a large formation and perform the art of war. Your Highness, the ferocious beast legion has been ordered, with a total of 300,000 beasts in the soul refinement realm, 20,000 beasts in the primordial spirit realm, and 526 supernatural power monsters. Reporting to the sage, 100,000 gods, 100,000 mounts are all completed, and you can attack at any time. Mighty. In an extremely wide valley in the 10,000 beast mountains, hundreds of thousands of beasts and an army of 100,000 gods and martial arts are aggressive, each with murderous aura, waiting for the order of an emperor who is stepping on Thunder Dragon in the sky, and is ready to go out at any time. Preparation. By subduing the purple scale Thunder Dragon, Chu Yuan can easily mobilize the beast. Marquis of Zhongyong, King Longwei, obey my order and send troops to Luyun sect. Chu Yuan ordered, and the huge dragon eye of the purple-scaled thunder dragon under his feet also turned around, roaring out the dragon's roar, and the army immediately opened. Fly in the sky, run on the ground, everything. Although a large number of fierce beasts were mixed in the camp of the Shenwu army, these beasts were suppressed by Long Wei, but they were orderly and acted with the army without any complaints. If anyone saw this army, they would definitely be shocked. Especially the huge thunder dragon in front of the army, with a person stepping on it. The myriad beasts mountain range is an endless depth when walking in the due east direction. The danger there is that the purple scale thunder dragon is also afraid of being too deep and does not dare to go deep. It is rumored that there are peerless monsters above the gods, and those who are not peerless are not qualified. Go in. And to the southwest, about tens of thousands of miles away, is where the floating cloud sect is located. In fact, the land where Dao is located has no intersection with the southwest direction. It is mainly blocked by the myriad beast mountains. If it weren't for the establishment of a great cloud dynasty, perhaps there are many forces there. They are all martial arts experts, and the army moves very fast. In just a few days, they have crossed the distance of thousands of miles and reached the southwest boundary. In this area, the forces are intricate and complex, with hundreds of sects, large and small. And Flowing Cloud sect is definitely a super sect that is enough to rank in the top 5 here, not only have half-step peeping gods, but also many masters of supernatural powers. Floating Cloud City. Xuanhuan immediately saw that there was a huge city in front of him. The strong one was the fortress, which was enough to accommodate tens of millions of people. Although it was not as good as Dao Imperial City, it was not much worse. And behind Floating Cloud City, relying on the boundless mountains, there are many palaces emerging, which are their real mountain gates. After all, Lu Yunzong was the one who established a dynasty. Although the country was destroyed, it was still the same country, with sectarian rules and a dynasty system. Stop. Xuanhuan was right in front of the army. With a wave of his hand, the army of 100,000 gods and hundreds of thousands of fierce beasts stopped a few dozen miles away from Floating Cloud City. Ferocious beasts. Oh my god, how can there be so many beasts? Could it be that the beast tide of the 10,000 beast mountains has rushed out? There are also martial arts masters on the walls of Floating Cloud City. 50 miles away was a chance, but at a glance, the hundreds of thousands of beasts were densely packed with darkness, and a warning voice roared out of Floating Cloud City. No, not only are there beasts, but there are many people? A master of supernatural powers flew into the sky and saw that in front of the fierce beast was a large army of horses, densely packed like chess pieces. Report to the city lord quickly. With the sound of the alarm, the city lord of Floating Cloud City appeared. This is also a master with 10th level supernatural powers, not only the city lord, but also the supreme elder of Floating Cloud sect. After he appeared, he could barely see what was 50 miles away with the supernatural power of 10 layers of magic, and said in shock, "That is the purple scale thunder dragon, the overlord of the myriad beast mountains. How could it come here?" Zhong reached an agreement? Who are those troops? The Floating Cloud City lord saw the flying flag, and was shocked again. Shenwu Legion. The most elite legion of the Dao dynasty, they came to my Floating Cloud sect together with the purple scale thunder dragon. What do they want to do? In shock, he uttered a voice with majestic true energy and roared, "Purple scale thunder dragon, great martial powerhouse, what is the matter with you coming to my Floating Cloud sect? Floating Cloud City is high and strong, and it is also the home of the Floating Cloud sect. There are countless masters in the town, and it is difficult to attack by force." Lu Qianfu said that attacking Lu Yunzong was equivalent to attacking the capital of a dynasty. In the past, Xuanhuan relied on the formation and sturdiness of the Dao Imperial City and the palace, and held on for a long time, and finally the city was broken. My usual practice is to besiege the city with countless beasts and consume some low-level monsters. Purple Scale Thunder Dragon said. Has the Marquis of Zhongyong forgot about the cannon? Xuanhuan looked at Floating Cloud City far away, and with a wave of his hand, thousands of divine cannons appeared in front of the army, radiating a slaughtering cold light under the refraction of the sun. Magic cannon! The purple-scaled thunder dragon eyes shrank violently. Naturally, he didn't know it. Every time he launched a beast swarm, the magic cannons of the Dao Imperial Army would cause devastating damage to the animal swarm, but when it saw these 1,000 cannons, it felt different from the previous one. Longwei Wang, this is the real magic cannon. What you have seen before is just a fake, and it is difficult to reach even 1/10 of its power. Xuanhuan said. The power is only 1/10. The purple scale thunder dragon was even more surprised. No wonder your majesty has the confidence to go to the Floating Cloud sect in person. Marquis of Zhongyong, let the Shenwu army bombard Floating Cloud City for an hour, and then raise it first. Xuanhuan ordered. This is the first time he has tested the power of the magic cannon, and he is looking forward to it. The minister leads the order. Boom. As Lu Qianfu's voice fell, just a few minutes later, the Shenwu army stood behind the 1,000 cannons, calibrated the position, and after aiming, the 1,000 cannons fired in unison, releasing the first round of cannons. Hashtag C63, choose magic. Boom. Thousands of cannons roared, and the sky was torn apart. Thousands of beams of destruction as thick as water buckets blasted out from the muzzle of the 1,000-door divine machine cannon in an instant, directly spanning a distance of 50 miles, as if a fire descended from the sky, hitting the city wall of floating Cloud City. In an instant, the world was torn apart, and even from 50 miles away, a gust of wind mixed with moving stones could be felt. On floating Cloud City, the sky and the earth changed color. Although their city walls were extremely strong and given formations, under this bang, there was still a violent turmoil, as if an earthquake had occurred, and the entire city would collapse. This is the real magic cannon in ancient times? The purple-scale thunder dragon opened his mouth wide. In the past, even if 1,000 artillery cannons were fired in unison and hit it, it would only lift a few scales, but the 1,000 doors in front of it would definitely be bloody, and the 10th level of supernatural powers would also be resisted. Not live. Xuanhuan was very satisfied when he saw the power of the 1,000 cannons from a distance. This is only 1,000 doors. As long as there is a steady stream of materials, he can create 10,000 doors, even 100,000 doors. In a single fight, the magic cannon may not be useful, but it is definitely a weapon in siege warfare. The Great Wu Dynasty. An angry voice broke out in floating Cloud City, and it was a master with 10th level of supernatural powers shouting, "You guys actually attacked my floating cloud sect directly, Purple Scale Thunder Dragon. Have you forgotten our promise?" But what responded to him was the resounding roar of the 1,000-door divine machine cannon, spewing out the fiery snake of destruction. If it were other Xuanhuan fortresses, a few rounds of shelling would be able to uproot them, but floating Cloud City was tall and sturdy. This is the Guardian formation. If you can't even break through the floating cloud sect like you, I will not even talk about destroying the country. Xuanhuan carried his hands on his back and looked cold. He came to attack Flowing Cloud Sect this time, not only to relieve this danger, but also to let the soldiers prepare for the battle of attacking the Great Diving in advance, and appreciate the cruelty on the battlefield. You must know that the strength of Deqian is far stronger than that of Flowing Cloud Sect. Dao was strong in the past, and the first emperor was strong enough. Although he was not a peeping god, his strength was comparable to that of a peeping god, and he was able to suppress all powerhouses in the country. Boom! The whole world seemed to have collapsed, the void was torn apart, and the earth was full of ravines. The power of the divine machine cannon is too violent. Although each cannon consumes a fist-sized magic crystal, its power is not disappointing at all. The airwaves are maddening, the sand and rocks are flying, and the world turns black. Floating Cloud City has collapsed. After 10 minutes of bombardment, the wall of Floating Cloud City was bombarded, and the inside was suddenly revealed. But the bombardment of the magic cannon did not stop. After another hour of bombardment, a terrible scene appeared. Floating Cloud City is gone, all the city walls have been razed to ruins. I don't know how many people of Floating Cloud Sect were bombarded to blood, and they didn't even see the face of the enemy. The loss was unimaginable. The magic cannon is definitely the most terrifying weapon of war. If it was the previous magic cannon, even if the cannons were fired in unison, it would be incredible to bombard a few sections of the city wall from the sky, and it would be terrifying to level the entire Floating Cloud City. If only relying on the accumulation of human sea tactics, even if Xuanhuan had 100,000 Shenwu army, it would not be enough to fill it. After all, Floating Cloud City was the home of the Floating Cloud Sect. Move forward! Lu Qianfu shouted. Suddenly, an army of 100,000 people and hundreds of thousands of vicious beasts slowly walked towards Floating Cloud City with uniform steps. They did not walk very fast. But it was very neat, and there were rolling vibrations on the ground, conveying an extremely depressing breath. If it were the Purple Scale Thunder Dragon ruled, hundreds of thousands of beasts would definitely swarm up, but Xuanhuan didn't, but walked slowly by advancing. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. Floating Cloud City was also fighting back, and countless armor-piercing arrows shot out. However, there was a coldness of disdain in the eyes of the purple-scaled thunder dragon, and a lightning field was formed in front of it, and all the armor-piercing arrows could not hit it at all. Xuanhuan rode the purple-scale thunder dragon in front, and the army followed behind. 50 miles away, if an ordinary army attacked the city and walked past, I don't know how much trouble would block it, but there was silence in Floating Cloud City. On the horizon in the distance, the army of Xuanhuan finally arrived under Floating Cloud City with the beasts. A fierce and terrifying murderous intent turned into a dense black torrent and stopped quietly behind a thunder dragon in front. No one dared to speak, only the sound of the heart beating, like the sound of war drums. The Xuanhuan army, the breaths of 100,000 people, are surprisingly tacit synchronization. The Great Wu Dynasty is the great army of the Great Wu Dynasty. At the rear of Floating Cloud City, countless floating cloud sect powerhouses turned pale when they saw the forced arrival of the Xuanhuan Legion. It's not that the Dao dynasty has weakened, the country's destruction is just around the corner, and the Xuanhuan army is buried with their late emperor. Where did these armies come from? Where is the appearance of destroying the country? It is obviously a sign of rejuvenation. In the Floating Cloud sect, many people were the princes and nobles of the Great Cloud Empire in the past. Seeing such a sight, they were all stunned. In war, there are only winners and losers, and there is no mercy. Xuanhuan saw that under the bombardment of the magic cannon, the countless meat sauces in Floating Cloud City had no sorrow or joy in their hearts. They just waved their hands and looked at the countless Floating Cloud sect powerhouses crowded at the Floating Cloud sect's gate, and ordered to attack completely. Emperor Dao. But just when the army is about to attack, a power that surpassed the 10th level of mythology and reached the half-step peeping into the gods swept in, and even briefly suppressed the army's ominous aura. It was to see a godlike figure striding forward, in front of the army. This man looked like he was in his 40s, wearing a golden royal robe. Emperor Dayun, Yunqi. Xuanhuan said coldly. You are the great Wu Emperor Xuanhuan, I have heard of you. Yunqi's face was solemn, but my Luyun sect and your great Wu have always been well-watered, so why did you lead the army to attack the city? Do you want to stay with me Luyun sect forever? What kind of well water does not violate the river water? Yunqi, have you forgotten, did you discuss with this king before? This king launched a beast tide, and your Lu Yunzong took the opportunity to occupy the Imperial city and restore the country again. Purple Scale Thunder Dragon said disdainfully. Purple Scale Thunder Dragon, why are you with Dao? Yunqi was also very puzzled, knowing that the Emperor of Great Wu suppressed the Purple Scale Thunder Dragon and made it impossible for him to leave for decades. Haha, Ben Long is now the mighty king of the Great Martial Dragon, and this time he is coming next to destroy the Floating Cloud sect. Purple Scale Thunder Dragon laughed. What? You actually surrendered to the Great Wu dynasty? Yunqi's face changed drastically, and he was even more shocked than the army attacking the city. In any case, he couldn't think of the reason why the Purple Scale Thunder Dragon took refuge. Choose one. Extinguishing Sect Flowing Cloud Sect, obtain 100 Fate Points, 3,000 Divine Ability Avenues, and the Great Cutting Technique. Option 2. Conquering Flowing Cloud Sect, obtaining 100 Fate Points, 3,000 Divine Ability Avenues, and Great Body Protection. #C64, The Battle of Destruction. The two choices appeared in front of Xuanhuan again. This time, the reward was extremely generous. No matter what choice he made, he could get a 3,000 Dao supernatural power. You're right, King Longwei has indeed taken refuge with me. Xuanhuan is the king of the world, although Yunqi is a half-step peep at the gods, and has been a figure of the emperor, but his momentum has been suppressed by Xuanhuan. What a powerful momentum! Feeling this momentum, although Yunqi did not know why the Purple Scale Thunder Dragon suddenly joined Dao, He was already extremely jealous of Xuanhuan, and calmly said, Emperor Dao, what exactly do you want to do today? Destroy sect flowing cloud sect. Xuanhuan only said 5 words, but these 5 words were extremely cruel. He decided that he was not going to subdue this group of high-level executives. What? Do you want to destroy my floating cloud sect? Yunshi was shocked. When I established the Great Cloud Dynasty, although I destroyed the country, it was not destroyed. Instead, I came back with a lot of benefits. Want to destroy my floating cloud sect? Wishful thinking. That's because you haven't met me, and I will be your doomsday. Xuanhuan waved his hand, and the rolling momentum condensed into the banner of great martial arts. I will step on the Pinglu Yun zone. Those who commit my great martial arts will be punished even if they are far away. The 100,000 army roared in unison, menacing. Kill! 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 The cruel war was about to break out, and Lu Qianfu received the order. He was a real commander of the army. He immediately saw the 100,000 army form an iron chain battle array, like a chain advancing from this side of the horizon. From a distance, Dao's battle formation seems to be pushing past horizontally. The 100,000 army is actually in the soul-forging realm. Yunshi suddenly felt the power of the Shenwu army, his face changed drastically, and the soul refinement realm could be regarded as a middle-level army in the army, but the weakest attacking army was soul refinement. Even the Dayun dynasty he created, there weren't so many soul-forging powerhouses back then. All the beasts are all above the forging soul. Yunshi was shocked again, and gritted his teeth. Purple Scale Thunder Dragon, you dare to bring out all the elites this time, how do you think? This time, hundreds of thousands of forged souls attacked his floating cloud sect. The most important thing is that the fortified city they built has been completely leveled after an hour of washing the ground. Emperor Dao, we have something to say. Even if your subordinates are all elites, you still need to pay the price of blood if you want to attack my Luyun sect. I can compensate you, and I will not set foot in Dao. Looking at the hundreds of thousands of forged souls on the horizon, killing them, Yunshi also felt his scalp tingling. We have nothing to say, let's use this war to explain the final outcome. Xuanhuan said. You. Yunshi said angrily, do you think that my Luyun sect is a soft persimmon that can be kneaded at will? Well, since that's the case, I'll be with you forever, and see who can have the last laugh. Kill kill kill. Yunshi roared. Immediately accompanied by his roar, the gate of the floating cloud sect standing behind the ruins opened like a gate. In an instant, dozens of millions of armored, well-trained troops rushed forward like a rolling tide. Lu Yunzong once established a dynasty, and their army was also trained in an orderly manner, and Yunshi also wanted to take advantage of the chaos of the Great Wu dynasty to compete in the world, so he also built an army. These millions of troops are just a part of them. There were also tens of thousands of sectarian powerhouses who were also killed, all of them were elites, and there were many above the primordial spirit. The war was about to break out, and the contact between the two armies was also instantaneous. The armor of the Shenwu army was pitch black, while that of the floating cloud sect was white and silver. Immediately, two torrents of completely different colors were seen fighting together. If you talk about the number of soul-forging realms, it is naturally Xuanhuan's mixed army that has the upper hand. However, after all, this is the old nest of floating cloud sect, occupying a favorable geographical location. Therefore, at the moment of the fight, the blood was billowing into the sky, all kinds of fighting were chaotic together, and a fierce battlefield was formed. Just in an instant, many soldiers on both sides fell in a pool of blood. Xuanhuan's face was calm, even though it was his divine martial army who fell. But war is not a family game, it really kills people. Even this cruelty can't be tolerated, so how can we face a bloodier war? Disperse the army of Shenwu, they are only 100,000 people. There are floating cloud sect powerhouses roaring. If there are many warriors, they are naturally many, but Xuanhuan has a battle army chessboard. In his mind, the compass world emerges, and he turns the army of 100,000 into a seamless one. Boom! At this time, a team of 5,000 warriors, all in cloud-colored armor, armed with long spears, were instantly killed from the mountain gate, and each of their strengths actually reached the 10th level of soul refinement. As soon as these 5,000 people entered the battlefield, each of them was extremely powerful, and they were very tacit, resulting in tyrannical slaughter. Under the army, countless beasts fell. Luyun Guard. This is the most elite guard of the Dayan Empire, back then, stop them. Lu Qianfu shouted, every dynasty has its own trump card, just like the most elite army of Dao is the army of Shenwu, and the floating cloud sect is the floating cloud guard. Although decades have passed, its strength is stronger than that of the year. Lu Qianfu, I heard of your name back then, and you were also a warrior. The one who led the 5,000 Luyun guards was a middle-aged man with a grim expression. His cultivation had reached the 10th level of supernatural powers. In an instant, dozens of beasts and warriors were killed. The great general of the Great Cloud Dynasty, who was also the great cloud god of war, Feng Lei. Soldiers against generals. As soon as Lu Qianfu saw Feng Lei, he burst into a huge fighting spirit. Okay, I heard about your name back then, but it's a pity that I didn't have a chance to fight with you, Feng Lei. Eat my knife, man and knife, become one. Lu Qianfu instantly burst into golden sword light, and his whole soul was fused with his Yuan shattering sword, and he struck a blow without distinction. The two commanders fought together in an instant. On the other side of the battlefield, Yunqi sneered, how about it, Emperor Dao, have you seen the power of my floating cloud sect? Don't think that with the help of the purple scale thunder dragon, I can destroy my floating cloud sect. You think too much. My floating cloud sect also has a background. Your strength has not disappointed me. If you are not strong, what will my Shenwu Legion use to train troops? Unexpectedly, Xuanhuan did not change color when he saw the tragic battlefield. After hearing Xuanhuan's wild words, Yunqi's face was also distorted, and he said angrily, I actually thought of using my army to train troops, okay. I'll see how many lives you have used for training, and today I will also let your 100,000 gods have suffered heavy losses. Kill kill kill. Yunqi roared. This time, all the troops of the floating cloud sect came out, and even the background of the sect was used. Yunqi, fight me. Xuanhuan stepped away from the head of the purple scale thunder dragon and flew to the middle of the battlefield in an instant. #C65 Unstoppable. Boom. As soon as Xuanhuan came to the center of the battlefield, his body was like lightning. A floating cloud sect's supernatural power elder just wanted to suddenly enter the army, but his speed was like a teleportation. The wings of Xianling opened up, and then they slammed away, and in an instant, they came to the elder of the supernatural power, and the power of thunder and lightning in the palm of his hand was filled, and he killed the elder of the supernatural power. So fast, so powerful. Yunqi saw the power of Xuanhuan. His expression condensed, a vast mana swept out from his body, he strode forward, and roared, Emperor Dao, your opponent is me. Void Hollow. With a wave of his two big hands, the void suddenly spun, everything turned into a spiral, and the whole world seemed to have turned into chaos, a vast expanse. Half-step peek at the power of God. Although Xuanhuan suppressed the purple scale thunder dragon, whose strength was comparable to the half-step peeping god, he did not fight the real half-step peeping god. Half a step into the gods, I have already spied a trace of the power of the gods. In the eyes of the world, such a strong man has initially mastered the power of Allah, and there is a mysterious power that turns corruption into magic. In the face of Yunqi's shot, Xuanhuan's fighting spirit was high. Even the power of the 10th supernatural power will collapse under Xuanhuan's grasp. But Xuanhuan seemed to be bombarded into a mysterious world, and was resolved by a mysterious law. Even if you are a half-step peeping god, you are not a real god peeping powerhouse after all, and you can't bear my power at all, and you are broken. Xuanhuan used his power again, and the mountains roared and tsunami. His power actually shattered Yunqi's void, revealing his true form. What? With sheer power, I can break through my void? Yunqi exclaimed in shock. Fight 7. But Xuanhuan did not answer, but directly used the 7 fighting styles. His palm seemed to turn into a vast expanse that ripped apart the world, showing the Supreme Humane, with the shadow of the Supreme, killing it directly. He came to Yunqi again. The power of the Emperor, the appearance of the Emperor. Yunqi used to be the lord of a country, and he was more impressed with the majesty of the Imperial way. Boom! Yunqi took the palm of his hand, and he stepped back again and again. Even if he was half-stepped, he couldn't accept it, and shouted, Emperor Tiao, your strength is more powerful than I imagined, but it's still not enough. Not enough. The giant palm like a god carries pure golden light, piercing out from the void. As a peerless master of half-step peeping at God, how could he be afraid of Xuanhuan? Stop talking nonsense, I'm going to kill you today. Xuanhuan's mana exploded, and the big thunder and lightning technique condensed a violent halberd. Just like the essence, the thunder and lightning halberds burst out everywhere, exuding immortal majesty. Bang bang bang. A strange scene appeared on the battlefield. As a half-step peeping god, Yunqi did not gain the upper hand, but was completely suppressed by Xuanhuan. When the soldiers on both sides saw such a scene, the impact on morale was huge. I saw that the Xuanhuan Legion saw that Xuanhuan was invincible and defeated the opponent's suzerain. The battle power that erupted at this moment was to suppress the opponent's legion went back. Above the earth, there are fallen soldiers everywhere. Great devouring technique. Countless soul power and blood energy poured into Xuanhuan's body at this moment along with devouring. The great devouring technique devours everything, and this tragic battlefield is undoubtedly the most natural place to devour. The wings of the clouds. Seeing that the morale on his side was greatly affected, Yunqi also knew that he must not be entangled with Xuanhuan like this. With a swipe behind his back, a pair of golden wings popped out. The edge seems to be mixed with the void. The wings of flowing clouds, a low-grade artifact, is the treasure of the flowing cloud sect. Although the flowing cloud sect did not have the real power of peeping over the gods, after all, it had been established for hundreds of years. The purpose of opening up a country was to collect enough materials to build this pair of flowing cloud wings. But this also shows the preciousness of the artifact. Even a low-grade artifact took hundreds of years of floating cloud sect's heritage. Void Shuttle. Under the blessing of Lu Yun's wing, Yunqi's speed was extremely fast, as if he was teleporting. He knew that Xuanhuan's power was extremely strong, so he wanted to use his speed to find his weakness and perform a one-hit kill. Emperor Tiao, what is my speed? Yunqi was not sure. He was still talking in front of Xuanhuan, but in the next second the afterimage shattered, and he shuttled behind Xuanhuan. It's just a low-grade artifact. Xuanhuan said lightly. Boy, don't be mad, even if it's a low-grade artifact, it's not something you can possess. Yunqi sneered in disdain. He activated the divine artifact skill, turned into a cloud strike, and the speed was as fast as a ray of light. A low-quality artifact is really not worth looking at. Xuanhuan waved his hands, and 6 ancient monuments flew out, suppressing the prison and sealing the gods, sealing the void. Boom! Yunqi launched a Lu Yun strike, originally wanting to kill Xuanhuan at an extremely fast speed, but unexpectedly, he slammed, and it seemed that he had slammed into a steel plate. This is? Yunqi was stunned for a moment, seeing the 6 ancient monuments appearing around him. The power of the artifact suddenly changed his face. Artifact, this is also an artifact. How could you have an artifact, and this is a space domain artifact? At least it is a mid-grade artifact. He never imagined that Xuanhuan would possess such a terrifying artifact. Idiot. Purple Scale Thunder Dragon looked at Yunqi with an idiot-like look, and said disdainfully, if it wasn't like this, how could this king surrender? The Great Wu dynasty actually has an artifact. The moment Xuanhuan used the divine weapon, 4 figures flickered out from the deepest part of the floating cloud sex gate. All of them were old men with deep wrinkles and ravines on their faces and pale hair. 4 Supreme Elders. Yunqi said, I didn't expect this battle to disturb the 4 Supreme Elders. He knew that the eldest of the 4 Supreme Elders had lived for more than 450 years, and the 500-year-old age limit for supernatural powers was approaching. You will not leave the border until the time of the sect crisis. The sect is in crisis, and we must also take action. The elder standing at the forefront was actually a half-step peeping into the gods. He was the former sect master of the Floating Cloud sect. Looking at the monument for suppressing the prison and conferring gods, his face was filled with insane excitement. If you can let me get this space, I can even comprehend the laws of the divine artifact in the realm before I sit down, break through the peeping gods, and live 1,000 years. The 4 of you are about to bury your heads in the less, and you dare to covet my divine weapon. Xuanhuan said. Ha 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 ha, Junior, Lu Yun, are the founder of the Floating Cloud sect. Even if I try to get the most out of it today, I will still win this divine weapon from you. The half-stepped old man, Lu Yun, laughed loudly. Your Majesty, leave that Lu Yun to me. The tip of the Purple Scale Thunder Dragon spit out dragon breath. Purple Scale Thunder Dragon, you go to support the battlefield below and hold back all their supernatural powerhouses. Xuanhuan waved his hand, okay, don't count on the few of you people, I am today. All cut. Hashtag C66 rather kill. I don't need my help to deal with the half-step peeping god? The Purple Scale Thunder Dragon was also stunned for a moment, and some guesses couldn't figure out what Xuanhuan was thinking, but it didn't ask any more questions, and it did what it wanted it to do. Immediately, its huge body flew into the battlefield, and the moment it unfolded, the thunderclouds were dense clouds. Originally the setting sun was like blood, but within 12 miles of the void, there were countless sturdy thunderbolts bombarding down. As soon as these thunderbolts came down, they covered the sky and covered the earth, and almost in the blink of an eye, thousands of Lu Yunzong's army was slashed to death. Purple Scale Thunder Dragon, you are courting death. See the purple-scaled thunder dragon slaughtering ordinary soldiers. The 3 old men with 10th-level supernatural powers suddenly became angry, knowing that letting such a strong man enter the battlefield can definitely affect the victory or defeat of a war, and suddenly the mana danced wildly and stormed away. It's just you? Purple Scale Thunder Dragon was disdainful. And us? In an instant, 2 more figures joined the battle, both of them being powerhouses with supernatural powers. The 5 supernatural powers and 10 layers of siege to the Purple Scale Thunder Dragon. After all, Lu Yunzong has been established for hundreds of years, and it has a profound background. Compared with Dao, there are not many supernatural powers, not to mention that they are still fighting in their own sect. But the battlefield here in the Purple Scale Thunder Dragon is not the most important, and it is Xuanhuan's side who can really dominate the situation. Yunqi, this Emperor of Great Wu is unfathomable and must not be underestimated, but this time for me, Lu Yunzong, is a disaster and an opportunity. If we can seize the artifact containing the space domain, both you and I may break through. To the true peeping god. Lu Yun had already lived for hundreds of years. When he looked at Xuanhuan, although he was greedy, he did not despise him at all. Humph, don't worry, Sect Master Taishang, the divine tool is strong, but it depends on who is using it. He doesn't even have half a step to peep at the god, and the divine tool's power can't even exert 1/10 of the power. You and I join forces, enough to make him die without a burial. Yunqi sneered again and again. Half-step peeping at God is not really peeping at God. Chu Yuan said indifferently, "Today is the day when your floating cloud sect is removed from the list. The way of the emperor is to expand and conquer. The wolf's ambition, Xu Zier dares." Hearing that Chu Yuan wanted to destroy the sect, Lu Yun's old face also appeared hideous. "I have to say, you are more arrogant and domineering than the emperor of Great Wu, but your strength has not yet reached the point of despising everything." As soon as he made his move, the overwhelming mana turned into a wave of terror. Although he is extremely old, but others are mature enough, live long enough, and have more powerful mana, which is stronger than Yunqi's. And when he shot, he also turned into a streamer, hidden in the mana, and grabbed with 5 fingers, like a terrifying claws attacked with lightning speed. Court death. Chu Yuan stood in the void, the steel of suppressing the prison and conferring the gods was running, the tyrannical domain restricted Lu Yun's actions, and the thunder light gathered in his palm, like a thunder, rumbling, and the whistling thunder palm was crushed in an upright manner. Bang bang bang. Chu Yuan and Lu Yun fought each other for dozens of palms in the air. Not only did they not lose the wind, but instead made Lu Yun retreat again and again. Although he had strong mana, his qi and blood had deteriorated too much. How could he bear the masculine power of Chu Yuan? Half-step peeping into the gods is also the 10th level of supernatural powers, but he has only initially comprehended some of the laws of the divine realm, but has not really undergone a qualitative transformation. And Yunqi slapped Lu Yun's wings and attacked like lightning. In an instant, thousands of streams of light surged in his hands, not to kill Chu Yuan, but to trap him and create a chance for Lu Yun to kill him with one blow. Roll. Chu Yuan let out a deep drink, and the great devouring technique turned into a terrifying vortex. Humph. Yunqi snorted softly. He took the initiative to jump into the realm of the monument to suppress the prison and confer the gods, and then danced with both hands. A golden steel rope appeared, like a spirit snake dancing wildly. Hunchenling generally bound away to Chu Yuan. Flowing cloud rope, heaven-level masterpiece. Moreover, he is also extremely decisive, using the self-destruction method to let Lu Yun rope exert the greatest strength. Seeing that, Lu Yun rope was already inside and was about to tie Chu Yuan. Seeing this, Yunqi also sneered. After all, he is too young and inexperienced. He thinks that he can despise the heroes of the world by mastering an artifact. It is really ridiculous and pitiful, the Supreme Sect Master, now I see you. Chance. At this moment, Lu Yun roared wildly, and the power of his life erupted. The whole person seemed to be enveloped in a layer of fire, and almost all the mana in the body was activated, and the wind danced wildly in all directions. A gloomy dagger appeared in his hand, the fishy light flashed, and it stabbed directly at Chu Yuan's head. He's dead. Yunqi made a confident voice. But in the next moment, although Lu Yun's dagger seemed to have stabbed into Chu Yuan's head, his body was twisted like light, as if the stab was not a real entity at all. Not good. Lu Yun exclaimed in shock. Die. Behind the twisted body suddenly opened a pair of mysterious golden wings. It was Chu Yuan who activated the divine weapon skill, and he was in a state of nothingness, and his speed was as fast as light. In a flash, he turned around Lu Yun. Lu Yun looked down, a bloodline suddenly appeared on his waist, and his lower body fell straight down, causing the Supreme Sect Master to make an extremely miserable sound, dragging his upper body to fly away from the battlefield. A peerless powerhouse whose strength reached half a step to peep at God, enough to be the ruler of a dynasty, was actually cut in the middle. Chu Yuan looked at the half-body that flew out, his eyes were cold, his 5 fingers snapped open, and a vortex appeared. In an instant, the swallowing vortex made Lu Yunfei fly into his hand, and grabbed his head fiercely. What? The vicious and cruel devouring power revolved, and Chu Yuan directly extracted the primordial spirit power that devoured him. Elder Taishang suffers. Seeing such a tragic scene, Yunqi was so frightened that he couldn't even imagine the result. He never encountered such terror even if he destroyed the country back then. When he dodged, he didn't even dare to fight Xuanhuan directly. "You're going to die too." Lu Yun's primordial spirit had been completely swallowed by Xuanhuan, and his broken body was shaken by his hand and threw it out. He immediately caught up with Yunqi with a flash, and fell from the sky shatteringly, smashing hard on Yunqi. On the body. Yunqi screamed, her clothes in tatters. "How so?" Yunqi yelled wildly, "Emperor Dao, how dare you kill the supreme sect master of the floating cloud sect? Die!" Xuanhuan showed the power to dominate the world, and the fist in his hand radiated and smashed like a cross. Human Emperor Genesis. This time, Xuanhuan used the unique skills in the Human Emperor Sutra to kill Xiang Yunqi without giving him any chance to resist. "Don't kill me, I am willing to take the floating cloud sect to surrender to Dao. The majesty of the supreme humanity is too strong, so strong that even Yunqi can't bear it." He roared, but seeing Xuanhuan not letting him go, he made a mournful and desperate voice, "I fought with you." But his resistance was useless. Xuanhuan absorbed Lu Yun's primordial spirit, and his realm power had already reached a critical point. The punch of Genesis blasted out, as if a world was rolling over. As soon as Yunqi was hit, the whole person instantly solidified, and then in just a few seconds, it exploded into a blood mist mixed with the primordial spirit. Xuanhuan waved his hand, and the blood mist and the primordial spirit dissipated at the same time. #C67 Void Cleaver. Sect Master. Supreme Sect Master. The two sect masters were actually killed. This is impossible, Emperor Da can't be so scary. The people of Floating Cloud Sect were still fighting fiercely, but when they saw that the two sect masters were beheaded, they were dumbfounded, unable to believe their own eyes, and their morale dropped. At this moment, Xuanhuan stands in the sky, his majesty spreads infinitely, and the 10th level power of the primordial spirit ripples out, setting off him like a god. He actually chopped Yunqi. Even the purple scale thunder dragon was trembling in shock at this time. It felt Xuanhuan's aura. Even though its body was huge, it felt that it was very insignificant. If it had to resist that day, it would be a dead end. Destroy Sect Flowing Cloud Sect. Xuanhuan's voice was very cold, he moved his hand, and the wing of flowing cloud fell into his hand. Kill, kill, kill. Xuanhuan beheaded 2 half-step peeping gods. Lu Qianfu also seized the opportunity at this time and slashed down with a sharp knife, and immediately saw a bloodstain on Feng Lei's face, and the whole body was split in half in an instant. Invincible. 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 Floating Cloud Sect's defeat is a foregone conclusion. Their top powerhouses have all been beheaded, and the remaining warriors have lost their will to fight. Once the millions of soldiers are scattered, they will be densely packed like locusts, and none of them know what to do. The sound of fighting, crying, cursing, begging for mercy. All kinds of voices resounded. Your Majesty, do you kill or keep these sectarian powerhouses? Lu Qianfu said. Kill all the sectarian powerhouses, and leave none of them. Xuanhuan ordered. After receiving Xuanhuan's order, Lu Qianfu firmly implemented it, and the rest was a massacre. Tens of thousands of sectarian powerhouses were swept away and all beheaded. The army organized by the millions of Lu Yunzong also collapsed, and the number of prisoners captured is unknown. Ding. The host completes the choice 1, and obtains 100 fate points, 3,000 avenues of supernatural powers, and a large cutting technique X1. When the sound of the system sounded, a vast torrent of magical powers rushed into his soul, and he immediately mastered a domineering 3,000 magical powers. The Great Cutting Technique, one of the 3,000 avenues of supernatural powers, cutting everything. The void is vertical and horizontal, and the practice is to the extreme, the world can be divided into two. Ding. The host comprehends the Great Slicing technique and obtains the title of Void Slicer. Void Slicer, enhance the power of the Great Slicing technique, although the realm grows and grows. Having obtained another 3,000 avenues, Xuanhuan immediately opened his attribute panel. Name, Xuanhuan. Status, Emperor Dao. Realm, Primordial Spirit 10 layers. Gongfa, Human Emperor Sutra. Equipment, Human Emperor Sword, No Superior, Tai Dan Furnace, Broken, Battle Army Chessboard, Prison Suppression Monument, Profound Spirit Wings. Supernatural Powers, Great Lightning Technique, Great Devouring Technique, Great Battle Technique, Great Cutting Technique. System Space, the progressive grip of the God of War is 80%. Titles, Supreme Humanity, Lightning Controller, Son of Devouring, Upgradable, Battle Madman, Upgradable, Void Slicer. Fatal Point, 550 points. The current main line, destroy the country and the latent dynasty within 3 years, destroy the General Shangguan Qingyun, the Prime Minister Li Yun, swept the domestic princes, and unify all the domestic forces. If it is completed, the reward? The failure was ashes. Xuanhuan looked at the data displayed on the attribute panel, and nodded with satisfaction. Not only did he reach the 10th level of the primordial spirit, but he also obtained the extremely overbearing big cutting technique in the 3,000 avenues. Qianfu Lu, what's our loss? Xuanhuan asked. Report to your majesty. Not long after the battle, the Shenwu army lost 300, and the ferocious beast army lost more than 2,000. Lu Qianfu counted the losses and replied. The loss of a mere 300 people and more than 2,000 beasts smashed an army of millions, and it was only a small loss. It was undoubtedly a great victory, and this time they captured countless prisoners, many of them well-trained. Legion. If it wasn't for Yunqi and the Supreme Sect Master and all the sectarian powerhouses being beheaded, they would never have collapsed. Your Majesty, this person is called Zhao Jing. He has the 7th level of supernatural powers, and is the highest cultivation base among this group of prisoners. Lu Qianfu escorted a middle-aged man in armor and kicked his leg violently, causing him to kneel. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. I have nothing to say. Zhao Jing could see the truth clearly. Tell me about the layout here. Xuanhuan asked. Emperor Dao, as long as it is what I know, I can say it, but I only have one request, don't slaughter these millions of soldiers, they are all innocent. The city where they are located is only under the control of the Floating Cloud sect, and the sign later joined the army. Zhao Jing knelt down and said. In front of me, you are not qualified to negotiate conditions. Xuanhuan said. Yes, Your Majesty Dao. Zhao Jing said, this is the southwest corner. There are no dynasties. There are only hundreds of sections. Among these hundreds of sects, the Floating Cloud sect is not the strongest, but it ranks in the top 5. In the southwest corner, there is a completely different existence from that of Dao. There is no powerful dynasty here, but many sects exist. These sects have opened up cities one by one, and there are many people living in the cities. The purpose of their existence is to provide talents and resources for those high-ranking sects, and then these sects are ruled by the city lord. After all, warriors also have to eat, and they need a lot of civilians to support them. The place where the sect survives is more powerful. There are not too many rules, random killing can be seen everywhere, and the children of the sect can slaughter the people in the city at will. Different dynasties have laws. If you dare to kill people at will, the army will arrest you in an instant. In the kingdom of the dynasty, there is also a scene of the strong eating the weak, but it must always be considered for the people, otherwise water can carry a boat and capsize it. And the sect only needs to search for resources to the greatest extent, even if the people in the city die, it doesn't matter, after all, they are not trying to build a country, but to make their sect stronger. One belongs to plunder, and the other belongs to the cycle of feeding back. After Xuanhuan heard Zhao Jing's words, he probably understood that the southwest corner was at the border, and if he continued to walk to the southwest, there was an endless sea, and it was very dangerous. The people here don't know what's on the other side of the sea. It's like the Myriad Beasts mountain range. No one really passes through the Myriad Beasts mountain range to understand the situation on the other side. Your Majesty, since the floating cloud sect has been destroyed, do we want to return to the court? When Xuanhuan learned about the situation in the southwest corner, Lu Qianfu had already taken someone to sweep away the wealth in the floating cloud sect and asked. Option 1. The army class teacher returns to the dynasty, obtains 100 fate points, and the progress of the grip of the god of war is 10%. Option 2. Conquer the southwest corner, let Dao's flag be planted on every inch of land in the southwest corner, all the people will become Dao's subjects, get 100 fate points, and the progress of the grip of the god of war is 10%. #C680 Alliances. Southwest state is near the sea. Although it is said to be a corner bordering the 10,000 Beast Mountains, the overall area is huge, bigger than Dao, and because it is close to the sea, it can obtain many resources from the sea that are not available on land. So there are many strong people here. From Zhao Jing's mouth, we know that Southwest Prefecture has a population of about 1 billion, which is very large. For the time being, there is no need for a class teacher to return to the dynasty. Southwest Prefecture has a large population and rich resources. It is also a site that other dynasties have not yet developed. If the empire conquers this place, not only the territorial population will be greatly expanded, but also a land with vast resources. Xuanhuan said, Marquis Zhongyong, go, in my name, let those sects come here to see me. After Lu Qianfu learned about Xuanhuan's plan, he was also very excited. This was to expand the territory and establish a supreme achievement. The way of the emperor is to expand and conquer. As a leading general, he naturally likes to conquer. Thinking of one thing, he said sternly, there are many strong people in the southwest province, and there are probably as many as 7 or 8 people who are half-stepped into the gods. What if they don't come? Not coming? Xuanhuan said coldly, if you don't come, they will be the next floating cloud sect. Tell them that if you don't come to see me, I will take the army to slay them in person. I don't care about those sects, but those in the city. The population and the resources of the entire southwestern state, for them, it is better to surrender, and I don't care if they don't submit. Wei Minister leads the order. Lu Qianfu said. By the way, let King Longwei go with you. After all, there are half-step peeping masters in Southwest Prefecture, and it would be safer to have Purple Scale Thunder Dragon and Lu Qianfu together. What happened in Floating Cloud Sect was also transmitted at lightning speed. As a major sect in Southwest Prefecture, the strength was enough to rank in the top 5, but it was completely eradicated by the Legion from Dao in one day. Beheaded. If something like this happens, who wouldn't be terrified? No one panicked, for fear that the next butcher's knife would fall on their heads. Before these sect leaders could discuss the countermeasures, Xuanhuan's imperial decree reached their gate. Emperor Dao's imperial decree, whoever dares not to come, will end up raiding the house and destroying the sect, and the dog will not be left behind. The imperial decree is extremely overbearing, and these sect leaders are extremely angry. If it was put in the past, they would have sneered and ignored it, but the fact that the blood of the Floating Cloud sect was placed in front of them could not help them be careless. The southwest state is large and has complex terrain. Even riding the Purple Scale Thunder Dragon, it took 2 or 3 days to issue all the will. Reporting to Your Majesty, the imperial decree has already been passed out, but I also got a piece of news that those sects have formed an alliance of hundreds of sects, mobilized all the elite powerhouses, and are ready to come together. Lu Qianfu said. The 100 Sects Alliance? Xuanhuan didn't care after hearing it, but smiled. This shows that they are afraid of me, otherwise, these rebellious sect powerhouses will form 100 sect alliances. It's fine, let their elites be strong, all of them will come, so that I can catch them all in one go and save time. Wait for them here. Xuanhuan said. The entire southwestern state was plunged into a storm. After discussing for several days, these sect powerhouses formed 100 sect alliances, and organized a group of alliance troops composed of powerhouses above the primordial spirit realm. Humph! The great martial emperor on the other side of the 10,000 Beast Mountains is so overbearing. He actually destroyed the floating cloud sect and asked me to wait for all of them to meet him. It's really unbearable and unbearable. Did you pinch them as soft persimmons? This time, the 100 Sects Alliance is all out of the elite, even the elders who can't be closed in the sect are also out. Although Baizong fought fiercely for resources in Southwest Prefecture. But the Great Wu dynasty was an external force after all, and the demise of Flowing Cloud sect made them feel a kind of sadness of the death of a rabbit and a fox, but it became a rope. They formed an army of hundreds of sects and came to Xuanhuan's temporary camp aggressively. Originally wanted to start a war immediately, but the terrifying momentum of the hundreds of thousands of divine martial arts and hundreds of thousands of fierce beast legions shocked them. Everyone, since you're here, go in and meet your majesty. Lu Qianfu sneered, watching the arrival of these sect powerhouses, and he was not polite. Okay, let's meet your Emperor Tiao. At this time, a sect powerhouse, whose cultivation base reached half-step to see God, was the real person of the Giant Wave sect and the top 10 big sects in the southwest state, and said with a sneer at this time. Although Tiao destroyed the Floating Cloud sect, this time the 100 Sects Alliance gathered the elites of the 100 sects. Thinking of making a fortune here, it is still not enough. This time, the 100 sects will give Xuanhuan a disgrace. Otherwise, if such a ferocious tiger came to the couch, they would have trouble sleeping and eating day and night. The 100 sects are also very cautious this time, not all of them have entered. A large number of masters of the primordial spirit realm and divine ability realm stay outside, confronting the army, and those who enter are all peerless masters from various sects, most of them are headmasters, and the elders are too high. Characters. After they entered, they immediately saw a person sitting on a majestic throne in front of them. And behind this person, a purple thunder dragon coiled up like a totem. Emperor Tiao. After these bosses saw Xuanhuan, the depth in their eyes made their hearts shudder, especially around him. There seemed to be black lights, cutting through the void all the time. Everyone is here. Xuanhuan said. You are the Emperor Tiao. An old man with white hair in a Taoist uniform came out and said, Old man Qing Yunzi is the supreme elder of the Qingyun sect. The emperor negotiates. This Qing Yunzi's cultivation is also very high, even more superb than Yunxi. This is your Tiao hospitality. We have come all the way here, not to mention a cup of tea to quench our thirst. We don't even have a seat. Should we just stand here and talk to you? A man full of anger said, Although you are Emperor Tiao, we are also the leaders of various factions and elders. Above the Tiao Chaotang, the civil and military officials, including the prime minister and the general, must stand below, looking up at the majesty of the emperor. Lu Qianfu sneered, these sect powerhouses really thought that they were on their own territory, and they had to treat them well. On Tiao's territory, the rules had to be obeyed to them. Bastard! The man said angrily, we are not your servants of Tiao. It will be soon. Lu Qianfu said. Okay, Sun Yan, this time our purpose is not to quarrel, but to resolve this matter. The mature and prudent Qinjianzi said, Your Majesty Tiao, my southwest prefecture and the Tiao dynasty have never violated the river water. I don't know what your Majesty intends to do when you come here. Some things can be resolved through negotiation. Okay, Qinjianzi, I won't go around in circles with you about some things. Xuanhuan said slowly, this time, I will drive the expedition in person to open up the territory and expand the territory, and bring the southwest prefecture into the territory of my Dao, and all your sects must be merged into the dynasty, and the floating cloud sect is trying to compete for the deer. In the world, you have violated our taboos and have been personally exterminated by you, and I do not hope that you will be the next floating cloud sect. #C69 Do whatever you want. In the temporary camp, when many sectarian giants heard about it, their faces turned horrified. They would have thought the Dao army came to the southwestern state to expand the territory and invite them over. The more purpose was to extort some resources from their hands, and to deter them once. But what they never expected was that Xuanhuan actually wanted all of them to surrender, threatening to merge all the sects into the Dao court. Everyone was angry, they were all the rulers of the southwest state. Originally someone was going to shoot in anger, but Qing Yunzi said calmly, Emperor Dao, you should know that we will not accept such conditions. This is not the attitude we should have after discussing with us. You are mistaken. I never said that I would discuss it with you. This is my imperial edict, a notice to you. Xuanhuan glanced at these people and said in the tone of King's Landing, from today, the southwest prefecture will be taken over by my Dao dynasty, all the sects will be disbanded on the spot, and all the strong sects will obey the instructions of the court and be incorporated into the army. All actions must follow the instructions of the imperial court. In addition, anyone who dares to violate the law of great martial arts will be killed without mercy. I will give you time to familiarize yourself with the law of great martial arts. Do you have any opinions? Arrogant, domineering, rampant to the limit. Although the southwest prefecture did not have the peerless power of peeking into the gods, there were nearly 10 people in the half-step peeping gods. There are countless powerful supernatural powers, but now Xuanhuan has let them dissolve their sects and incorporate them all into the imperial court. These sect powerhouses, even if they are calm, can't bear it anymore. This is not at all in their eyes, as fish and meat in his hands, let him slaughter. Humph. You are dreaming. As far as I know, you don't have a few half-steps to peep at God. This southwest prefecture is our territory. Do you think that you have brought hundreds of thousands of soldiers and horses, enough to be vicious? Under the suppression of the top powerhouses, it is useless, you are too whimsical. A sect strongman sneered, and he said, Emperor Dao, although we don't know exactly how you destroyed the flowing cloud sect, but I know that you will pay a price for continuing like this. Oh? What price will I pay? Xuanhuan said. We are enemies with our sects, and the headmasters of all sects have reached an agreement to give up all previous struggles, form a sectarian alliance, and at the same time attack you with great martial arts, eradicate all your hundreds of thousands of troops and horses, and make all your great martial arts a country. Went out. This sect powerhouse is tough. Although his words were very straightforward, they all expressed the aspirations of the powerful people of the 100 sections. They really did not want a court from Dao to interfere in the southwest prefecture. Under the strong control of the court, they would not have a good life. Who is he? Xuanhuan asked. Report to your majesty, this person is Fengqing, the headmaster of Fenglingzong. Lu Qianfu said. Yes, I am the headmaster of the Wind Spirit sect. That Fengqing Dao was not afraid of Xuanhuan at all. Very good, pass on my will, raise Fenglingzong. Fengqing angers the holy words, it should be cut. Xuanhuan's cold and cruel voice passed out. Ha ha ha, do you still want to kill me? Although Fengqing didn't peep at the gods in half a step, he still had the 10th level of supernatural powers, and laughed disdainfully. He really thought it was his great martial arts. But as soon as his voice fell, his pupils suddenly widened, clutching his neck, a line of blood first appeared, and then the blood spurted, and his neck actually fell off. How did Fengqing die? Who was he killed by? For a while, there was silence in the camp, and the silence was suppressed to the extreme. Although Fengqing is only a 10th level supernatural power, he is also a well-known expert in the southwest state, but this one exists, but he died in a mysterious way. It seemed like a long time before a headmaster said tremblingly, "Who of you can see how Fengqing died?" It was killed by Emperor Dao. If the old man is not mistaken, you should have used a 3,000 magical powers? After all, Qing Yunzi had the highest cultivation level of everyone present. He saw that Xuanhuan raised his hand just now, and a black light thinner than a line flew out, unexpectedly passing around Fengqing's neck. You see it very well, I have indeed used a 3,000 magical powers. Xuanhuan's fingers had a dark silk thread wrapped around them softly, and said indifferently, "This is a big cutting technique." What? It is rumored that it can cut everything, even cut space and cut the world. Qin Jianzi was alarmed, and the 3,000 magical powers were also divided into strengths and weaknesses, such as the Great Cause and Effect technique, the Great Time technique, and the Great Destruction technique. If Xuanhuan had performed a big cutting technique on him just now, he would definitely be in a hurry. And these sect powerhouses also gradually understood how terrifying the floating cloud sect encountered. At this time, Xuanhuan killed Fengqing, shocking everyone, and he did not leave the throne even after he took action, and continued at this time, "My patience is very poor, subduing you is just a matter of convenience, and if you are obsessed, I don't care. Start killing, don't challenge my patience, I definitely have this ability. Emperor Dao, it is absolutely impossible to surrender to you, we can do it another way." Qing Yunzi was extremely afraid of Xuanhuan's strength, and said, "Although my southwest prefecture is not a rich place, it is close to the ocean and is rich in resources. Our sects can donate some treasures to Dao. Your Majesty the Emperor, what do you think? And I also know that there will be a big war in Dao, and our sects can also send some large armies to form a large army of sects to help the Dao court." This Qing Yunzi is not completely ignorant of the situation. He knew that Dao was going to go to war with Daqian Shirgua, and both sides had millions of soldiers and horses confronting the border. If it weren't for Dao and other countries being tyrannical, their sect's tentacles would have stretched out long ago, forming a sect's army. It seems that they want to help Xuanhuan, but in fact, they also want to go to the other side to plunder resources and get benefits. This Qin Jianzi is really a scheming generation. Yes, we can still agree to such conditions. Each of our 100 sects can produce 10 supernatural powers, 1,000 supernatural powers, and I am afraid that you can't find so many supernatural power masters in the whole country in Dao. These sect powerhouses agree with this suggestion. After all, they all want to loot treasures in those dynasties. I think a lot, and my abacus is good enough, but unfortunately, my appetite is far greater than yours. Xuanhuan waved his hand, "It seems that not many people will die. You people will not be reconciled and recognize the reality. The dynasty pays attention to winning the king and defeating the bandit, and there is a saying in your sect that the strong are respected. Once the strength reaches a certain level, you can do whatever you want. If you want to do whatever you want, you have to ask me if I agree." At this time, an ordinary man with an unremarkable appearance suddenly flashed a murderous intent in his eyes, like a peerless assassin, suddenly burst out with half-step peeping power, a cold dagger with lightning-like power speed kills. #C70 Integrate Southwest State. The assassination technique of this shooter is extremely superb. He was hidden in the crowd before, but suddenly, he burst out with the peerless power of a half-step peeping into God. There is a kind of assassin's indomitable way of assassinating. There are assassins. Lu Qianfu said in shock. Emperor Dao, go to hell. This person's voice was cold and gloomy, and his speed was so fast that his afterimage was still in place, but the deity had already killed him. In the blink of an eye, a dagger's light stabbed over. This man's mana may be similar to Yunqi's, But this moment's explosion was enough to kill Qin Yunzi's top half-step peeping god. Court death. Wings of profound spirit, artifact skills, 3 seconds of nothingness. Chu Yuan sat firmly on the throne, this person assassinated, and the dagger plunged into a state of nothingness. What happened? This man was also very frightened and angry. He clearly stabbed Chu Yuan in the heart, but in the current state, he seems to have stabbed into the reflection in the water. Sect Master of Daquan Sect. Someone recognized the identity of this person. Trouble. If he missed a single move, the Sect Master Daquan was also extremely decisive, and he immediately retreated. He practiced the way of a peerless assassin, and he was best at killing with one strike in the shadows, but his combat power was not so durable. Where do you want to go? Chu Yuan's eyes shot out a dazzling light. His 5 fingers spread out, like the hands of God, the infinite thunder and vitality condensed, and the rumbling, majestic power instantly enveloped Sect Master Daquan, and immediately saw an amazing momentum and was about to slam down. Help Daquan Sect Master and kill Emperor Dao. Someone suddenly burst into shouts, and they could see that as long as Chu Yuan was killed, the so-called Great Martial Army would be self-defeating. I see who dares to come forward. Chu Yuan shouted loudly, the sky was infinite, the thunderous shout, and the clear sky exploded, which actually shocked the group of people to dare not go forward. Boom. It was just a matter of breathing. Sect Master Daquan was immediately hit by Chu Yuan's palm. He vomited blood, his body trembled violently, and he retreated violently. It's so strong? Sect Master Daquan also had an incredible color in his eyes, but he did not panic, but snorted coldly, want to kill me in the next life. In addition to the strongest explosive power that a qualified assassin must master, he must also have an extraordinary way to escape, leaving a dozen afterimages in place, each of which is real and indistinguishable, as if they were the Great Spring Sect Master. This is Sect Master Daquan's afterimage clone technique. Die. However, Chu Yuan's expression didn't change at all. Seeing these afterimages, his 5 fingers twitched again, and strips of light shot up vertically and horizontally. Blah. The black light that was cut in strips danced around, and everyone saw that the dozens of afterimages dissipated in an instant. Then Chu Yuan took a momentary step, and the power of the 5 fingers shrouded the big cutting technique was like a grid on a chessboard. Come down. Sect Master Daquan froze in place, then he lowered his head with difficulty, and actually saw grid-like bloodstains on his body. What? With a scream, his entire body collapsed, turning into grid-like fragments. Cruel and domineering. A half-step peeping master was actually cut into pieces, unable to even struggle, and the speed was so fast that it happened between breathing. Such a bloody scene was presented in front of everyone. Everyone was stunned. Before they came, they had been prepared to face the great damage to Emperor Dao, but they could not accept such a scene. A half-step peeping god was beheaded like a chicken and a dog, and it died so tragically. Big. Daquan Sect Master is dead. This is impossible. How could this happen? That is a master of half-step peeping at God. He's the devil. The group of people roared in anger and trembled in fear. They can experience death, but they can't accept this. Although the big Wu in front of him looks young, he acts like the most terrifying god of killing and is domineering. I have already said that the rebels are killed without mercy. It seems that you have not really understood. Since this is the case, Kim Jianzi, you are their leader. I will clean up you first, and then you will know that facing Dao, you only have this as the way to go. Chu Yuan cut Sect Master Daquan, and looked at Qin Yunzi again. The majesty of being the only one is even the Master Qin Yun, who has lived for hundreds of years, is frightened. Great fighting technique, 7 fighting styles. Chu Yuan's voice just fell, and his hands were already bombarding Qin Yunzi. His current realm has reached the 10th level of the primordial spirit. With the help of the 4 supernatural powers, the blessing of various magical treasures may only be able to block his fierceness. Not good. Qing Yunzi was enveloped by Chu Yuan's aura, and it was difficult to use all the mana in his body. He slammed his hands together and pushed out at the same time. The blue light was vertical and horizontal, and the void in front of him was slightly distorted, and a whirlpool suddenly appeared. Break! Chu Yuan just moved his body and punched his fist, and the cyan vortex immediately burst open, and then he came to Qing Yunzi's whole body. Every time he swiped his palm, there was an infinite amount of force, like moving mountains and seas. Qing Yunzi was extremely dignified. He had already slightly grasped the mystery of some laws, but when facing Chu Yuan, he was still powerless. He waved his sleeves, and the blue light was twisted, forming a circle, like a diagram of yin-yang tai chi, spinning rapidly, as if moving 1,000 pounds in 4 or 2, trying to resolve Chu Yuan's fierce force. Boom! Blast everywhere. The cyan circle map he condensed was blasted away with one punch. Under absolute power, any technique was useless, and even Qing Yunzi was smashed out due to the strong backlash. Want to die or live? Chu Yuan Wushang's will exploded, and then his palms shrouded the black hole and swallowed everything. Suddenly, he came to Qing Yunjinren, and he was about to grab his head. A strong threat of death lingered in Qing Yunzi's heart. His eyes were filled with fear for Chu Yuan. This person's strength was simply not something he could compete with. No, no. Your Majesty, stop, I want to live. Qing Yunzi was completely frightened. The minced meat of Sect Master Daquan was still not far away. He really didn't want to die, so he knelt down and gave a big salute. My Qing Yunzi is willing to withdraw from the 100 Sect Alliance, disband Qing Yun Sect on the spot, and take refuge. The Great Wu Dynasty is a servant of the Great Wu Dynasty. Long live my Emperor! When he shouted out the words "Long live the Emperor," he completely drained all his strength and no longer had the will to resist. What about you? Chu Yuan retracted the palm that was about to fall. Qing Yunzi's surrender was equivalent to directly disintegrating the 100 Sects Alliance, and everyone present looked complicated and absent-minded. Not surrender is death, surrender is there a way to live? Do they still have a choice? No, Chu Yuan has killed their other options. We are willing to submit to Dao and become Dao subjects. With Qing Yunzi's surrender, the other sects followed suit, and they all took refuge in Chu Yuan. #C71 Chaos of Princes. Long live my Emperor! All the sects completely surrendered and became part of Dao. Even if they didn't want to surrender, there was nothing they could do. Chu Yuan's power had already surpassed them. The death of Sect Master Daquan made them terrified, and Qing Yunzi's refuge completely defeated their last struggle. At this moment, all the sectarian powerhouses in the camp knelt down to Chu Yuan and worshipped their emperor. I didn't expect His Majesty to be so powerful, that even so many sects in the southwest corner have been subdued. The strength of my great martial arts can't be compared even when the first emperor is there. Lu Qianfu sighed that all this was like a dream, realized in just a few months. You don't have to cry and be sad. You wait for the establishment of a sect in the southwestern state to break through the gods, but who has made breakthroughs in the past few hundred years? And the resources of our dynasty are beyond your imagination, and it is yours to surrender to me. Chance. Chu Yuan said lightly when he saw the grief-stricken expressions of these sect powerhouses. Ding. The host completed the second choice, and obtained 100 fate points. The progress of the God of War's creation is 10%, and the current progress is 90%. Chu Yuan saw the system's prompt, and the final 10% of the progress of the construction of the grip of the God of War was still missing. Your Majesty, what should Southwest Prefecture do next? Lu Qianfu asked. All sects will be disbanded in situ, and the name of Southwest Prefecture will not be changed, but Linhai County will be built, and the state capital will be in Linhai County. Xuanhuan ordered, all strong sects above the soul-forging realm are registered in the register, and they are first incorporated into the sect. Inside the gate army, waiting for the next instructions, although all the 100 sects have been included in Dao, but no one here knows about it. In this way, people are sent everywhere to post notices, issue the laws of Dao, and set up various institutions. We have to digest the Southwest state as quickly as possible. After all the sect powerhouses heard the order, they knew that their era had passed, and they would no longer be able to make a fortune and obey the orders of Emperor Dao. It is not difficult to digest the population here. This is a sect city, and there is not much sense of belonging. It is just that the sect above his head has changed. Whoever you follow is not a mix. Your Majesty, the lightning bird is back. Suddenly, the purple scale thunder dragon said. In the distance, I saw a flash of light flashing. After seeing it clearly, it was a bird that was only slightly larger than a slap, but its cultivation level was the 9th level of supernatural powers. It was Xuanhuan's scout in the Myriad Beasts mountain range. The lightning bird is here. It seems that something big has happened to Dao. The speed of the lightning bird was very fast. Xuanhuan left it in the Myriad Beasts mountain range to monitor the situation in the Imperial city. It came back in such a hurry, obviously something big happened. Your Majesty's lesson. Lightning bird spit out a clear voice. Your Majesty, just a few days ago, a large number of legions suddenly appeared around the Imperial city, and now they have surrounded the Imperial city, and I also saw that the general and the prime minister have rebelled, and are now in the process of revolting. Siege the city. They rebelled? Lu Qianfu asked in shock. It's not difficult to understand. I have led the troops to leave the Imperial city for a while this time, and I haven't returned for a long time. Naturally, Shangguan Qingyun can't calm down. They know that if they continue, their rebellion will be found out by me sooner or later. It's better to start first. Occupying the Imperial city is undoubtedly the smartest move, and I am afraid that they think that I will die or suffer heavy losses in the battle with the beast, and where to lick the wound. Xu Yuandong looked at the fire, but his face didn't change, as if everything was in his expectations. As for those large armies, they are nothing more than canonized princes, and they are agitated. They should be headed by King Wei Wu. If I guess right, the border is also there is already a war going on at the same time. Internal and external troubles, two-sided war. This move is indeed clever. Time, they don't want to give me time. After all, I'm too scared for them. Xuanhuan saw through everything. Your Majesty, the siege of the Imperial city is urgent. If the Imperial city is lost and the rebels enter the Imperial city, at that time it will be troublesome. With the strength of the Imperial city, even if we have a half-step peeping expert, it will be difficult to attack. Lu Qianfu said solemnly, and the Imperial city is the center of the dynasty. Once it falls, it will be like destroying the country. You are right, the Imperial city cannot be lost. Xuanhuan said, no one knows the strength of the Imperial city better than I. It is not so easy for them to break open, but the damage to the people's hearts and the turmoil of the entire Dao national situation. But it's great. The city is not worried about the city breaking, but the minister is most afraid of rumors, but people's hearts are the most terrifying. Lu Qianfu said, if your Majesty sits in the center of the town, let alone millions, even tens of millions of soldiers and horses will never even think of attacking the Imperial city. But His Majesty is now far away in the Southwest Prefecture. They spread rumors, no one is in charge, and it is impossible to hold the millions of Imperial guards and government soldiers alone, so the minister suggested that they should withdraw their troops and return to the dynasty immediately, suppress the rebellion, and completely solve them. He was not afraid that the army of Shenwu would not be able to solve the rebellion, but he was afraid that before their Imperial city fell, the people in the entire Imperial city would be in chaos. Marquis Zhongyong, although the siege of the Imperial City is urgent, it is what I want to see. This is an opportunity one deliberately gave them, and it is precisely to make them move, otherwise it will be a little troublesome for me to clean up. You don't have to go back with me, although the 100 sects have taken refuge, but the people's hearts have not yet been subdued. You will continue to digest the people here with people. Xuanhuan's eyes slowly turned, looking at the whispering words, hearing the change of the great martial arts. The hearts of the 100 sect powerhouses were in turmoil. You sect masters, all of you sect masters, drop your blood essence into my chessboard. He took out the Zhongjuan chessboard. Although the Zhongjuan chessboard was already full of 100,000 people before, but in the battle with Flowing Cloud sect, 300 people were also lost, and they were just replenished. Xuanhuan added them to the Zhongjuan chessboard. Although he did not completely control their life and death, as long as anyone dared to rebel, he could immediately detect them and suppress them. Marquis Zhongyong, I will lead the army to return to the Imperial City to quell the rebellion, and the affairs of the Southwest Prefecture will be handed over to you. Anyone who dares to make trouble behind their backs will be killed without mercy. With a wave of Xuanhuan's hand, the powerful members of the 100 Sects Alliance, as well as the 100,000 divine martial artists, all entered the Zhongjuan chessboard. Take away the powerhouses of the 100 Sects Alliance, and leave hundreds of thousands of beasts to Lu Qianfu, with Lu Qianfu's ability enough to solve the follow-up matters in Southwest Prefecture. Then he crushed the one-time teleportation charm, intermediate level, and the whole person was pulled by an extremely strong space force and dissipated in place. At this time, Dao Imperial City. Originally prosperous, now around the high city, people in all directions were bombarded with great magic power into a plain, and millions of troops were densely packed like locusts to surround the entire Imperial City, and they continued to attack. Xuanhuan was not here. He hadn't returned to the Imperial City for more than half a month, and no one was in charge. This group of people finally couldn't bear it any longer. These armies did not play the banner of Dao, but instead they were the symbols of various princes. It was the 18 princes who were canonized when Dao was founded. Boom! The princes and kings of the 18th route have been preparing for a long time, colluding with the generals and the prime minister to choose to join forces inside and outside of this time to launch the battle to seize the capital. I saw thousands of cannons being pushed out, mixed with some magical cannons, constantly bombarding the solid city wall. There were also huge fireballs thrown by the catapult. In addition to these, there is also that kind of huge crossbow, aiming at the soldiers guarding the city above the city wall, and shooting it overwhelmingly. Almost all kinds of siege weapons are used. This time, they were very well prepared and grasped the time very well. After all, Xuanhuan was away and went to the Myriad Beast Mountains. Break the Wudu, capture the royal family. The first person to climb the city will be rewarded with 10,000 households, and the treasure house of the palace can be obtained at will. The war broke out, and millions of soldiers launched a siege battle. #C72 Loyal. This time, the 18 princes attacked the city with great momentum. The combined strength was as many as 4 or 5 million. Some of them even borrowed troops from other cities and towns, or they were incorporated from Dakian, and the Imperial City was surrounded in circles. These 18 princes are naturally headed by the most powerful King Wei Wu. The banner he played was to avenge his son. Wei Shen was beheaded by Xuanhuan on the spot. As a father, it was a fitting excuse for him to avenge his son. Boom! The sound of cannons was loud, and all kinds of siege equipment slammed into the city gate like a storm. The ground was shaking violently. They had already prepared, and the siege equipment was very sufficient, and they wanted to break through the city gate as soon as possible. East Gate of the Imperial City. The attack here is the most violent, and more than half of the troops and equipment are concentrated here. Fortunately, before the Imperial City was built, it was built tall and strong, and its defense was by no means comparable to ordinary cities. Previously, I had secretly prepared to spread rumors that Emperor Dao had been trapped in the Myriad Beasts mountain range, or even died in it. After all, he has not returned for more than half a month, and there is no news at all, although there are many people don't believe it, but it certainly has an impact on their confidence. Li Yun, who usually wears a brocade suit, is wearing armor at this moment. And the most striking thing is that his cultivation is actually a half-step peeping at the gods, not the 10th level of supernatural powers. That's right, the little emperor was so confident that he dared to bring his own army to pacify the beast tide. He thought that the threat was only to the 4 border countries, but he didn't know that we were already prepared and had been waiting for this day. Otherwise, it would be so easy for us. Siege? Hengdao immediately, Xuanhuan Qingyun, dressed in military uniform, stared coldly at the city wall, surrounded by beacon smoke, and sneered. His cultivation is not the 10th level of supernatural powers, but also a half-step peeping at God. The two actually broke through to a half-step peeping at the same time. Unfortunately, the preparations of the general and I were still eliminated by the little emperor. Li Yining smiled, but he would never have imagined that the two of us would have been able to break through half a step to see God, but it was too late. The breakthrough is to reassure him. It turned out that Li Yun and Xuanhuan Qingyun had the power to break through half a step to see God, but in order to hide their strength, they did not show it. Xuanhuan led his troops to the Myriad Beasts mountain range, and the battle that broke out was seen across the Imperial city, but it soon fell silent, which made them realize that perhaps Xuanhuan was buried in the Myriad Beast mountains, or suffered heavy losses. He simply informed the princes of the 18th Road, launched the plan in advance, and copied Xuanhuan's back path. He and Xuanhuan Qingyun originally wanted to attack the Imperial city and open the city gate directly, but Xuanhuan had already sent the 8th Battalion of the Forbidden Army to the Imperial city, and removed a lot of nails in the previous cleaning, making Xuanhuan Qingyun unable to mutiny at all. Moreover, among the 6, there is no one of them. Thinking of this, they hate it. If it weren't for Liu Yong's son, their plan would be perfect. After the two of them made trouble in the Imperial city, before they could open the city gate, the leaders of Qinglong and Chaos Battalion led a 1,000,000 army to drive the two men out of the Imperial city, and then blocked the city gate. King Wei Wu, according to my experience, people's hearts are turbulent. The little emperor is not in the Imperial city, and the generals cannot obey the people. Although the city is strong, people's hearts are easily broken. Xuanhuan Qingyun looked at the person next to him at this time. Haha, it doesn't matter if this city is broken or not. A strong and confident voice spread out. This man has a square face and a fierce momentum. He wears dark silver armor and has sharp eyes. It is King Wei Wu, who controls hundreds of millions of people in his own county alone. It doesn't matter? Xuanhuan Qingyun frowned and said, "My lord, what are you thinking of? It's better if the city is broken. It doesn't matter if it doesn't break. I surround them here. Even if he returns with those remnants of defeated soldiers, he won't be able to enter the city and will be stopped. At that time, will those beasts in the 10,000 Beast Mountains give up this opportunity? The other 4 countries will not seize the opportunity, so, whether it is broken or not, this king is invincible." King Wei Wu said lightly, "Fan Ning, come out." A majestic man came out slowly like a giant pillar, as if he was a giant spirit general in the heaven. Fan Ning, half step into God. Xuanhuan Qingyun, Li Yun's pupils shrank suddenly. Fan Ning and the others have also heard about it. He was a strong man in the previous dynasty, and he was a warrior in the previous dynasty. They were a little surprised, but they did not expect to end up under the command of King Wei Wu. "Yes, I secretly surrendered to the prince 30 years ago." Fan Ning said. This king actually broke through the peeping god as early as 30 years ago. "I didn't come to the Imperial city because I was afraid that the previous emperor would notice my realm. As King Weiwu spoke, he grabbed his palm, and the laws of heaven and earth appeared as if they were real. This exquisite control shows that King Weiwu is not an ordinary half-step peeping god at all, and is even more powerful than Qing Yunzi. What a powerful strength! Xuanhuan Qingyun and Li Yun looked at each other. Both of them are a community of interests, one is prosperous and one is lost. Immediately, Li Yun said, I didn't expect the prince to hide such a powerful force. After the fall of the Great Wu Kingdom, the strength of the prince will be enough to open up a country, and the generals and I will do our best for the prince. Do you two kings dare to use it? King Weiwu said coldly, and this king will not start a country. There have been more than a dozen dynasties in Dao for hundreds of years, and how many can last? How many royal families can end well? This king after the capital is broken for the second time, he will return to his own fief, and this king is still the king, and there are not many thousand-year-old dynasties, but there are countless families that have lasted for thousands of years. Xuanhuan Qingyun, Li Yunying. It turned out that King Weiwu had this idea. Sure enough, it's an old fox, scheming. Zhangqing, Hong Yun, the two of you are still stubbornly resisting, and you haven't opened the city gate and offered the city to surrender. At this time, King Weiwu suddenly flew into the sky, and a force that shook the laws of heaven and earth roared out and fell on the city wall, which was a strong destruction. King Weiwu. At the East Gate city wall, there were two men standing at this time, one of them was Han Yun, and the other was a man dressed in blue like a dragon armor, Zhangqing, the commander of the Qinglong army. My lord, as the king of great martial arts, you dared to lead an army to besiege the Imperial city without His Majesty's summons. Do you know that this is a crime of deceiving the king, enough to make you beheaded? Zhangqing sneered. Your Majesty has long since died in the Myriad Beasts mountain range. If you haven't heard anything for so long, do you think you will come back? I think you know the dangers in the Myriad Beasts mountain range better than this king. Why are you still stubbornly resisting to the end? The way of King Weiwu. I am loyal to your Majesty, even if I die, I will never betray you. Zhangqing shook his head. Dao has already exhausted his anger, the four countries are staring at each other, and a war has broken out on the border. The army of the four countries will invade the Imperial city, just around the corner. There is no chance of a comeback. After the city is broken, a massacre is inevitable? What's the point, and if this gate is broken by this king, I am afraid it will be you who will be killed. King Wu of Wei threatened. Impossible. Zhangqing saw Hong Yun beside him showing hesitation, and suddenly roared, I am the commander of the Dao Imperial Army. Okay, since that's the case, this king will not say more. King Weiwu seemed to have expected it for a long time, and he said to Fan Ning, Go, let this king open the gate of Dao City. Yes, my lord. When Fan Ning walked out, he was holding a pair of giant gourd-like hammers, and the aura he exuded turned out to be divine weapons. This artifact was unexpectedly obtained by this king, from a ruin. King Weiwu said, Fan Ning, go and bombard the city gate. Hammer breaking the sky, dancing wildly.